Chapter 71. He swung the flail wildly, swung it wildly. The letter was sent by Believe, informing Lewis that the Ministry of Magic had already taken care of it. Believe had said hello. In addition, Bailey also asked his friend in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to write a letter of praise and recommendation to the Ministry of Magic, and the establishment will be done this weekend. Let Lewis wait for the news. The process of temporary workers' employment establishment is also very complicated. With the normal efficiency of the Ministry of Magic, sometimes it may take 2 or 3 months. But it seems that with the big banker intervention, there is no need to go through any procedures. In addition, the letter also mentioned that there is a vacant position for the 3 of Hearts. If Lewis has any recommendation letters, commendation letters, etc., he can send them over when he is free. In this way, after a little work, Believe friends can help Lewis get it done. There is no time limit. The Believe family is at your service at any time. My best friend. Seeing this letter, Lewis touched his chin. Generally, new agents cannot have cards, because playing cards represent elites. And suited cards are even more extraordinary, because they are elite non-commissioned officers, and are serious officials of the Ministry of Magic. So if you get a 3 of Hearts right at the beginning, then this first step into the Ministry of Magic is even more impressive than the first step taken by people like Kevin, who have a big backing. They have to wait in line for several years. But for Lewis, every 3 letters, he can take another step up. In addition, if you have flower cards, it will be very convenient to go out and do things in the future. Even if you face a red 3, those agents without suits, no matter how big the number is, except Naked JQK, you have to call him sir. At that time, not only can you go to the Muggle world openly, but also when you meet agents, you don't have to consider whether to fight or reveal your tracks. Just show the card directly, and they will stand at attention and call you sir, saying please give me your command. When you do things, it won't be the faceless man who does bad things. It will be a business trip, and you will be doing things according to orders. Lewis continued to read. 3 of Hearts 2/3. What Lewis didn't know was that, in addition to the big banker Believe, the Yodel people had already written a letter of recommendation to the Ministry of Magic yesterday. People who may write letters for you now. 1. Count Fox Yingling. Requirements. A. Optional. I have heard of Miss Yingling for a long time, and I didn't expect to meet her here today. Reveal my identity. B. Optional. Kneel down and lick her. Give her / your submission and fear *1. Not very important recommendation letter *1. 2. Director Triv. Requirement. Take all Triv dirty laundry from Fox and destroy it. Give favorability max. Heavy recommendation letter 3. Stewart. Requirement. Beat him up. Tell him who you are. Give 1. Flattering and flexible tongue. 2. Very important recommendation letter. For this recommendation letter, choose between Yingling and Triv. Wait. Kneel down and lick? Oh, I see. Then this task is easy to do. Obviously, Lewis must have understood it wrong. No, I always get full marks in reading comprehension. Lewis continued to read. 4. Wallace Believe. The major shareholder behind famous daily newspapers such as Chatter, Today Magic, and the Great Prophet, Goblin, likes the little red-haired man with glasses and aristocratic wig. Favorability max. Requirement. Beat him up. After all, his cousin was changed to the newspaper materials you provided by his secret instructions last night. Seeking, I hit him with a meal. After all, he has offended you badly this time. Give 1. A very important recommendation letter *1. 2. Business *16. Hammer of the God of War Muggle Arms Trading Group Company. Ltd. Hammer of the God of War Dragon Clan Trading Company. Limited major shareholder Sir Ike Believe, Goblin, a yellow-haired punk who likes to wear military uniforms. Favorability max. Requirement. Beat him up at his house. After all 7. Gem Lake International Trade Point 20. Note, every time you get 3 recommendation letters / solve 3 mysterious incidents said by the office, your ranking level will increase. Salary and job level will also be able to be promoted. Looking at the lines of narration, Lewis was confused. I do know all these people, but what happened? Do I have so many people I want to beat up? Why would I beat them up for no reason? It seems that there are quite a few of them, as if they have offended me. Shaking his head, Lewis put the matter aside for the time being. He thought he would know after reading the newspaper in the office. After collecting the letter, Lewis ate the last breakfast, and found that Helen was sitting there with her chin resting on her hand, looking a little tangled. The office is so interesting recently. I really want to go to work. But my sister is still waiting for homework. Where are we going? My sister hasn't eaten yet. Go and give her a portion. Louis put a few bottles of water in a small basket that had not been touched, and picked up the books that he had basically revised from the bookshelf and put them in, saying, "Read and study hard in the library. Don't just eat cakes at noon, eat on time." In the comforting voice, Helen made a decision. She happily picked up the small basket, turned into a magic kitten, took out her newly bought small flying carpet, waved to Louis, and then flew to the library. After seeing Helen off, Louis came to the door of the office and found two gifts under the mailbox at the door. One was a flail, and the other was a wheelbarrow. There was also a card on it, which said it was for Louis. Was it given to me by the little yodels again? Louis picked it up curiously. After a closer look, the wheelbarrow and the flail were both products of the hammer of the god of war. They were inlaid with gold and silver. And there was also a lot of amber. The head of the flail looked like a giant dragon. It is indeed very cool. This thing is more valuable than an ordinary magic wand. Right? Louis shook his head and decided to take it back to the office first. He took today's newspaper from the mailbox, then walked into the house and cleaned the room. At this time, the water in the house was automatically boiled. The teapot and teacup took a bath by themselves, ran to the desk, and brewed a pot of tea. Looking at the time, Louis stood on the balcony and drank a few sips of hot tea, and found that Miss Yingling had already walked into the tower downstairs with 6 little sisters with murderous faces. Louis laughed. The new generation of Fox was wiped out yesterday. Not only did they become a stepping stone for Louis's new professor, but they also made a big fool of themselves in the newspaper. It would be strange if the long-legged lady didn't get mad. The magic I specially prepared should be published. Right? After the principal sees it, I just need to prepare another paper. I will definitely get the title of Grand Master of the Idle Tree this year. With this title, I can take a rocket to the top in the Ministry of Magic. Thinking of this, Louis sat back in his seat, picked up the newspaper, drank tea, and happily read the newspaper. The strongest wizard of the new generation? Louis VI led Yodel to make trouble in Forks. Louis knew this title. But why did you have to add 6? Forget it. I won't bother with these little guys. The newspaper has to have a selling point. Right? Louis shook his head and continued to read. Text. On-site interview. Magic photos taken later. Interviewee A. Anthony Beard. You don't know at that time. In the Fox Lounge, there were more than 2,000 foxes and more than 1,000 Dragon Night Watch warriors. Louis VI rode a unicycle, raised his shield and rushed in. Then he swung the flail wildly. Interviewee B. One rider is worth 1,000. He is really a warrior. From the day he entered the academy, he trained with the Night Watch for 25 hours every day. I have never seen such a hardworking and talented knight. Of course, the reason why he is so strong, there is actually another secret that must be mentioned. Here I recommend our giant magic lobster by the White Rock Lake. An advertisement placement. Interviewee C. The Dragon Tribe expressed indignation. What they said is all lies. Louis wiped his sweat. Finally someone who understands. Tell me about my magic. Louis. You beardless conch. Don't be so self-righteous. You don't deserve to be called a warrior. We will be waiting for you at this year's gladiator convention. The honor of 36 consecutive championships in the Stover Dragon Arena must still belong to our dragon clan. Interviewee Louis VI. I said I would teach them a lesson. You know, nowadays wizards don't pay enough attention to sports. In fact, no one is born strong. Not even me. However, I have a secret here. I want to mention the magic lobsters at Byshire Lake, an advertisement placement. Of course, in addition to diet and training, a true warrior also needs the best mount and the best weapon. Here I want to thank the Hammer of the God of War group for sponsoring the flails and wheelbarrows, an advertisement placement. All the above names are pseudonyms. Use advertisements as hot spots to make money? Everyone is still scrambling to buy these ads? Obviously, your little goblin friends have made a fortune this time. Of course, you also have something to gain. Idle Tree Physical Education Teacher Appointment Letter, to be collected, *1. This newspaper has caused a great sensation in the wizarding world. Many deans are now considering hiring you and opening a new unicycle course for you. Louis put down the newspaper tremblingly and took the flail to the solid wooden table. After putting the more than 200 kilograms of things on it, the solid wooden table made of a whole piece of wood creaked. But Lewis was no longer in the mood to pay attention to this matter. He was so angry that he was shaking. He tore open the gift wrapping on the flail in a few seconds, and then looked inside the wrapping, trying to find some information. Soon, he found a card. Invitation to the Stog Arena *1 can be participated in the British city. Note: every outstanding warrior must go through layers of selection before being eligible to enter the arena to participate in the competition. You can get the invitation directly, which is undoubtedly a great recognition and honor. Of course, they also hope that you can be an endorsement. When the door of the office was kicked open by a red high-heeled shoe, Lewis put down the card with an ugly face, his eyes spitting fire. "You damn goblins. I skin you alive." The glass on the windows was shattered by the roar. Looking at the broken glass, Ling, who had just kicked the door, suddenly fell into deep thought and remembered the stone table in the lounge. "Oh, I remember. Sister, shall we go in?" The little retreat artists looked at their sister. Under the gaze of the little pony boys, Ling felt her scalp was a little hard. "Afraid? What are you afraid of? You think you know a little martial arts. And you have the Osikri's mirror spell, magic immunity, to protect you. So you don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is? Look at me today to deal with him. Let go!" After saying that, Ling walked into the door with a smile, and suddenly reached out to touch the small stick at her waist, while angrily cursing, "Little bastard, you dare to come to our Fox Lounge to make trouble, I will. Today." "Hey!" Ling suddenly coughed, then she put the small stick inlaid with gold and silver, and with many beautiful small jades and ambers, into her mouth very elegantly. Then she sat on the sofa. Then she lifted her long legs, took a deep breath of the small stick, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Wipe. 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 Fuck wolf. What a shame. I didn't bring my magic wand today. I only brought my cigarette. Chapter 72. What do you want to do? Maybe it was because of the full-bodied berserker roar, or maybe it was because she felt it was too embarrassing to bully the younger generation right at the beginning. Miss Yingling put down that harsh word, and sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and looked at her fingernails, and acted in a pretentious manner. However, when this elder sister acted in a pretentious manner, her fingers trembled a little. "Well, this kid Vitality is quite strong, and he really looks like he can break a stone table weighing several tons at once. Well, I heard that this kid is also quite skilled, and he is similar to those nightmares in the Red Fox Den who specialize in assassinating wizards." Lilith and others' faces turned pale, and this is the third time they have looked at their sister. Ling's face was still full of smiles, but her scalp was a little hard under the gaze of Lilith and others. Well, it wasn't because they were too close, but mainly because Ling felt that if this kid really went crazy, and then used the power of a dragon, the speed of a nightmare, and took a step forward with the flail, it would be a bit embarrassing to bully the younger generation. Ling couldn't help but secretly glanced at the kid again, and found that the kid was wiping the heavy flail on the table slowly. Lilith and the others' hands in their sleeves were sweating. They regretted following their sister today. "Sister, why did you kick the door when you came here? And who knew that this madman would do something right away? We are affecting my sister's performance here. My sister also felt that she might be affected today. Why didn't the boy have a magic wand on the table? There was only a flail. This is the only way." Ling suddenly threw a coquettish look. "Miss Yingling used the spell of fascination level 3 on you. Ahem. Handsome boy. Can you get me some tea?" She found that she had failed. She looked at her fingernails again. "You didn't pour the tea," but smiled, and once again placed the porcelain dolls on the table next to the flail. You saw that Miss Lilith and the others rolled their eyes and collapsed on the sofa, wanting to cry but not daring to. Yingling was also dumbfounded. A berserker who has a high level of attainment in brain occlusion, Osikri's magic mirror, and has the agility of a nightmare? Several Miss Foxes were a little bit timid at this time. Seeing that the little foxes were no longer pretending, Lewis laughed. "Why are you pretending? What are you so proud of?" Yingling kicked the door as soon as she came up. This means that she is going to be unreasonable as soon as the door is opened, and tie up the young man in the office and beat him. She is indeed qualified. After all, her aunt is one of the 7 directors of the Ministry of Magic, so Yingling has a special status in both the Ministry of Magic and the Academy. Therefore, let alone dealing with a new wizard for no reason, even dealing with an old professor, or someone like Treve, people have no temper. But it depends on the person. Some people are not something you can just pretend to be and suppress. We won't use magic today, nor will we use our hands. It agreed that. We only use our mouths today. He took a sip of tea, and said lightly, I've heard of Miss Yingling name for a long time, and I didn't expect to meet her here today. It really a bit unexpected. You chose a. But the result was different from what was predicted. Yingling was suddenly not afraid. She was originally scared, because she was afraid that this kid would be brainless, and would be so unreasonable that they would die together. When she first entered the door, she thought so. If he really wanted to give up his career, he would dare to openly beat the professor in front of the holy tree. I'll treat you like a ruthless person. But it was obvious that this kid's behavior was rational. As long as he was not the kind of person who didn't care about his life, everything would be easy. Yes, you said you are a temporary worker in the Ministry of Magic, and a student of Osikris. Why are you being so aggressive with me? You don't want to develop in the future? Even your teacher is under my protection now. Why are you being aggressive with me? Sakura Ling suddenly felt confident. The high heels came, the scalp was not hard anymore, started to look at the fingernails. Started to show off again. But after thinking about what Louis said just now, she suddenly froze again. Her nose was almost crooked. Who are you? Why are you meeting me here? You are so arrogant. Aren't you? No wonder Osikris said that she was almost pissed off by the students these days. This brat really deserves to be punished. Who do you think you are? At this time, Lilith poured the tea over, Yingling took it, and didn't she look at Louis? There was a lot of meaning in her words, and she was very sarcastic. You are worthy of being Osikris' disciple, Mr. Louis. Thank you for showing mercy to the little foxes these days. After that, Yingling drank her tea calmly. She remained silent after that, as if to say, if you don't make this clear today, it will be more than just a loss. She seemed to want to get back the face she had just lost. Teacher Yingling. This is serious, Louis said with a smile. You and my mentor have such a good relationship. If Fox and His Highness have any unpleasantness because of this little thing, it will hurt the relationship. Louis's words seemed quite sincere. But when Yingling saw Louis take out the stack of IOUs from his arms, her nose, which had been crooked by anger just now, almost got angry again. This kid is too arrogant. He said that on purpose. He was targeting me. Yingling's eyelids twitched wildly. And she was furious. She suppressed the anger in her chest and said with a smile, there is nothing unpleasant. It was the little foxes who didn't know the limits and provoked the disciple of Osikris. After saying that, Yingling took out a stack of checks from her bosom and slapped them to her side. The total amount of those checks was exactly 5,000 gold galleons. Although her name had not been written yet, it seemed that this Count Yingling was also a wealthy woman. Since we can't afford to offend you, we have no choice but to pay you. After saying that, Yingling felt wrong, touched her wrist, and quietly pointed the small crystal ball on her wrist at Louis. Yingling was also ready for the next lines. For example, we foreigners can't afford to offend your mysterious office, and we have to give you money or let my little sister go. Then cry again. Then send them to the Ministry of Magic. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your teacher and I can't cure you. Right? Is there anyone who can cure you? Obviously, Yingling is also a little drama queen, and this plan came out in a blink of an eye. It came out as soon as she opened her mouth. Calm down, Miss Yingling. As he said that, Louis took out a cracked crystal ball from the drawer, and then took the crystal ball and the IOU and walked to the sofa not far away from the desk. He handed the crystal ball to Yingling, then took out an IOU and placed it on the table. Then, he leaned on the desk and drank tea with a smile. Looking at the crystal ball, Yingling was a little confused. At this time, the crystal ball had a sound and video. Unbridled voice, how is it, Sir Louis? Have you thought it through? Or, you didn't understand what was in the crystal ball, and want to see it again? Louis's warning, the little foxes are making a noise without restraint, humiliating Louis. Louis's warning, the little foxes are laughing. Louis's warning, the little foxes are unbridled, dancing like a horde of demons, humiliating Osikris, Helen, etc. The video ends, the little foxes are chanting black spells, the sound of beating people, the little foxes begging for mercy. Hearing this, Yingling's face has turned pale. Originally, she came here to find trouble, but today she has lost face. Yingling felt a burning sensation on her face, and glared at Lilith and the others fiercely. Lilith and the others turned pale at the look in her sister's eyes. She cursed in her heart. Your Highness Osikris, is that something you can say? I can say it because she is my good sister, But who are you? And you idiots! Don't you see where this is? This is the Holy Tree Academy. I am not as arrogant as you when I talk about business. Not to mention that I let others record it. How stupid you must be. I have taught you for nothing all these years. And this black spell, I am usually very careful when I study it. You are just asking for your own death. You think your family has connections in the Ministry of Magic, so you can do whatever you want. Do you think that everyone in the Ministry of Magic is your friend? You are really ignorant. There are so many eyes watching us. Thinking of this, Yingling flipped through the IOUs again. After taking a look, she blinked hard, as if she was stupid. Then she suddenly understood. Her face turned pale, and she threw the IOUs on Lilith's lap. Lost. I may not be able to take advantage of this brat. And Lilith, and the others did not deserve it this time. I can only say that I was short-sighted. This player is not at the same level as them. Whether it is magic or means, they are far behind. The IOUs clearly stated all the evidence of the crimes committed by the Red Fox Den and the mysterious office in recent months. If I really get involved, I will be in big trouble. No wonder this guy said see you later. He was waiting for me here. On the other side, the little foxes turned pale when they saw their sister glaring at them. They wanted to use the IOU to get back some justice. But when their sister threw the IOU over, they were all dumbfounded. When they looked up at Lewis, their eyes were full of fear. Today was the third time they had met this person again. Every time, it was a deep impression. This person was not someone who could compete with them at their level. Lilith and the others suddenly felt that they were not wronged. Boy, you tell me what to do. Yingling looked at the stack of IOUs in Lewis's hand with an unpleasant expression. Chapter 73. Then I won't be sleepy. Boy, tell me what to do. She narrowed her murderous eyes and looked at the stack of IOUs in Lewis's hand. If he wasn't a disciple of Osikri's, I would kill him tonight, and then destroy the body. But this boy is not only a student of Osikri's, but also looks difficult to deal with. After seeing him today, I suddenly realized that I might not be able to deal with this boy by myself. No wonder he was able to wipe out the new generation of Fox by himself. This level is genuine. As they were fighting, she might not win, and Yingling had a feeling that this guy might be more than that. If he really insisted on being right today, and took the opportunity to ask for some benefits, she might have to swallow this loss. This time, she was a little defeated, and fell into the hands of Osikri's students. To say this, it was not unfair, but it was too depressing and annoying. Yingling picked up the pipe, and this time, she really smoked it. Miss Yingling, this is serious. Lewis smiled, put all the IOUs in his hand on the table, and said, please accept these things. I didn't give them to you just now, because I was afraid that you would be angry, and didn't give me a chance to speak. You and my mentor have such a good relationship. If this matter causes any unpleasantness between Fox and His Highness, it will be too hurtful. Lewis deliberately said the same words again. But this time when Yingling heard it, it was very different. Looking at the stack of IOUs on the table, Yingling was slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Lewis, looked at him for a long time, and finally nodded slowly. This is what they said literally. And they are qualified to say so. Osikri's has indeed found a good supporter. At this time, Yingling looked at Lewis with a different look, and the title she used was no longer disciple. But Lewis was called a supporter of Osikri's, and he put Osikri's and herself on the same level. After a pause, Yingling nodded and said meaningfully, Sir Lewis, these days, it is the little foxes who do not know the limits. Thank you for showing mercy to the little foxes. Yingling no longer crossed her legs, nor did she come up to deal with him. There was no more sarcasm in her words, and her words were literal. But the interesting thing is that, just a minute ago, Yingling still felt that Lewis was not qualified to talk to her, that Lewis was ignorant of the world, and that he was courting death by coming to the Fox Lounge to make trouble. But now, she felt that the other party had shown mercy, that Lilith was blind to provoke him, and that Daniel and the others were ignorant of their own life and death by casting witchcraft. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was doing it for Osikri's and me, this matter would definitely not be solved by just wiping the shoes. The other party revenge was right, and he was very measured. Is this person someone you little brats can provoke casually? This is a real wizard who is qualified to have a face-to-face conversation with herself, Osikri's and others. A serious elite agent of the mystery department. Whoever thinks he is a newcomer is blind. No wonder Osikri's can't do anything with him. This kid is incredible. Yingling tore up all those IOUs in front of him. The Fox tribe respect for Osikris plus 500 has been upgraded from friendly to friendly respect. You are summoned by 3 people who pray to change their fate, and the storybooks will gain more energy, strength plus 3. In Osikri's fantasy, she is a warrior, so what she gets from her is basically strength. Lewis has already surrendered to this. But 3 people? Which 3 people? After thinking about it, Lewis felt that it could only be those 3 people. Am I accidentally protecting Osikris again? Note, Yingling has not yet planned to ask someone to write a recommendation letter for you through connections. It seems that she still lacks a little favor. Of course, there are shortcuts, Lick. After tearing up the IOU, Yingling showed off her skills. She turned the shredded parchment into a group of butterflies and flew into the fireplace. Then, Yingling nodded and smiled at Lewis. And then scolded Lilith and others. Hurry up and apologize to Sir Lewis. Yingling no longer called Lewis a little bastard. A pretty boy. Or a boy. The name she used changed again and again. And her words became more and more frank. Lilith and others had already given in. And now they were scolded by their sister again. So they stood up and politely. And the tears dripped down their little pretty faces. But this time, they did not cry out loud, but wiped their tears secretly while apologizing. They looked pitiful. Lewis reached out and helped several people up, but he did not say anything to Lilith and others, but spoke directly to Yingling. Ms. Yingling, I feel a little ashamed when I hear the apology from Miss Lilith and others. They are all Helen friends. They came here at first, actually. They meant to make a joke. What happened afterwards was just some small pranks. I overreacted a little. Please don't punish them when you go back. After hearing this, Yingling couldn't help but feel a little complicated. He put me on the same level as me, treating Lilith and the others as children like Helen. Teacher Oliver is right. This person is more annoying than others. Osikri's students are indeed much better than my disciples. Look at me, Lilith. You are fooling around in the academy all day long. You don't do anything serious. Lewis has applied for a bachelor this year. Whether he develops in the Ministry of Magic in the future, or works as a part-time professor in the academy, or goes to the court, you must politely call him mentor when you see him in the future. Yingling complained a lot, and Lewis was a little speechless. When did I apply for the title of Grand Secretary? Did Osikris apply for me? As her sister complained. Lilith and others burst into tears again. But this time the tears were different from before. From the way she wagged her tail, it seemed that she was deliberately crying in front of a man. Lilith and others knew that this matter was over. Her sister didn't get angry either. Many of her words were actually a hint to herself, meaning that you might have to cling to this thigh in the future. The existing Grand Maesters are either at the level of deans or deputy directors of the Ministry of Magic, especially the title of Grand Maester of the Idle Tree, which is very valuable. But he is only 20 years old now. If he can really get this title at such a young age, he might be another King Isolde, or His Majesty Francesco. It is possible that Osikris is the descendant of King Isolde and the biological daughter of Francesco. As for Helen, although she is not the descendant of King Isolde, Francesco is her biological aunt, so she also has the bloodline of the Witch Queen. If the Q family, no matter which of the 2 princesses he gets, he will have the opportunity to touch the sky in the future. Of course, he may not marry anyone, because there are many people in history who have recreated a new Wizard King family. But no matter what, even if he doesn't touch the sky, the headmaster of the Holy Tree, or a senior official of the Ministry of Magic, such young bachelors have a great chance to touch it in the future. So, as long as he gets this bachelor, not to mention the upper limit, the lower limit in the future, at least a senior official of the Ministry of Magic or a dean. And they are still so young. Is it worth investing? Is it worth hugging the thigh in advance? Sister is pointing at myself. Daniel and the others are nothing. I have always heard Osikris mention your name, but I didn't expect to meet you like this today. But there is no acquaintance without fighting. This is also a kind of fate. Lilith and the others are not sensible. Please take care of them in the future. Yingling actually said your lines. This is something that the storybook did not expect. When Yingling said all the words, Lilith and the others were already wiping their tears, their big eyes were watery, and their eyelashes fluttered. Looking like Lewis is here. At this time, no one was pretending to be a big sister, and everyone was pretending to be pitiful. Lilith pouted even more, and her little tail hit Lewis's leg intentionally or unintentionally. But Lewis didn't notice these at this time. He was responding to Yingling words, and he was confused. How can I take care of this? Who applied for me to be a bachelor? After talking for a while, Yingling mentioned intentionally or unintentionally that she would take care of Louis at the Ministry of Magic in the future, and hinted at the conversion of temporary workers to regular employees. In addition, she also mentioned, intentionally or unintentionally, that she helped Osikles get Louis and Helen temporary jobs. Since Osikles calls me sister, it is my duty to take care of her disciples, Yingling said with a smile. Louis suddenly understood what Yingling meant. Yingling was still a little unhappy in her heart, and wanted to control herself and regain some face. After all, she didn't give her any face before. So on the one hand, she deliberately expressed that even Osikles called me sister, and on the other hand, she also expressed that sister had a lot of connections in the Ministry of Magic and could help. Louis smiled faintly, and did not take over all of Yingling's words. He just politely thanked himself and Helen for the temporary work. As for the benefits, Osikles had already given them. It can be said that no one owes anyone now. As for helping to become a regular temporary worker, Louis did not mention it at all. Louis' indifferent attitude made Yingling, who was just smiling, feel a little unhappy. This boy is indeed very capable, but a little too arrogant. It makes people feel unhappy. She also deliberately did not mention the temporary worker. After a while, she said a few words lightly, and then put on her red wide-brimmed hat with beautiful feathers. It means that she is leaving. This woman's face changes so quickly. But there are so many people willing to write recommendation letters for Louis. People begging for recommendation letters and praise letters for him filled several pages in the storybook, and even did everything they could to talk business with him. So Louis really doesn't need her dispensable recommendation letter. Louis, the owner of the office, sent the guest to the door. At the door, Yingling said politely, "Come to my place when you have time." "Definitely." Louis smiled. This made Yingling slightly stunned, and then she didn't say anything and walked away with her hips twisted. Louis smiled and said nothing more. He suddenly felt someone gently slapping his buttocks. He saw that it was Lilith, who was intentionally or unintentionally slapping his buttocks with her tail. Spanking? This is a joke. Seeing Louis looking at her in surprise, Lilith deliberately didn't look at him, and turned around with her little followers and followed behind her sister buttocks, but her hand deliberately pinched Louis's waist. When Kenya and others were leaving, they also deliberately turned back and cast a coquettish glance. These little vixens are quite good at flirting. Interesting, are these little goblins deliberately teasing me? It is said that girls from other races are hot and bold, and indeed they are not ordinary bold. But I don't have time to take care of you little ones today. I haven't settled the accounts of the previous few days with the big ones. What Yingling didn't expect was that Louis actually remembered. Come over when you are free. After all, this guy is still upset about Storybook's previous arrogant remarks, kneeling and licking. After having a meal after get off work, this guy, who always scored full marks in reading comprehension, went to visit Yingling that night. Chapter 74 Daddy. That day, Yingling took her little smoker to play cards with a few ladies for an afternoon, then agreed with everyone to attend the charity dinner that night, and went home at night. After returning to her big house in the academy, she took a bath, and changed into a red low-cut evening dress with a backless design. Standing in front of the floor-length mirror, Yingling adjusted her tight belt, and adjusted her chest. Looking at her white back, she admired her figure. Tonight's charity dinner is quite important. Not only will several county senators attend, but several officials from the Ministry of Magic will also come. However, these guys are not the most important. After all, they are all people from Fox Power and business partners. Moreover, these wives who are henpecked have a special relationship with me, so there is no need to care about their faces. If you have something to do, it is better to find their wives than to find anyone else. Therefore, the most important thing today is not to socialize, but to introduce some connections to Osikres, or go on a blind date. Today charity gala. There are many talented people from all over the world participating. This opportunity is rare. In order to increase supporters for Osikres, my aunt specially used Mr. Archie Believe relationship to bring many heirs of big families to this charity gala. I have mentioned this to Osikres for several days, but this little girl was reluctant to come. She said that those people's motives for supporting her were not pure. So I rejected it in my heart. But since you are a princess, how many people in this world would support you because they appreciate your talent? Besides, you have no power now. So how can you talk about talent? These talented people are all from big families, and they are a good match for the little girl. They are all families that can challenge the Witch Queen. If there is really a good one. It doesn't matter if you choose one as your future partner. By then, the Witch Queen will not be able to marry you to the Dragon Clan. But you look down on Lufield and Terrace, and you look down on all these people. I think you just want to marry those dragons. You always fantasize about doing everything by yourself, and you say you want to be independent and strong. You are so strong. You are a person who wants to do big things. You are not doing small business yourself. Is it so easy to get to the top again? If you don't have supporters, who will lift your throne? The throne of the next generation of Witch Queen, the major Witch Kings, K, Witch Queens, Q, families are eyeing it covetously. Yingling felt that she had an important task today. Tonight, she had to take Osikris to a blind date. Therefore, she must not miss the charity dinner tonight. But if my aunt-in-law prepared so much, Osikris was perfunctory. I will spank you. It was still early, and the carriage had not come yet. So Yingling sorted out her clothes, sorted out her hair, brewed a pot of tea, and went to the living room with a teacup, ready to read the book of songs for a while. As a result, as soon as she stepped into the living room, Yingling's legs went weak, and she was so scared that she almost fell to her knees. In the living room, there was a faceless man in a black magic robe, with his hands behind his back, looking at the surrealist paintings in the living room with great interest. Some of them were authentic works by the great painter Barrow, and they were indeed extraordinary. He was looking at them very attentively. Yingling carefully placed a pot of tea on the coffee table next to the man. Louis came back to his senses. He glanced at Yingling, then sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and slowly patted the robe on his legs. He looked at the little fox. Yingling quickly showed a flattering smile, knelt in front of his legs, and wagged her tail, thinking rapidly in her mind. She smiled brightly, but at this moment, her back was wet with cold sweat. He finally came. Because of his previous misunderstanding, many people thought that the faceless man was his elder. Later, I understood the situation, but I couldn't explain it clearly. I knew that this matter would not end like this. But Yingling knew that this might also be a gamble. There are only a few people in this world who can be a big backer. And there are even fewer people who are enough for one and don't have to worry about it. But in front of me, there is such a person. Today, if I win the bet, I will have such a big backer. If I lose, the hair on Yingling's tail will stand up. After listening to Yingling's thoughts, Louis raised his eyebrows. These foxes are really braver than each other. Their ideas are also very unique. During the day, I thought Yingling was independent and strong like Osikris. I thought that when she came to visit tonight, she would be very tough. She would argue with me. But Miss Yingling seemed to be a little different during the day and at night. She was a contrasting grill. A cold voice rang in Yingling's heart. Do you know why I came to you? After asking, Louis saw the hair on Yingling's tail all stood up. She burst into tears, rubbed her eyes, and began to sob softly. Then, she said in a coquettish voice, I know. I used Daddy's name before, and said nonsense outside. Daddy is angry, crying. Daddy? Louis was confused. He thought about it carefully. In the common language, many things can be represented by father, stepfather, biological father, old father. Basically, the word father can be used. But he does not have a daughter. However, in fox language, father seems to have several other meanings. Louis laughed coldly, as if to say that if you don't explain it clearly today, it will not be as simple as losing face. When this sneer sounded in Yingling's heart, Yingling trembled all over. Said, Yes, you must be Xiao Yingling father. You have been secretly protecting the little foxes, and helped us beat up so many bad guys. And beat up those bad guys who bullied the little foxes. So Xiao Yingling has always suspected that you are the elder of the foxes. In Yingling's mouth, this little fox refers to herself. What if it not? You have helped the little foxes so much. Even if you are not the elder of the little foxes. Yingling raised her tear-stained face, waggled her tail, moved her ears, put on an innocent, pure face, and continued, Yingling should call you daddy. After saying that, she pouted her lips. After listening to Yingling's amazing logic, Louis couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She is really bold. She dares to say anything, and is not afraid of death. And presumably, she has been preparing for this day for a long time, with many words and many things ready. Just waiting for me to ask, and then give myself a satisfactory answer. Louis believed that she must have prepared many answers that would satisfy him. But what is there to ask? I didn't come here to ask this today. Louis smiled at the dancing Barbie doll in front of him, and slowly drank tea. Seeing that Louis didn't answer for a long time, Yingling broke out in a cold sweat. It over. It too big. You should have explained it clearly right away. You had to play so many roundabout ways, and still call me daddy. But I don't like it. You're just flattering me. Now I don't want to listen to my explanation. It all over. I want to be. He thought of this, Yingling head buzzed, and she almost fainted. This time she didn't pretend, she didn't wag her tail. She didn't move her ears. Her ears and tail all drooped down. She really cried. Whoa. He had said before, what did it mean to come here? Yingling almost fainted from crying. Whoa. This fairy, crying, this fairy has gone through hardships, but in the end, she still couldn't escape this disaster. I'm going to ride a tricycle at the Dark Moon Circus. Whoa. Listening to Yingling's request to ride a tricycle, Louis fell into deep thought. Chapter 75 Dancing Barbie Doll. After Yingling finished explaining her amazing logic, she found that Louis ignored her, and just sat there drinking tea. This made her forget the explanation she had prepared. As if she couldn't bear this silence, Yingling, after thinking about it, couldn't help but feel grief-stricken, and cried with her head down in fear. When she had almost finished crying, she raised her head with hiccups, and found that Louis seemed to have finished his tea, and was just minding his own business, fiddling with a small old-fashioned record player on the coffee table, and put on a record. Yingling couldn't help but blink her red eyes, not knowing what this meant. It seems that, although Yingling repeatedly asked to ride a tricycle in her heart, but Louis still felt that this was a bit too depressing. Luckily, he didn't forget the original intention of coming this time. A series of cheerful music sounded. Seemingly feeling a little amused, Louis crossed his legs, and his feet began to shake with the rhythm of the music. After patting his legs slightly with the rhythm, Louis looked at Yingling, and stretched out his hand towards the empty space in the living room, not far away. Suddenly, Yingling understood something, and her mind was struck by lightning. She bit her lip, trembling all over, and the hair on her ears and tail stood up. This music is often played at midnight in various bars. Those prostitutes will dance to this music. So, it is a little vulgar. The Red Fox Nest also played this kind of music before. Lilith thought it was very fashionable and cool. But because Yingling later felt that it was a bit vulgar, she scolded the employees and changed the music. This little Red Fox din, although it has a little bit of romance, we are doing serious business. Why do you play this kind of music? Where do you want to put the face of Count Yingling? Where do you want to put the face of our family? Seeing Yingling trembling all over, Louis was speechless. The concept of people in this era seems to be particularly conservative. So, this music is a little special? I didn't notice it. I found it in the secret compartment of Director Triv's drawer. After listening to it, I felt very happy, so I thought it was an interesting collection. I remember there are 18 songs in this album. It turns out it 18 touches. This LSP, Triv, really has no elegant taste at all. This is quite embarrassing. I didn't have to come here today for any reason. After all, there are too many people using my name, and I don't need one more. I just wanted to tease her, tell her to be more honest in the future, and then listen to the music, and let her go. But it seems that Yingling regards dancing as more important than her life. It was as if he might as well kill her. Not really. In curiosity, Louis listened to Yingling's inner voice. He asked me to dance like this? I won the first prize? Louis suddenly felt his fingers wrapped in warmth. He looked down, and saw that it was Miss Yingling who was trembling with excitement. She stared at Louis with her fiery eyes, and then, like a fire fox flying into the snow, she turned over and landed on the carpet in the center of the living room. In the cheerful rhythm of the music, she embraced the book of poetry, kicked off her high heels gracefully, and began to dance happily. She expressed her joy in her heart, looked at Louis, and expressed everything in her heart to Louis through her dance and eyes. She said in the Red Fox din that she hated vulgar things the most. But in the end, she danced more vulgarly than the last dance. Louis also said that he hated vulgar things the most, and liked elegant ones. But his feet, which were raised, had been shaking to the rhythm since the music started. Just like a great master listening to opera. Enjoying himself. After one dance, another, Yingling danced in ecstasy, looking at Louis with fiery eyes. The carriage outside the door had arrived, and the dance partner, who had traveled half the city to pick up Yingling, knocked on the door again and again. But Yingling seemed not to hear it. She just focused on dancing the vulgar little dance. Perhaps she didn't notice the knock at the door at all, because the so-called important charity party had been thrown to the back of her mind. Sister, I'm sorry. Just live a good life with your pretty boy. My sister matter tonight is too important. She paid full attention to Louis' subtle movements. Every time Louis's fingers followed the rhythm of the music and tapped on the armrest of the sofa, Yingling would be overjoyed. With her continuous efforts, Louis finally nodded occasionally. Yingling seemed to have received a great reward, and was almost excited to tears. He nodded. He actually nodded to me. Louis did nod. He really didn't expect that this lady ideas were so unique. He also didn't expect that such an old dance music could make her dance so interesting. It was really interesting. Gradually, Louis couldn't help but join in. He was too lazy to move, just occasionally moving his fingers, like controlling a dancing Barbie doll, to correcting Ling movements. She learns very quickly, and is very good at drawing inferences from one instance. She is also very considerate. She is even very good at misinterpreting others. She is also very good at looking for trouble. During the last two dances, the vixen suddenly crawled over slowly, and then sat on the coffee table, wagging her tail, turning her head, and looking at Louis with her watery peach blossom eyes. Daddy, I didn't write the homework you left for me. As she spoke, Yingling wiped her tears and pouted. The repetitive words from Yingling finally made Louis a little unbearable, and a bunch of goose bumps appeared on his arms. Louis could not help but interrupting Yingling words, and gave her a look. If you keep talking like this, I will beat you to death. I will give you one chance to repeat it. Louis' glare made Yingling's face show an innocent look, and she said, I just said it on purpose. As she said that, she turned her head away. She lifted her tail. Looking at the lifted tail in front of him, Louis' head buzzed. Well, I was originally planning to leave soon after all. Xiao Ao had to make rounds. But now it seems that this is not a good idea. Yes, this slutty vixen really deserves a beating. We must punish her for repeating the same words, right? Sakura Ling is Xiao Ao's best friend after all. We can't let her have such a bad habit, right? You convinced yourself. Louis stayed here for a few more hours. Punish this irritating vixen. You defeated an elite witch. Magic +1. Experience +50. Tonight, you left her a little red flower as a reward, and she cried many times with joy. Obviously, Miss Yingling has two completely different faces. Today, you have seen these two faces thoroughly. You have learned about another person, and this world is quite interesting. When the moonlight at midnight fell on the bed like white snow, Sakura Ling, sweating profusely, gradually woke up. At this time, there was no one around her. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her whole body was sore. But the excitement in her heart still did not subside. She lifted the thin blanket and stroked her beating heart. Yingling felt that everything tonight was just like a dream. Yes, she was pulled into the dream world by the faceless man from the wizard's dreams and fantasies, which made her intoxicated. Or, this hearty experience made Yingling feel like a dream. It was like a dream. He was really like me. If it weren't for the pain in my body, Yingling suspected that I might just have had a dream. But it was all real. Yingling couldn't help but touch the little red flower on the bed sheet. He seemed very young, much younger than I thought. As strong as a dragon. It even made me feel that I was older than him. But I was only 27. How could I get rid of this unrealistic thought? Yingling looked at the huge full moon outside the window. She believed the rumor more and more. He did come from the wizard dream. Yes, he was a real living person. More energetic than any living person. But he also came from a dream. From her own dream. It was like a person who walked out of her dream. Yingling suddenly couldn't help but think of the private words her sisters had secretly said to her. The little girl sometimes suspected that the pretty boy she kept was a prince who walked out of her dream. The reason was very funny. It was just because he put on crystal high heels for her. That day, Yingling laughed at Osikris for a long time. Where is the prince who came out of the dream in this world? There are only lovers' fathers, or the Dark Lord who is feared and worshipped. He meets all her fantasies about the devil. He fits the bill too well, a wizard who is as scary as the Dark Lord, but younger. Moreover, he is a man. Isn't this the person who came out of her fantasy? Yingling thinks he needs a close friend. He will need it. She looks forward to his visit again, preferably once a week. She wanted to dance for him, and wanted to be his favorite dancing Barbie among his many toys. You seem to have accepted some rumors in Black Corner Alley. Yingling never dreamed that her boasts would come true one day. Dancing Barbie +1. When Lewis saw this narration message, he had just woken up from his bed in the dormitory after returning home in the middle of the night. Chapter 76. The most meaningful thing. When Lewis came back from Yingling that night, it was already midnight. He gave a lecture to 14 people including Harold and Stuart in his dream as usual, and then left some questions, and then fell asleep. After waking up in the morning and taking a look at the narration record last night, Lewis fell into deep thought. Is this also considered a defeat? It must be that the storybook is not serious. Yingling/Inspector Kevin recommendation letter +1 to be collected. Requirement. According to the strings of fate, as long as you talk to the detectives in the fish tank who watch the black wizards feeding chickens, your third recommendation letter, there is a great probability that it will appear with the direction of fate. Seeing this, Lewis raised his eyebrows. My reading comprehension score was perfect. Flower cards are waste cards that allow you to show off your face. Although the 3 of hearts is a small number, many rich and official second generations, when they first get a job, they only get 1 number at most, and cannot get flower cards. And even Kevin now is just a 5 of diamonds, which is awesome. With such an upright identity, you can go through the front door anywhere, and after entering the house, people will serve you tea and water, instead of lying on the ground in fear. It makes him look like a bad guy. Thinking of this, Lewis couldn't hold back. He put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Today is Saturday, it's already 10 o'clock in the morning, and the 2 sisters have already gone out. There are many small baskets near the table, all of which are breakfast sent by the Yodel people. After eating for a while, Lewis found a note secretly left by Helen in the basket. You big bad guy, you have delayed my sister work. I was going to take you to the charity dinner last night, but you didn't come back, and I was angry with you. Helen didn't go either, We went to Principal Oliver class, Lewis. Sister didn't let me tell you. I must be afraid that you would learn it. You have to be careful. Lewis. Sister said, when school starts, I will settle all the big and small accounts together, and punish you then. Grimace. This little bastard. Your sister took me to a shitty party. She wanted to use me as a shield. I took Yingling away last night, the dance partner who picked up Yingling, and the noble who was going to introduce her to Osikris, waited at the door for half the night, and when I came out, they were still looking at the moon. You 2 went to a shitty party last night. No one came to pick you up. Hey, did I delay someone's blind date? I feel a little ashamed. At 23 years old, I am considered a half-old leftover woman in this era. After breakfast, Lewis called a flying carpet on the balcony, put the basket on it, and sent it back to the Magic Cat restaurant. Then he changed his clothes, and went to the base. On the stone table, Lewis spread out the magic paper, looked at it with a smile for a while, and flew into the oil painting in the magic box. Magic Secret Realm. At the entrance of the circus, near the newly developed farmhouse. Looking at the group of stupid agents sitting at the entrance of the circus, the great voodoo Lord Ross smiled coldly, bent down, and picked up 2 eggs. After putting away the eggs, he took out his golden handkerchief and elegantly wiped the chicken shit on his dragon leather boots. Don't stand there stupidly, you can't get out here. Don't try to use apparition, or you will bear the consequences. While feeding the chickens, Ross sneered and said, Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. If it is the previous Magic Secret Realm, the 12 of us can still play with Harold in it. Now, even if there are 12 of us plus the magician, we can't get out. You are much better off now than before. You have food and drink every day, and work to do. You don't have to dance these days. Speaking of this, Rose couldn't help turning her head, and quietly wiped away tears. Originally, everyone thought that the Faceless Men were agents of the Ministry of Magic. So when these agents entered the hat a few days ago, everyone was quite excited, thinking that after playing the last round of cards, they could go to the Black Prison to enjoy themselves. It turns out that these agents are not the Faceless Man's subordinates. When the agents said they were not, everyone didn't believe it. But after Jason and I dealt all the 12 agents, everyone believed it. Subordinates of the Faceless Man? Bah. You don't deserve it. You can't even beat me. How can you be called the Faceless Man's subordinates? From now on Ross, will be the threshold of this hydra. Goo 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 goo. But no matter what, since the day the agents came in, life has become better. God has mercy on me. Harold, that psychopath, has made some contribution. His magic box is actually quite good. After that, the devil Stuart also began to come over often to deliver food. He also arranged a lot of work for everyone. What did Stuart say? Originally, The boss planned to keep you here forever as carpenters to build his manor. But after my persuasion, he realized your importance and changed his mind. So he planned to let you do some labor reform. Everyone, be good and don't cause trouble for me, otherwise the boss will find out your bounty, and will have to suck out your souls, and throw you into the devil prison. What a joke. Who is the great pharmacist? Who is the voodoo lord? From the day we met Ross, was just a farmer who mixed chicken manure and fermented manure. Okay. There is nothing I don't know about the magic potions in this world, how to grow and raise fruits and vegetables in this world, and how to adjust them. This high salary of 2 gold galleons, I am very reasonable. Looking at those chickens that are almost bigger than dogs, and the leek fields in the distance that are taller than people, Ross smiled with satisfaction. Blood Parrot, the fleet of those little guys lived up to expectations. In the end, they found the leek and handed it to Stuart in the mirror in the ship. The boss was satisfied. I guess I can get a raise next month. Of course, it would be better if I could go out and relax occasionally. But what we are doing now is also meaningful. Thinking of this, Ross looked at Jason, the Bamian immortal, who was herding sheep in the distance with some contempt. Indeed, look at the sheep you are asked to raise. They are quite big, bigger than horses. The horns are also quite big. But the bones of these cattle and sheep are almost exposed, and the soul fire is burning in their eyes. Can they still excrete feces? Can they still eat meat and drink milk, and ferment manure? Ignorant. These people are really stupid. They are lazy and do not do their work all day long. I was upset for a while, because of the salary of 2 gold galleons. They don't know what this hiring fee means. According to the law, we are all accomplices now. And we have 1 foot in the door of Hydra. What do you do now? There will be great things in the future. When a group of people like us gather together, what we do will be earth-shattering things. A powerful wizard who is younger than the Dark Lord. A powerful wizard who is dedicated to spreading magic and does not exclude low-level wizards from learning magic. Some people say that he was born in the dreams of all wizards. Ross believes that this may be true, because he must be born in response to the times. The world should change. As for now, it is just lurking temporarily and preparing slowly. The time has not come yet. There will be more and more of us. So the most important thing now is to become the boss confidant. No matter what you do, as long as you can make the boss happy, it will be of great significance. As long as you can gain his trust. Flattering him and shoveling chicken shit is nothing. How can someone who doesn't have the patience to lurk be qualified to stay in Hydra? What we do must never be exposed. But there are always fools who can't see through it. Thinking of this, Ross sneered and looked at the immortal Scarface Jason. So what are these fools waiting for? What is that fool doing? The booklet in his hand. Is he quietly studying the homework left by the boss? Damn it! The boss seemed to have left some magic homework in the dream before, and said that he would meet in reality in the next few days, and then check the results. These bastards, they drag me to play cards every day, but they study secretly behind my back. They said they would fail the course together, but they are all liars. But these lessons are really difficult. I can see that. It seems to be something very basic, but it is almost impossible to understand. It must be very difficult. What does the boss call that thing? Elementary school map recognition, small magic field theory? A basic academic discipline that can theorize magic? Something that allows wizards to study magic logically. It is so meaningful. It should be widely spread. It should be well protected. It should not be destroyed by the Ministry of Magic. The Dark Lord is right. All kinds of magical knowledge should be integrated. Civilian wizards should also learn more magic, instead of just learning a few daily spells. Magic should be reformed. The wizarding community should be strengthened. Low-level wizards should learn more. Wizards should no longer be ruled by the aristocratic wizards of the big families. The boss is also doing this recently. He asked us to write a book about all the magic we know. The wizard world should change. We can no longer play house in a small circle. We should change the blockade of the Ministry of Magic and go out to see the world. After all, the outside world has changed dramatically. Thinking of the war he participated in as a muggle, the great voodoo Lord Ross, who is more than 200 years old and once dominated the wizard world, showed deep fear in his eyes. A bunch of frogs in the well. Cuckoo. 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 Chapter 77:12 Heavenly Kings. Not long after, the wizards who were digging ponds, planting trees, expanding new spaces, or adjusting puppets in the distance came back. Everyone chatted, and gathered at the long table in the open space in front of the circus. Some people boiled water to wash their hands, Some people played cards. Some people took out their wands and took out magic powder and started to cook. The tall and mighty gray glove leader Eagle had nothing to do, and he came to his old enemy Ross with his hands behind his back and smiled at him feeding chickens. I picked up a few eggs, prepared to have a snack at noon. When the agents not far away saw this group of people, they couldn't help but take out the wanted posters from their arms. Some people crouched down and stood beside the gray glove leader Eagle and looked at him carefully for a while. You are? You are the leader of the magic rebels. No. I got the wrong person. Eagle covered his face with his sleeves with a red face and went to shovel chicken shit. The agent looked at Ross. Ross also covered his face and went to shovel chicken shit with Eagle on his shoulders. The agent opened his mouth wide, looking at the wizards in front of him, feeling that each one looked very familiar. He believed that he should not be mistaken. But how could the leader of the Grey Gloves, the Great Voodoo Lord, and others dress like old farmers, feeding chickens and ducks, and fermenting manure? What happened to this world? After a while, the black wizards who set up climate blankets, sunworms, and moonworms in the sky suddenly flew down. The two people, Iger and the chicken manure shovelers, also smiled and put their hands behind their backs and walked over leisurely, surrounding the long table. Everyone held a strange little book in their hands behind their backs. Damn it! How come you all finished your homework secretly? Ross jumped on the table and cursed. At this moment, this old man over 200 years old was extremely angry. Kevin, who was leaning against the door of the circus with lifeless eyes basking in the sun, heard this angry shout and found that someone had appeared at the long table at some point. And it was the faceless man. Kevin's eyes suddenly lit up. Kevin finally knew what this mysterious man was doing here. He was not only collecting the magic and knowledge that the Ministry of Magic had destroyed with great difficulty. He also wanted to create new things and teach these people a new magic theory. Once this theory spreads, then wild wizards will also be able to study magic. He is undermining the interests of all wizards. This evil faceless man is doing the same thing as Harold, the Dark Lord. Magic is a unique gift bestowed by the god of magic to the 12 ancient wizards and their descendants. It is an important tool for noble wizards to maintain the balance of the world. How can a lowly race get in touch with magic? He deserves death. When Kevin thought of those wild muggle wizards who were crazy about magic and looked like beggars, and would become real magicians one day, he felt that all the blood vessels in his body were about to explode. He was blaspheming magic, blaspheming the teachings left by the ancient wizards, blasphemy against Anthony, the god of magic who brought magic into this world. At this moment, the agents were burning with hatred. They stood up one after another and wished they could eat this demon alive right now. But they knew that they had a more important mission. They looked at the elementary school homework in those people's hands and felt that the future of the world was in their hands at this moment. Those elementary school homework must be destroyed. Don't be impulsive, Kevin Pisces said solemnly. It's meaningless to just destroy these homework. One of us must get out alive. Take out the shocking plot that Hydra has made here. Oh, want to get out alive? Lewis heard their thoughts, turned his head, looked at Kevin and others. A cold laugh passed into their hearts again. It's very simple. At this moment, the agents all knew that this terrifying demon wanted to say something. They all had red eyes, raised their wands, and were ready to die. As long as you lose to me, you can get out? Faceless man. This is what you said. Wait, what did he just say? Kevin looked at the agent next to him, with a puzzled look on his face. Many agents also looked at each other. I said, as long as you lose, you can get out? Lewis glanced at Zhou Chong. Currently there is still a lack of 5 ordinary wizards. These 12 people are all agents enough. As he said, Lewis walked towards the agents step by step. Humph, you are too arrogant, faceless man, but you do have reason to be arrogant. Okay, as long as the 12 of us can survive and defeat you, you will let us out alive. Wait, Ross, what are you doing? Just as the words were spoken, Kevin and others suddenly dropped their jaws in shock, looking at the dark wizards, who were suddenly fighting fiercely behind Lewis. Lewis also looked back in surprise. And in the terrifying magic chanted by the dark wizards, the agents felt a wave of confusion. Boss, how can I lose? Let me go out for a walk. I will definitely lose. Living witch funeral. Bah! Cuddy, you still call yourself a carpenter. You have brought shame to the staff maker. You still want to lose to the boss? You don't deserve to be haunted. You still have the nerve to criticize me? A dragon hunter who calls himself a hunter? You shameless fool. Burning soul in flames. Hell withering. Hymn of 1,000 demons. Kevin and others know that these black wizards, the spells they chanted, are more terrifying than each other. They are all ancient black magic. If they are picked out, they can make Warden Polster scold them, and then put the person who studies black magic into the deep magic prison. The dark wizards in front of him had hideous faces, and they were fighting fiercely. Every move they made was a famous move, and they wanted to kill their opponents with one move and turn their bones into ashes. Kevin felt that it might have been long overdue, because these 12 people had some hatred for each other. The Dark Lord wanted to gather them together, but failed. If it wasn't for the purpose of jointly dealing with the faceless man who was suspected to be sent by the Ministry of Magic, they would not have formed a temporary alliance. So Kevin and others would not be surprised to say that they would fight at any time. But the weird thing is, the things released by the wands in the hands of these dark wizards are all fireworks, flowers, and ribbons. Are you crazy? Kevin and others looked at the long table woodenly, as if they were having a celebration party. They were not mistaken. These dark wizards were setting off fireworks. But they were all playing very seriously, and they were very enthusiastic. It was as if what they released was a special skill, and they completely ignored the ribbons released from the wands. In these strange scenes, Kevin saw something was wrong. It seemed that in the eyes of these dark wizards, they were casting dark spells one after another, but they didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with them. Kevin and others suddenly had a buzz in their heads, and they thought of something. They all widened their eyes and looked at Lewis. Ahem. I'm very sorry. I made you laugh. Since they got together, they have been fighting every day. So I talked to them in everyone's dream. If someone else didn't start it first, they couldn't take the initiative to release the lethal black spell. Therefore, they will not hurt anyone casually in the future, Lewis said with his hands behind his back, looking at the dark wizard. As he said that, Lewis smiled at the many agents. It seems that the effect is not bad. At this moment, Kevin and others suddenly felt cold all over, knowing what this demon was going to do to them. He was telling the truth. If everyone lost, this demon would let everyone out alive. But run! Before he finished speaking, Lewis waved his sleeves, and immediately, a large area near Kevin and others turned into an oil painting. Everyone seemed to be suddenly printed in an oil painting, or a mirror. The body and the surrounding environment turned into a thin piece of paper. The breeze blew, and the paper fell to the ground. The circus behind the oil painting did not change at this time, but the scene behind Kevin and others turned into a chicken coop and grass. The faces of the black wizards not far away were covered with cold sweat, and then they pretended to be more active. Fireworks. A hymn of 1,000 demons. Obviously, these master-level black wizards, actually, have realized that they are a little mentally ill or that they can't actively release black magic to kill people. After all, Lewis only restricted them from actively using black magic, and did not restrict them from using ordinary magic. But they insisted on using black magic to duel. Isn't this telling the boss their current situation? Of course, there are also some very honest guys. They are smarter in using martial arts instead of setting off fireworks. They were reminding their boss that this mind stamp still had a little loophole. But there was no need to bother. It was enough. Because even without the mind stamp, they already knew who their masters were. As for the agents, after many magical modifications and experiments, even the masters of black magic could only realize it, but could not solve it, and could no longer actively use black magic to kill people. This mind stamp was more than enough. They would do a good job of Polster, and in the future, they would also use them. For example, they would help the Ministry of Magic to slowly recruit the 12 Heavenly Kings, and help the 12 Heavenly Kings to slowly whitewash themselves. Lewis smiled secretly, no longer paying attention to the black wizards over there, and walked towards the oil painting. Chapter 78 let Hydra enter the Ministry of Magic. Lewis slowly walked to the front of the painting. The agents in the painting were constantly running around shouting, but their voices could not be heard at all, and these agents suddenly seemed to be deaf and blind, and ignored Lewis, who was close to them outside the painting. Not long after, the agents all fell asleep in Lewis's nightmare spell. You used the nightmare spell LV7 foot on the agents. You defeated 12 agents, including the elite which you defeated yesterday. This weekly task has been completed. Strength +1. Looking at his own strength, it has reached more than 20 points. Lewis was a little depressed. The magic power is not bad. Because of the recent swallowing of many dreams, it has reached 40. As for various spells, through the continuous understanding of these days, and the continuous communication with 14 people, some strong spells have reached LV6 even without consuming the energy of the storybook. At this time, Ross wiped his sweat and ran over from a distance. He didn't say much, nor did he bring up the matter of going out. He just lowered his body, touched his gray beard, and smiled flatteringly. But his meaning was beyond words. He was the only one left standing. Lewis looked back and found that the dark wizards were all lying on the ground out of breath. Obviously, the reason why Ross stood to the end was not because he was the strongest among all of them, but because he was the one with the best physical strength among all of them. Or in other words, the one who was the most lazy. Tell Stuart later that you can rest on weekends in the future. It will take you away. Lewis said. Sir, it doesn't matter whether I go out or not. I just want to be outside, help you with more things and run errands. Ross said with a smile. Lewis nodded. Don't make trouble outside. I will take you to do things when I have time. Hearing this, Ross was overjoyed. He knew that the boss meant that he could go out at any time. But this was not the reason why Ross was happy. What Ross was happy about was that the boss had some trust in him. It seems that the boss has actually seen everything that everyone has done these days, watching cartoons every day. And the boss has also read the subconscious of the dreams of the others. I am indeed loyal, and want to do something big with the boss. It seems that the boss has seen that I, Ross, am a smart person. In fact, Lewis has been paying attention to Ross for several weeks. When he talked with Harold last time, he decided that he would handle the affairs of Black Corner Alley in the future. And Yingling and Fox are the Ministry of Magic informants in Black Corner Alley. And the Red Fox Den is the Ministry of Magic secret base. So with Kevin and Yingling, Ross and the others can be gradually secretly placed in the Ministry of Magic. Of course, in addition to Ross, the other 12 people also understand. After all, those who don't understand will be sent to the devil prison. But Ross is indeed the most capable guy. And he has a very flexible mind and is a veteran. It is most appropriate to let him go out and lay the foundation first. When all these people entered the Ministry of Magic, and everything was almost ready, his position in the Ministry of Magic would be almost ready. Then he could gradually awaken these subordinates, and even pull those who understood the situation to his side. Lewis set Ross away and prepared to deal with the agents. He sat down, and the grass and trees under his butt suddenly grew wildly, forming a chair. Then some scrolls, books, notes, and scripts flew out of Lewis's sleeves and floated in the air in front of him. Lewis studied Polster script and found that the logic was perfect. No wonder. If he made a mistake, he would lose his life. After studying for a while, Lewis wrote a new script based on Stuart's bad advice. Then, Lewis let Stuart enter Kevin and others' dreams. At the same time, Lewis closed his eyes and wandered into the dreams of the agents in the spiritual world. Next, Lewis influenced their subconscious while studying the magic these people knew. Lewis did not record these magics specifically, because through the magic mirror, he could reproduce all the magics he had seen completely. Therefore, he only needed to let Stuart copy down all the magics through the magic mirror and sort them out for the 12 wizards. Soon Lewis changed the subconscious of some people, and then he checked the memories of Kevin and others. Lewis has recently checked the memories of many people, and he found that in the ancient times of this world, wizards and ordinary people lived together. At that time, this world was a real fantasy world. It was prosperous and flourishing. But later, for some unknown reason, wizards and ordinary people were separated into two societies. Anthony believed that it was the Moon Court. Their fear and hatred of magic made wizards hide in a small circle, and the society of ordinary people was under the control of God. It was also in the feudal society of the Middle Ages. It had been reincarnated for tens of thousands of years without any development. Even because of God boredom, this world had many games between the God of Light and the God of Darkness. The Moon God was the one who played a double act. Civilization was constantly destroyed and reborn. Until the appearance of Anthony, the world became normal. In that era, Anthony led the wizards, supported various kings, and let mortals defeat the gods, and let the power return from the hands of gods to the hands of mortals. The world began to develop gradually, and civilization was no longer destroyed. But with the rapid rise of the 12 wizard families, they burned books and cleaned up non-noble wizards. They monopolized the knowledge left by Anthony. Eventually, the Wizard Society and Human Society were completely separated. Now that Human Society has ushered in an era of rise, some wizards advocate closing themselves off and continuing to play house. Some wizards advocate ruling the entire world like the former moon goddess. His Majesty Francesco seems to have tried to change all this, trying to eliminate the gap between wizards and muggles. Also let wizards step out of their small circle, in a peaceful way, and reintegrate into society. She seems to have found a direction to turn the United Kingdom of Sorrento into the United Kingdom of Sorrento Magic. She created a real fantasy world, and even established a magic guild. In that era, wizards gradually walked out of their small circles, and integrated into human society. They explored everywhere with ordinary people. And the whole world was peaceful and prosperous. But the Witch Queen finally failed to play with those aristocratic wizards of big families, and the Ministry of Magic, and the Magic Council they controlled. In the end, under the instigation of the aristocratic wizards, the wizards were extremely contemptuous and repulsive to ordinary people, which led to a war between humans and wizards. Until Delphinia became the wife of the Muggle King, and saved the top leaders of the Muggle Kingdom. The war gradually subsided. To this day, there is still a gap between wizards and muggles, and the lack of contact for many years has made this misunderstanding and gap become bigger and bigger. Maybe the Witch Queen is right. Wizards should go out and see the world by themselves, and muggles should also get in touch with wizards. After all, this world is originally a fantasy world. The last war made people like Ross still hate muggles. I can eliminate the hatred of the 12 of them, but I can't brainwash everyone. If no one does something, there's no telling what will happen in the next world war. Shaking his head, Lewis felt that he needed to take root in the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle Kingdom to learn more and establish his own influence. Fortunately, in the great changes in the future, he can do something openly, instead of appearing as a faceless man and becoming a world enemy. What he has done in the past few days is the first step to take root in the Ministry of Magic. Let Ross and others gradually join Yingling's team. Now, many wizards know that Louis VI has met Yingling. In the future, when his true identity gradually rises, and Yingling knows who he is, then her staying close to him will become reasonable in everyone's eyes. At this time, the subconscious of all agents has been defeated by Lewis. The rest of the work is very simple. Just leave it to Stuart. After opening his eyes, Lewis thought about it. After putting the blame of the faceless man on Bolster, the side effects of the Black Corner Alley incident were eliminated. And through Bolster, the new identities of Ross and others will become more reasonable. After this, the first Whitewish base of Black Corner Alley is almost done. Yingling, Ross, Kevin will do a good job of this. Chapter 79 First Prize. When Kevin and other agents were all unsealed again, Kevin and others recognized the people in front of them at a glance. Hey! These prison wardens are quite good at disguise. But what makes Kevin and others feel a little depressed is that Lord Bolster and these prison wardens always refuse to admit their identities. I'm really not Bolster, you got the wrong person. I understand. Sir. Kevin smiled flatteringly. It's really frustrating that Lord Bolster wants fame, and also wants to show off. Oh! What should I do? This faceless man report must be written very artistically. First of all, the credit for Harold and others wanted criminals must be attributed to Lord Bolster. Well, I only need 30% of the credit. Secondly, considering Lord Bolster's habit of reading newspapers, all newspapers must also be included. Look, didn't the warden give us all the materials? There is also the Faceless Man biography written by Lord Bolster. These words are all in Bolster handwriting. He wrote it himself. He would never make a mistake. You are not a faceless man. What kind of biography are you writing? You are still pretending. Don't keep calling me the warden. I will be Lord Voodoo Ross in the future. Ross stroked his beard, squinted his eyes, and warned Kevin, I will take over the Voodoo gang outside. If anyone reveals my identity in the future and delays Lord business, I will suck his soul. Turn him into a little doll. Voodoo doll. Looking at the old man in front of him with a fierce look and a body like a cracked clay doll, Kevin couldn't help but twitch his eyes. It is rumored that the warden of the demon prison is very scary. Especially those who are inseparable from Lord Bolster. I used to think that this kind of talk was a bit exaggerated. In this world, the most elite wizards are all specially trained agents. No matter how strong other wizards are, how much stronger can they be than us? At most, they know a few more black spells than us. If we really fight, I can't kill you. But after seeing this, Kevin felt that he was just a frog in the well. I have never seen a wizard who can easily defeat 12 elite agents by himself. No wonder Lord Polster was able to catch the criminal Harold. These 12 people together, I'm afraid they can have some fun with Harold. As for this soul catcher who occupied Ross' body, I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top 10 below Jake UK. Oh no. Kevin looked at the crowd at the long table with a strange expression. It should be the first 22. It getting late, let go out early. Lewis looked at his pocket watch, looked at the mirror that had just been placed on the table, and said, Stuart, Ross can enter and leave the secret realm freely in the future. Ross bowed slightly to the boss, then smiled and waved his finger at the other dozen or so prison officers who were doing push-ups and lifting dumbbells. Then, he grabbed Kevin and got into the mirror. Many prison wardens saw that Ross was able to go out for some fresh air, and their eyes were filled with jealousy. They raised their wands, set off a bunch of fireworks at Ross viciously, and watched them leave. When everyone emerged from the mirror in a tavern toilet, Ross waved his sleeves coldly. Then, the agents who were in a daze felt dizzy. Then, the scene in front of the 12 agents turned into a crimson box. Phantom apparition? Is this the magic of apparition? Kevin opened his mouth wide, looking at Ross in astonishment. He had seen super witches who could apparition with 2, or even 3 or 4 people, but he had never seen anyone who could apparite with 12 people at once. And the 12 of them were totally unprepared, and did not actively cooperate. Little kid, this world is big. Shaking his robe, Soloth leisurely sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Then he took out a dragon bone pipe from his pocket, and glanced at the box. There were several fox girls performing striptease, and several wizard guests in the box. They were staring at the 13 people, who suddenly appeared in amazement. Ross narrowed his eyes slightly, and said lightly, "Go home early." Ross' voice was very calm, but it seemed to have a terrifying magic. After saying that, the fox girls and wizards all felt dizzy, put on their clothes woodenly, and walked out of the room. Seeing this operation, Kevin couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This is soul stealing and soul replacement. It is a typical high-level black magic, but I have never seen anyone use it like this. Fortunately, this person is the warden of Lord Bolster. There is a master who can suppress him. Otherwise, if he is put outside, he will definitely be a leader-level black wizard of an evil force. I don't know how strong the rumored real voodoo gang leader, Voodoo Lord Ross, is, but how strong can a Spade 4 be? It should be easy for the 12 of us to capture him alive. Hearing Kevin and the others' thoughts, Rose curled his lips. Grandpa, I am indeed a 4 of spades. But do you really think that, we who are in the dark world, are like you who are in the Ministry of Magic, that the higher the ranking, the more powerful we are? Real werewolves are all low-key. After taking 2 puffs of his pipe, Rose looked at the group of little kids who were still in a daze, and said, "Little kids, hurry up and discuss things with your informant. Then let your people arrange an identity for me. When I help your informant take over the voodoo gang in Black Corner Alley, Old Ross, I will be homeless. Remember to report to the Ministry of Magic and send Grandpa wanted order." Kevin smiled. Of course, Warden, Lord Ross, if you can turn from darkness to light, the Ministry of Magic will definitely open its doors. This time the voodoo gang will definitely be wiped out. Carter, go and invite Miss Yingling. She probably doesn't know we are here yet. The Red Fox Den has a special spell, and ordinary people can't apparate here at all. After Carter left, Kevin sat with the other agents, discussing the report on the investigation of the strange incident of the faceless man with the materials. Ross sat by the side, smoking his pipe, with a lonely look in his eyes. The voodoo gang should also be disbanded. Not only has it been too ostentatious in recent years, but a bunch of messy people have also mixed in, taking this opportunity to reshuffle the cards. It can be regarded as a rebirth. The rebirth only requires the elites. I will carefully select them this time, and keep the good backbones. Later, I will arrange them to the secret bases of the Ministry of Magic, the Red Fox Denver. Then, not only can I make a living, but my identity will also be cleared. The little fox named Yingling. Has she purchased a lot of real estate recently? There will be many places in the future, and there will be a shortage of people. The Ministry of Magic is also short of people. I will find an opportunity in the future to give the backbones the identity of agents. For the time being, I will go into the Ministry of Magic to see for myself. Go to that department. After a while, Miss Yingling, wearing a red cheongsam, walked in with long legs, bringing 2 little foxes, Lilith and Xania. Many agents greeted Ying Ling. Ying Ling nodded and smiled at the agents reservedly, and then sat there calmly. Taking the cigarette handed over by Lilith, Ying Ling gently smoked it, and chatted with the agents with a smile on her face. Looking at the little fox cub, Ross smiled. Damn it. At the beginning, I rushed over from Portugal and found this dead girl to expose my name. After the chat, everyone was introduced to Hydra by you. I hid so well how many people knew that I was the Voodoo Lord. Ah? Hee, the boss here is looking for craftsmen, and after I visited you, I was invited by the boss. Isn't that a coincidence? Now that I'm out, the boss asked me to put the person here with you, and you still say that you have nothing to do with the boss? You still say that you didn't deliberately set up a trap for your grandfather? What going on? Isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious that I'm going to trick you today? Ying Ling didn't see Ross' murderous eyes, but Lilith did. Lilith pinched Ying Ling's arm with a pale face, and her tail trembled in fear. Ying Ling frowned and followed Lilith's gaze. When she saw the old man in the corner, smoking a pipe and looking at her with a half-smile, her head buzzed, and she trembled all over. She stood up and ran away in fear. Hey! Hey! Wait! What am I afraid of? I am really the mistress of the faceless man now. Ying Ling sat down again, but she felt very uneasy. Is this Demon Star on the master side? The master didn't tell me. He never said anything and hardly said a word last night. The only thing she remembered was his smell. Ross seemed to have the smell of him. The master and him should have met more than 10 minutes ago. He is very likely sent by the master. The big fox felt weak, but his face became perverse again and indifferent again. She opened the fan with a click and fanned it, while raising her head, looking at Ross with a haughty look. Ross smacked her lips, turned her head away with a look of pain on her face, and stopped looking at Ying Ling. As expected, I tricked her out. She is really the boss, little woman. Damn it, she is really lucky. While Ross turned his head away with a look of pain on his face, Ying Ling also turned his head away with glaring eyes and cold sweat on his face, and quickly fanned himself. Wipe, wipe, wipe. Hack that wolf, he really was sent by the master. This terrifying demon star above Fox's head. He is now my follower? My bodyguard? Thinking of this, Ying Ling was trembling with excitement. I really won the first prize. Yesterday, I just finished pleasing the master, and my body was still hurting. I thought the master had forgotten me. As a result, the master sent this big investment today. From now on, I am in Black Corner Alley. Who am I afraid of? Ying Ling felt a little dreamy. It seems that I really have this thigh, and I really have a backer. It feels so good to be protected by a super boss. Chapter 80 Whitewash. Kevin saw Miss Yingling sitting on the sofa in the box, crossing her legs, lightly smoking a cigarette, and his heart was filled with heat. Miss Yingling was an acquaintance. After her aunt introduced her to Kevin at the last dance, Kevin could not forget her. In addition to her beauty, this lady was an earl. They were a perfect match. It was a pity that we had no contact since then. I thought I could attend this charity party. Miss Yingling was also considering letting him be her dance partner. As a result, I was unable to attend due to an important matter. I wonder who she chose as her dance partner in the end. Thinking of this, Kevin felt a little sour in his heart. I was lucky enough to dance with Miss Yingling. That bastard was really lucky. Miss Yingling was not taken advantage of by him. Right? No, she is not that kind of person. At this time, Kevin saw Yingling always looking at Ross. Remembering that he had not introduced himself yet, he stood up. By the way, Miss Yingling, let me introduce you. Mr. Ross has actually been our undercover agent in the Voodoo Gang. Kevin stood up very gentlemanly, nodded and introduced. In fact, he has been lurking in the Voodoo Gang for many years, but he did not expect that he would be in the process of doing it. At this point, many agents and Ross smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the room became cheerful. Ross smiled and thought. He understood what Kevin meant. This is to slowly whitewash himself, and then only need a file from the demon prison, and Kevin will do some work, and things will be almost done. According to Kevin, meaning, he should be planning to write his resume in the Faceless Man investigation report this time. For example, he cooperated with Lord Bolster, lurked in Black Corner Alley for many years, collected information on wanted criminals, and finally closed the net. In this process, in addition to many flower card wanted criminals, he also caught the Big Fish Herald. As for the souls of the real voodoo demon lords, they have been eaten by Warden Ross. The file is easy to handle. And it will not be a problem with Stewart. As for Polster, Stewart will probably communicate with him later. Ms. Yingling, no one knows the details about Mr. Ross yet. However, you two need to cooperate more in the future. Please get to know each other better. After hearing this, Yingling was slightly stunned. She exchanged glances with Ross, and then suddenly understood. Kevin, you really brought me a surprise. Over the years, in Black Corner Alley, Fox has dealt with the Voodoo Gang a lot. I have heard of Lord Voodoo. I just didn't expect that he was actually from the Ministry of Magic Prison Department. With his cooperation this time, we will definitely be able to restore peace to Black Corner Alley. I will need to trouble you a lot in the future. Kevin smiled and said, Black Corner Alley, a place of filth and dirt, has been watched by the Ministry of Magic for many years. This time, if you can open a breakthrough here and restore order here, then when the Ministry of Magic sets up a branch here, you will definitely be the first to contribute. Kevin said a lot, with the intention of making a big deal out of a small matter, full of the style of an official. But in fact, these were all the hints that Lewis had left him before. These hints made Kevin realize that he had seized this great opportunity. Now Black Corner Alley has been swept by Lord Polster and 12 wardens. Now is a golden opportunity to retake Black Corner Alley. And once this is successful, the credit will be much greater than arresting Harold. Yingling and Ross will most likely become the director and deputy director. And I will definitely be promoted in the Ministry of Magic. Kevin did not say many things clearly, but the words director and deputy director have flashed in Yingling's mind like a thunderbolt. Is this a step to heaven? Director? No one can compete with me for this position. Even if the Ministry of Magic parachutes a director and makes me the deputy, he will be sidelined by me. I thought I was just doing a small business in Black Corner Alley, but my small business actually encountered a golden opportunity. Now Black Corner Alley, it is true that when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king. And I am this monkey. Today, a tiger came, and he is my bodyguard. Ha ha ha. After figuring it out, Yakura Ling straightened her back, and when she talked to these distinguished guests from the Ministry of Magic in front of her, she was more confident. In the past, these were all masters, especially Mr. Kevin. Although his official position is not too high, he is someone who can talk to my aunt. After all, he has a deep backstage. But now, I don't have to be so cautious when entertaining anyone. This director is in my pocket. If I really get him, then all the county senators will have to curry favor with me in the future. I can even run for the Senate. Once Black Corner Alley is unified, it will become a new constituency. Then who will be voted for here? Isn't it up to me to decide? On the other side, Kevin had also explained a little bit, suggesting that Yingling should cooperate with Ross to make the cake of Black Corner Alley bigger. The opportunity now is not only rare, but also easy to get. Black Corner Alley is Yingling, the local boss, and Ross, the spokesperson of Bolster. The credit for the future will not go to others. After all, the faceless man has the final say in Black Corner Alley. And after that, as long as Kevin father and Yingling aunt take advantage of this great opportunity and work at the Ministry of Magic, the big cake of Black Corner Alley can be made. After everyone had discussed this matter for a while, Kevin brought the topic to the Faceless Man investigation report. When Yingling heard everyone start talking about this, she remembered something and her face became strange. I vaguely remember that these agents broke into the box and were taken away by the owner. Yes, I remember. They should have been taken away. What happened in the meantime? Why do these agents seem to be familiar with the owner? Could it be that they are really familiar with the Master True identity? Yingling's face became even more strange. She found that these agents deliberately did not mention the identity of the Faceless Man. But when talking about the Faceless Man, they smiled as if to say, "This distinguished master is so-and-so." When Yingling asked, the agents also smiled mysteriously, as if to say, "We all know who he is, but we can't tell you." Could it be that the master is really a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic? Yingling looked at her new housekeeper, Ross, with a puzzled look on her face. Ross smiled, said nothing, and seemed to be saying, "Just watch the show." Yingling felt more and more strange. However, this vixen lady just smoked quietly, without showing any special expression. She also did not show that she knew the Faceless Man. Before, she boasted about Lewis' name everywhere. But after they really had a relationship, she wanted to hide it. Occasionally, the detectives would ask Yingling, the local boss, about some things in Black Corner Alley. Ling also gave the detectives the latest intelligence. After receiving the intelligence, the detectives communicated in detail. Soon, these old hands sorted things out. The contents of the relevant reports and some plans were also preliminarily discussed. Inspector Kevin, I think this matter must be handled very cleverly. A detective touched his chin and said, the identity of the faceless man. Paul coughed. That lord will definitely be of great use in the future. So, as to who the faceless man is, we can let the Ministry of Magic know through our investigation report. It is best to set it as A-level or S-level confidential. Indeed. Another agent who was writing a copy looked up and added, the things in the newspaper cannot reveal the identity of the adults. The adults just want to pretend to cough and get a name. People who are familiar with him will know who the faceless man is as soon as they see some of the things mentioned in the newspaper. The third agent added, yes. So the things in the newspapers. Just some positive publicity about the faceless men catching wanted criminals. And suppress all the unfavorable rumors about the adults in Black Corner Alley. Miss Yingling, newspapers alone are not enough. And this matter still requires the cooperation of Fox and others. Yingling nodded stiffly. After discussing with many agents, Kevin couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly. Not bad. Not bad. Kevin smiled and said, this time, Lord Bolster will definitely be happy. Hearing Kevin actually say the master name, many agents coughed suddenly. Kevin realized that he had said something wrong, and his face was a little stiff. He turned around and looked at Ling, who also had a stiff face. He said awkwardly, and even his tone became serious, Lord Ling. You guessed it right. Lord Bolster is indeed the faceless man, Kevin said, after we were taken away by the master. The master revealed his identity, but he didn't want anyone to know about this. Just put it in the newspaper. Hee hee. You know? I understand Ling said with a smile. Turning her head, she began to fan herself, and cursed in her heart with her eyes wide open. The thousand-faced Grim Reaper with a lantern. He is indeed a man. But just him? Just him? That skinny ghost and Ross. One is a skeleton covered with human skin, and the other is a clay doll. Tie them together, and send them to the harem of the Muggle Kingdom, and they don't even need to be castrated. If you say the faceless man is a dragon, I still believe it. If you say he is Bolster, I won't believe it even if you kill me. Miss Yingling, the master is indeed not Bolster. Bolster is his future substitute. Don't say anything. Ross' voice suddenly appeared in Yingling's heart. Yingling looked at Ross, who was smoking a pipe and reading a newspaper, and suddenly understood what was going on. She suddenly turned her eyes, got an idea, and smiled. Sir Kevin, I have known the identity of the faceless man for a long time, but don't forget, I was there in the battle with Harold. At that time, you were fighting with Harold. At that critical moment, Lord Bolster brought people to rescue in time. In the end, we successfully captured Harold, the wanted criminal. Hearing this, Kevin was stunned at first, and then smiled. Miss Yingling, this smart fox is asking for benefits from me. To be honest, if Lord Bolster wants to get this thing done, he really needs the help of this local lady. Logically speaking, she should also be given a share of the credit. But the pie of Black Corner Alley is big enough. Why does she want to take credit for this? Ms. Yingling, I understand what you mean. But? Kevin looked at Yingling in confusion. Of course I don't care about this little advantage. But several of my friends were there at the time, Sir Kevin. Don't you need to interview more people? They can all testify. At that time, Sir Barton, the county senator, and my good friend O'Sickeries and her 2 disciples, just happened to pass by. They all participated in the battle and captured Harold, the wanted criminal. By the way, O'Sickeries' 2 students are named Louis and Helen. They are temporary workers in the mysterious office. Don't forget to report them together. After saying that, Ling thought about it secretly. Sir Barton's share of benefits must be given. He is now being wooed by the Lufield family, and is about to join the princess party. With this benefit, this ambitious guy will certainly be willing to support the princess faction in the future. As for that little girl O'Sickeries, she needs the reputation of the Ministry of Magic right now. Once this report is sent to the Ministry of Magic, and Maya works hard, it will definitely create momentum and bring a lot of reputation to the little girl. By then, there will definitely be more people in the Ministry of Magic who will pay attention to the princess faction. As long as the princess faction works hard, it is possible that they can secretly win over several officials from the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 81 Big News. After listening to Yingling's words, Kevin knew what Yingling meant. But after thinking about it, he shook his head. Miss Yingling, Sir Barton and His Highness O'Sicries have these two benefits, but it's a bit unreasonable to say that two little wizards are involved in such a big thing. And they are temporary workers. Well, are they going to pursue a career in politics? Yingling's face fell on the spot. She drank some tea, smoked lightly, didn't even look at Kevin, and chatted with Ross with a smile. At this moment, Kevin was a little embarrassed. And many agents also looked a little embarrassed. It seems that he offended this local boss. Is it possible that the credit should be divided again? Kevin looked at Ross carefully, and found that Ross didn't care about this matter at all. Indeed, Lord Polster didn't care about this credit. And he didn't think much of it. What he wanted was reputation. A name in the newspaper. And the hearts of the voters. But with more people, wouldn't my contribution be less? If I want to handle the Bolster case, I can't just rely on this local boss. I might even have to ask her aunt to help me. Otherwise, the credit for arresting Harold won't be easy to come by. Kevin figured it out. He said, Ms. Yingling, we have all written down the names you mentioned. Don't worry. This matter will be handled. I am familiar with the mysterious office. In the future, we may need them to send people. When the time comes, I will take care of these two young people. After listening to this, Yingling smiled. Kevin is a sensible boy. Louis, that brat, got a bargain. This great achievement is comparable to a letter of recommendation from the big political donors behind those Ministry of Magic politicians. Where can he get a letter of recommendation of this level? Even his aunt can't ask for it. With this achievement, he probably gets enough with a plain card. This is an investment. When you become successful in the future, you must remember my kindness. A few days later, at the dinner table, 3 of Hearts promotion merit +1. Louis, 3 of Hearts 3/3. 4 of Hearts 0/3. Currently available promotion merits, Crowley Manor. Mysterious and strange events, Grade A. Introducer, Mr. Believe. A big banker, telephone communication tomorrow. Inviter, desperate Crowley family muggles. Sad big textile capitalist. Captain of the 7th Fleet of the United Kingdom of Sorrento. Colonial Governor of 3 continents. Military and political leader Athena Crowley, Muggle Governor. Earl. Sad Earl Chief Heir Kate Crowley. Miss Muggle, Investable. Teammate. 3 British Great Magicians. Is there really magic in this world? 3 Luna High Priests. Is there really such evil in this world? Templar, he has the martial arts you need. Available identities. 2 Reverend Louis of the Idle Tree Cathedral, Detective Assistant Sister Helen/Sister O'Sicries. Completion rewards. Random attribute +5, Ministry of Magic merit +1, Steward reasonable recommendation letter +1, O'Sicries Sorrento Kingdom Court reputation +200, Louis Sorrento Kingdom reputation +200, Delphinia and Ignatius banquet invitation. At this table, Louis looked at the narration. While looking at the newspaper in his hand, his face was very strange. After all these twists and turns, the credit is still in my hands? It's too difficult to do good deeds without leaving a name. However, didn't the storybook say a letter of recommendation? How did it become a credit? It seems that this fate line is already as messy as it can be. And even the storybook can't predict it 100% accurately. Ahem. Ahem. Helen poked Louis, signaling him to listen carefully to his sister. Louis put down the newspaper, looked at O'Sicries, who was telling a story, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. At that time, Sir Yingling and I happened to pass by, and the great magician Harold was captured by us in desperation. However, I thought that I didn't really need this credit, so I considered whether I should take care of my students. O'Sicries paused deliberately, shook the wine glass gracefully, and took a sip of red wine in the eyes of her sister full of admiration and Louis' contempt. This time, O'Sicries stood up straight in front of her students again, and she was arrogant. Her feet under the table also swung. This time, Your Highness, is not going to the Ministry of Magic to rebuild your reputation among the court wizards? Won't you be noticed by the wizards of the Academy again? Become the focus of the Academy? Make a big news later, and get a vice president position in the Academy. By then, I will have many students, and my supporters everywhere. Then I will strive for the Queen of Hearts, and the next generation of Witch Queen. Will it be snatched away by others? It's just that my father is a bit annoying. These wizard newspapers can't be seen in the Muggle world. After my father was cursed by that little goblin, I always thought that I was living a lazy life in a place called the Holy Tree Seminary. I really want to be on the newspapers of the Muggle world. My Highness, the princess, is about to disappear in her own kingdom. Sister, please continue. Helen said impatiently. Her hands were tangled together. This was in the newspaper. Will she and Louis also be promoted? Humph, you two little ones are lucky. It just that. Some people never know how to be grateful, and are always annoying. As she said that, Osicris deliberately rolled her eyes at Louis. Sister is so awesome, cough cough. Helen clapped her hands vigorously, pinched Louis with her foot, and signaled Louis to clap quickly. Seeing Louis still rolling his eyes, Osicris couldn't help but kick him under the seat. Paw 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 paw. Awesome. Awesome. My teacher is the best. Louis clamped his teacher's legs and clapped his hands with a smile. Feeling that her feet were clamped, Osicris looked at Louis in disbelief, in his eyes. Does he really have me as his teacher? After dinner, Osicris ordered Louis to clean up the dishes and clean the room, and then went back to her room to secretly do the homework that Louis assigned to her through Helen. Helen stuck out her tongue, looked at Louis, seemingly planning to clean up with him. You are always bullying me, and you want to improve your reputation with the Muggles? You want to be on the Muggle newspapers? I wanted to take you on this business trip, to broaden your horizons. This is how you behave? You are still a sensible kid. Louis glanced at the obedient Helen, and touched Helen's head with a smile. Good boy, I will take you to see ghosts tomorrow. Helen opened her mouth wide, so scared that she almost cried. Can I not go? No. Witches are afraid of ghosts. You've embarrassed your teacher, pointing to his nose. After taking a bath, Louis wiped his hair, coughed in the living room, and shouted the secret code agreed upon by the three people to Osicris' door. I'm done with the bath. At present, the two stupid sisters, although secretly doing Louis's homework, have not yet figured out how to cancel the magic agreement they made. However, the two sisters have successfully annoyed Louis with all kinds of fancy tricks in the middle of the night every day. So the three of them signed a supplementary agreement and exchanged a secret code. As long as Louis says the code, the contents of the magic agreement will not take effect for a period of time. Taking a bath is the code. So after Osicris heard the code, she breathed a sigh of relief. She continued to write her homework happily, while trying to cover her ears and steal the bell. On the other side, Louis returned to the bedroom and locked the door. After reading a book for a while, he took a map of Black Corner Alley and looked at it for a while, thinking about whether to go to Yingling Place. Since the last time, he has not been there. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but smile. But thinking of Stuart's sad face, Louis sighed. Recently, Stuart has been studying very hard, as if he would die if he didn't go to class for a day. Shaking his head, Louis returned to bed and entered the dream world. Under the tree, Louis sat on the rock and told the 14 people about today's class. Looking at the 14 people sitting in front of him writing furiously, Louis nodded secretly. Ross and others don't need to be mentioned. They have ideals and goals. And they also write books for Muggles. So he worked very hard. Harold, as his chief disciple, was the most hardworking. But Stuart, who was lazy and gluttonous, had been studying like crazy recently, and he wanted to surpass Harold, the academic master, in the first grade of elementary school. It was as if he would die if he couldn't surpass him. Master, Stuart put down the 4 pens in his hands, and the fire in his eyes couldn't help but jump. The devil prison has been a little bit uneasy recently. The fat man Harold stroked his monocular eyepiece and laughed grimly. Stuart looked at his master with despair on his face, and said, I want to take a leave for a business trip recently. Is it okay? Forget it, go ahead. Don't miss the evening class. With a sigh, Louis looked at his other good student with a smile on his face. Harold, you are going on a business trip. No. I want to stay in the demon prison for a while. It's quite quiet here, and interesting. Harold used the new knowledge he learned today, folded the newspapers in front of him into the shape of magic wands, and laughed like a fat boy with a mental illness. Looking at the newspapers and magic wands piled in front of Harold, Stuart showed a desperate and helpless look. This madman. When did he steal all the newspapers from the prison propaganda department and brought them into the dream world? What did he teach today? I don't know. It seems very powerful. Those newspapers can't really be used as magic wands. Right? He made thousands of them. Who is he going to give them to? Suddenly, Stuart's mind buzzed. It all useless now. Oh no. I'm on vacation. Hee. Brother Polster. I won't interfere with this riot tonight. Chapter 82 Six-Sided Demon Prison. Six-Sided Demon Prison. This is a prisoner riot. These prisoners, each of them has many numbers on his uniform. Some of them have clubs, spades, and other flower cards. The wands in the hands of the prisoners are also made of rolled newspapers. But they can use magic. Amid the laughter of these vicious prisoners, hundreds of soul catchers have been defeated. Even many powerful warden are already wiping cold sweat, with fear in their eyes. These prisoners have fought their way up from the lowest level of the prison. They broke through the defenses one by one, laughed crazily, and threw newspapers. The sky and the ground were full of newspapers, and the whole scene was like a carnival. This was a terrible riot. Once all these demons escaped from the prison, the wizarding world would be in chaos. But this group of lunatics didn't seem to have any intention of running away, but instead, they kept attacking the warden office. A series of soft, but clear footsteps of leather shoes gradually sounded from a corner of the corridor. Many prisoners suddenly looked at the corner with fanatical eyes, and rushed over frantically. Ha, Polster. Hand over your diamond, J. My roommate liked this before he died. You didn't bring the Grim Reaper lantern today. You're dead. You're finally here. I've been waiting for this day for 180 years. Kill him. He has no lantern, he has nothing. The Jack of Diamonds is mine. I will use this card to compete for the throne of the Witch King. I am the Witch King. I am the future Witch King. Kill him, he doesn't deserve that card. The rumor that Polster has no magic without a lantern has been around for a long time, and it has become more and more intense. The identity of the faceless man is a strong proof that Polster is extremely powerful without a lantern. But the prisoners don't believe it. Many prisoners no longer cared about the soul catchers and warden flying around on the high ceiling of the corridor. Whether it was because of hatred, or for the Jack of Diamonds, or for the head of the warden, they all rushed to the corner frantically. However, many people just passed by, and lay on the ground with their eyes rolled up strangely. And their souls also began to continuously flow from their facial features, and drilled into the blue magic lanterns in the corridor. Soon, these prisoners fell down like wheat, and the rest of them yelled in fear, and crawled frantically to the back. In a blink of an eye, this group of terrifying prisoners no longer had the arrogance just now. The faint footsteps never stopped, and they were still clear amid the prisoners shouting. A leather shoe suddenly stepped on the shadow of a prisoner crawling on the ground, and the prisoner fell to the ground instantly. After the prisoner's soul came out, the soul catcher hooked the soul and the body and sent them back to the cell. The six-sided devil prison is between the underworld and the main world. If the soul flies out, as long as it is sent back to the body for treatment in a short time, it can continue to survive. But the whole process was extremely painful. At this time, following the footsteps, a man in a nightgown with many Club KS printed on it, holding documents under his arm, drinking coffee, looking at a newspaper he had just picked up from the ground, walked out carelessly from the corner. No. No. No, don't come over. Don't come over. He is really the faceless one. Ah. There were several crying prisoners with 10 of clubs, 10 of spades, and 9 of clubs, crawling around, but as the man in pajamas walked by, he didn't even look at them, and they suddenly died. All those whose shadows are touched by the god of death will die. I didn't take the Jack of Diamonds. The thin middle-aged man in the King of Clubs robe put down the newspaper and took a sip of coffee. He didn't speak, but his cold voice resounded throughout the entire prison. He slowly raised his head and looked at the magic clown at the end of the corridor with his eyes full of blue flames. The magic clown was a little fat, and he wore a tall hat with newspapers folded on his head. There was a pattern of a Jack of Diamonds that was buttoned on the hat. The suit he was wearing was also made of newspapers. He was performing a magic trick in front of the door of an office. At his feet, there were many thumb-sized figures, some of whom were crying and begging prisoners. Some were trembling jailers, and even warden. They were all dressed up as clowns, running around screaming and crying. The magician performed a magic trick with crazy laughter. Not far from him, there were several warden leading many jailers to surround him. They looked at the madman as if they were facing a great enemy, but they did not dare to move forward. The magician, who was laughing crazily, suddenly reached out his hand to grab the top of his head. And then a soul-catching messenger who had just sneaked and stealthily turned into a balloon and was caught in his hand. Then, he folded the balloon into a puppy, which then became smaller and smaller, and was used to decorate a clown at his feet. It seemed that Harold had become stronger than before these days. Hello. Warden Polster took a sip of coffee, squinted his eyes slightly. Did you release these people again? There is no door in front of a magician. No lock. No shackles. Ha ha. In Harold's wild laughter, the little people under his feet all turned into playing cards. He stretched out his hand and pulled, and the playing cards flew into his hand, and flew into the sky. Soon, the walls of the entire corridor turned into a maze made of folded playing cards. The lights on the corridors all turned into flowers, and the wands and weapons in the hands of the jailers and soul catchers all turned into newspapers. In that panic, everyone fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the thousand-faced death god Bolster already spewed fire. Always good-tempered, he really got angry this time. You don't want to escape this time. He stopped talking nonsense, and suddenly turned into a huge white shadow, like the shadow of the death god, passing through Harold's body in an instant. But at this moment, Harold's body suddenly turned into a red bullfight cloth. Polster also had a clown nose and balloon horns on his body. And the entire maze also disappeared. Ha 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 ha, death can't catch the magician, can't catch the magician. Polster was slightly stunned, and then he became furious. Harold. The jailers trembled, or fainted on the ground in the terrifying magic of Polster. Or his legs went limp. And he knelt on the ground. Bolster angrily threw everything on his nose and head to the ground, and stomped on it a few times. Then his body passed through the door of the office and entered the room. After closing the door, Bolster lifted up his burning nightgown and took out a lantern from his crotch. The lantern looked quite large, weighing several kilograms, and there were some burnt hairs on it. Without time to take a closer look, Bolster hurriedly took out several tubes of fire-extinguishing agent from his sleeves and poured them on his crotch. Then he rolled on the ground in pain. Oh my God! Oh my God! It burning me to death! It burning me to death! It seemed that he was very special. Ordinary people would die if they touched a little bit of Hades fire. But the Hades fire burned on him for so long, and he was fine. After a while, the flame on his robe finally went out. Polster gritted his teeth with a pale face, stood up with the help of the table, picked up the death lantern, and sat on the chair at the back of the office, looking at the death lantern, whose fire of Hades was becoming less and less due to frequent overuse. Bolster held the lantern in despair and fear, crying and cursing. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Your Majesty Francesco! Why did you have to choose me in the first place? I am just a slightly special wizard. Why did you arrange me to the most terrifying place in the world? I am really not suitable to use this lantern to sit in the devil prison. This is not a good job at all. A moment later, the warden was already in tears. He placed the death lantern in the center of the crystal array in the office to charge it. Then he returned to his desk and rummaged through the messy documents on his desk with a serious face. Soon, he found a dream gem, a magic notebook, and 2 test papers. The magic notebook was from Nightmare Stewart. The things recorded on it were messy. As for the 2 scrolls, one was from yesterday, with a grade of A+, and the other was from today, which had not been done yet. Polster solemnly took out a few blank parchments, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the feather pen elegantly, and copied the papers more than a dozen times. After checking that there were no mistakes, he played the lecture content in the dream crystal, while listening to Lewis' narration, and carefully reading the notes of Nightmare Stewart. His expression was sacred and solemn, and focused. Occasionally, he would try according to the contents of the magic notebook, or maybe he pondered for a long time. Gradually, he finally understood a little bit about the stick scroll eye, shadow of death that Lewis told him. Mr. Bull suddenly had a strange feeling. That is, some things, the teacher seemed to be telling him specially. Among the many students of the teacher, it seemed that only he was suitable to learn this thing. Shaking his head, Bull began to do the first paper seriously. The handwriting was imitated vividly. Even if Lewis stood here, he would probably think it was written by Nightmare Stewart himself. The dream crystal was playing the lecture content all the time. Every time Warden Polster did a test paper, he would listen carefully again. For each test paper, he would do it many times. And for every sentence in the class, he would listen to it many times. No wonder Nightmare Stewart academic performance is so much better than Harold. Because this homework has always been written by another person. No wonder this person learns so well. After all, if he didn't learn as well as Harold, he would die. Standing in front of the magic mirror, Lewis looked at the scene inside and rubbed his forehead. Stewart is such an unlearned bastard. Bull did all the homework. Shaking his head, Louis covered the magic mirror and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, blue flames appeared in his eyes. Then, he opened his arms, and his body turned into a phantom like the god of death, floating in the air. He stretched out his hand and pulled, and all the shadows of the various objects in the base were caught in his hand. Is he only able to step on shadows now? But it pretty good. I have to ask Paul to attend the class when he free. This guy has great potential in the future. One day, he will be as strong as the legendary thousand-faced Grim Reaper with Lantern. Louis raised his eyebrows, with some anticipation. He changed his appearance, and strolled back to the dormitory. I'm going on a business trip today. Muggle City. English City. Earl Crawley. Did this person appear in the first edition of the storybook before? Why did the Witch Queen marry a Muggle king? Louis shook his head. Chapter 83 Big Trouble. After walking out of the bedroom, Louis saw Osicris and her sister sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. It seemed that Helen was humming a little tune, seemingly happy about today's business trip. But Osicris had a very strange expression on her face, and her mouth was a little pouty. Louis didn't understand what was going on, and went to wash up first. After a while, he heard a series of thoughts and complaints coming from outside the bathroom door. Osicris, what a joke. How is this possible? There are Karuta cards on the first day of employment? I haven't. What going on? When did so many big donors appear behind Louis? Could it be that I have to beg Louis to protect me in the future? Helen, what are Louis and I classified as? Sister hasn't told me yet. What do I need to buy when I go to a Muggle city? Do they also sit on brooms? Louis laughed, wiped off the toothpaste on his mouth, walked out of the bathroom, and sat on the dining table. Seeing Teacher Osicris secretly looking at him, Louis winked at her. Osicris was secretly looking at Louis. And when he saw Louis winking at her, his face turned red. After coughing, he said, Louis, Helen, Director Triff and I talked on the phone this morning. Your positions have been reduced. You can call Triff this afternoon to confirm. Osicris' voice became smaller and smaller. And in the end, she couldn't even hear herself. Oh! Louis ate the 8 treasure porridge cooked by the Magic Cat shop. And said oh, without asking any more questions. Osicris secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, sister, do you know Earl Crawley? Helen asked curiously. Unlike Osicris, Helen's parents are pure-blood wizards. And she grew up in the academy. So she had almost no contact with the outside world. She had never seen the ministers and nobles of the Muggle kingdom. But Osicris' father is the Muggle king. And she grew up in the Muggle court. So she is actually very familiar with Crowley. Thinking of Crowley incident, Osicris couldn't help rubbing her forehead. The things in Earl Crowley family are still a little special. Remember? If you go there, don't provoke that thing. Investigate the situation. Write an investigation report to deal with it. And come back early. Just don't provoke him. It fine. She knew about the Crawley Earl family, which was well known in the kingdom of Sorino. It was really scary. This time, Believe really caused Louis a big trouble. And the Ministry of Magic already knew about it, and the order from the Department of Mysteries had been issued. It was impossible not to go. Osicris said, but don't worry too much. Trev said that he had applied to the magic prison to dispatch a warden to assist. Probably Warden Stewart. At this point, Osicris rubbed her forehead again. Although Stewart couldn't solve the problem. If they encountered danger, he could still take Louis and Helen back. It was just that Louis and Helen had offended him badly last time. It was okay for Helen. Stewart wouldn't make things difficult for her. But Louis might suffer. Sister, can you call and tell them not to come? Helen is most afraid of it. Helen was a little scared. And felt that the sandwich in her hand was not fragrant anymore. Don't worry, Helen. It's a good thing to have it. Osicris looked at Louis with a serious face. Louis, you must respect Sir Stewart. Even I have to treat him as an elder. What more? He is the warden now. No matter how you look at it. He is your superior. Hearing this, Louis blinked. So this guy said he was on a business trip just to deal with me? Don't worry, sister. Louis is very polite. Helen quickly flattered him and said something nice. Isn't that right, Louis? Yes. Mr. Stewart is always very polite. Louis lowered his head and cut 2 pieces of cake and handed them to the 2 sisters. If you are not polite, I will teach you again. Thinking of Louis' teasing of Stewart in public during the last assessment. And Louis's usual arrogance. The 2 sisters looked at each other and stroke their foreheads at the same time. It might not be realistic to point at Lewis and say he is polite. O'Sickeries was a little sad. After finishing her meal, she couldn't help but admonish Lewis for a long time in the tone of an elder. Forget about being careful at home and in the academy. But be careful outside. Don't offend Stuart and Governor Crowley. Although he is a muggle, he is now the commander of the 7th Fleet of the Kingdom of Sorrento. Even the Queen of Witches is afraid of him. When the time comes, you must show some respect. After listening for a while, Lewis found that wizards seemed to be very afraid of muggles in their hearts. This made Lewis even more curious. After a pause, O'Sickeries said, "The Ministry of Magic knows about the situation of the Crowley family. In addition, this time Stuart is in the front, so even if it doesn't work out, the Ministry of Magic won't blame you two newcomers." After O'Sickeries said this, Lewis agreed in a good voice, which calmed the two sisters down. After the three of them cleaned up the table, O'Sickeries planned to take the two of them to buy some things. Helen went there with great interest, and Lewis remembered that he had an appointment in the morning with the last little guy from the Believe family. So he went to the office. As soon as he arrived at the door, Lewis saw a row of tall and strong dragon sailors standing at the door. Some of them had bruises on their faces. After seeing Lewis, they turned their heads and lowered their eyes. In the middle of the dragon sailors, there stood a little goblin with a captain hat smoking a pipe, a big beard, and a colorful conch hanging around his neck. He claimed to be the uncle of the big banker Kentucky Believe. Obviously he was lying. It was more like saying he was the ancestor of the Believe family. But he did not lie in one sentence. He was engaged in international maritime trade. A human trafficker. These guys came yesterday, but they were not very polite. So they were beaten up. You found that. This person's real name is Little Conch. He is 372 years old, full of sins, and cursed by the son of the abyss. Since you reviewed the information analysis method, you can see text without text. After seeing Lewis coming, Mr. Captain Hat quickly took off his hat, stood at the door, bent over, and made a noble salute with a flattering face. Then he showed a mouthful of incomplete yellow teeth and laughed. Lewis glanced at him, picked up the key and opened the door. This time, Mr. Captain Hat dragon bodyguards learned their lesson. None of them dared to follow him in. Only Mr. Captain Hat followed him in with small steps. "Have you washed?" Lewis put on his gloves and looked back at the guy who wanted to go to bed. I washed my butt when I went back yesterday. This morning, I washed it specially," the captain said with 2 fingers pointing to the sky. "Well, drink this." Lewis took out a bottle of Nutri Express and threw it to the guy. "This guy came here yesterday. But why was he kicked out? I won't say much about the reason. You said that this guy got angry after reading the newspaper. And he was so rude. If I don't beat him, who should I beat?" After checking the condition, Lewis frowned. He recently discovered one thing: the later the people of the Believe family came, the more serious their illness was. The harder it was to treat. Another thing was that Nutri Express had a miraculous effect. Otherwise, even with general anesthesia, if the root of the disease was moved, the patient would be in excruciating pain. However, the difficulty of Captain Hat illness was not the same level as that of others. Lewis tried several times, but he failed to transfer it successfully. Until he raised his eyebrows and typed the root of the disease into a QR code, the matter was over. Mr. Little Conch favorability plus max. After asking, Lewis learned that Little Conch was the first person to be cursed and then get the touch of the ancient god. Obviously, the rise of the Believe family has a mysterious past. If it hadn't run away quickly, it would have been more than just the butt that was hurt by the touch of the ancient god. In any case, this adventure is worth it. A family that is very bold and very good at doing business suddenly got a huge amount of mysterious wealth and caught up with the Muggle Industrial Revolution and the gold rush of the Wizard Magic Revolution. The Believe family gradually rose and became one of the world's largest capital groups. And this Mr. Little Conch is the source of all this wealth and curse. It really strange. The little captain looked in the mirror and said in astonishment, "The curse of the god of the abyss on me is really gone. I am as good as new." As good as new. Lewis, who was washing his hands at the side, said nothing more. When treating the 6th person, Lewis found that this seemed to be a curse. In other words, only the last 5 people who got sick had not yet been completely cursed. The conch on your neck can only be sealed for another 3 years at most. Lewis wiped the towel, glanced at Mr. Goblin and said, "Wealth and immortality have a price, Mr. Little Conch." At this time, A pink letter suddenly came in from the window, interrupting Louis' words. He caught it. When he saw the white fox fur on it, his eyebrows couldn't help but rise. Mr. Lewis, did you just call me Little Conk? Mr. Goblin was speechless. How long has it been? For hundreds of years? Has he not been called by this nickname? He put his hat on his chest and bowed solemnly. It seems that, like everyone else, Mr. Little Snail intends to discuss a big business or a big trouble with you. Little Snail said, Sir, as you said, wealth and immortality have a price. Before he finished speaking, he was kicked out of the door. Obviously, Louis doesn't want to get involved in any trouble related to ancient gods, outer gods, and other cosmic high-dimensional creatures. Even if there is no real ancient god in this world. Even if this is just its offspring. The goblin shouted at the door. The Believe family is at your service at any time. With a bang, the door closed. What do you mean by at your service at any time? That means to trouble you at any time. Look at what KFC introduced later. A trouble that even Stuart couldn't solve. After asking Wallace's cousin to write a manuscript. What trouble did he cause? Dragon Clan Arena. Louis decided to do something fun first. Throwing away the towel, Louis raised his eyebrows and glanced at the pink letter. He smelled a familiar smell. It was someone he knew. On the wax, there was a tuft of white fox hair. Louis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He opened it and saw that it was a line of riddles that needed to be predicted with a crystal ball. But Louis could tell that the riddles were fake. If you really used the crystal ball to use this riddle, you would directly dial a video call. Damn, you are quite good at playing. But who is this? Raising his eyebrows, Louis smiled and lay on the rocking chair on the balcony. He took out the crystal ball, touched it, and a live broadcast appeared. At the other end, there was a little white fox. Oh, no one will see it. Will they? If they record it and threaten me tonight, I will be in big trouble. As she said that, Miss Lilith threw a wink, pulled down her suspenders, and started the live show. Behind her, there were 5 little foxes. They looked pretty good at dancing. It was the dance Louis taught a few people that day. But there was no video of it. But this time, the dance was much hotter. What does this mean? Let me go in the evening. Louis blinked his eyes, and he was no longer sleepy. It seems that these 6 little foxes are in big trouble. Just when they were having fun, the door slammed, and Helen ran in excitedly. After a while, Louis and the other side quickly threw away the crystal ball. Louis, their news. Tell Director Triv quickly that you seem to have the 3 of hearts. It doesn't matter whether it's the 3 of hearts or not. What important is that Helen can't wait to go to the British city to play. Chapter 84. The Exorcist Detective, who works as a part-time priest. After several calls from the crystal ball, Director Triv finally responded. It looked like a beach over there, and there were many hot girls playing beach volleyball not far away. And on the sea farther away, there was a huge cruise ship. There was a big chimney on the cruise ship, and it looked like a steam cruise ship, but I didn't know if it burned coal or diesel or something else. Just as Louis's eyes widened, and he was about to take a closer look, a greasy middle-aged man suddenly blocked the screen. It seemed that Director Triff had just put on the heavy wizard robe, and he kept wiping his sweat because it was hot. Seeing Louis and the other man in the crystal ball stretching their heads to look at the beach, he quickly blocked it again, and even said something to cover it up. Oh, those are the servants in the Duke Wendell Manor. Well, the southern wizards were more open clothes. Director Triv, why are you dressed so strangely? Who are you talking to? Come and have some cake. A group of hot girls shouted in the distance. Consider the script. Find some inspiration. Wait a minute. Helen was still nodding stupidly, but Louis couldn't help twitching his eyes. Triv quickly changed the subject and explained the matter in a few words. I remember there seemed to be a manual in the office, which wrote the relevant rules and regulations. You two should take a good look at it, and then write a reading report and put it in the 3rd drawer of my special bookcase. I will receive it. If you don't understand anything, ask Lord Stewart. After that, Trev was about to leave. The big stars over there were waiting for him. Helen hurriedly shouted, Mr. Trev, but I haven't been to a Muggle city yet. What should I pay attention to? Ask Louis. He came from abroad. He is familiar with Louis. You can tell Helen more about him. After that, Trev stood up. The big flowered shorts under the wizard robe were revealed, and there was a strange car key with a human logo that looked like a wrench or a handle. Mercedes-Benz? Just as Lewis opened his mouth and wanted to take a closer look, the picture in the crystal ball disappeared. Lewis was still speechless, and Helen had already stood up and looked around for the manual. After drinking 2 sips of tea, Lewis stood up and pulled out the manual used to pad the table legs from under a table. After looking through it with Helen for a while, Lewis rubbed his face and summarized the contents above. There are mainly the following points. 1. Don't tell the wizard inside about things outside. 2. Don't tell the muggles outside about what's going on inside. It's obvious that Director Treves violated all of these 2 rules, or turned a blind eye to them. But no one cares. 3. If you go out on business, try to use the identity of a priest, detective, or exorcist. 4. If you meet a moon god priest who really knows how to exorcise demons, then he is probably a wizard, or a wizard with faith. 5. If you meet someone who claims to be a wizard, then don't doubt it, he is probably a liar, or an exorcist with extraordinary martial arts skills. Seeing this, Lewis was confused. He also became more curious about the outside world. He went to the bookshelf and flipped through it again, and found a dusty book of the moon god. After reading it, Lewis looked up with a confused look on his face, and found that he had learned several special magics. Light magic? Was it left by Anthony? Modified according to the magic of the moon god? Helen suddenly pinched Lewis, and tremblingly signaled Lewis to look at the floor-length mirror behind. The scene inside was extremely weird. Mr. Stewart is just joking with you, don't worry. He, you little bastard, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. This is not an assessment now. Don't let me catch you. The Lewis in the mirror smiled sinisterly for a long time. But unfortunately, Lewis outside didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he picked up the old-fashioned phone and dialed Believe number directly. The person who answered the phone was a sweet-speaking secretary. After a few words, she said she would contact Earl Crawley. In addition, Lewis was reminded to check Director Treves' third drawer. The big banker provided some money for Lewis' trip. Well, it should be the third drawer, the chairman said. He said that Mr. Lewis and his friends are all foreigners, and the money is different from ours. Take it. Sir, you will need it. After hanging up the phone, Lewis flipped through the drawer and found an envelope. After opening it, there was a stack of banknotes inside. £2,000. Before he could take a closer look, Count Crowley called. The Count introduced himself first, and then asked if this was the detective agency of the Church of the Holy Icon Tree and the Moon God. Lewis was confused, and he casually flipped through the business card holder on the desk, and then fell into deep thought. It was this business card that Believe took away. Well, yes, Mr. Crowley. It here. Well, to be honest, I'm really sorry. I almost forgot about this matter. Don't suggest it. I have heard of the Holy Icon Tree Seminary, where our princess teaches, but I have never heard of the Holy Icon Tree Luna Detective Agency. Nor have I heard of a detective who is also a priest. Anyway, I believe Mr. Believe. Or rather, I am willing to believe anyone now. Whether you are a detective who can perform exorcisms, or a priest who is also a detective. It doesn't matter, as long as you can help me solve this problem. The reward will not be small. In the end, Earl Crawley explained the specific location of his manor. He also said that he was not sure where the Holy Icon Tree was, but Bishop John and several high priests from the Moon God Court, as well as 3 famous magicians from England City, will arrive tomorrow morning. So if Mr. Conan is too far from England City, there is no need to rush. It doesn't matter if he comes later. The Earl will personally take Lewis and the other 2 to play in the manor for a few days, and hunt foxes or something. And if you are interested in England City, the Earl daughter will also take the 2 of them to play. The meaning behind the words was obvious. Crowley had indeed forgotten about Lewis and the others. After all, the people who could solve the problem had already come. Therefore, 2 people were not needed. However, due to the relationship with Believe, Earl Crawley was still very polite. So he said that as long as they came, he would treat them well later. Earl Crawley, I will be there on time tomorrow morning. Okay. Tomorrow morning, my daughter Kate will go to the train station with the driver to pick you up. Is it the 8 o'clock train? Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lewis checked the manual and found that the Icon Tree was indeed far away from England City, and in this era, the train was also very slow. It takes 5 days to get from the Icon Tree to England City. Of course, for wizards, it is not necessary to take the train. There is no problem in arriving on time. And for Lewis, arriving on time is even easier. There must be a mirror at the train station, and Stuart will open the door and take Lewis and Helen there directly. Don't delay the date tonight. Lewis, if we go on a business trip, what should we wear? Helen called from the closet. Lewis got up and went to the closet, looking at the clothes inside. He fell into deep thought. It seems that when the agents go out on business, they use the clothes here. But what does that business card say? This is the nun. Lewis. Assistant Sister Helen took out a Luna V-shaped cross and said excitedly, "Is this their magic wand? I will destroy you on behalf of the moon." Looking at the detective hat on Helen's head and the nun clothes on her body, Lewis picked up the pipe and fell into deep thought. The steward in the mirror, who was smiling sinisterly, looked at the pipe in Lewis's mouth outside and also fell into deep thought. It knew who Daniel Wu was. Chapter 85. Not following the script. As Lewis said, Stuart was just joking with Helen. That afternoon, he dressed up as an old man in a suit and leather shoes, wearing a tall hat and holding a walking stick, and ran out of the mirror. He served tea and water, and smiled flatteringly. Obviously, the former eunuch of the palace was thinking of the old times. Under his flattery, Helen remembered the time when Stuart took her out to play when she was a child. And she was so moved that she burst into tears while reminiscing about the past. After that, when Stuart saw Helen was going to write a report, he said that he was actually a civil servant and had a very good writing style. But, Mr. Stuart, Director Triff asked us to write the report ourselves. Helen said worriedly, "You'd better not write it. Helen can do it. Otherwise, Director Triff will blame you." "It okay. Your Highness Helen. Let me write it." Stuart picked up the report and smiled cautiously and said, "Triv dare not fart." Then, Stuart threw the two reports into the mirror. The scene in the mirror suddenly changed, and a large waterbed appeared. On the waterbed, there was a middle-aged bald director and 3 women. It seemed to be a test, but it seemed that the test was not according to the script. The real movie would definitely not be shot like this. After all, this Triff Film Dream Factory is a serious big film company. The 2 reports were thrown directly in the face of Director Triff. Just when he raised his head in anger, a pen was thrown in his face. Triff looked at the mirror on the dome with a confused face, and saw 3 people. A eunuch with a sinister smile, a curious little girl, and a young wizard with a thumbs up. At this moment, Director Triv's mind exploded. He was extremely sensitive to politics, and noticed several things. Stuart returned to the princess, and the probability of the Hell Department turning to the princess faction increased. Director Triv's respect for Osikris plus 500, which has now been raised to respect. Director Triv friendliness towards you plus 20. Your respect for Director Triv plus 23 female stars. It is obvious that this great director not only has a lot of connections in the Ministry of Magic, but also has an extraordinary reputation in the Muggle world. 10 minutes later, Director Triv finished writing 2 reports, and went back to the Ministry of Magic headquarters through the fireplace to bring the reports to the superior department. After that, he did not wait for the process to be completed. He directly used his connections to get Lewis and his partner official uniforms, tools, and brand names. He also asked the Ministry of Magic about the details of Louis III of Hearts. He became a detective right away? After understanding the situation, this guy face became even more interesting. He sent a message to Lewis with a smile on his face. This guy is very smart. What disciple of Osikris? This is a supporter with a bigger backstage than Luffield. He has a group of big political donors behind him, who are supported by the Believe family. Maybe he will be his boss one day in the future. After the communication ended, Lewis saw clothes and other items in the 3rd drawer. He changed into the big trench coat with the 3 of Hearts pattern on it, and the felt hat. After looking in the mirror, he found that he looked pretty good. When Helen saw Lewis, her eyes sparkled. "Lewis, you really are not suitable for wearing wizard robes." Lewis rolled his eyes, and found an excuse to send Helen home. Helen thought Stuart wanted to talk to Lewis, and she had a conversation with him before leaving. As soon as Helen left, Lewis locked the door of the office, and then drove away the flattering Stuart and went to Lilith. Before dealing with Crowley big job, he had to do a small job first. After knocking on the door, Lilith opened the door in slippers. After seeing Lewis in his detective uniform, the little girl's eyes sparkled with stars, but she deliberately closed the door, leaving only a small gap. Pretending to be unfamiliar and said, "Detective Lewis, what do you want? Who are you looking for?" Louis pushed the door open rudely, showed his ID, and said coldly, "Don't you know what you are here for?" "I am here to perform my duties in the mysterious department." Then, he strode inside. Lilith's eyes lit up all of a sudden. She was looking forward to being caught every day. It was so exciting. Besides, Louis looked so handsome today. He really wasn't suitable for wearing wizard robes. She quickly followed him in small steps, pretending to delay time on purpose. But Louis grabbed her hand roughly and pushed her into the living room. When they got to the living room, Louis couldn't help but blink his eyes. Sure enough, Lilith was lying. "What do you mean no one is home? There are 5 people." Some of the little foxes who were discussing the script or rehearsing dance saw Louis striding in. Their eyes sparkled. Louis's eyes also lit up, and he sneered, "Kneel on the ground. Hold your head and scratch your ears." The little foxes were slightly stunned. Didn't Lilith give the script to Louis? This didn't follow the script. But after Louis sneered, everyone shook their tails and knelt on the ground. It seemed that they found it very interesting, and their eyes were full of excitement. "Woo woo woo. Detective, please forgive us. What kind of punishment will we receive for gathering together to perform vulgar performances?" Lilith deliberately reminded him. She also deliberately hit Louis's butt with her tail. Louis raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know how to live or die. Vulgar performance? It obviously an illegal cult gathering. Hearing this, many little foxes trembled all over. Everyone looked at Louis's cold eyes, and felt that he seemed to be serious. They were so scared that they cried and screamed. Louis didn't even look at those people. He sat on the sofa with a sneer. And in the midst of everyone crying and defending, he hooked his finger at Lilith, who was the leader, in order to prove that they were just dancing. Many little foxes performed hard. It wasn't until everyone saw what Lilith was doing after crawling over that they breathed a sigh of relief and performed more happily, looking at the ladies in front of them, who had carefully prepared for a day, dressed up in various styles, and were dancing in front of the sofa. Louis, sitting on the sofa, fiddled with a crystal ball, and said to Lilith with a fake smile, "Ms. Lilith, you are really brave. You even dared to send me the video of the evidence. Now, do you know how big the trouble you are in is?" Yeah, Miss Lilith lifted the white hair on her face, raised her head, and threw a wink at Louis. She didn't have time to talk now. After a little fun, they sat together and talked about business. Louis suddenly realized why Lilith had come to him today. They had come to him to fix the car. Louis was a professional car mechanic, and he always carried a jack with him. But Miss Lilith had just discovered a problem. The jack couldn't be pressed down. The 6 vixen ladies were all excited. They seemed to be a little bit unconvinced. With so many people, they couldn't press it down? It must be possible. One person is enough. The 6 vixen ladies took turns trying for a long time, but they still failed. Instead, they were all thrown up by the jack while crying. After working for several hours, the jack was finally temporarily pressed down. Although the 6 little foxes were sweating profusely and lying on the ground unable to move, they still smiled with relief. But at this time, Mr. Louis, the mechanic who had been sitting on the sofa, stood up and decided to start repairing the car. The little foxes were all dumbfounded. Maybe they thought it was a little too late, so they discussed whether to repair it tomorrow. But Louis was a diligent man. It was useless to discuss further. Since the car owners had called him here, there must be a satisfactory answer. So he picked up the tricycles one by one. You defeated 6 witches. Strength +1. Experience +50. It is estimated that within a month or 2, the 6 car owners will not call Louis to come and repair their cars. Chapter 86 England City Railway Station. Early the next morning, Louis and Helen came to the office. Helen's face was full of excitement and anticipation, while Louis was refreshed. After changing his luggage, Louis couldn't help but look in the mirror with Helen. When he saw Stuart's face was a little strange. "What wrong, Stuart? This is the clothing of priests and nuns, it quite plain." Louis frowned and asked. "Sir." Stuart smiled and said, "Usually they wear the robes of the great wizard, which are the fancy ones." Louis rolled his eyes fiercely, telling him to stop talking nonsense and open the door quickly. Stuart's eyes twitched, and he did not dare to refute his master's words, and opened a door in front of the floor-length mirror. Looking at the small iron house swaying inside the door, Helen stuck her head in with curiosity. On the seat, the lady who was reading the newspaper saw a little head sticking out of the mirror, and fainted with a hiccup. "Wow! This is a train. Helen has never been on one, and they won't let me sit on it." Helen turned around and pinched her nose and asked, "Why is it a little small? And a little smelly?" Louis frowned and looked into the mirror. Then rubbed his face hard. Grabbed Helen's collar. And pulled her back. "You ignorant idiot. You can't do such a small thing. Go directly to the train station hall in England." "Ahem. But master, there are a lot of people there." Before Stuart finished speaking, he found that his hand suddenly stretched out automatically and cast a magic on the three people. "The presence of the entire office and the three of you has been reduced. It amazing. A nightmare who is proficient in all types of invisibility magic. This isn't the Tomb Raider." Louis ignored the narration and controlled Stuart, the idiot, to reopen the door. When the mirror rippled like the surface of water for a moment, a new scene appeared in the mirror. Louis and the other two stepped into the hall through the mirror. On this side of the mirror, several gentlemen and ladies were talking, but they, and the people at the train station, all ignored Louis and the other two. He also ignored the office scene in the mirror. He stepped into the hall, and looked up at the place called Francesco Railway Station in the English city. Louis's eyes could not help but move slightly. English city. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Sorrento. The invention of the train has been around for a while. But this railway station was built 30 years ago. Or rebuilt. At that time, His Majesty Ignatius Isolde had just married Queen Francesco. This lovely young woman, who believed in dragons, magic and wizards, and loved fantasy, writing and mathematics, made the king love her deeply. What was even more rare was that his wife shared the same hobbies as him, steel and steam. At that time, the king was still very young, and under the encouragement, or hypnosis, of his wife, this uncle, the watchmaker, became more and more ambitious. He vowed to do something big. This train station named after his wife was his first step towards his ambition. Today, the railways have been connected to various major cities and major seaports. This once conquered war of Sorrento provided extremely favorable support. This train station is one of the landmarks of the British city. It is very grand and majestic. According to rumors, when it was built, there were also magicians involved, real wizards, who had entered the Magic Lovers Association in the Witch Queen era. On top of the huge columns, the morning light shone down from the huge glazed windows on the top floor and the dome, leaving a series of light columns in the hall, which was magnificent. The scene on the glazed windows, following the sunlight, fell on the white square stone floor of the hall, and one could see the moon goddess, angels, dragons and wizards. And if you look closely, the face of the moon goddess is somewhat similar to that of His Majesty Francesco. There is no doubt that Francesco, this lovely little woman, is the moon goddess in His Majesty Iger heart. The hall was bustling with people coming and going. All kinds of races gathered here. Security check area, ticket sales area, waiting area. Everything was available. Detectives wearing black round hats and red clothes were patrolling the hall with whistles in their mouths. Occasionally, when they saw a tall dragonborn entering or leaving the station, the detectives would gather around and conduct a thorough inspection. Those guys with strong limbs and simple minds loved to cause trouble. Unlike the dragonborn in the academy, the dragonborn here had either very small horns, or they were all shaped flat, and had different skin colors and scales on their bodies. They were all very reserved in front of the detectives. The firearms here are very advanced. Louis even saw an old-fashioned revolver with 5 bullets on the waist of a police chief. This shows that the humans in this world already have bullets, instead of round marbles and gunpowder. Times have changed, but wizards are still living in the Middle Ages. Only the Holy Oak is still a little trendy. The world in the past was a fantasy world. Magicians, adventurers, dragons were everywhere. The whole world is also a prosperous scene. But now the long-term isolation has made the misunderstanding and estrangement between wizards and muggles deeper and deeper, and even led to a war more than a decade ago. If wizards remain closed for a few more decades, the cultures of wizards and muggles will completely exclude each other. When wizards have to step out of the circle, they may face 2 paths, being eliminated, or a war that no one can stop. No wonder Francesco always wanted wizards to go out and integrate into the real world. Today wizards can still join this real world and become great scholars of the whole society, like the former St. Icon Tree University scholar. In this new magic era, occupies an important position. Let the whole world become a magic civilization. A fantasy magic civilization, like the Forbidden Sanctuary. After all, this is a fantasy world. Magic should not disappear. Madame Francesco is willing to marry a muggle. Maybe because in her eyes, Madame Ignatius is her prince. A prince who can realize her dream. She has always wanted wizards to integrate into the real world. In her era, wizards were scholars admired by thousands of people, helping people deal with evil and mystery. Crystal arrays are what appeared after the collision of magic and technology in that era. Although wizards failed to apply it to productivity, it still changed wizard society. The emergence of the crystal array also brought about a revolution in the productivity of Muggle society. Many large ships used this thing to boil water. Perhaps the future envisioned by Francesco is the real future of this world. It will be a fantasy world with magic, dragons and steel. The world where wizards live is not the real world at all. The real world is here. Fortunately, Muggles still accept and respect wizards and magic because magic in this world is not completely a stunt. In a corner of the hall, Lewis and others saw a street magician dressed like a tramp. He was performing magic. People passing by stopped and cheered. Lewis and the other two walked over curiously. After taking a look, Lewis couldn't help but blink. The magician's magic power was very low. Normal speaking, he could only use a few small magics. But he had been performing for a while. Although it was a little clumsy, he already knew how to use props to assist in casting spells. This was exactly what he had learned from the books he had given Harold. It seemed that Harold had given the books to some people. Lewis, didn't the Ministry of Magic say that magic cannot be used outside? Helen opened her mouth wide. Before Lewis could speak, a friendly laugh rang out from the side. Lewis and the others looked back and saw that they were the detectives who had just squeezed in. "Oh, honored lady." The Muggle detective took off his hat, after a slight bow, said politely, "This is indeed our fault. According to the regulations of the Magicians Association, in public places, it is indeed not allowed to use magic as a trick for fun. However, please give this wizard, please give this magician some time. His magic show is indeed wonderful." The detectives looked at the magician with admiration. For many years, the street wizards, who used to perform magic at the train station every day, have not been seen for a long time. Magic has almost disappeared. Everyone has almost forgotten the rules of the Magicians Association. But recently, magicians are gradually reappearing. What an exciting thing. Lewis talked with the detectives and learned that, in the minds of the detectives, magicians should have existed since the beginning of human society. And it seems that in the minds of the detectives, magicians are like this. Of course, not all magicians can perform magic. The detective kindly explained, "This magician is already very powerful." A moment later, the police took advantage of the interval between performances and walked forward to communicate with the magician. "Gentlemen, I just want to try my best to tell you that there is magic in this world. And magic has not disappeared." Then, the magician bowed slightly to the audience and sprinkled the change in his hat into the sky. In an instant, the coins turned into flowers and fell one after another. It fell to the ground and turned into snowflakes, which melted and disappeared immediately. The magician had left without anyone noticing. When everyone came to their senses, they applauded and exclaimed. It turned out to be a British wizard. But in Helen's eyes, this scene was different. She saw the wild wizard sprinkle a few handfuls of magic powder from his sleeves, then cast an illusion, then wiped the sweat off his face, gave the money to a poor child, and left. When he was leaving, he found that Helen looked at him again, and this wild wizard friend even blinked at Helen, thinking that he had met someone in the same profession. Illusion. This is a junior course at the Holy Tree Academy. Helen widened her eyes. Does this little trick count as a great magician? Obviously, Helen's level is far higher than that magician. But we have to admit that junior wizards are also wizards. Even people who are not wizards can be wizards. As long as the public thinks he is a wizard, then he is a wizard. But Lewis. Helen blinked and looked at Lewis. If wizards have been in the Muggle world for a long time, then we. Helen suddenly felt a little scared. Then what are we? Lewis shook his head. He didn't know what to count as those people who had powerful magic, but confined themselves to a small circle and were arrogant. He also didn't know what to count as these wizards, who could hardly perform magic in Helen's eyes. But perhaps, if the wizards confined themselves to a small circle, the last bit of magic would be played out by the wizards themselves and eventually disappear. The magician in front of him would also be the last flash in the pan. But Lewis believes that the future will definitely be different. Indeed, because this world has been developing in an unpredictable direction. The forbidden grand scholar who spreads magic has appeared in this world in the call of the three wishers. And in the development of this unpredictable future, magic, wizards and dragons may not disappear from this world. Yes, they should not disappear. Because this is a fantasy world. A fantasy world where magic, wizards and dragons should exist. Just as the first wisher imagined, tried to change, the world should have dragons, magic and wizards. Chapter 87. That right? It me! Considering that Stuart's dress doesn't match his, he will be misunderstood when he sees Miss Kate. So Lewis asked Stuart to hide. After leaving the train station, Helen looked at the big clock on the top of the tower, her eyes full of admiration. She knew that this clock was named after her cousin O'Sickery's. She had heard about it several times before, but today she saw it with her own eyes. There were many vendors selling things at the entrance of the train station. Lewis saw Helen secretly wiping the corner of her mouth while looking at the ice bricks. So he took out a £1 note and gave it to the yodel vendor. As a result, when the man saw the money, he was flustered and at a loss, and took out a bunch of crumpled banknotes and coins with the word Squire written on them. But he still couldn't make the change. "Sir, we just opened this morning, and we can't make the change." The yodel vendor smiled awkwardly and gave the ice brick to Helen. "Just think of it as a gift from me to this lady." Helen took off her detective hat, bowed happily, and took it. So sweet. At this time, Lewis knew how much this pound was. He looked at the big stack of money in his hand and fell into deep thought. After that, he secretly put the pound into the vendor pocket and left with Helen. On the way, Lewis asked Stuart about the purchasing power of money. "Sir, £2,000 is indeed not a small number. In the countryside of England, it can buy a farmhouse that can accommodate a family of 5. Hearing this, Lewis's eyes lit up. This is probably equivalent to 200,000 renminbi? And £1 is almost 100. Stuart stroked his beard and continued with some sigh. In Francesco time, wizard currency could be exchanged for muggle banknotes. But now if you want to exchange money, you can only go to places like Black Corner Alley. The market price is also somewhat volatile. Oh, then these £2,000 can buy a lot of interesting things. Right? Of course. Sir. Stuart pointed to the big-wheeled bicycles on the street, like this most popular and coolest bicycle among young people. The average market price is only £6. Brand name items cost only over £30. Of course, there are also items that cost several £100s. These are the things that nobles usually play with. Speaking of this, Stuart pointed to a group of graceful noble ladies riding bicycles passing by. The bicycles they rode were simply works of art, and they were inlaid with gold and silver. These bicycles are more expensive than some cars, and the cheapest cars are only a few £100s. Stuart pointed to some cars on the street in the distance. Lewis looked in the direction of Stuart's finger and saw several ugly, big and stupid black tractors, some of which had no roofs. Of course, even the cheapest cars can only be driven by nobles and big businessmen. These things are very expensive, more expensive than raising a good horse. So those who can afford to buy them may not be able to afford to keep them. Lewis nodded. On this wide street, there were quite a few people riding bicycles and horses, but there were not many old cars, and every old car parked at the entrance of the train station to pick up people would attract the attention of the crowd. Lewis even saw a group of goblin reporters hiding in the corner, secretly taking pictures of those ugly tractors. Lewis shook his head, somewhat disappointed. He knew what Triv was driving. It was an old tractor without a shed, or even a four-wheeled vehicle worth several £100s. However, among the old cars on the street, there were 2 nice luxury cars. They had folding sheds and logos, and they looked red and green. They were considered beautiful old cars. This kind was pretty good. Lewis was a little excited. On one of the old cars with a folding roof, there were a few hot girls sitting there for the reporters to take pictures. This was a luxury car. It was something that could open the eyes of wizards and let them know the outside world. In addition, if Helen and Xiao Ao acted as girls and sat on it, it would definitely be interesting. At this time, a pure black extended version of a big back-style old car approached. TSK. Stuart looked at the extended black luxury old car approaching and couldn't help smacking his lips. This kind of car, it can't be bought with a few big houses. Actually, Stuart didn't need to say this, because in front of the car, there were several policemen on horseback clearing the way. There were also people waving colorful flags in front of the car to help direct parking. Lewis's eyes lit up slightly. This car is definitely a long-headed classic car that conforms to modern aesthetics. It is very similar to the super luxury car in Tom and Jerry. Looking closely, There is a pure gold angel statue in front of the big back-style car. The car is very beautiful. And the person who got off is also very beautiful. At the moment when the driver opened the door for her to get out, the reporters at the corner of the street were taking random photos. If the cars in front with beauties posing for photos are considered luxury cars, then this one is the aristocrat among luxury cars. And these reporters probably were waiting for this car. Or waiting for the people in this car. When this car drove over, the gentlemen and ladies near the surrounding cars became reserved. When they looked at the lady who got out of the car, they were a little cautious. Louis couldn't help but hold his pipe in his mouth. And took a few glances at the lady who just got off the car. The lady was dressed very fashionably. She wore a slim-fitting long skirt with black silk on her arms. She wore a very beautiful blue lady wide-brimmed hat, with a few long swan feathers on her head. Under the wide-brimmed hat was a layer of light black gauze. And half of her charming face could be vaguely seen. Her slightly curly brown long hair was also very charming. This dress was the same style as the one worn by the heroine of the Mughal movie Victoria Crashes an Iceberg that was just released this year. If the great director Treve had seen this lady before filming the movie, he would definitely be troubled by the choice of the heroine. As if she noticed that the young boy dressed strangely on the street was staring at her all the time. The lady raised her head with a little displeasure and glared at Louis with her big eyes. Then, the lady was stunned. Louis couldn't help blinking. The chief heir of Earl Crawley. The pretty young widow Kate Crawley. Louis felt that this lady in her 20s was very ladylike and very charming. And she must be more sensible after all. She is a truly mature big sister. Excuse me. Sir. You? Miss Kate looked at Louis and asked politely. Her voice was very attractive. But the last part of her words was slightly out of tune. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and looked at Louis and Helen. That right. Conan. It me. Louis grabbed Miss Kate's hand and wanted to kiss her hand. But she dodged it without leaving a trace. He smiled and didn't care. He took the opportunity to pull Helen over and introduced her. This is my assistant Helen Wahara. Why are you wearing your hat again? Take it off quickly. Weren't we talking about playing detectives today, Louis? When did we talk about playing detectives? We are wearing divine robes this time. Miss Kate covered her face. Father said that the two guests came from the Holy Tree Seminary. She knew the Holy Tree Seminary. Her childhood girlfriend taught there. But she had never heard of the Holy Tree Detective. And their dress was too strange. Hearing Miss Kate's thoughts, Louis couldn't help but frown. He took another look at his and Helen's clothes. There was nothing wrong with them. They were quite plain. They were proper clergy clothes. Except for Helen's hat. Louis quickly put away his pipe. You suddenly realized that. Miss Kate seemed to have doubts about your identities. This gave Party A bad first impression. This was not a good start. You decide. A. Show off your skills. Completion reward. Sorrento Daily *1, Ministry of Magic Anger *1, Crowley Family Trust *1, reward, 200 to 8,000 pounds, *1, classic car discount *1, magic +1. B. Change the subject, talk about something else, and show your grace and charm. Completion reward. Reporters follow-up report *1, attention from the police station and the Ministry of Magic *1, Helen curiously sat in the front. Kate expects to sit in the back with you. *1, Miss Kate handkerchief *1, O'Sickery's favorability -30, random attribute +1. C. Ignore Miss Kate doubts, but because of Kentucky, believe, she will still take you there, and thus save a lot of attention and trouble. Completion reward. Get in the car. Pastor Conan. Miss Wahara. *1. Experience +50. Seeing this ABC, Louis was no longer sleepy. He knew what that handkerchief meant. Now in his arms, there was the handkerchief that Lilith and Yingling secretly stuffed into his pocket. Louis. Helen poked Louis quietly. She felt that people seemed to have regarded them as liars, and signaled Louis to show his skills quickly. The reporters not far away also found out who Miss Kate was really welcoming this time. So all kinds of old-fashioned cameras moved over and started clicking towards this side. In the flashing lights, Louis smiled slightly. It seemed that he liked the feeling of being the center of attention. Miss Kate's eyes moved slightly. This person seemed very calm and composed. Chapter 88. Try harder. Louis. In the flash, Louis smiled slightly, touched the angel on the front of the car, and said, "How much is this car? I will buy one after this deal is done." B. Changed the subject, strength +1. The driver next to him opened his mouth wide, when he heard this. What do you mean? I will buy one after this deal is done. You are here to cheat people, right? The driver's face turned dark. But he didn't say much because he had good professional ethics. He just took out a handkerchief and wiped the place on the front of the car that Louis had just touched. On the other side, Miss Kate's face was also a little interesting after hearing what Louis said. Louis is such a fool. It's Helen's turn. Let's see what Helen can do. Helen took out her magic wand, and then found that her magic wand had turned into a lollipop. She licked it. It was so sweet. Looking at the two funny people, one big and one small, playing tricks in front of her, Miss Kate, who has always been very ladylike, almost rolled her eyes on the spot. But she was very well-mannered. Although she couldn't help rubbing her forehead in the end, her voice was very gentle. Get in the car, Mr. Louis, Miss Helen. See, get in the car, Mr. Conan, Miss Wahara. Experience plus 50. After saying that, Kate didn't bother with the two people. She got in the car directly and sat in the front seat. The driver, who had been silent all this time, also rolled his eyes secretly at this time, didn't come over to open the door for the two people, and just cleaned the car over there. As a result, Louis didn't care at all. He directly opened the door very gentlemanly and sent the girl in the car. Then he got in the car himself and looked at the luxurious decorations in the car with a smile, which were not bad. Kate glared at the driver in anger. The driver smiled and didn't care too much. I have been following my master for 20 years, and I have watched the young lady grow up. She won't be really angry with me for such a small matter. But did something enter the shadow of that boy Stuart just now? Am I seeing things? Shaking his head, the driver put away the rag. The paparazzi on the other side saw this scene and were very disappointed. It seems that it is just a charlatan hired by the Crowley family. The police are not paying attention to Louis and others at this time. They look at the reporters over there and go over to negotiate. At this time, the driver walked to the door of the cab and pulled it from under the seat. Then he took out a big handle from under the seat and inserted it into the front of the car and shook it a few times. After some operations, the police also got on the horse, and the driver also entered the cab and closed the door. Then the guy took out a car key with a double R-shaped handle from his waist, opened the central control room, pulled out a few handles, twisted them, and shook the handle under the steering wheel, and then started the car. Louis, who was originally looking at the luxurious decoration in the car with shining eyes, was shocked when he saw the driver's fierce operation. Louis, what a broken car. How can it be more complicated than a tractor? Driver, hee. Country bumpkin. Helen, lollipops are so sweet. Jim, don't drive too fast for a while. Kate glanced at the stunned Louis in the mirror, and the confused Miss Helen, and couldn't help but say, the several magicians yesterday were all scared by you. Hearing this, Louis got excited. Damn, this broken car can still race? Don't worry, miss. Although I'm a racing driver, I rarely race. As he said, the driver put on gloves, curled his lips and smiled slightly, looked at the rearview mirror, then, he stepped on the accelerator. The car farted a few times, and started to move. Hearing these farts, Louis's eyes lit up. It's true. The sound was quite exciting. And the car didn't vibrate at all. He looked out the window at the old men who had been passed by with great interest, and slowly began to look forward to it. Not long after, several bicycles passed the old man, and then passed the car. Seeing that he was overtaken by the bicycles, the driver seemed a little annoyed, and started racing with the old men on bicycles. After a while, the bicycles were finally slowly passed by the vehicles. The driver couldn't help but secretly exhale, and then looked at the stunned Louis in the rearview mirror with a smug look. Drive slower, Jim. Don't scare the customers, Kate complained. The driver smiled evilly and stepped on the accelerator. He passed a few girls on bicycles. He followed the trotting horses of the police in front. This time, Louis finally understood what was going on. He couldn't help but stick his head out of the window and took a look at the train station behind him that was not far away. He was a little dumbfounded. He saw the road sign 6 miles per hour. Kate, Jim. Driver, no speeding. No speeding. Miss. Kate, Mr. Louis. Please turn your head back. It's too dangerous. Louis rubbed his face hard and sat back in the car. You call this drag racing? You drag racing with an old man? Such a good road, there is no car you drive. You step on the accelerator. Can you be happy like this? Can you be happy? Look. Miss Kate is not happy. She complained, too fast. Helen was not happy either. She didn't even like to lick the lollipop. What? Not exciting at all, not as fun as other people brooms. Look, look! At this moment, Louis felt that he had a heavy responsibility. He asked Stuart to ask the magic mirror, look, this car can obviously drive 180. Let not overtake, and do 60 first. After thinking about it, Louis, who was sitting behind Miss Kate, rolled up his sleeves, stretched out 2 fingers, and moved them flexibly. In the blink of an eye, the old car made a series of puff 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 sounds, and Kate and Miss Helen bodies suddenly tensed up in the seats. Even the driver suddenly raised his butt. The scenery outside the window quickly passed by, and the policemen on horseback were overtaken in a blink of an eye. They chased after them fiercely, waving whips and whistling. Louis snorted and laughed, and his fingers suddenly increased the speed. The car suddenly accelerated to 120, and the driver was confused, holding the steering wheel with a pale face, and slammed on the brakes. But the car was going faster and faster, and the driver was so scared that he shrank in his seat and peed on the seat. Miss Kate's face suddenly turned pale, and she clung to the seat tightly. However, Helen was excited. In the strong wind outside the window, her eyes were shining. While licking the lollipop, she grabbed Louis's arm in excitement and whispered, "Try harder." Louis. Obviously, this was much more fun than the witch broom. Louis glanced at the rearview mirror, looked at Miss Kate in front of him, whose face was pale and red, and smiled. "Look, this way, the ladies are happy. Right? Come on." Louis. Helen shook excitedly, grasping Louis's legs tightly, and urged him again. Under Helen urging, Louis suddenly put more effort. Under the fierce magic, there was a rhythmic sound of paw, and the old car sped away. Suddenly, under this accelerated sprint, Miss Kate and Miss Helen faces flushed, their bodies tensed, even the toes in their high heels were tightened. Under this fierce magic, a fire hydrant on either side of the road suddenly made a sound and sprayed water. Show 2 fingers magic +1. In the blink of an eye, the people riding horses behind were left out of sight. A moment later, the old car had already driven out of the city. Amid the whistling sound of the wind from the car window, a handkerchief was blown up from the front window, flew into the rear window, and landed on Louis's face. Miss Kate handkerchief *1. Holding the handkerchief, Louis laughed. Who said I missed one? Who said I didn't choose all? How to use this handkerchief? Let's see what next. Chapter 89. Who said I'm not a pastor? The vehicle finally stopped on the rural road in advance. As soon as the car stopped, the driver Jim kicked open the door, covered his mouth, and ran to the field to vomit. Miss Kate was also sweating profusely, her face flushed, her eyes stared at the cotton field outside the window, as if she had not recovered yet. Seeing this scene, Louis and Helen looked at each other, smiled secretly, and got out of the car to take a walk. It called Xiangxiang Road, but it flat and wide, and judging from those standardized road signs, they should have been built by the royal government. It seems that in these years, His Majesty King Ignatius has done a lot of good things. This place is already the territory of Earl Crowley. As far as the eye can see, there are fields everywhere, and on the distant horizon, some farms and windmills can be vaguely seen. The fields nearby are mainly cotton fields. There are many people wearing rough clothes picking cotton in the fields, but they seem to be mostly foreigners, and they are mostly women. After all, the young and strong people in their families are mostly hired workers in Earl Crowley factories. No time to do farm work. Compared to the foreigners in the academy, they look drier, darker, and older. I don't know if they are free people, slaves, or subjects, nor do I know which of these fields belong to them. But these people all have smiles on their faces. Some people are curiously looking towards the vehicle, and there are many children playing in the fields. There are several strong human men wearing short clothes, carrying short swords and muskets, and walking around a corner while eating melon seeds. They seem to be patrolling in the fields. A little yodel jumped on the head of a human man, snatched some melon seeds from the guards, and pointed curiously in this direction. The guards looked in this direction, recognized the vehicle, and knew that it was the guests picked up by the lady. They smiled and gave Louis a noble salute. Judging from the standard etiquette, they should be the retainers of Lord Crowley. Usually in the territory, they should be acting as the sheriff. Louis couldn't help but look at the foreigners again. I have always heard that foreigners are constantly joining the wizarding world. They are accepted by major wizarding forces. But it seems that there are more foreigners entering the world of ordinary people. The age of exploration has entered its heyday. In recent years, various kingdoms have been exploring and expanding. The Kingdom of Sorrento is one of the most powerful kingdoms. As these kingdoms expand their overseas colonies, more and more laborers are pouring into the cities from all over the world. Some of them will go to factories. Some will find other jobs in the city. And the rest will mostly be settled by the lords. Everyone can find a job. After all, there is a shortage of people everywhere. Cities, factories, and various buildings are constantly being built. The land of the noble lords is also constantly increasing. The world seems to have been completely ruled by humans, and foreigners have become vassals and integrated into society. This is a peaceful and beautiful era. Or rather, blood does not flow on the continent but on the sea, as well as in those new continents and mysterious areas. There was a slight sound of footsteps behind him. Lewis turned around and found that Miss Kate had gotten off the car at some point. In the breeze, she brushed her hair and walked over. "Sorry, Mr. Lewis." Miss Kate looked apologetic. "I don't know what happened to the car. Jim just checked it yesterday, but it seems to have a problem." "Don't be sorry, Miss Kate." Lewis nodded lightly, picked up his pipe and said, "We have seen a lot of strange things. Helen, Lewis is such a liar. It was him who did all the bad things, and he is still pretending." After listening to Lewis's words, Miss Kate was a little speechless. What happened today was indeed a bit too strange. It reminded her of all the strange things that happened in the manor recently. She lifted her hair in front of her eyes, and couldn't help but look up again to look at this tall and steady man. Even Jim was scared today, but these two guests were very calm. It seemed as if they had really seen many strange things. Maybe he really has seen a lot of things. Kate had more confidence in him at this moment. At this time, the driver Jim also came back. He shouted that it was not his or the car problem. After checking, he found that there was no problem with the vehicle. "Please ask Bishop John to help you tomorrow." Jim closed the engine cover. His face was a little pale, as if he had seen a ghost. "Maybe we should exorcise the demon, or sprinkle some holy water or something." Before he finished speaking, a soft light slowly lit up on the car body. Kate and the driver Jim stared at Lewis, who was holding the holy book and praying. This young man was actually a clergyman. Kate, a devout believer in the moon god, blushed at this time, feeling ashamed and nervous. She couldn't help but put her hands together and prayed to Lewis. After a moment of hesitation, the driver also quickly imitated him and began to pray. By the way, he also secretly looked at Lewis and confessed a few words. "Fuck. I really didn't know how to be so tactful today. This young man is really a serious clergyman." Helen was stunned. "Huh? What kind of magic is this? Is it fluorescent? It must be. How can you deceive people like this? Lewis is such a liar." "It okay, Miss Kate." Lewis sprinkled some refreshing water, a drink commonly consumed by wizards, on Kate's body, then reached out and touched Kate's forehead. Kate immediately felt refreshed and was greatly shocked. "Is this holy water? This time I really made a mistake. I didn't expect that these two young men were not only clergymen, but this tall and handsome boy was also a pastor who could get holy water. He might even be the head pastor. But anyone would think he was a liar. Right? If Bishop John saw him, he might hit him with a scepter and make him bleed." Hearing Miss Kate's thoughts, Lewis couldn't help but frown, and once again confirmed that he and Helen were dressed in plain clothes. There are a few faint divine patterns, but it not fancy at all. In my impression, priests and pastors, no matter which sect they belong to, always wear plain face. Could it be that the level of this clothing is too low? Is it the clothing of a trainee pastor wearing this kind of clothing? It is indeed inevitable to make people suspicious. But it doesn't matter. It won't delay my work. Explain that this is my old clothes, and I was in a hurry to bring it today. Anyway, the priests, agents of the Holy Tree Seminary, have done a lot of trouble outside, and some of them even made movies. It doesn't matter if the matter gets out of hand. I can just let Stuart clean up the mess later. As for the doubts about my identity from the clients, at worst I can just bring up Osikri's name. Don't the muggles all think that she teaches at the Holy Tree Seminary? I said I was her colleague. This is well-founded. Right? The identity of this senior pastor is flawless. Right? Many senior pastors, who often travel on official business, are very good. Such as myself. The priests of the Holy Tree Seminary are also very good. Such as myself. Thinking of this, Lewis and Helen exchanged glances. They understood each other's intentions at once. Yes, move my sister out. Louis was relieved. So was Helen. Only Kate was still staring at the two of them stupidly. Chapter 90 My Rich Fathers-in-Laws. Seeing Kate still staring at him blankly, Louis smiled, touched the golden statue of the moon angel in front of the classic car, and said to the classic car, "Don't worry, it okay, Miss Kate. I think, maybe it just got a little mad." Mr. Jim drove too slowly. "The moon angel can't wait for us to get rid of that evil demon." Kate was stunned. Is this really the will of the moon angel? No. No, I understand. Louis is deliberately comforting me. It seems that something weird has really happened. The driver swallowed his saliva, and confessed a few words secretly. Helen, this big liar, it's a pity that he doesn't become a pastor. Soon, everyone got back in the car. Pastor Louis' blessing seems to be really effective. When Jim started the old car again, there were no more problems. Of course, it may also be because the driver Jim followed Pastor Louis' advice. This time, the car was not driving slowly. There were at least 50 or 60 of them. The road conditions were not bad. After more than an hour, a prosperous town appeared in the distance, but the vehicle did not drive into it, but turned directly at the fork in the road. After passing through fields and a beautiful green forest, the road became flatter. A garden appeared in the distance, and then a small lake. And here, the gardener and the servants in the manor could already be seen. There were also many more carriages on the road. They seemed to be servants going out to purchase or do business in and out of the manor castle, and they all greeted the vehicles when they saw them. After a while, a tree wall appeared in front. There was a gate in the tree wall, and there were guard booths and armed patrol guards next to the gate. After the guards saw the vehicle from a distance, they quickly opened the door. After entering the door, it was the inner area of the manor, with gardens, and even a small artificial lake. The grass was very flat, and occasionally you could see a huge redwood or an oak tree with lush branches and leaves. Someone was walking a group of precious hunting dogs for the owner. And there were knights leading horses, teaching the owner retainers, and the children of relatives practicing martial arts or riding horses. In the center of the distance, there is a magnificent castle. It is square, and the outer facade is in typical Gothic style, with high spires. Each floor of the castle is very high, with huge windows in rows, and people can occasionally be seen walking in the windows. In an area behind the castle, there are many buildings separated by a tree wall. Those should be stables, warehouses, etc. Some of them are servants' residences in the manor. There is a small fountain in the small square in front of the castle. When the old car passed the fountain and stopped at the gate, Louis saw that not far from the castle gate, there were several other tractor-style old cars and carriages parked. This is the home of Kate, the little rich woman. No wonder so many reporters pay attention to her. After all, this little widow is her father's chief heir, and she is so young and beautiful. Those who want to marry her probably have to line up from the manor to the town. After getting off the car, Louis looked at the castle in front of him, secretly sighing. Judging from the exquisite sculptures on the outer wall of the castle, it would take 40,000 gold galleons to build it. Louis couldn't help but take a look at the small church connected by 3 buildings not far from the big castle. There were more than a dozen knights chatting on the wall. The castle in the magic secret realm was built according to the scale of this small church. It covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters, and there are more than a dozen toilets inside. There is also a large wine storage room, with the decoration of the craftsman. It is actually quite impressive. Without 20 or 30 servants, it cannot be operated. If a wall is built, there can also be a small parade ground for knights to train. In the Middle Ages, this place can only be afforded by wealthy barons. But if Earl Crawley were in the Middle Ages, he would have dozens of baron vassals and retainers like this. Such a small castle, placed in front of the big castle, is like a public toilet next to the capital. Louis looked up and found that there were many armed guards on the parapet and tower at the top of the castle. A knight in red knight uniform saw the guest looking up and touched his chest in a friendly manner. This huge castle in front of him, plus the other buildings of the entire manor. If the residents of the surrounding towns encountered some disaster or something, if we squeeze together, it can be used as a shelter to accommodate all the people. But it is really big and magnificent. Louis. Helen grabbed Louis's sleeve and whispered, "Where does Miss K. Dragon live? I want to go and see it later. Why can't I see the castle connected buildings?" Connected buildings? Aren't all the buildings in front of us the castle-connected buildings? Louis suddenly understood what Helen meant. She couldn't see the whole picture of the castle, and mistakenly thought there was a large building area behind it. Louis blinked his eyes fiercely, opened his mouth wide, and looked at the real rich woman beside him. That too much? You rich little girl. Ah, that too much. My dear sister-in-law, can the efficiency and cost of wizards building things be the same as ordinary people? Louis said softly with a smile. But, is Grand Duke Orin really that rich? Obviously. The castle of the K family, where Grand Duke Orin, the ruler of the Aralinda Wizard Principality, is located, is very large. After all, they have to raise fire dragons to guard the house, principality. And they not only play outside the castle, at home, but also have a fire dragon bedroom inside the castle. After taking Louis and Helen into the castle, Kate glanced at the time on the clock in the main hall, 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if my father has come back. The priests and great magicians are still waiting. At this time, the butler came over. When he saw Helen and Louis, his face froze slightly, but he didn't show it. Is my father back? Miss. He hasn't come back yet, but he just called and said he had finished talking with His Majesty. He on his way back now. The butler replied. Kate couldn't help but feel nervous. My father was originally on sick leave these days. But yesterday, someone suddenly came from the palace and summoned my father. This made all the distinguished guests wait here, but no one was there to accompany them. Originally, I should have been here to accompany the distinguished guests. But my father had told Louis and others on the phone yesterday that his daughter would pick them up. After all, they were introduced by the Belief family. I can't just say that the host will pick them up, and then a driver will go. If they feel neglected, they will turn around and leave. How can I chat with people from the Belief family in the future? It's too undignified. What the situation now? Kate asked nervously. According to the original plan, Father did not intend to invite these two young priests. Or maybe he forgot, otherwise he should have let them arrive earlier, and then let the guests arrive later. After all, it doesn't matter if these two young priests in their 20s wait for a while. As a result, the situation is reversed now, which almost neglected the guests. Miss, after breakfast, Sir Barnard, as you instructed, took several magicians and priests to visit the mermaids in the castle, and just came back. Did the gentlemen say anything? Kate asked cautiously. The gentlemen are very interested in mermaids. This legendary creature is the first time for the gentlemen to see it. I even took photos for everyone. They are very happy. Now, they are drinking tea and chatting in the semi-study room next to the hall. As he said this, the housekeeper happily took out the newly developed photo. Kate secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the gentleman did not blame her. A discordant discussion came over. Mermaids? Louis, aren't they everywhere? Helen thought of the groups of young ladies who like to eat people, but are very beautiful. In the White Rock Lake. White Rock Lake leads to the deep sea, and the mermaids come here every winter. Well, this is the countryside, there are not many such things. Kate and the housekeeper looked over with a blank expression. Have you seen mermaids? In the countryside. This is what my father caught from the sea. Helen took the opportunity to lean over and take a look at the photo. Then looked at Louis with a strange expression. Louis, what is this? It's so ugly. Dugong. People who haven't seen it usually think it a mermaid. Well, this fish tank looks quite big, which is not easy. The housekeeper suddenly put the photo away with a smile on his face. Sure enough, he had never seen a mermaid. Country bumpkins. Don't bother with them. Kate rubbed her forehead. The two gentlemen and ladies are indeed pastors, but they seem to have never seen much of the world. Don't talk nonsense later, or you will neglect the adults. Let go, Mr. Louis. Miss Helen. Kate said no more. She smiled at Louis and the others, and led the way with the butler. After passing through several corridors, everyone came to the innermost part of the castle. There is a large semi-study room here. Semi-study rooms are usually used by the owner to entertain guests or discuss things. There are all kinds of books, toys and artworks in it. But in this semi-study room, it is full of various spells, divine patterns, and magic circles. There were 7 very special guests drinking tea or talking in the half-study room. The servants in the half-study room were very cautious. Kate was also very cautious when she came here. She should be very cautious. After all, Sir John was a bishop of the Moon Court, and the 3 magicians were the teachers of the king and Queen Delphifenia. They were the kind of people who had to be treated with respect even by the king and queen. Chapter 91 Bishop John, you still say you are not a mage? Lewis glanced at everyone attire. There was a bearded man in a Templar uniform, who was sitting alone in a seat, with his feet on the table, carving a wood sculpture out of boredom. There were already sawdust all over the floor. 3 old men were sitting on a sofa, drinking tea and chatting quietly. Because they were facing away from Lewis, Lewis did not notice their attire. But it seemed that there were some very exaggerated decorations on the back of their heads. And the night clothes seemed to be quite fancy. Lewis suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But soon, he was attracted by another group of people. They were 3 gentlemen wearing white noble wigs, and they were standing in the middle of the hall talking loudly. They seemed to be discussing mermaids or something. The noise was so loud that it could be heard clearly outside. And the 3 old priests opposite frowned. The servants who served tea and water were very careful. And Kate was also very careful. She was afraid of disturbing the 3 magicians' conversation. Kate also specifically told Lewis, "Those 3 gentlemen are Sir Bach, Sir Ron and Sir Fermi. They are all famous magicians in England. They are also the Grand Master of Sorrento. And they are famous scholars in the kingdom. The people sitting over there are Bishop John and others. They came here specially from the Holy Court. Lewis, Helen, I will introduce them to you after they finish talking. Don't worry." After that, Kate led Lewis and the other 2 to a seat, as if she was afraid that Lewis would talk too much with the priests and do something bad. So they stayed a little far away from those people. After all, these 2 young priests, Mr. and Miss, were a little special. Lewis didn't pay attention to this little thing. His eyes were attracted by the 3 magicians. Along the way, the people he saw were all dressed fashionably. But these 3 magicians were dressed a little retro. And they were wearing red, green, and purple stockings. Isn't this too Victorian? Isn't it older than Victorian? Lewis couldn't help but take a look at the butler clothes. Double-breasted top, shirt, board pants and long boots, no stockings. At least not wearing anything outside. The magician clothes are a bit retro. Lewis was deeply impressed by the magician performance at the train station. And the real magician also dressed very fashionably, which was very different from the dress of these great magicians. Could it be that in this circle of magic lovers, there are still 2 factions? Bach, I said, that not a mermaid. The younger Mr. Ron said solemnly, "Sailors often mistake this creature for a mermaid, but this creature is actually called a dugong. This word is indeed very obscure, and there are currently no books about marine life. There are still many areas that navigators have not explored. The number of people who have seen these creatures in the world may be as many as the number of mermaids." When Miss Kate heard this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and looked at Lewis in great surprise. Mr. Red Stockings continued, "Mermaids may have disappeared from the world or simply be a non-existent legend." This caused another round of debate, but no conclusion was reached. But soon, the topic of the 3 people shifted to another direction. They discussed whether there is magic in this world. Lewis and Helen looked confused. There is no magic if there is no magic. What kind of magicians are you? The 2 couldn't help but look at Kate again. But they found that Kate was holding her hands tightly in front of her chest, looking at the 3 great magicians with admiration. "No, this magician believes that there is no magic in the world. Is it normal? Then why did you and your daughter ask these people to come here?" "Lewis, how did they fight?" Helen couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lewis shook his head woodenly, looking at the swords on the waists of the 3 gentlemen, and the silver battle axes, hammers, and scepters on the table. At this time, the voice of Mr. Greenstocking sounded. He glanced at the frowning bishops and priests opposite him, and then said loudly, "Many theoretical scholars do insist that the world has entered an era of spiritual energy stagnation. Therefore, magic has disappeared. But as we all know, the priests in the moon god Holy Court actually use variant magic. This is the best proof that magic still exists." After these words came out, many magicians fell silent, and looked at the priests in silence. They all seemed to agree with what Mr. Green said. That is to say, these magicians who think magic does not exist, think that the priests are using magic. The priests who were affected by the disaster could not help but pat their foreheads. Anthony Beard. I knew this group of psychopaths are going to say they are wizards again. When I was explaining the history of theology to Her Majesty Delphinia 2 days ago, she curiously asked if Saint Anthony was a wizard and said that the court wizard told her. What a hell! And these great British magicians. Every time they meet me, they always say that Saint Anthony is the god of magic. Damn the god of magic. Damn wizards. So they can't have the same name and surname. And appeared at the same time 3,000 years ago? Yes. The things we use now are indeed different from before. Everyone's power no longer comes from the gods, but from their own power. This is definitely not magic. They really say that the priests of our moon temple are all magic priests. This is nonsense. We have faith. Okay. Do you wizards have faith? Do you have inheritance? The inheritance of our moon temple is a serious inheritance. Indeed, we do not worship gods anymore. But can't you see the big moon hanging in the sky? We worship the moon. We don't use holy magic, white magic, or light magic. It's the word of truth. And our word of truth comes from the dawn book brought by Saint Anthony. It's not something taught by the god of magic. Saint Anthony said that he is not the god of magic. It has nothing to do with you wizards. When Lewis heard the words of the Archmage John, Bishop, he blinked hard. He suddenly remembered the words in the manual. If you meet some moon god priests who can really exorcise demons, then there is no doubt that they are most likely wizards, or a wizard with faith. They worship the god of magic. Lewis looked at the priests in confusion. Then he blinked fiercely. Their clothes? Why are they so similar to Khadgar wizard robes? The collar is high, and there is a conspicuous wizard moon wheel on the back. The magic robes on their bodies are colorful, full of spells, and they are holding the great wizard scepter in their hands. And you say you are not wizards? You said you don't worship the god of magic? Wait. You all wear this kind of clothes, you are all wizards. Then what am I wearing? What am I? At this time, the great wizards also looked over. Both sides suddenly stared at each other for a long time, and then Bishop John pointed at Lewis and coughed up a mouthful of phlegm, and almost died. Bishop John didn't say anything, but Lewis heard his voice, and almost died. Treff. You big idiot. You screwed my father. Chapter 92 Strange Disease. Ahem, Sir John. Don't get me wrong. Kate hurriedly stood up and explained. Mr. Lewis and Miss Helen are my good friends. They are going to shoot a new movie recently. This time, I heard that you gentlemen came to perform exorcism, so I came here to observe and learn. But in order to catch the train, I didn't have time to change my costume. Several priests looked at each other, and the great wizard Bishop John suddenly drank a few sips of water, and swallowed the breath. Afterwards, he wiped his beard, stretched his head, and asked Kate carefully, So, this Saint Anthony and the first Pope, Alia are from the Trev Film Dream Factory? That right, Sir John? That true, ha ha, ha ha. Kate poked Lewis twice. Lewis's eyes twitched, and he knew exactly what the clothes were. They were the clothes of ancient sages, the white robes that Saint Anthony and the first Pope wore during ceremonies. The only thing missing for Helen and I to wear this outfit is a hat and a scepter, and it complete. I saw that Treve was planning to shoot this movie recently, and the costumes were prepared quite professionally. This idleworm, the Ministry of Magic termites, the shame of wizards. Nothing in this office is for office use. They are all movie props. It's a good thing that Miss Kate is smart, otherwise those old men would have rushed over with their big wands, looking for me to make trouble. What would I do if I accidentally pushed them down? Lewis secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Then, under the narrow-eyed surveillance of the great wizards and priests, he and Helen quickly took out a notebook and a pen from their sleeves, forced a smile, and pretended to remember things. Many great wizards and priests looked at the magic notebooks full of spells in the hands of the two people, looked at each other, and nodded. It's true that the props of Trib Movie Dream Factory are really professional. We usually use this kind of stuff. Lewis and the great wizards almost got into a fight here, and the great wizards, who were talking loudly on the other side, almost got into a fight with themselves. Several Silk Stockings magicians all believed that there was no magic in this world, and the priests also nodded. And a priest wearing a gorgeous wizard robe could not help but say a few words that there is no magic in the world. The magicians were furious. It was as if they could say there is no magic in the world, but others could not. Everyone, I think you may have misunderstood. What we mean is that magic is disappearing from this world. But it still exists. The young Mr. Hongxi stood up with a serious face, then bowed to everyone, then rolled up his sleeves, and searched for a magic book on the table. It seems that he is going to show off his skills. Lewis couldn't help but move his eyes slightly. He agreed with this person's point of view. If this continues, the magic in this world, maybe it will be passed down by the priests. Thinking of this, Lewis couldn't help but look at the priests over there again. What exactly did Mr. Anthony leave for these priests? Louis couldn't help but think of the special magic he saw in the monthly holy canon in the office. The holy magic and the light magic. I guess Anthony must have referred to the magic of the moon goddess and left something for these descendants. He didn't put all his eggs in one basket. Louis. He seems to be using magic. He won't be punished by the Ministry of Magic. Helen was worried about the Red Stockings man. What the lady said is true. According to the rules of the Magic Lovers Association, using magic in public will be punished, Mr. Red Stockings said with a smile. But then he changed the subject, bowed slightly to Kate and Helen, and laughed, however. This time for the two ladies. I am willing to make an exception. This gentleman seems to be quite a gentleman. After saying that, he tore open a piece of paper, and then began a long spell. After a long time, the great magician's face was covered with cold sweat, and the piece of paper finally slowly floated up 2 centimeters. It over. Mr. Homsey wiped the sweat off his face and said. Seeing this scene, the other 2 magicians were stunned. After a careful inspection, they solemnly said to everyone, "Everyone, let applaud Mr. Ron. He proved that magic exists in this world." Miss Kate's face was flushed with excitement, and her face was full of Sir Ron, who was indeed the most powerful magician. As if clapping by herself was not enough, she stood up and led the servants in the hall to applaud. At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Mr. Red Stockings. Only Louis and Helen were stunned. This made Miss Kate frown, and she felt a little displeased in her heart. The little priest, who was arrogant and incompetent, did not know how to respect people at all. Helen looked at Louis blankly, just like a goose at this moment, not knowing what to say. Helen, didn't you hear that? That was the floating spell of the holy tree. But it was modified. It might be a spell deliberately released by the Ministry of Magic. Originally, this spell could not be used, but he modified it a little bit. And he didn't use the magic wand. Louis shook his head. Louis, they don't plan to rely on this thing to deal with that thing. Do they? There seems to be a scary guy inside that door. Helen looked at the door at the other end of the hall with some fear. Louis fell into deep thought. He didn't know why these 3 people came here, but there must be a reason. Louis shook his head again. He had a guess in his mind, but he didn't know how to tell Helen because it might overturn her worldview. He quietly used a magic to make Stuart disappear. Then he said, "Stuart, you keep an eye on Helen for a while. Respect the decree." After the voice fell, an old man wearing a tall hat appeared beside Helen. Except for the master and Helen, it seemed that no one could see it. But at this time, Stuart's attention was not on the master. As soon as he came out, he looked at the gate that Helen had just seen with a serious face. "Stuart, you just keep an eye on Helen. As for those great wizards." Louis took a sip of tea, looked at the priests over there, and then couldn't help rubbing his face hard. At this time, the great wizards and priests were like country folk who had just entered the city. They surrounded the floating paper, marveled at it, and were shocked. It seemed that they had never imagined that magic really existed in this world. Great wizards, you are the only ones in the whole room who know some magic. You all use magic. Okay. No matter how low your level is, it is still magic. If you were placed on the holy tree, you would definitely be professor-level wizards. Wake up! Stop deceiving yourself. Okay. The great magicians and priests were there in amazement, praising the magic, complimenting the level of the 3 great magicians. At this time, there was a faint but very powerful applause at the door. The applause was not loud, but when it was heard throughout the hall, it attracted everyone's attention. Thank you, Bach, Ron, and Fermi, the great magicians, for your wonderful demonstrations, and thank you, Bishop John and the priests, and the knights for coming from afar to visit my humble home. My daughter's hospitality was a little inadequate. Please forgive me. At the entrance of the hall, there was a handsome middle-aged man. He had a captain hat full of wheat ears on his arm, and he was wearing a double-breasted Navy general uniform. The medals on the chest of the uniform showed his great achievements. In addition, he was leaning on a walking stick, and his legs seemed to be a little lame. This should be what Kate said. The reason why her father was on leave to recuperate. Of course, mental illness is also a major cause. Earl Crawley is worried. Mr. Harold is right after all. My wife will wake up sooner or later. It all my fault. I shouldn't be like this. The Countess was ill in her early years. She was like a plant, and could not get up from bed. The Earl, who loved his wife deeply, searched for scholars all over the world and invited priests all over the world, but failed to cure his wife's illness, until a mysterious man visited. The wife gradually became radiant, and her eyes could move. But she could not speak. Nor could she let her husband know that she had forgiven him. Anyway, the Count finally saw his wife's smile. The Count began to claim that he was ill, begging His Majesty to give up his position as governor and return home to take care of his lover. The Count returned home and took care of his wife. His wife's health gradually improved. But no one could have imagined that this story did not have a happy ending. One day, his wife fell ill for the first time. Fortunately, a magician who called himself a magician temporarily suppressed the disease. And there he was cured. He told the Earl that his wife had actually been dead for many years, and had become a demon, and advised him to cremate his wife, and put her to rest as soon as possible. Dead. The demon rests in peace. This made the Earl furious. His wife was obviously a living person. How could he say she was a demon? How could he cremate her? Damn black wizard. He was lying. The kind-hearted magician was wanted by the kingdom of Sorrento and left his hometown. And Mrs. Crawley also began to become more and more strange. Or, Mrs. Crawley now can no longer be described as strange. Now, Crowley has realized his mistake and is extremely regretful. Perhaps his wife can no longer be saved, and in recent years, no one has the ability to let Mrs. Crawley rest in peace. The deadline mentioned by the magician has come. The bishop came all the way from the Moon Court, and the three magicians came to help after hearing about this. Earl Crawley knew that the only chance to free his wife was right before his eyes. Everything should be settled today. Chapter 93. We are the only ones left. Earl Crawley walked into the room. As a soldier, he was very decisive in his work. He had already said all the polite words in the past few days. So after some apologies and greetings, he got straight to the point. Sir Bach. Earl Crawley looked solemnly at the magician who, among all the magicians, believed least in magic in the world, and said, "This time, it all up to you. I have specially invited His Excellency Bishop John and others to come and assist you. If you need anything, just let me know." At this point, Earl Crawley nodded to Louis and Helen, and said lightly, "Please do your best." It seems that Kate has already communicated with her father through the butler. He knows that the two guys in costumes are indeed priests. However, he did not intend to explain his wife's situation to the two men again. I guess he didn't count on them. This lord is also convinced. Who exactly did Mr. Kentucky believe introduce? After a few words, Earl Crawley has said what he should say, and taken care of the people he should take care of. But what was shocking was that the people whom Earl Crawley valued most turned out to be those three magicians who didn't know magic. Helen and Stuart looked at Earl Crawley in bewilderment. What could those three muggles you invited do? But what made them both unbelievable was that the bishop even nodded and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Earl Crawley, we will help them. Sir Bach, Ron and Master Fermi, we verified the thing you drew last night. You are indeed right. We were all wrong. And we are all old. We can no longer understand this kind of thing. This time, you are still the main thing." After saying that, Bishop John took out an ancient and incomplete scroll from his sleeve. He solemnly handed it to the three men in stockings. Seeing the part of the pattern revealed on the scroll, Louis's eyes moved slightly. Dawn Sealing Array? The magic spell that the Witch Queen left for Stuart is this magic modification? Sure enough, the real inheritance is in the Moon Court. Or maybe only that side still has something left. After the three magicians received the scroll, they were not modest at all, and all raised their heads proudly. One of them was already flipping through various books, as if he had already entered the working state. Helen took a curious look, and found that it was full of spells he had written randomly, but the other two magicians seemed to focus on him. It seemed that they were full of expectations for this man in stockings, who was flipping through the books. According to theoretical calculations, these spells can definitely make up for this incomplete magic circle. "Come on, Sir Ron," the two stockings men said solemnly to the red stockings magician who was flipping the book. "The future of magic is in our hands. Don't worry, Ron. We will buy you time even if we risk our lives. Open the door, Lord Crawley." The three stockings men clenched their fists and looked at the door that no one had deliberately mentioned before. In the awareness of facing death, their eyes were full of determination. Crowley's hands were shaking deeply. He closed his eyes and took out the key with a sad face, and handed it to his daughter, who was the only one who could get close to the door. Then, Miss Kate pursed her lips and opened the door. The door slowly opened, and everyone looked around and saw that the dim hall was full of various clothes, bedsheets, curtains, and other items that were made into ropes. These clothes formed huge spider webs, like ropes, hanging in the hall, covering the entire hall. What was even more bizarre was that, in this hall, there were many things wrapped in sheets like cocoons. They kept shaking their bodies. They seemed to be living people. But now, they had become half human and half puppet-like things, crying miserably. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. A series of strange laughter suddenly rang in everyone's heart. The rope in the air suddenly moved, and a thin woman with a strange figure and reversed joints suddenly flashed through the closed spider web, entangling a half-human puppet that was about to escape from its cocoon. Then the woman figure disappeared, just like a fast-forwarded movie clip. So fast that it was almost invisible. What was even more bizarre was that the person who was alive just now was entangled by the bed sheet, and his body gradually turned into wood. It seemed that, as long as he was covered by the spiderweb-like bed sheet and clothes, the person would be gone. Seeing the scene inside, Earl Crawley covered his eyes in grief. Kate also covered her face and started crying. Others were even more terrified at this time, even those experienced priests. Their heads buzzed, and they almost peed their pants. How could it be this kind of thing? This is different from what the king said. Can we 3 old men plus a Templar do this? This requires a Templar Knights. This is exactly what Stuart thought. He was sweating all over his face. It was something that came out of some gods, or the dreams of many wizards. This is called the source of disaster. It is called the seed of fallen angels. In ancient times, once this thing wakes up, it is quasi-god level. It is the same thing as the Faceless Man in the legend of the Faceless Man made up by the wizards of Black Corner Alley. Of course, the boss' real strength is even stronger than the rumors and is still getting stronger. If the boss hadn't been here today, I would have turned around and left. I can't handle this thing at all. No one in the entire demon prison can do it. I'm afraid only the artifact of the Death Lantern can defeat it. If this thing hadn't woken up yet, and was still under the influence of the Countess' last remaining consciousness, it would have slipped out of this room long ago. By then, all the Earl territories would be covered with these closed ropes. The Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic is simply shit. How many years has this thing been sleeping here? No one has found it. And no one has come to deal with it. Could it be that the Queen of Witches is interfering? She is at odds with the Crowley family. Stuart and the priests were all dumbfounded here. And Helen was licking a lollipop over there, not knowing what was going on. After all, Lewis didn't seem to be weak at all. Don't be nervous, he won't come out of that hall for the time being, a magician suddenly said. It seemed that the 3 magicians were not nervous. Or rather, they knew that. They couldn't be nervous. At this moment, the 3 magicians who didn't know magic all looked serious. They all clenched the useless books in their hands, the Holy Court Dawn Sealing Array scroll drawings, and the various tools that could be used to depict the Dawn Sealing Array. They knew that the lives of everyone present today were entrusted to these 3 powerless scholars. They also knew that the future of magic in this world had to be shouldered by someone. Yes, they all knew that their spells might not work. But if they didn't try, how could they know whether these theories deduced by everyone were correct? How could they know whether it was necessary for everyone to continue moving forward in the direction of this theory? How can we know if there is magic in this world? On the road of exploring the truth, there must be a price. Everything starts with us. Declaration of a Magic Revolutionary. Interestingly, the noble wizards knew magic, but they burned it and sealed it. The great wizards of Usua knew magic, but they had no knowledge and were not very good at using it. However, in this declining era when magic was about to disappear, a group of people who did not know magic finally took on this heavy responsibility that no one else could bear. They relied on their own self-created spells and their passion to move forward on the unknown road full of dark thorns. They hoped, begged, and hoped that those spells that even they knew were useless could really work, so that they could prove that their theory was correct. The magic in this world must not have disappeared. We can definitely leave real wealth for future generations. Chapter 94. Come quickly. Dad will comfort you. Looking at the narrations in front of him, Lewis fell into deep thought. At this moment, a series of voices suddenly rang in everyone's heart. Little Kate, my good daughter, come quickly. Hee hee. It's time to go to bed. Come quickly. Mom will comfort you. This voice seemed to have mental pollution. After it sounded, everyone in the hall gradually began to feel dizzy. Some servants who were not determined even fell down one after another, and their bodies gradually became like puppets. The shadows of the servants seemed to be alive, picking up the servants' clothes and wrapping them around them. Kate, Who was the first to be hit? Rolled her eyes, and was about to walk over, but was stopped by Lewis. He used magic to interfere with the magic field around her body, and directly removed the terrible curse. Kate suddenly woke up, covered her face, and cried on Lewis's shoulder. Although she was physically fine, she was about to collapse mentally. Rays of light suddenly flashed from the hands of the priests, and the hall became brighter. The servants felt a little less dizzy. They wanted to crawl out in a hurry, but they found that they were just standing still, and could not reach the door outside. What was even more strange was that in the eyes of others, they did not run out, but ran madly towards the spider web hall. The situation was completely out of control. In the whole hall, the only one who could remain calm was Earl Crowley. He took out his revolver and loaded the bullets. Intend to kill those servants who are going to commit suicide. This will at least save them from suffering. At this moment, 3 torches full of sacred breath were suddenly stabbed into the door of the spider web hall by 3 wild wizards who were chanting spells randomly. Then, one of the 3 took a book and chanted the meaningless spell loudly, while another pointed at the panicked servants and shouted angrily. It was like scolding the devil. No one knew that those spells were useless, but those who had been unsteady were born with a lot of courage in their hearts through the actions of the 3 magicians. They all sobered up a bit. "Don't be afraid," I said. "That little devil, don't dare to walk out of that hall," Holmesy shouted while secretly wiping the cold sweat, while shouting angrily at the people in the hall with great style. "Come and stand in the circle I drew. As long as you are in this circle, even if the Hades comes in person, he can't take you away." Blue Stockings secretly wiped the cold sweat, while stroking his beard calmly. "Bishop John, don't be stunned. Don't stand in the circle. Come here, use your light magic, block some of the things in the hall, buy us some time. You, quickly go and send the dawn torch down." Amid the 3 magicians' angry rebukes and commands, the situation that was about to get out of control suddenly reversed. It was as if their spells really worked. Since the servants were no longer afraid, their wills gradually became firmer, and they were no longer disturbed by that kind of spiritual power. On the other side, the priests were confused when they heard the magician ask them to block it. Block? Can this thing be blocked? Do you think we are archangels? Today, we will die here one by one. We can't escape. But even though they thought so, when the priests saw the expectant eyes of the crowd, they still stood up one after another. Ron and the others were right. At this point, we can only rely on the magic sealing array. If no one blocks it, everyone will die together. Some of the priests began to cast various dispelling spells to purify the hall. Others came to the gate and randomly released various sacred magics into it. These sacred magics basically did not hit the target, but they fought vigorously, and it seemed more like they were randomly slapping their fists before being ravaged to prevent the demons from getting close. As for their dispelling magic, it seemed that it could only barely dispel the corrupt aura that continued to spread into the hall, and it could only prevent the situation from getting worse. But these more professional charlatans, although they were scared to death in their hearts, appeared to be very impressive. Bishop John and his 2 deputy priests were very calm, and lightning kept hitting the hall with their hands. In the eyes of those who didn't know anything about it, it was like a god descending from heaven. And the Templar, who was covered in holy flames and fighting the air with a loud shout, not daring to approach the hall. In the eyes of those who didn't know anything about it, it was more like a life and death struggle with the invisible evil demon, and looked very powerful. Therefore, although several Moon Court priests and knights were performing shaman dances, it looked as if they were beating up the evil demon in the hall. The bishop, who was secretly wetting his pants, occasionally stroked his beard and calmly gave a few commands to the air, which made people more confident. Courage and confidence were born again in everyone's hearts, especially after they stood in a useless circle. Their willpower became max in self-hypnosis, and the monster spiritual power could no longer defeat their will. Even Lord Crowley breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 magicians were also relieved. They exchanged glances with each other in tacit understanding. "This is a big deal. What is this thing? There is no record of this thing in our books. I am sure that he did not cast a spell just now. It was just a trace of spirit that spread out, and it turned everyone's shadows into magic. Fortunately, there is the dawn torch. We still have some time. According to Mr. Harold's previous speculation, he will not enter this hall before he wakes up completely. Stop exchanging glances. Let quickly finish the magic sealing array. The servants have noticed us. Now we have seen the things. Let quickly complete the last part of the magic sealing array according to the current appearance of the hall. Then try to trick him in. After getting to know each other, the three people who had a very good understanding of each other suddenly lifted the large carpet under their feet, and saw that there was a magic ceiling array that had been carved for the most part underneath. This seems to be the work these three people have done in the past 2 days. And yesterday. Bishop John also confirmed that the three people did understand this thing. Then the three of them took out the moon court holy powder brought by Bishop John from the magic ceiling array scroll. This seemed to be a high-level spellcasting material. When the three of them took out the powder to complete the magic ceiling array, the powder looked like sparks. Soon, the three of them outlined the scene in the hall in the magic ceiling array. Seeing this scene, Lewis, who had been standing at the door of the hall and pretending with the priests for a long time, fell into deep thought. The three magicians were quite capable. Except for not knowing magic. They are very professional in other things. They know that the most important thing to deal with this kind of thing is willpower. As long as one person in the room collapses, the situation will have a chain reaction. And they seem to be afraid that this thing has the ability to spread. So they don't let anyone go out. They guessed right. Now the seal on the door has been completely broken after the door was opened. If one person runs out today, the power of the curse will leave the house with the shadows of those people. And even if the monster is killed, it can be resurrected in the shadows of those people. And the whole manor will be ruined. Thinking of this, Lewis squinted his eyes, and glanced at a window at one end of the hall. The seal there was broken, and the monster could escape at any time. At that time, all the evil spirits and shadows in the whole house would be taken out by it. And it would be troublesome to deal with it. Moreover, this thing is a bit special. It can shuttle in and out of the oil painting like Stuart. But if it is a QR code, or even a more powerful dot matrix, he will have no way. But if this is the case, on the one hand, he also needs to recite a long spell to cast this level of magic. And on the other hand, after the magic is released, the puppets in the hall will all be dead. They can still be saved. But if this monster dares to show its head a little, let me catch its hand. Then, there is no need to go through so much trouble. What wrong with this guy? He was so quiet just now. She felt something. Why didn't he come out? Lewis glanced at the monster in the room, and confirmed that there was no leakage of his magic power. But the monster climbed carefully among the ropes, occasionally casually breaking up a lightsaber shot by the priests, lightning. But he seemed very cautious. He had been quietly staring at the crowd outside, and the one he kept looking at was Lewis. Seeing this, Stuart's eyes twitched. The thing inside could actually see the danger of the master. How did he see it? The master now looked no different from those priests. Even the magic arts were used in the same way. He looked like an ordinary priest. If it were me, I would definitely fall for the master trick. Obviously, the more powerful something is, the more you can tell who is more powerful. He has already vaguely sensed your dangerous aura. I am just an ordinary person. Don't keep looking at me. Lewis, what are you doing? Helen asked in a low voice. Everyone seemed to be working hard. Only Lewis was lazy in the crowd. Shh. Don't talk. I'm fishing. Stuart is very restless. Just stand there. Don't shake. Just pretend you can't see him. Come on. Dad will coax you. Chapter 95 Actually, I am also a magic lover. Shh. Don't talk, I'm fishing. Stull is particularly restless. Just stand there. Lewis looked at the darkness in the hall and said, the true body of the fallen angel is hidden in the shadow that is everywhere. As long as he is not exposed, then in any shadow, he will be everywhere. But this thing that lacks reason because it is not awakened, is almost unable to hold back his desire for the soul. He is indeed too eager, he is too hungry, he needs to grow and revive. To complete the mission given to him by the Overlord Alia. Therefore, there is a giant shadow with sickle-like claws, which has been quietly sliding in the shadows for a long time. The person he is aiming at is the ugly-looking, cold sweat on his face, trembling all over Stuart. He looks the most delicious among the people who can be easily caught. How did this ghost thing see me? Go eat Bishop John, don't eat me, that pretentious guy looks much more delicious than me. The fallen angel was indeed a little hesitant. The stylish Bishop John felt very unpalatable, because he was extremely frightened. But he looked like the most delicious person. Bishop John seemed to have sensed the gaze of the god of death. The pants under the rope, which were already wet, became wet again. But he was calm. While urinating, he stroked his beard and said to Lewis, who came to him by accident, following the shadow claws, don't be nervous, kid. The fallen angel had already realized that his death was approaching. Although he is very cunning and has never dared to reveal his true identity. It is all in vain. When the magic ceiling formation is completed, it will be his death. Yes. Lewis glanced at the shadow on the ground and nodded. He. Damn priest, referring to Lewis. Who are you? Who are you? Don't even think about protecting him. Give him to me, and we will live in peace. Looking at the strange woman in the hall, who suddenly climbed from the spider web on the left to the spider web on the right like a slide. Bishop John's eyelids twitched wildly, and a few drops of urine came out. Don't be afraid, kid. I will protect you. Just stand by me. Old John's words were trembling. His body softened, and he was almost leaning on Lewis. He suddenly felt more and more frightened. Obviously, anyone who was a little bit stronger could realize the danger. His little finger suddenly trembled, and he hugged Lewis's shoulders as if possessed by a ghost. And took a half step back. Ha ha. Cutting thing. He just wanted to take away your soul. Don't worry. I'm here. You and the monster stretched out your hands at the same time. He failed to catch Bishop John, and you failed to catch him. After that, Bishop John also blessed Lewis with a blessing of heavenly armor. Then he blessed himself with a blessing of heavenly guardian. At this moment, Lewis suddenly felt that his whole body had an incomparable powerful force, and his magic power was gradually consumed. As if all the magic power attributes were added to the power. The original power of more than 30 instantly soared to more than 90. Child, you are very strong. Don't be afraid. Now you have the strength of a dragon. Stand forward. Bishop John put the scepter into Lewis's arms, and then took a half step back. You and the monster stretched out your hands at the same time. He failed to catch Bishop John, and you also failed to catch him. You both lacked a little luck. At this moment, a hand patted Bishop John on the shoulder, and he almost jumped up in fear. Two gentlemen, if you have nothing to do, come in with me. Sir James, you come too. Mr. Red Stockings. Ron came over with a book in his arms without knowing when. Said with a smile, it seems that the magic ceiling array has been completed. Then, Ron looked at the depths of the hall with a serious face. He seems to have felt the power of the magic ceiling array, and dared not come out again. But we must lead him out. Speaking, Ron patted his arms where a worn-out rag doll was hidden. Don't worry, I have a holy object left by the god of magic Anthony. With it, that thing will not hurt you. Obviously, Ron was speaking in a sarcastic way, and Lewis had already seen that. When Ron flapped the rag doll in his arms, that thing became extremely hungry. It contained the Countess' last attachment to this world. Her daughter. The thing in the Countess' shadow wanted to swallow Ron and the rag doll in one gulp, and complete the final transformation and awakening. But what he didn't know was that, on Ron's body, the entrance to the magic array of the magic ceiling array had been engraved. As long as his soul is hooked by the sickle, the demon will be pulled into the magic ceiling array. Ron, it seems that I guessed right. I can feel that something is coming. I don't know what that thing is afraid of. But with this thing, he will definitely be fooled. At this moment, Bishop John suddenly saw a hideous and terrifying claw on the ground suddenly reaching towards him. He was so scared that he almost fainted. But at this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed it. The claws swung frantically several times, trying to break free from the hand. But like a little chicken, it couldn't break free. Bishop John raised his head woodenly, following Lewis's hand, and looked at Lewis. Stuart also opened his mouth wide, looking at his boss. Sure enough, only the boss was the real source of disaster. Don't bother, Ron. Let's take a look at your new spell. Lewis suddenly smiled, and rolled up the shadow in his hand like a roll of paper. Lewis's words made Ron slightly stunned. He looked at the hall in the distance and suddenly pursed his lips. Trust again, and everyone trust again. At this moment, he felt the burden on his shoulders became heavier. It almost made him unable to breathe. He knew that thing was not something that ordinary people could deal with. Even the priests were powerless. The only way to deal with him was the magic ceiling array, and those spells that could suppress his aura and put him into the magic ceiling array. These spells must exist, because the magic has not disappeared. At this moment, Ron suddenly saw that the little priest beside him pulled hard, and then there was a desperate scream and a creaking sound of grabbing the ground in the hall. Many ropes were torn in the devil panic grabbing. Then Ron, the bishop, and Crowley, and all the others in the circle behind them, saw that the hall was suddenly covered by a surging pure white holy flame. Damn priest. Who are you? Who are you? A huge demon shadow suddenly emerged from the shadows in the hall, and suddenly stabbed Lewis with its ferocious claws. But at this moment, Lewis suddenly raised Bishop John's scepter, and then hundreds of golden thunders suddenly flashed in the hall, and struck the demon shadow, and then hundreds of huge lightsabers pierced into the monster body. For a moment, the light in the hall exploded, and it looked like a new sun suddenly rose in the hall. Heart-wrenching wails rang out in the hall. Looking at the holy flames, Jean Lei and Chiong, Bishop John's head buzzed, and he fell to the ground, pointing at Lewis with his mouth wide open and unable to speak. No wonder he was wearing a holy robe. This is simply a reincarnated archangel. Stuart was the same. Boss, how do you want me to write a report? Do I have to ask Polster to write a script to fool the Ministry of Magic? In the midst of this howl, all the shadows in the hall suddenly gathered in the shadow of the strange woman and hid. At this time, it seemed that there was no darkness in the hall. Everything was gray and white. The woman in the air was wailing constantly. Her shadow was huge and hideous, occupying the entire ground, looking like a giant spider demon. Lewis pulled hard again. The demon shadow was pulled out hard. Then Lewis glared with anger, and suddenly swung the scepter in his hand at the demon shadow. In an instant, a loud earth-shaking noise sounded, followed by a heart-wrenching wail and prayer. The whole hall was covered with dust, and the demon shadow was smashed into the cracked bluestone floor. Earl Crawley, Kate, the housekeeper and others who were watching from a distance almost dropped their eyes to the ground. Before everyone could react, the young priest swung his scepter fiercely again. As he swung, waves of earth-shaking noises echoed in the castle, as if a 100-meter-long dragon was beating the castle. This time, Mrs. Crawley in the air couldn't even scream. She took 2 deep breaths and her whole body began to twitch. The claws in her shadow also twitched randomly, and it looked like a dying spider, kicking its legs constantly. When the last scepter was struck, the scepter forged with eternal gold had completely bent, and the shadow began to disintegrate and penetrated into the woman's body. Soon, the woman seemed to sink into the black water, and could no longer be seen. Seeing Ron and others still standing there, looking at him like stupid geese, Lewis smiled and said, "Oh, don't get me wrong. I am actually a magic enthusiast, so it was reasonable for me to use a few light magics with the power of the Bishop Divine Scepter just now. Besides, as I said, I am a priest, so it is reasonable for me to use my personal weapon to protect myself and to finish off the enemy with a knife." Bishop John, Earl Crowley and others rolled their eyes fiercely and cursed fiercely in their hearts. Bullshit! I have never seen such a powerful paladin. Chapter 96. Watch me read it to you. Ron, Earl Crowley and others' eyes twitched fiercely. You are a magician? Stop talking nonsense. Look at the holy flames all over the room. Look at the walls, the ground, and the cracks everywhere. You still say you are a magician? I have never seen such a powerful paladin. Mr. Ron, let's see your new spell. Saying that, Lewis grabbed the magic shadow, pulled it out of the cracks on the bluestone floor, and threw it onto the magic ceiling array. Seeing that the demon shadow was still struggling to crawl away, Lewis raised his eyebrows, bent the scepter in his hand back, and then thrust it hard into the ground, piercing through the demon shadow and deeply into the bluestone ground in the center of the magic ceiling array. Read it. Lewis put his arm around Ron's shoulders and pulled him over. There is magic in this world. Ron, I tell you, I believe in magic. Let's see it for ourselves. A gust of wind blew over, blowing away the dust on Lewis' priest's robe. Lewis looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him blankly. He couldn't help but frown and listen to everyone's voice. Helen, sister, why are you silent? The crystal ball is still on. Strange. Did you see that Lewis knocked that thing down? What are you doing? Stuart, boss. How do you want me to write this report? Kate, Your Excellency Lewis. It turns out that he is a powerful paladin. Crowley, I was really blind. It turns out that Mr. Believe invited such a powerful warrior. Bishop John, Anthony Beard. He must be the son of the god of war recorded in the Dawn scripture. It is said that those gifted people, after being blessed with the heavenly arms, can gather the light of the sun and possess the power of a dragon. Helen suddenly jumped up. We are priests of the Holy Tree Seminary. Helen suddenly jumped up, putting her hands on her hips, and said, My sister is Princess O'Sickeries. Lewis is his sworn knight. Sister, did you say that? Helen repeated it. Right. Earl Crowley and others looked at Lewis blankly. The paladin of the Holy Tree. The knight of the little girl O'Sickeries? Lewis. Sir. Mr. Greensilk suddenly asked cautiously, Can I learn some martial arts from you? Lewis rubbed his face fiercely. He rolled up his sleeves and planned to explain to everyone, but at this moment, a hand patted Lewis on the shoulder. Lewis looked back and found that it was Ron. Lord Lewis, you are right. I believe there is magic in this world. I will read it to you now. Ron pursed his lips. His eyes red. He trembled and opened the book, and stood solemnly in front of the magic array. The other two magicians suddenly remembered their original intentions, and suddenly became solemn. They came to Ron, and helped him hold up the heavy book. Ron rubbed his red eyes, and recited the first spell. The spells failed one after another, as if the spells they wrote themselves were useless. The three magicians were not discouraged, while discussing, while modifying the spells and trying. They were completely absorbed in it. Mr. Lewis, who believed in everyone so much, believed in magic. How could he disappoint this person, who wanted to see magic? There must be magic in this world. But as the spells failed one by one, the three people's eyes gradually changed from the initial excitement and expectation to loss and sorrow. However, the three of them still seemed to be undeterred. Just like when Lewis first saw them a dozen minutes ago. They held those books, argued, discussed magic, and talked a lot. However, at this moment, the others had gradually shifted their focus. Earl Crowley, who invited the three of them, even doubted the rumors about the three magicians. He secretly rejoiced that Mr. Believe had invited a real capable person today. He also felt a little regretful for his poor hospitality. Not only Crowley, many people had such thoughts. Indeed, the contrast was too strong. The demon was stabbed into the ground by the knight, but the magician couldn't use any spells. If the knight hadn't been here today, what would have happened? These three people were simply liars. All the people had gathered in front of Lewis at this time. And Earl Crowley and Bishop John both held Lewis's hands, expressed their gratitude, and excitedly told various things. Bishop John asked Lewis, the demon-slaying hero, if he was interested in going to the Moon Court, implying that he would persuade the Pope to confer him the title of Templar Knight. Bishop John would also become the guide of this archangel. Earl Crowley asked if Lewis was interested in staying in the English city, and staying in the manor for a while longer, implying that His Majesty the King would certainly confer him a noble title after knowing this. After a few words, the two even had some arguments. Even Kate, who had admired the three great magicians before, looked at Lewis with shining eyes, and secretly asked Helen about Mr. Lewis. No one was paying attention to the three magicians. I still believe that magic exists in this world. Bach raised his head and said to his two companions, according to the theoretical school. Bach's high-pitched talk was interrupted by a series of dry coughs, and the butler signaled the three magicians to speak more quietly. Earl Crowley and the others also frowned slightly. The Earl and the others no longer listened to the others talk carefully, nor did they applaud, nor did they ask curiously about magic. They began to dislike the noise. And looking at the way they were talking now, they were just like three clowns who didn't understand magic at all, and there was no magic in this world. All along, His Majesty the King had been deceived by them, and he would definitely explain this to the king tomorrow. They all forgot, when they were most desperate and helpless, when all the capable people were hiding from this matter, who stepped forward and sacrificed his life to accompany them. Although, they were indeed limited in their abilities. Sir Bach, I think what you just said is very right. There is magic in this world. Lewis pulled out the hands of John and Earl Crowley, walked over and picked up the heavy book, and said, when you were reciting the spells and discussing just now, I was listening carefully. These 18 spells are all correct, but you gentlemen were too noisy just now. At this point, Lewis glanced at Earl Crowley and the others, nodded slightly and said sorry. Earl Crowley, you were really too noisy just now. And as we all know, when magicians release magic, there must be no noise. Earl Crowley and the others choked slightly. Their faces looked a little ugly, and they didn't know what to say. As I just said, Sir Bach, Sir Ron, I am a magic lover. I think these 18 spells are all correct, and you wrote them very exquisitely. You are real magicians. As he said, Lewis winked at Ron and flipped through the book. At the same time, a voice also rang in Ron's heart. I said, Ron, I am also a magic lover. Look, I will read it to you. Ron was struck by lightning. Chapter 97 Angels. I told you, Ron, look. I read it to you. As he spoke, Lewis flipped through the book and recited the first spell. The flames of the fireplace, torches, candles in the house, all suddenly burned up, and the dim hall became brighter. The shadows and the remaining corrupt forces that had been in the hall were also dispelled by the power of magic. At this moment, there began to be real light in the hall. Everyone stared at the lights in amazement. When the second spell was chanted, the sheets woven into ropes in the hall behind Lewis, as if alive, untied themselves automatically, and returned to their original positions. When the third spell was chanted, in the sound of the spell, the shadows wrapped around the puppets also disappeared. The puppets gained freedom, regained consciousness, and suddenly could move. They looked at their half-dead appearance, knelt on the ground and cried, not knowing whether they were happy or sad. Earl Crowley and the others looked at all this, as if they were dreaming. At this moment, when they looked at the three magicians again, their eyes became extremely complicated, and awe and even fear reappeared in their eyes. The butler even walked in front of the three people, wanting to explain something carefully, but he didn't dare to speak because when the magician was casting a spell, there should be no noise. Of course, the three magicians didn't even look at those people at this time. They all looked at the book attentively, and listened to the spells attentively. Their eyes were full of shock and wonder when they looked at Lewis. As Lewis chanted the spells one by one, the hall kept changing. Even the statues came alive later. They began to dance in the hall. The Earl, Kate, the bishop and others opened their mouths wide, wondering if they were dreaming. The three magicians were so excited that they almost fainted. Without a doubt, on this day, everyone saw magic. Magic does exist. When the last spell was chanted, the incomplete dawn sealing magic formation on the ground began to be completed. Or, it changed into another appearance. And the magic shadow that everyone had ignored was gradually sucked into the magic formation. At the same time, a woman body gradually emerged from the shadow. Or it could be said to be a female corpse. Her body was already rotten beyond recognition, emitting a strong stench. What was even more frightening was that, in the body riddled with holes, there were many small spiders and worms like shadows, crawling in and out. But her eyes were open, as if she had died with her eyes open. The stench was overwhelming, and the servants around couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses. Some even couldn't help but vomit. Kate covered her face and knelt on the ground. She looked at her mother's miserable condition and cried while holding her mother body. Earl Crawley was also extremely sad. He reached out his hand to touch his wife. But at this moment, the regret, self-blame and guilt swept through his heart like a tide, and he had no courage to touch his wife. The Earl liked to drink a glass of wine before going to bed to treat his insomnia. But after drinking a glass of brandy one time, he suddenly became crazy. He had a big fight with his wife and beat his beloved into a vegetable. He couldn't remember what happened that night. He didn't know why he suddenly quarreled with his wife. And he couldn't figure out why he did it. He thought it was all his fault. But maybe it was all just because of a little curse. He hated himself. He stopped drinking and tried his best to make up for his mistakes. But under the deliberate use of some people, he got deeper and deeper into the trap that was carefully laid. The Earl now still didn't know what the wizards had done. He only knew that his wife would never forgive him again. Maybe it was true, because Mrs. Crawley couldn't say what she felt. Crowley, Lewis put down the book. The evil has been sealed, but your wife's soul has not been freed. This was like a thunderbolt. Kate almost fainted. Why? Why does my mother have to suffer such torture? Were we hearing this? Crowley closed his eyes tightly, trembling and covering his face, crying softly. Lewis, John. Kate grabbed Lewis' robe and cried loudly, please help me again. Let my mother rest in peace. Archmage John and the others looked at each other, and solemnly picked up their great staffs, holy water, and other items, and looked at the shadow spiders climbing on the corpses with serious eyes. But they tried their best, and exhausted their strength, but still failed to expel the last trace of the devil. Don't waste your efforts, Sir John, Lewis said. Even if this last trace of evil obsession is removed, the Countess' soul will go to hell with the devil and be tortured. There are two ways now, Lewis said. The first way is to try to cremate her with holy fire. I am sure this can dispel the last trace of the evil shadow. But I am not sure whether the fire can free the Countess' soul. The second way is to let someone embrace her soul when the magic sealing array pulls away the last trace of the evil demon obsession, so that her soul will not be dragged away. But I am not sure whether the person who embraces her will be dragged into hell with the evil demon. The magic lover, the priest of the moon god, the great detective Lewis, said it with great confidence. And obviously, at this time, everyone was already intimidated by his spells. No matter how bizarre he said, there were still people who believed him. After all, there were people in this room who had no professional ability at all. How to do it? Earl Crowley pushed away his daughter, who wanted to speak, and looked up and asked, "How can I embrace the soul? The specific way? Maybe a hymn. This may require some people to resonate with her soul." Such as. Lewis suddenly looked at the three great magicians and got an inspiration. "Hey, everyone. Do you have any good ideas?" "Kiss her." "Yes." "Bach. What a good idea. The thing that can resonate with the soul the most and make people linger the most is undoubtedly love. And a passionate kiss must be the best way to express it." "Yes. Yes. Yes. It is written like this in many books. Like the book Sleeping Beauty and The Rotten Apple. And The Witch and the Beast." The Blue Stockings magician flipped through the books and said confidently, "I have several spells, which are borrowed from these magic books. So this method is definitely useful." "That right. Love can influence everything. I remember there is a book." Hearing these guys' confident words, Lewis's eyes twitched. Is this really a fairy tale world? No need to kiss. A hug will do, Lewis said. Using magic to make the Countess' body float in the air, someone needs to hug her tightly. Only one person. If you fail, you will go to hell together. If you succeed, her last remaining soul will return to the elements. I mean, to the embrace of the moon goddess. Earl Crowley threw away his stick, hugged the stinking corpse, and buried his wife's head deep in his arms. Tears dripped from the wrinkles at the corners of the Earl's eyes and fell on his wife's body. At this moment, all the words were contained in this hug. Lewis nodded, picked up the book, and prepared to recite the last spell. However, at this moment, a faint light suddenly flashed in front of Lewis's eyes. Lewis raised his head in surprise, looked at the bodies of the Earl and the Countess, and then dropped his jaw. He was sure that no one in this room was using magic. But at this moment, as everyone looked up, the body of the Countess was emitting a soft light. The lady eyes, which were open, slowly closed. A tear fell from the corner of the lady eyes. An angel-like soul gradually flew out from the Countess' body. She smiled and nodded slightly to Lewis, the three magicians, and Bishop John, then stroked her daughter's forehead, kissed her husband's head, and finally turned into a ray of light, which gradually dissipated. The whole hall suddenly became brighter, compared to the brightness of the light magic Lewis released before. This light was much softer. It passed through every wall in the castle, like a ray of dawn, sweeping across every corner of the castle. In the light of dawn, the puppets gradually regained their flesh and blood. They slowly came back to life. On this day, Lewis showed everyone real magic, and someone also showed him real divine arts. Looking at his wife who had disappeared, looking at the angel who had returned to the arms of the moon goddess, Earl Crowley was in tears, standing there looking at the dome. Lost in thought, he heard his wife's voice. The servants knelt down one after another, and began to pray to Lewis and the moon god. It turned out that Lord Lewis was sent by the moon god, who asked him to guide Mrs. Crowley so that she, who was lost, could return to heaven. Even Bishop John and several priests, with a serious face, drew a V-shaped cross to Lewis and began to pray. At this time, they all realized that the saint robe on Lewis might not be a costume at all. Ahem. Sir John, I think you have some misunderstandings. I understand. I understand, you know. I know. God knows. Bishop John blinked at Lewis and prayed more devoutly. The boss wants to show off, but doesn't want to make everyone forget everything. Can this report still be written? I can't write this script. Let the re-elected Grand Senator of the Magic Council, Paul St., clean up the boss ass. At this time, Lewis was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Stuart's voice, because he saw that the body of the Countess gradually dissipated like light. Maybe there are really angels in this world. Chapter 98 Connections. The servants who were relieved of their suffering hugged and cried. The housekeeper wiped his tears, ordered some servants to go out, and informed the outside to prepare the dinner, and then stood silently beside the master. The Count was still staring at the dome in a daze. On the other side, Bishop John and Lewis chatted for a while, and then they also entered the working state and comforted the servants. After sprinkling holy water and leading everyone to pray, the tiger-like operation, the emotions of many survivors gradually eased. Seeing that the situation was almost settled, Lewis and Helen came to the three magicians. The three magicians looked at Lewis, and seemed to have a lot to say. But Louis did not say much. He directly handed the heavy magic book written by them to Ron and others. The three magicians looked at each other in astonishment, and then opened the book to find the real answer. As they guessed, the spell in the book was different from what they had written before. Although the handwriting was still theirs, and the runes were also theirs, the spells became shorter, and the length was 1/10 of the original spell. Moreover, in each spell, there were a few more runes, and a few runes were also modified. After deleting a few runes and modifying a few runes, the spell was completely different. What made the three even more excited was that all the spells that Louis had not recited today were also modified. This whole thick book of magic lovers has now become a real magic book. The three magicians suddenly understood something. They suddenly raised their heads and looked at Louis in shock and excitement. This is a real magic master? Thank you three for letting me see real magic today. Originally, I thought there was no magic in this world. Louis nodded solemnly and said, "Today you let me see all this." Louis said what was in his heart. He originally thought that all the magic in this world had been brought back to the wizard's own small circle. But no one could have imagined that this small British Magic Lovers Association, with a lack of resources, created real magic with their own research. Although it was so wrong that people could hardly use magic, the path they took was right. After some modifications, they became real magic, including 18 powerful spells at the level of anti-magic spells. How many powerful spells have the more than 200,000 wizards in the entire Holy Tree Academy created in the past 10 years? They are simply 200,000 pigs who don't know how to innovate. The gap between emphasizing innovation and exploration and not emphasizing innovation and exploration is really too big. They are real magicians. The three of them didn't understand what Louis meant, and looked at each other in surprise. Louis patted Ron's shoulder and said no more. He looked at the Earl, Butler, Kate, John and others who had already walked over. Earl Crowley first solemnly expressed his apology and gratitude to Louis and the three magicians. His words were sincere. He felt that he had failed his wife and the nobleman in many things he had done, including today. The butler bowed and apologized to Louis, and then apologized to the three magicians. This family looked quite noble. Louis did not take these little things seriously, and the three magicians did the same. They had heard the word liar too many times. They have heard too much praise and slander. They are moving forward for their own ideals, and don't care about other people's eyes and words. So they expressed their understanding. Very graceful. After this, the Earl finally let go of the entanglement in his heart. He smiled from the bottom of his heart, and sincerely invited everyone to dinner. Before leaving the hall, Louis took a look at the magic ceiling array over there. At this time, there was a purple fire mist that ordinary people could not see. It is devouring the shadow that is sealed and has no resistance. Louis, this dawn demon ceiling array, should it stay here forever? The housekeeper asked cautiously. Let's seal this hall first. Louis said, the devil has gone to hell, but there is still some negative energy in this hall. Don't worry, the demon sealing array will purify them. Just keep the door locked. When you see the door emitting a soft light from the outside, you can open it. This source of disaster cannot be eaten by Stuart in 3 or 5 days. It has to be pulled into the dream world little by little, so he has to come often. And he has to help it digest it. It can't swallow all the magic power by itself. After digestion, Louis' magic power should be able to reach about 80. Louis can be considered to be raising a demon. As for Stuart, it may not be able to absorb as much magic power as Louis. It can digest less than the boss. In addition, physical fitness accounts for a large part of the reason. In addition to the power that Stuart absorbed, a large part of it will be added to agility. So the magic power is not as much as Louis. When it grows again, the magic power should be able to recover to about 90. Agility is about 60. And strength is about 20. It is estimated that it can provide Louis with an additional 6 agility and 9 magic power, both 10%. It seems that agility will be close to 20. If Louis pulls Stuart to himself and has a demon possession, Louis' measurements will exceed 3 digits. When the time comes to open a heavenly armed force, the magic power will be added to the strength. When shooting people, it won't be as simple as today. By the way, Louis said, a floor-to-ceiling mirror should be placed in the hall. It should face the magic ceiling array. The housekeeper looked solemn after hearing this, and hurriedly gave the order. After Louis gave the order, he went to the banquet hall with everyone. This banquet hall is very large, and on the high platform at the top, there is a long table. Most of the protagonists today were sitting here. in a row, facing downwards. There were also several long tables below, with seats for the bishop and others, as well as seats for knights, scholars from the castle and others. They were all sitting with him. As the protagonist among the protagonists today, Miss Kate sat beside him, accompanying her father, who did not drink. At this long table for the dinner, the Earl, who used water instead of wine, said a lot of things. The shrewd Earl had actually seen some tricks. He knew that the person who really understood magic was this priest Lewis. There were some rumors about Her Majesty Osicries, which might be true. The icon tree was not a pure seminary, but a holy place for studying mysticism. At the same time, Crowley also expressed respect for the three magicians. This respect was different from the initial superstition and worship, but a sincere respect. The Earl understood that although it was Lewis who solved the problem today, the three magicians were also heroes who stood up at the critical moment. But their abilities were a little lacking. But for this act, he was grateful to tears. They risked their lives for the Crowley family. During the dinner, Lewis truly understood the background of these three magicians. They were great magicians with a long-standing reputation in the kingdom of Sorrento. In front of the king and ministers in the court, they all spoke with their heads held high. Others had to be careful. This status was not only because of the title of magician, but also because of their family, connections, and the title of Royal University Scholar of Sorrento. It is because they have solved problems that ordinary people, even priests, could not solve before. And they have also solved terrible plagues and floods. It can be said that these three magicians, in addition to magic, are extraordinary in medicine, flood control, knowledge, mysticism, martial arts, history, etc. Therefore, their status and position are well deserved, and they are considered to be the small group of people standing at the top of the pyramid in this era. Bishop John and several other priests are also people at the top of the pyramid. They are the kind of people who are befriended and flattered by the nobles and valued by the king. Governor Crowley is even more so. He has real power and an army. He is very important in the kingdom. His Majesty the King also attaches great importance to many opinions. In the United Kingdom of Sorrento, the governor of an overseas colony is considered the king of one side. Many small overseas countries have to worship him as their grandfather. Although Crowley has resigned and returned to the somewhat special position of the captain of the 7th Fleet, but Sanjo Prefecture is still his territory. According to the storybook, after today, Lewis' social circle has greatly increased. His presence has reached 900. With his current power and influence, even if Lewfield and Terrace were tied together, they couldn't catch up. He is already considered to be a person in Lewfield father's social circle. Although Lewfield family is not QK, it is also a famous family with many relatives. Maybe, if some generations are slightly confused in the future, Lewfield will have to call people Uncle Lewis. Chapter 99 Miss Kate, I have some serious and good methods. At this long table, Lewis and Earl Crowley talked a lot about the Holy Tree Seminary. After hearing that Lewis Minter was Her Majesty Osicries, Earl Crowley was very surprised, and also felt that it was too coincidental. At the same time, he became more and more suspicious that this Holy Tree Seminary was a place to study mysticism. In addition, as an old politician, a king who once ruled an overseas power, Governor Crowley saw something different. He pondered for a moment, and said, Your Highness Osicries, I have watched you grow up. I have been a knight attendant of His Majesty Ige since I was a child. The year Ige married Queen Francesco, I had just taken up the sword to the 3 overseas continents. When Kate mother was pregnant with her, Ige and I had arranged to marry each other. As a result, our eldest sons are both daughters, and Kate is 3 years older than Osicries. Earl Crowley said a lot. Lewis also heard some clues from it. This Earl Crowley not only has a long family history, but also controls a certain power. He is also a good brother of the king since childhood, and their relationship is so good that he subconsciously calls the king Iger instead of His Majesty. But it seems that, after Queen Francesco passed away, Earl Crowley stayed overseas for many years. When he returned home, his wife was also ill, and basically seldom went to the palace. Otherwise, Earl Crowley, who is in the Emperor's favor, will definitely go further. It is very likely that he will become Prime Minister. After all, this guy is good at both civil and military affairs, and he has been a governor and has rich experience in governing a region. As the saying goes, a brave general must start from the ranks, and a prime minister must start from the state, which is what Crowley's resume is like. The king seems to be very upset about Crawley recuperation at home in recent years. On the one hand, he thinks it is better for the Earl to stay at home for a while, because the current situation is a bit special. The Count and the Queen are not on good terms, and his political views are somewhat different from his own. So if the Count comes back to get involved now, the king may have a headache. On the other hand, the king is looking forward to the Count bringing up the 7th Fleet, which is a bit special, to make a cash cow for him. Therefore, if the Count returns to the court, the king will probably feel a little complicated. This morning, His Majesty said that he would come with the Queen to see my wife condition after the Queen returns to the country tomorrow. It is said that the Queen specially found some foreign magicians, and it was the Queen relatives who made them worry. Louis's eyes moved slightly. Your Majesty, do you know that your wife's condition is so serious? I have always found it difficult to talk about this matter. This matter has a great impact on the reputation of your wife and family, and it also affects Kate's future. Crowley shook his head and said, but Sir Box seemed to have a phone call with the king yesterday. So your Majesty specially called me over this morning to ask about it. Let him worry. Crowley shook his head. Louis took a sip of wine and fell into deep thought. Judging from the surprised expressions of Bach and others today, it seems that no one knew that Mrs. Crowley's condition was so serious before. Crowley didn't know anything. So before hearing Louis describe the fallen angel today, he didn't realize how terrible his wife was. Anyway, she could kill him with just one finger. I don't know what the consequences will be once I wake up. So the king may not know about Mrs. Crawley's situation, or he doesn't know it's so serious. But the Witch Queen may know, and she is unwilling to come. It seems that she went abroad for vacation recently, and then was called back by the king. Is this the Witch Queen doing? Or does she hate Earl Crawley and wish he would die sooner? I'm afraid I can only find out about this when I meet the Witch Queen in the future. Crowley also mentioned the meeting with the king. In his words, he expressed his hope that Louis would give up his priest status and be conferred the title of Sorrento noble. At the same time, Crowley also proposed a matter. He hoped that Louis could go to the palace with O'Sicries. Your Highness O'Sicries has not been home for a long time. It will be your 50th birthday in a few days. Queen Francesco and the king are much older, but they were born on the same day and month. This is the king's birthday and the late queen's birthday. It is of great significance to O'Sicries and the Believe family. Bishop John and many of my friends will attend. I think it would be best if you could attend with His Royal Highness. The court has changed a lot over the years. Your Royal Highness needs someone to support you. In Crowley's words, there was a hint of, if you are the princess man, you better support her and show up with her. I will do something to support her. I will stay in England for a while. My lord. Louis nodded and said. The Earl was delighted. There were some things he didn't say today. The princess hadn't come back for 6 or 7 years, and there was almost no news. It was not clear whether she knew about the changes in the court. The Earl felt that they had talked about it enough today. If they talked about it again, they would have to talk about the Crown Prince. It would seem that he had some ulterior motives. So it would be best to wait until the princess returned to the country and learned about the situation, and then take the initiative to talk to him. Louis felt that he had talked with Crowley for the day. Anything else was not suitable for today. However, when talking with the Earl, Louis unexpectedly discovered that Kate was actually O'Sicries' playmate and classmate since childhood, but Kate really studied theology. According to Kate, when O'Sicries was young, I often took her out to play. Louis raised his eyebrows and smiled. He liked the older sister the most. 27 or 28 years old, just right. Wine glasses were interlaced on the long table, and people kept standing up to pay tribute to Louis, and their words were full of enthusiasm. Today, the entire territory of the Crowley family was saved, especially when the 3 Sorrento scholars began to talk loudly at the long table. Everyone felt deeply scared. Not to mention, in the ancient books, the 3 of them really understood what the source of disaster was, and what the seed of fallen angels was. Many people could not help but realize, what is this thing? It is a thing that once awakens, the entire earldom will become a land of demons. At that time, the area within 100 kilometers will be filled with fog, and the dead will slowly crawl out from the ground. And Sir John and others, after seeing the demon shadow today, and hearing the speculations of the 3 great scholars, they all agreed greatly. I felt very dreamy in my heart, and also felt a little scared. I was also a little excited. If I report this matter back, it will definitely be a great achievement. After several conversations, the priests drank a little too much. Sir John was drunk and stroking his beard, and said to Lewis and others, "Overseas, I had the honor to work with several executive bishops of the Holy Icon Tree Cathedral. I was deeply impressed. The conservative people of the Holy Icon Tree were all extraordinary." Speaking of this, John shook his head, and he could not remember the process clearly. He sighed and said, "The priests of several conservative churches, although they have little contact with us, are indeed talented. But to be honest, Sir Lewis, you are the most powerful paladin I have ever seen." Lewis, who was smiling just now, turned around and frowned, and went to talk to Kate. Earl Crawley did not drink today, and his daughter showed him respect. Miss Kate's enthusiasm for the young man who saved her mother's soul today was sincere. At the dinner table, the 27-year-old woman took good care of Lewis, as if she was taking care of a little brother. Kate unexpectedly discovered that this young boy in his 20s was not only very brave, but also very knowledgeable, and he knows the languages of various countries. This surprised the literary young woman and made her a little excited. The two chatted very well. After drinking a little too much, Miss Kate, who was usually very reserved, talked more and more. She even teased Lewis a few times, which meant that, since O'Sickeries is your minor, then I am also your elder. Occasionally, when they talked, she would smile and boldly look directly into the eyes of the little boy. Unconsciously, the topic could not help but talk about Kate's mother. This charming lady could not help but burst into tears. Some of her tears were because her mother could return to heaven, and she was moved and grateful to Lewis. Some of them were also because of sadness and longing. After expressing her feelings, Miss Kate, who was a little drunk, talked about her husband who died at sea. This was also Kate's father's fault. The wedding was just over, and her father was pulled from the church to the ship to fight overseas that day. The nanny had read so many picture albums for nothing, and the lady-in-waiting had given her so many days of lessons for nothing. The colony was conquered, and her husband received honors and a fiefdom. Kate went to the Sanjo prefecture happily, thinking that the things she had learned were finally useful, and she would not have to sleep with a pillow between her legs. As soon as she arrived, she heard that her husband went out to sea with a group of foreign native women to do serious business and encountered a storm. As a result, her husband sacrificed to the sea god to save the foreign ladies. As soon as Kate arrived, she wore mourning and attended the funeral. She saw the dead man in the coffin. He did not look like he was drowned. He looked so thin. He looked like he was exhausted. He said he was saving people. He must have swum in the sea a lot. But he was not a good swimmer. He was very brave. As for the foreign ladies who were rescued, after being rescued one by one, their faces were rosy, and they were obviously very good at swimming, but they accidentally drowned Kate's husband. It is not known what the scene was like when the foreign ladies were rescued, but there must have been a lot of water. It was really tragic. When she attended the funeral, the young widow Kate was extremely upset. It turned out that this was how many times she met her husband, and she became a widow after just touching his hand. How could this not be annoying? Speaking of this, the pretty Miss Kate was already a little tipsy, and couldn't help wiping her tears, and felt sad again. Seeing Miss Kate's haggard and pretty appearance, Lewis was overjoyed. He wiped her tears, and then held Kate's hand, rubbing and kneading it, and comforting her for a long time, until Miss Kate reminded Lewis to stop touching her, or you can have a meal. He then put down her soft little hand. "Well, Miss Kate, you misunderstood. You know, I am a little interested in magic. I have some serious and good methods that can help you see the person you miss. Today is a full moon, as long as it is before midnight. Oh, I forgot. The method is a bit complicated. I will tell you in detail after dinner." Chapter 100. I Don't Like Women. After hearing Lewis's words, Kate's eyes lit up, and she became excited. She really thought it was some magical magic, and she couldn't help but talk to Lewis for a long time. Until her father, the bishop, the magician and others raised their glasses to salute again and again, the lady realized that she seemed a little unladylike, and quickly sat up straight. "Oh my God, I drank too much. Was I a little too enthusiastic just now? Will Mr. Lewis misunderstand anything? I didn't mean that. Why didn't he talk to me?" Lewis was socializing with everyone here, while Helen, whose crystal ball on her wrist lit up. My sister quietly asked how things were going, and when she saw these kingdom dignitaries, scholars, and bishops paying their respects to Lewis, her face was extremely interesting. After discovering that Helen was secretly broadcasting live, Lewis frowned and glared at Helen, telling her not to use magic recklessly. Helen stuck out her tongue and turned off the crystal ball. After finding that the banquet was almost over, and the somewhat exhausted Count excused himself and left. Helen also took the opportunity to leave, and secretly went to tell her sister about it. Seeing that Helen finally left, Louis was overjoyed. "Master, Miss Helen asked me to come over. It seems that Her Highness O'Sickeries wants to see me. I used to be a eunuch in the palace, and I know some old officials. Go. Go. Go quickly." Seeing that Miss Kate was also going to leave, Louis waved to Stuart hurriedly. Let it go. He was not in the mood to care about those old ministers. It had been a long time since O'Sickeries left the court. The old ministers, who were still willing to stand by her side, were all useless people, who could only applaud and shout 666. All of them put together, and they were not as powerful as Bishop John, who was sitting here, and wanted to talk to him. Louis reached out and pulled back his sleeve, letting him go aside. At the same time, he also ignored the drunken priests and grand secretaries, who danced, or invited him to drink. After pushing away the arms of a group of people, Louis quickly came to Miss Kate, who had already stood up and left, pushed away a maid who wanted to support her, and said to the drunken Kate, "Miss Kate, I will take you home. Don't you want to see the person you miss? There is a book in my room, which contains detailed records." After hearing this lady, who was already 26 or 27 years old and knew everything, hesitated a little, and she looked at Louis with such eyes. "Let go, Miss Kate. I'm a little drunk. I take the book to you on my way back. If you have any questions tomorrow, you can ask me anytime." Louis smiled softly, and said very gentlemanly, looking at Louis's sunny smile. Miss Kate felt ashamed. How could I think of Mr. Louis like that? She nodded modestly, and followed Louis away in the noise. When she left, Kate looked back and whispered, "Mr. Louis, I be standing at the door for a while, and won't go in." "Of course, Miss Kate." Louis supported Kate's hand in a gentlemanly manner, his face full of "I don't like women." Kate also nodded modestly, and gently placed her hand with lace gloves in the gentleman's hand, with a smile full of "I believe you." On the way, the two exchanged contact information, and said that they could communicate by letter in the future. It seems that they planned to start as pen pals, and get to know each other slowly. On the way, the two talked about Bolster literature for a while. Bold name in the Muggle world is Bolster, a super literary giant. And they were almost at the guest room. Miss Kate hesitated slightly, and said very modestly that it was too late, and that she should go back to her room earlier. Otherwise the nanny would come to check on her. Louis said very gentlemanly that he would talk about the book tomorrow, and he would take her back to her room. Miss Kate agreed happily. However, halfway through, Louis suddenly remembered that he did not have the key to the guest room. Miss Kate gave him a slightly reproachful look, and then accompanied Louis to the housekeeper in the semi-basement to get the key, and also took some supplies. Soon the two of them came to the guest room where Louis was staying. Louis took the daily necessities. He asked Miss Kate to wait for a moment, and he would get the book right away. Miss Kate thanked him very ladylike, and waited at the door with a candle. After Louis opened the door, he went into the room and searched for the luggage. For a while, the things were a bit messy. Looking at the mess on the floor, Miss Kate looked at the slightly impetuous boy with a slightly reproachful look, like an older sister. She walked in. It seemed that she was going to help Louis pack his luggage and clean the house. As a result, when she closed the door, the people inside kept screaming all night. Bishop John, who was reading on the bed downstairs, felt dust falling on his head. He kept shaking his head, and didn't sleep well all night. That night, it rained heavily outside the castle. It rained all night. The fertile farmland outside was blessed with sweet rain. The land, which had long been thirsty, greedily absorbed the rain. The rain was too heavy, and the fertile farmland was thoroughly irrigated. As Louis had said before, this night, Miss Kate did see the person she had been thinking about. And this night, she cried with joy and emotion, and kept calling out the name of this person. Louis. She was so happy. When he opened his eyes, Louis saw Kate sleeping beside the bed. He rubbed his head, feeling a little drunk. After thinking about it, he remembered that after dinner last night, Kate came to his room to help him organize his luggage and room. And after that, the two of them kissed each other. Some people said that they couldn't understand the last chapter, so I added a few words, and was reported and overturned. I am really ashamed. I won't mention it here. Got out of bed. Louis opened the heavy curtains. The morning sun shone in, Louis squinted his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt refreshed. The heavy rain last night made the air particularly fresh. He flipped through the records in the storybook. Strength +5. You have grown another ½ centimeter taller. Merit +1. Recommendation letter/report that gives Stuart a headache to be sent +1. 4 of hearts 2 out of 3. Note, you have accumulated 2 great merits in a row. If you can get another special merit, then even if you are still very young, the Believes can still find a way to help you run a position of chief, section chief, or director. Maybe you should ask Archie Believe, president of the Stover Dragon Arena, the big boss behind the Stover Mercenaries, the best friend of the dragon, the big smuggler. Reputation of the Kingdom of Sorrento +200, spreading. Reputation of the Moon Court +500, some special people know you. To be received, invitation from the Queen and the King *1. Seeing this, Louis touched his chin. He remembered that in the previous storybook completion rewards, there was no Moon Court reputation. After looking down, Louis found that there was something to increase presence/influence. Strange Baron title *1, 1/2 presence/influence +300. Required to complete the task, True and False Gundam Battle. Trigger location, Magician Association. Goal, defeat the Dragon Slayer Gundam, dragon level creature, in the King Birthday Celebration performance at the Dragon Arena in England City. It turns out that this kind of creature exists in this world. Strange Baron title if you are an ordinary person. As long as you make some name for yourself in various countries, you still have a chance to be canonized as a noble in this era of navigation. But this is just an ordinary noble title, or only the Muggle Kingdom that conferred these nobles will recognize these nobles. However, some noble titles are universal. Such titles are nobles whether among Muggles or wizards. Most of these titles come from 3,000 years ago. At that time, there was no distinction between Muggles and wizards in the world. The world had just been liberated from the hands of the Moon God, and humans, elves, and fairies established 12 magic kingdoms together. The nobles who were canonized in that era were all world nobles. They are still recognized by all Muggle kingdoms, wizard kingdoms, and the Moon Court. They are even recognized by dragons and gods. Today, there are still many noble titles that have been preserved from the era of 3,000 years ago, and most of these titles are on the wizard side. But Sorrento has some such titles, because this kingdom was founded by the wizard king Isolde. And Isolde is a big family with red dragon blood. So Iger and the witch Queen Shiada have some such titles. Of course, the major wizard families also have some such titles. If Louis can inherit such a baron title, it will have extraordinary significance. But compared to the title, Louis is more curious about this battle between the real and fake Gundam. It seems to be a battle between wizards and Muggles. Chapter 101 The Strange Baron title. This must be related to the King Birthday. Will the wizards also attend this event? And hold a special celebration in the arena? Shaking his head, Louis temporarily put this matter aside, and continued to check his rewards. One of them was Earl Crawley reward, £8,000 to be collected. But he was a little reluctant to take this reward, because he felt a little awkward. It's not a matter of whether he is the father-in-law or not. Now the relationship between me and Crowley is a cooperation. It is too low to accept money. Just like the Believe family. The relationship between them is no longer about money. When I need to do something, when I really need a lot of money, these people will close their eyes and pay out investment, begging me to accept it, so that they can invest. Now I have £2,000 in pocket money, and more than 1,000 gold galleons. If I exchange it on the black market, it is almost £7,000. When I do my own work, I don't need this pocket money. I can buy some gifts, such as some things for the foxes, or buy Helen and her sister a classic car to show off to the wizards. Other wizards can't use Muggle things at the icon tree. But no one cares about special nobles and Princess O'Sickeries. As for Kate, she talked in her sleep last night, and said she wanted to buy herself a luxury car obviously. The one you talked about yesterday is finished. And I will also build one. The rich lady will remember it. Louis rubbed his face. I don't even want the Earl reward. How can I want your car? Louis was in a daze on the windowsill. On the other side, Kate on the bed had woken up. She looked at the firm lines of Louis's back, and her face flushed slightly. What a reserved little boy. He was just pretending. Yesterday he just tricked me into the room, and hugged me, as soon as he came up. I have never been close to a man. He was too bold and lied to me, that he could only rub against me, but not get in. Thinking of this, Kate couldn't help crying. If her situation wasn't a bit special. A noble lady would have died if such a thing happened before marriage. But Kate couldn't help but recall that kiss. At that moment, she looked at Louis' fiery eyes and put everything behind her. After all, she had been thinking about him for a long time. He seemed to know her heart and stabbed into her heart. This was the person in her heart. A brave knight. What was even more unimaginable was that he was also a magician. There were probably not many people like him in this world. She was willing to clean the house for him. Yes, she just cleaned the house last night. And nothing happened. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. And it seemed that the servant was knocking on the door. Kate was so scared that she sat up. She pretended to have just woken up. Oh my God. I actually fell asleep. What happened? Oh my God. Where is this? Why am I sleeping here? I drank too much last night. Hearing Kate still pretending, Louis turned his head, looked at this pretty lady, and walked over with a smile. What are you doing? Louis, don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. Forget about yesterday. Oh my God, put me down, I have to go back to my room. Listening to the strange noises coming from the door, Kate, chief personal maid at the door, fell into deep thought, and finally decided not to disturb the master inside. She drove away the low-ranking servant, who was about to come over to clean the fireplace, and then went to the young lady room to clean her ass. Mammy must be angry now. An hour later, when the maid came again, she saw the young lady, who had just put on her clothes, and was hurriedly adjusting her skirt. She seemed to be about to go out, and she bumped into the maid. Damn it! When the two looked at each other, they both complained in their hearts. Oh, God. Miss, look. It all my fault. I got up too late. I let you come first. The chief personal maid smiled and blocked the gap in the door. And the servants behind her lowered their heads and moved away. Ah, yes. Bessie, I came to borrow a book. After chatting for a few words, Kate returned to her room, and then 5 or 6 servants knocked on the door and entered Louis's room. They found that the gentleman was sitting on the sofa, flipping through a few books. It seemed that he was still looking at something. The head maid remembered that. Those books seemed to be Mr. Ronicult books. The servants did not dare to look at them more, and they were busy in the room, poured water, and cleaned the house, changed the bed sheets, and cleaned the fireplace. Only the head maid would quietly look at the young gentleman from time to time. Unlike yesterday, he has changed his clothes today. He wears suspender trousers on the lower body, a shirt on the upper body, and a waistcoat to cover the suspenders. A black felt hat and a suit jacket are hanging on a corner of the sofa. This outfit is the suit that the master wore when he was young. When Miss Kate arranged the guest room yesterday, she asked the servant to bring it. The maid was a little worried at first, whether the clothes would be too short. After all, although the master is 183 centimeters tall, he seems to be a little shorter than this gentleman. But I didn't expect that it would fit him perfectly. It was as if the suit had become bigger, magic. He looked even more handsome in this suit than when he was young. From the slightly open shirt, you can see his not too thick, but sharp lines, full of powerful beauty. Seeing this gentleman put down his book, he smiled gently at me. The young and beautiful head maid, looking at that sunny smile, couldn't help feeling dizzy, her face flushed. No wonder the lady was so fascinated. First, sir? By the way, a special visitor came to the castle this morning, and he said he was here to see you. The head maid quickly found a topic. Oh, Louis asked. He said his name was Stuart, and he was an old gentleman, very old, wearing a tall hat, a cane, and a white face without a beard. He should be an old noble, or a member of the court. The head maid was a little embarrassed, and didn't know what to say. He has been to the court. Louis nodded and said, knowing that this matter should have been secretly arranged by O'Sicries. Stuart seemed to have said something last night, but I didn't notice it. Stuart was the magic mirror of the previous witch queen. He had been doing it for 300 years. After the witch queen married the king of the United Kingdom of Sorrento, Stuart worked as a eunuch in the palace for more than 10 years. The reproduction method of magic mirror nightmares is different from that of normal creatures. They are energy creatures, so Stuart has some connections in the Muggle world. Presumably, O'Sicries hopes that Stuart can help her make some contacts with some old ministers in the court. It would be good to let Stuart get in touch with these old ministers. Although those who can stand on the side of the princess are all old scholars who no longer have real power. Traditional old nobles. They can't help much with their baronial affairs. They can't provide much help to O'Sicries' path to the throne. This matter still needs to be done by myself. That birthday celebration. But when I show up at that birthday celebration in a few days, someone will have to shout 666. Right? O'Sicries is helping to find a cheerleader. Lewis doesn't plan to waste time with these old ministers. Today he has to go to the Magicians Association to see that the magicians are very powerful. They are the big guys who can really speak in the court. With their support, ordinary nobles dare not offend O'Sicries. It will be much more convenient for him to do things with muggles in the future. Lewis plans to recruit these little brothers. And at the Office of Mysterious Affairs, a department-level unit, can be turned into an office established in the City of England. It will become a department-level unit shared by the Kingdom of Sorrento and wizards. That would be amazing. This is a chicken feather. But in my hands, I can use it as a token of authority. At that time, when I, Baron Lewis, the director, handle affairs in Muggle countries/wizard principalities, solve mysterious incidents and build connections, it will be natural. Not only will I have the right to command agents, but I will also have the right to command magicians and the army of Sorrento. It is also natural to lead a fleet to the wizards to do things. Wizard nobles from all countries will have to open the door for me. After washing up, Lewis went to the restaurant. At the door of the restaurant, he saw Earl Crawley sitting in his seat chatting with Stuart. And Helen had gotten up long ago, sitting there waiting for dinner. Seeing Lewis just getting up, she pouted and rolled her eyes at Lewis, saying, "You nerd. You only know how to sleep." He must have stayed up late to read again last night. It seems that the Earl and Stuart are old acquaintances. They haven't seen each other for many years, and both of them are a little emotional. The Earl just now unexpectedly learned from Stuart that Helen was a relative of Queen Francesco, and a princess of the French Principality of Erlinda. This principality was extremely mysterious. If he had not had several warships that accidentally ran aground on the beach of that principality in a storm, he would not have known that this place was so big. It was unbelievable that there were millions of people there, and most of them were foreigners. But he had traveled all over the world, but had never been there. At that time, when his major came back, he excitedly told me that there were dragons in this world. He didn't believe it at that time. After all, when he sent people there again, he couldn't find that place. The mysterious principality of Erlinda had long been forgotten by him, and he had also regarded it as a joke. But when he recalled it again today, the Earl felt a little sad. Since his wife encountered an accident and met the magician, Lewis and others, Crowley began to believe many things. After all, the magic I saw last night was so shocking. This world has magic, so why can't there be dragons? Magic, wizards, dragon presence plus 100. This young Mr. Lewis, his background seems to be more mysterious than he imagined. Miss Helen, and he seems to be very close. Holy Oak Seminary. Earl Crowley frowned and fell into deep thought. He had some special impressions of this academy, but he couldn't remember clearly. But it probably not a seminary, maybe at a wizard academy. Holy Oak Academy presence plus 100. Chapter 102 Gold Investment. When Lewis followed the butler into the restaurant, Earl Crawley came up with a smile on his face. He then enthusiastically pulled Lewis and Stuart to chat. Not long after, the bishops, the wizards also came to the restaurant and sat down. When Bishop John saw Lewis, he smiled, and then shook his head. More and more people were talking, and soon, Miss Kate also came to the restaurant and sat down. She looked at Lewis with her eyes, and her heart with her nose, and she looked like she was not very familiar with Lewis. It was just that while eating there, I kept eavesdropping on my father and his friend's conversation. Kate had noticed it since last night. My father seemed to be planning to invest in Lewis. Lewis had a natural relationship with the princess, and he had strong personal abilities and a few but important connections. If he could support the princess, and my father could help, it would be enough to shake the current balance, and the princess' chances of regaining the crown prince position in the future would also increase greatly. Of course, the risk is also great. But if the future government is not run by the princess faction, but the queen faction, the family will be a greater risk. If things succeed, Her Royal Highness will be the future queen, and Lewis will be the future important minister with the merit of following the dragon. With the soft character of little O'Sicries, she will not be able to stand, and Lewis must be her most important leg of the table. The queen husband, the regent, and even more things. The father has always been very accurate in judging people, and he must have seen the ambition of this young man. When breakfast was almost over, Helen quietly asked Lewis about his plans for today. Sister said her father called her and said her birthday was coming soon and hoped that she could come home and stay for a while this year. Sister told her that she would come back tomorrow and stay here for a while before school started. Hearing this, Lewis glanced at Earl Crawley and heard some of his thoughts. He knew that Crawley had called the court in the morning. Crawley informed the king about the Crawley family, which was handled by his daughter, good friend and colleague. He also said that he had persuaded the gentleman to let him attend the birthday party with the princess later. The king missed his daughter very much. And after learning about this, he couldn't help but call his daughter again. After the call, Ao couldn't help but burst into tears. But after crying, Ao still thought about it. O'Sicris felt that now that Lewis was backing her up, and the Crawley family was there, she was not too worried about marrying out. O'Sicris, father, you can't trick me back and kidnap me to a foreign country. Right? Besides, she heard Helen tell her that there were changes in the palace. So after thinking about it, she decided to come back. Helen's words served as a reminder to Lewis. O'Sicris' stepmother and the king wouldn't really trick her back and marry her off. Right? After staying in this world until now, Lewis has learned a lot of things. Because the Witch Queen now stands on the side of Muggles, that makes wizards afraid of Muggles. With the Witch Queen, the shortcomings of the Kingdom of Sorrento are gone. In the eyes of wizards, it has become a powerful force without weaknesses. But even so, if Muggles and wizards go to war, both sides will suffer losses because except for the Kingdom of Sorrento, most of the high-level officials in other kingdoms can be controlled by wizards. Therefore, the current situation is a delicate balance. But the dragon family is something that can break the balance. Lewis has seen the dragon family in the Holy Oak. There are very few of them, and they all have names. They have a high level of magic, and their length often reaches 100 meters. They can also transform into humans. Dragonborn are the offspring of dragons and humans in ancient times. Each of these guys is a boss-level thing. In this era, Muggles do not have such a powerful air defense system. So these dragons still have the power to destroy a city. So if the Dragon Clan, which has always been neutral, stands on one side, then the balance will immediately tilt. Therefore, King Sorrento is very concerned about the Dragon Clan. If they can form a marriage alliance, his biggest worry will be gone. No wonder the king has always wanted to marry his daughter to a dragon. But according to the situation revealed by Crowley, if O'Sicris does not come back, she may not be able to become the crown prince at all. The people who support the princess will be leaderless. If O'Sicris happily comes to celebrate her father's birthday, and finds out that her stepmother and her father tricked the dog into coming in to kill, her face will be pale with fear. Lewis suddenly felt a little funny. This birthday party has become more interesting. Okay. Come on. Let's go to the train station to pick her up. Lewis cut a piece of steak for Helen and said, Sister will be here tomorrow. Shouldn't we play more here today? Ahem. Let's do some preparations. Lewis. Helen quietly grasped a brochure of the amusement park, shook Lewis's arm, and asked pitifully. Seeing Helen's pitiful look, Lewis almost softened his heart and agreed directly. But Lewis was in a dilemma. He had promised to take Helen out for fun, but he had something else to do today. He was afraid he would break his promise. I take you to England City. They're an exhibition today. Kate suddenly smiled. She knew Lewis was going to the Magicians Association today, so she came up with an idea. There are cars there, and the latest products from the Yodel engineers of Hammer of the God of War. This made Lewis raise his eyebrows. This was the best of both worlds. Helen also shouted excitedly, Is there a Yodel ace pilot? Of course. Kate smiled and touched Helen's head. There is also an ace pilot of the Son of Lant. Sister Kate is the best. After dinner, Lewis first called the big banker Kentucky bailiff. He told him what happened last night. After listening to Kentucky, he couldn't help but shout on the phone, I knew you could handle it. Thank God. My cash cow was almost broken. You are such a great savior. Cash cow? Yes, cash cow. The Crowley family is a good source of materials, and the textile factory, and the 7th Fleet with the Muggle Royal smuggling license. All have my investment. If the Crowley family is finished, my investment will all go down the drain. Speaking of this, the person on the other end of the phone, Believe couldn't help wiping the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. He continued to ask, My dear friend, now I can finally sleep well. Lewis, what are your plans? If Crowley supports the princess in the future, are you willing to help your own fleet solve some small problems such as sea snakes blocking certain routes, when the 7th Fleet encounters problems at sea? You are really good at calculating. Lewis understood a little. I will definitely invest in this stock. As long as there is something. The mysterious agency will definitely send people. You can invest with confidence. This is really great. You don't know how many ships full of gold have sunk on the sea this year because of those damn things. Wizards don't have the ability to sail. And those idiots in the Ministry of Magic are always thinking about quarreling. And don't do any real work. With your guarantee, the value of this privateering fleet will definitely double. A big stone fell from Believe's heart. This matter? If there is no Lewis, then this stock is a losing business. But with Lewis, this is a golden investment. The people of the Believe family are too confident in Lewis. And the Believes think that, although it is not easy to deal with the dragon-level deep-sea overlords such as the sea demon snake in the sea, it should not be a big problem for Lewis. In a way, the Believe family is the one who knows Lewis's strength best. The little snail even said, Her Majesty Delphinia will have to wait in line again. By the way, Lewis, my brother Archie Stover Group has something to ask. Hello? Hello? Chapter 103. Does this count as asking my fathers-in-law to work for me? After hanging up the phone, Lewis asked the butler, and learned that Crowley and others were waiting for Lewis in Crowley's semi-study. So he went there. It seemed that they were drinking tea and chatting here. After hearing that Stuart was going to visit some old ministers, Earl Crowley was holding a large stack of letters prepared by O'Sicries, explaining to Stuart the recent situation in the kingdom, and the situation of these old ministers. After Lewis sat down, Crowley asked Lewis to look at the letters from O'Sicries, and then explained the situation. From this action, it can be seen that Crowley is more concerned about Lewis than the princess. Earl Crowley is really a discerning person. After listening, Lewis couldn't help but secretly shook his head. As he guessed, these old ministers can call a group of old cheerleaders. He even felt a little sorry for O'Sicries. It was not easy. Lewis, please rest assured about this matter. Earl Crowley stroked his chest and said, Today, after Bishop John and I go to the palace, I will take Sir Stuart to visit some real people. This is a small matter, Lewis, but I have a big matter, and I may have to ask you for help. Crowley felt a little ashamed to trouble Lewis again. Earl Crowley said a headache that had been bothering him recently, which was related to several banks of the Believe family. It turns out that this 7th Fleet is a fleet with a special maritime trade license and a royal smuggling license. In order to build this special 7th Fleet, Earl Crowley had been running around a lot. However, the kingdom finances did not provide much support, or because many ministers in the country strongly opposed it. When this fleet was formed, it basically had nothing. Regarding this matter, the king could only say, Fourth Master, I have done my best to get this fleet established through negotiations. As a minister, you have to share my worries. So the king threw all the messes into Crowley's hands. Therefore, Crowley had to figure out many things. Even some of the arms were purchased from arms dealers. At this point, the Earl sighed. With such a small amount of startup capital, more than half of it was paid out by your majesty from his own pocket. The remaining half was all loans I got. Some of the money was loaned out. But before the real work was done, Mrs. Crowley's condition suddenly began to deteriorate. When the big banker Kentucky heard that the investment of the funds was going to fail, he almost caught the little mustache. Mrs. Crowley's matter was resolved today, but the funds were far from enough. He still owed the Hammer of the God of War a large amount of arms money. Earl Crowley planned to delay the payment of this arms money, so he did not mention it much. He asked Lewis for help today, hoping to use Lewis' relationship to make some moves with Kentucky so that he could borrow more money. Hearing this, Lewis suddenly realized that KFC, the old guy, had a good plan. He knew that the princess he was going to support needed the support of the Muggle forces, so he contacted Crowley for himself. By the way, he also planned to do a no-cost business to help Crowley, who owed money to the bank, solve his difficulties, so that he could start the 7th Fleet, a cash cow. After that, the stocks of the 7th Fleet, which was escorted by the mysterious agency, would naturally rise sharply. Lewis nodded, knowing that Believe would definitely increase investment. This matter had actually been done, but he began to think in his heart. He remembered the blood parrot who had helped him find the leaks in 2 weeks. Perhaps he should take advantage of the 7th Fleet to clean up the pirates of the blood parrot. After that, he would become the real major shareholder of the 7th Fleet. It would be better to discuss this matter with KFC, and let Crowley be restrained from him a little, and let him work with the real super major shareholder. The king. To sell more stocks to him. Do I count this as a trick on my father-in-law? Well, how can this be counted? I am making additional investments. The blood parrot is quite famous. When the company grows bigger, Crowley, the CEO, will be even more powerful. The king will be happy to see that his company is finally getting started. Although the shares have become smaller, it is worth it. Right? You have convinced yourself. Shame, Max. Pride plus Max. Lewis said, Mr. Crowley, I will communicate with Mr. Kentucky Believe later. Wait for the call. Crowley didn't know that Believe and Lewis were in the same boat. And he didn't know that Believe was holding Lewis's thigh and begging him to do something. He could tell from Lewis's words that although Lewis didn't guarantee it, he could do it. However, with the character of that guy from KFC, he would definitely take a bite. This means he owes Lewis another favor. Crowley was very surprised. The young man in front of him seemed to be more mysterious than he had imagined. He couldn't help but think of the mysterious principality behind Helen. He suspected that Lewis was someone who had close ties with the mysterious forces. He might even be a powerful leader. Crowley was looking forward to the future. Lewis was the same. Does this count as asking my fathers-in-law to work for me? This mysterious incident has greatly enriched me in the Ministry of Magic, Muggles, and personal energy. It seems that the big troubles in the mysterious office, there is still a lot to be done. Through the channels of the mysterious office of the Ministry of Magic, you will meet more and more fathers-in-law who can work. After drinking a few cups of tea, the head maid took Helen to see the mermaid. Lewis and Earl Crowley and others went for a walk in the garden. Crowley asked Lewis if he would go to the court with Lewis. Bishop John and others were also going together today. Crowley asked this question yesterday. Lewis didn't plan to go. Not because the Ministry of Magic regulations were just a piece of waste paper in his eyes, but because he wasn't the kind of wandering knight who killed demons and couldn't wait to see the king after doing something. If he wanted to see him, it was the Queen Witch and the king who took the initiative to invite him. However, Lewis planned to wait for Osicris to come, and then go home with Osicris. This gift from the son-in-law, the princess, was not small. Right? If the king thought that Osicris was not a gift, he would feel that he came with nothing. Then I will tie up your good daughter in front of you. The king will definitely feel very good about himself. Besides, Osicles has to call me master after all, Bet. How can I let her be bullied? If I don't go with Osicles, how can I know who is always thinking of making trouble for her? How can I know how arrogant those ministers who bully her are? I can bully her. But you can bully her? Facing Crowley's invitation to the palace, Lewis pretended to ponder for a moment, and then declined. Okay. Earl Crowley nodded. He also thought it would be better to let Lewis delay. When the king looked for Bach and others, he had to summon them many times in a row. And this person was also the one who did not express his opinion when Bishop John invited him to the moon court 6 or 7 times. I will first add fuel to the fire on the king's side, and make his majesty eager, who is eager for talents, anxious for a while, and then introduce him to this great knight Lewis. When they meet, his majesty Iger will definitely be very pleased. Chapter 10 for the Great Magician. Lewis, Crowley said, then we go first. Sir Bach, the car is ready, let go to the palace together. Earl Crowley looked back for a long time, and found that the 3 colleges had already picked up their robes and ran away. When the 3 ran halfway, Bach turned back and shouted to Lewis, we're going to the city too, Mr. Lewis, please wait for us for a while. We get the luggage down and wait for you at the car. He didn't even look at Earl Crowley. Earl Crowley's mouth twitched. These 3 big guys, it seems that they suddenly changed their minds, and they don't plan to go to see the king today. That right? They are not in a hurry to see the king at all. These Sorrento Grand Secretaries were very powerful when they were in the court. The relationship between them and the king is usually not that it is difficult for them to see the king, but the other way around. Especially Queen Delphinia, she almost regards the 3 as teachers. So they are not in a hurry to go to the palace. And it seems that the 3 university scholars are planning to follow Lewis today. Crowley thought that there was no need to think about it. And he should be right. The real great magician is this one. And the 3 magicians have already regarded Lewis as a teacher. Well, Sir Ron and the others are very familiar with the British city. At this point, Crowley looked at Kate, who was the farthest away from Lewis in the walking crowd, and frowned. What going on? Why run so far? This is a guest. You are my daughter, you have to entertain him. Yes, our family is quite conservative, and we believe in the moon god. You have been taught that since you were young, You cannot get close to men. But this is the score situation. Kate. Crowley was a little unhappy. I may not be here these days. When you are at home, you have to entertain Mr. Lewis well. Okay, father. Kate nodded to her father very reservedly, without even looking at Lewis. Seeing Kate in different attitude, Earl Crawley suddenly realized that it seemed that it was because Lewis was a little frivolous at the table when he drank too much last night, which disgusted his daughter, who was always conservative and reserved. He sighed secretly, and was reluctant to say that he owed a lot to his daughter. He left, but Bishop John, who lived downstairs from Lewis's room last night, twitched his mouth secretly, and said nothing. He nodded and smiled at Lewis. Bishop John was not in a hurry to invite Lewis to the Moon Court. We have many connections with Holy Oak, the special mystery detective agency next to Holy Oak Seminary. I remember it. Just wait, I definitely call you later. Let your bishop send you. This paladin is definitely from our Moon Court. The bishop and the priest left with Earl Crowley. As a result, just as Earl Crowley and others turned the corner and disappeared, the reserved, conservative and very ladylike Miss Kate Crowley flew over and stuck to Lewis, hugging Lewis's arm, rubbing against him intimately like a cat, asking her master where he planned to go today. I take you wherever I go. Lewis looked at Osikri's best friend, the older sister, and patted her head like a kitten, and said with a smile, let go. After taking Kate for a walk by the lake, Lewis saw Ron and others in the distance, carrying large and small bags, and arrived at the small square at the entrance. So he took Kate there too. He did plan to go to the Magicians' Association today. Since chatting with the three magicians at the dinner table yesterday, Lewis found that they were actually very knowledgeable, not just show-offs, or in other words, they knew everything except magic. The spells written randomly in the book even surprised Lewis. Indeed, the things written by the three elder brothers were useless. But they were correct in theory. After deleting the messy things that the three people added by mistake due to misleading books, and making some minor changes, they were all good things. 18 of them were powerful spells that were treasured by the Holy Oak Academy. Lewis suddenly understood why wizards were afraid of wild wizards learning magic. Because once they learn magic, they are much more powerful than those noble wizards, who like inbreeding, and are not ambitious. Just look at the 18 powerful spells they created. In the past 10 years, how many powerful spells have been created by the 200,000 wizards in the entire Holy Tree Academy? Even the anti-magic spells are still the outdated stuff from 3,000 years ago. And these powerful spells, if placed in the Holy Tree Academy, can all be included in the collection of magic books on the top floor of the library and belong to the category of semi-finished anti-magic spells. It can be regarded as a classic new magic. In addition, Lewis found some special formulas in the books of three people yesterday. The Magic Lovers Association seems to have been exploring how to use magic. The direction taken by the three people is to use materials to assist. Although their formulas are completely wrong, Lewis has helped them to correct them, and added some knowledge of spell formation. This new magic powder is relatively cheap. It can absorb the magic elements in the environment, condense a magic circle, and directly help the magician cast spells. These things make up for their own magic deficiencies. They are their magic wands. Last night, these three guys seem to have tried overnight and made some new magic powder. If they are smart, they will find out that this thing can be used to make magic scrolls. And the Holy Tree Academy does not have magic scrolls yet. However, the reason why wizards do not have magic scrolls is that, on the one hand, they do not value innovation and knowledge. And on the other hand, scrolls are something that everyone can use. So the noble wizards do not want, nor do they like the appearance of magic scrolls. However, it does not matter if you do not want such things to appear. Some people want such things to appear. If the drawings of the 7 treasure ship were not burned, there would be no big ships in this world. Soon Lewis and Kate arrived at the small square at the main entrance of the castle, and saw 3 magicians. Helen, who had just seen the mermaid, was also here to join in the fun. Among the 3 magicians, 2 of them were at the back of Kate's old car, loading luggage. Ron was holding a book, looking at the contents with a pained face. Many servants around were also looking at them curiously. Is it because our magic powder is not configured correctly? Bach said, while sprinkling a handful of magic powder into the sky. Ron, try again? It's the kind of spell that makes the statue come alive. At this point, Bach touched the old wound on his chest with a little excitement. These are the 18 spells. Once they can really be used, Then if you encounter werewolves, vampires, or headless knights in the future, why would you need to fight to the death? Those statues that came to life are not only extremely powerful, but the sacred power accumulated in the statues over the years will also be activated by the spell. So they are heavenly soldiers and generals. When the time comes, they will be smashed into pulp first, and then sent back to hell with that soul-burning flame. That right? Did I read it wrong? Hey! Hey! I feel a little dizzy. So weak. At this moment, a series of gurgling sounds of stone mill sounded, and many servants suddenly raised their heads woodenly, like stupid geese, looking at the stone statues on the castle. The stone statues also slowly tilted their heads and looked at the servants. The butler suddenly grabbed Ron's arm tightly and pointed towards the castle with trembling hands. The three magicians frowned and looked at him. Stunned, Helen looked back and clapped her hands excitedly. These spells were much more powerful than those of the professors. She flew over like a kitten and hugged Louis's arm. Louis, you are so awesome. Ron and the others have become real magicians. The housekeepers and servants in the distance all looked over blankly. Kate saw this scene and also looked at Louis blankly. Louis smiled. He just saw that the name of these three wild muggle wizards who love magic in the storybook has changed. Great magician. Chapter 105 I Can Drive. Louis helped the three magicians sort out their books and pack their luggage. At this time, the driver on the other side also started the car. Kate found that there was not enough space for 5 people, and planned to ask the butler to arrange another car. But she saw Louis open the door of the cab and communicated with the driver. Seeing that Louis seemed to be driving, Kate was a little confused. Louis blinked, got in the car and said, I can drive, get in. Kate suddenly remembered something and opened her eyes slightly. No wonder something strange happened when she picked up Louis yesterday. It seems that Louis was the one who did it. She looked at Louis unhappily, then lifted her hair, asked Ron and others to sit in the back, and then entered the co-pilot seat. She let Helen sit on her lap. Louis quickly took back his hand that was touching Kate's thigh. I can drive now. Louis. Helen sat on Kate's lap, twisting around excitedly. Let me do it. Children, don't drive. Humph. On the other side, after communicating with Louis, the driver Jim stood outside the car with a confused look on his face, watching Louis start the car. Then Jim and the butler and others were stunned to see the car turn around smoothly and drive out of the manor. It turns out that Mr. Louis often drives. The butler was very surprised. The driver Jim shook his head woodenly. They came here together yesterday, and Mr. Louis just asked him a lot about driving. But it seems that he is better at driving than me. But did I see it right? He didn't seem to step on the accelerator. I must have seen it wrong. Otherwise, how could he drive? When the car drove out of the manor, Louis was almost familiar with it. After fiddling with it for a while, he removed the magic assistance and took over the driving smoothly. Then he chatted with a few people while speeding on this smooth road. The road was very flat, and the car was very stable. Helen and Kate were a little excited as they blew the wind from the car window. The three magicians were also very excited. They flipped through their books and recalled the events that had forced them to survive. Now with these real spells, many things would be completely different. The three people were so excited that they talked to Louis about their own experiences. They also took out some spoils and showed them to Kate and Helen. Werewolf. Is it the kind that can become very big and black at night? And also be hairy? Helen blinked and asked curiously. Kate's face suddenly turned red. The three magicians looked at each other and shook their heads. The one we met was indeed very black. It also had a lot of hair. But it seemed that it could become very big at any time. Kate's face became even redder. Yes. Yes. It can also become a shadow. Disappear like a shadow. And then suddenly appear from someone else's shadow. Helen blinked her eyes and felt that it was not a werewolf. She asked the vampire again, is it a gentleman who likes to drink blood? She often bleeds. Ron shook his head. Yeah. Yes. She is covered in blood. And she doesn't look like a human. Bach frowned and added, it has a long mouth and big horns on its head. After being cut into pieces, it can turn into a pool of blood and is not afraid of silver. The three magicians started a heated discussion. Helen suddenly felt that she didn't know the monsters the magicians were talking about. And Louis' face became more and more strange. He looked at the whip, teeth, and wolf fingers that Kate and Helen were fiddling with curiously. Finally, the corners of his mouth twitched. That was not a headless knight, vampire, or werewolf. It was a ghost knight, a blood demon that was about to turn into a scarlet enchantress, and a shadow wolf demon. These three fools dealt with something that would make the professor of the defense against the dark arts class of the Holy Tree have calf cramps after seeing it. Any one of them could make many people in a small kingdom fall into desperate panic, and leave behind an ancient horror legend that might be made into a movie hundreds of years later. When facing this kind of monster, these three guys are no different from the people in the town. They can handle it, which is simply a legend. How did you deal with it? Lewis asked curiously. No matter how powerful the monster is, it has weaknesses, Ron said. As long as you are careful enough, you can find its fatal weakness and defeat the strong with the weak. The vampire hid very well, but in the end, we found it in the blood pool during the day. Fortunately, our guesses and the ancient books we consulted were all correct, which allowed us to sprinkle the potions prepared according to the Moon Court recipe into the blood pool, where it was born without it noticing. Of course, it also requires some courage and knowledge. Bach suddenly opened his shirt, revealing the terrible scars. This is what the werewolf left me. In that town, many people were infected with wolfsbane. The potion we prepared solved the wolfsbane plague. But the bad thing is, although the plague was solved, the werewolf was very cunning. In the end, we risked our lives and set a trap. When I pointed out his name in public that day, it still wanted to fight to the death, but it had already drunk the holy water of the Moon Court, which made it unable to turn into a shadow and extremely weak. However, even so, it was really powerful and looked like a phantom. There were more than a dozen of us, and we almost couldn't hold it down. This is the scar it left on me. But the most unforgettable one is the headless knight. Bach, Ron, Fermi said with a complicated expression. Mr. Lewis, we didn't expect that. 100 musketeers, and so many explosives couldn't deal with it. It is almost immortal. Later, through checking the archives, we found that it has some obsessions. The Black Wizard used this obsession to let it wander in this world. After that, we found its head and his lover. Finally, in the lover confession, it fell into endless memories and was freed by us. Bach sighed. Thank God. We still have some fame, which can give everyone the confidence to follow us to deal with these demons. Whenever we recite those spells, no matter how powerful the enemy is, everyone will have endless courage to follow us to deal with those terrible monsters. Although sometimes we are considered liars. But I don't think so in the future. Magic exists, and we are no longer theoretical magicians. I think we should be able to solve more terrible problems for people. The three people started to discuss excitedly again. Helen's eyes lit up when she heard it. Suddenly, she felt that these three people were really amazing. From their description, the professors in the academy might not be able to deal with those monsters. Lewis sighed. It has been rumored that the three have been famous for a long time, and they are indeed worthy of the reputation. No wonder they have such a great reputation in the kingdom. It is an honor for the princes and nobles to invite them as guests. Lewis also felt a little honored. He was honored to be friends with these three fools. They were indeed pitifully weak, and the wild wizard group represented by the three was indeed regarded as beggars and ants by wizards. But these people were much more powerful than many wizards. They also had more ideals. The wild wizard, magician, at the train station, tried hard to prove the existence of magic among the crowd, in order to ensure that the group he belonged to would not become a piece of history. And the three fools who didn't know magic also tried their best to make magic, in the form of legend, stay in people's hearts. And through this method, they proved that their theory was correct and magic had not disappeared. Future generations should continue to explore on this road. Indeed, they did not successfully use any magic, but no matter how they solved those monsters, in the history books and legends many years later, their legendary experience would leave such a mark that magic exists in this world. Mr. Lewis, are you interested in joining the Magicians Association? In a state of anxiety, the three people finally couldn't help asking. Lewis fell into deep thought. Now is not the right time. You are joking, Sir Bach. Lewis smiled and said, I am a priest. I don't know much about magic, it's just a hobby. Don't look at me like that, Bach. You know we have rules. Okay. Bach was a little disappointed. But Ron blinked his eyes. Mr. Lewis, I know that the clergy of the Moon Temple have their own rules. But your priests of the Holy Statue Tree, in the past 2 months, several people have come here. I mean, if the Holy Statue Tree does not stop you from working part-time. Ahem, club, we are a club. If the Holy Statue Tree does not stop you from joining some clubs, then it is reasonable for a priest to learn about magic. Right? Ron's words caused a stir, and the three magicians started to discuss excitedly, and all paid attention to Lewis. But Lewis was confused. What did you just say? The priest of the Holy Statue Tree joined your Magic Lovers Association? Helen also blinked her eyes. This is impossible. Chapter 106, this is quite convenient. Yes, they must be clergy of the Holy Icon Tree. I won't be wrong. Ron said with certainty. Several of my friends have dealt with mysterious events with the priests of the Holy Icon Tree. So I can be sure that these new members of the association are priests of the Holy Icon Tree. Bach added, they have been coming here frequently in the past 2 months. They are here almost every day these days. They must be in Fermi today. Isn't Cuddy familiar with them? Yes. Yes. Those priests can do magic. The three magicians started to discuss. As Lewis listened, he felt more and more strange. The people Ron mentioned were probably agents of the Ministry of Magic. Logically speaking, it was reasonable for agents to join the Magic Lovers Association, because it would be much more convenient when working outside. But in fact, this was absolutely prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. They were afraid that wizards would see the outside world, and that low-level wizards would study new magic like wild wizards, innovate, and threaten the aristocratic family's monopoly on magic. I am also afraid of wild wizards seeing real magic. It can be said that, in the current environment, whoever joins the Magic Lovers Association is singing against the wizards. And recently the Ministry of Magic has not passed any new bills allowing agents to join the Muggle Magic Lovers Association. But this incident gave Lewis an idea. If there is such a bill, it will be convenient. This will be a small breakthrough to make the world magical. Lewis felt that these agents would not really join the association. They suddenly came to the association for other reasons. But no matter what the reason was, Lewis planned to make things bigger and let more and more agents come in. Then make this proposal to allow agents to enter the Magic Lovers Association come true. Bowl, director of the Magic Prison Department. Thousand-Faced Lantern Death, King of Clubs, has now been re-elected as a member of the Magic Council. Moreover, he is the team leader and has a team of people under his control. He is a powerful force in the parliament. In addition, this guy has shattered the lie that Bowl is actually a weakling. So many people have been scrambling to flatter him recently. So this old guy has great power now. Therefore, as long as I can get the head started, Bowl will definitely be able to push it behind the scenes. Although this bill may only allow agents to enter the Magicians Association at first, it will become the first breakthrough to make the world magical. But Lewis fell into deep thought again. He wanted this world to have magic. But should this world have magic? The Forbidden Sanctuary has disappeared for who knows how many years, buried in the dust of cosmic history, becoming a holy place of knowledge that only exists in dreams. But the world where the sanctuary exists was once a high-level magic civilization. Dragons, magic, wizards all exist in that world. In that world, people without magic power can also study magic, even with the title of Forbidden Grand Scholar. Become a great scholar admired by thousands of people. Lewis knows these things, not because Lewis has been in this world, but because some books have mentioned these things. And many famous books are also written by these scholars without magic power. Theory of asymmetry of the Great Star Realm. Theory of the Great Magic Field. How to turn high-dimensional creatures into dot matrix. A brief talk on the Stick Scroll. These are all written by scholars without magic power. Obviously, in that fantasy world, magic is universal. It is precisely because everyone knows magic that there are no muggles or wizards, and there is no hatred between them. In fact, once magic appears in the world, society cannot develop. Not only has it developed very well, but it has also produced the Colossus of Devouring Stars, the Shining One, the Seraph, the Executor, and other colossi, starships, that can fight against the cosmic evil gods that endanger civilization. And these god colossi also protect people, and step into the starry sky of this fantasy universe. They kill waves of subdimensional demons that invaded with starships. Just like the treasure ship blueprint burned by the Ming Dynasty, if you don't click on this technology tree, someone else will, and then use this to kill you. So, this world can have magic. And there should be magic. As Francesco said, it is a fantasy world. But the way to make the world magical again is not to eliminate all obstacles. Anthony has done this. So, what is needed may not be an invincible Anthony or Francesco, but many people like Bach. The Magicians Association is a breakthrough. In this first breakthrough, in the first step to make the world magical again, Lewis wants to make the Magic Lovers Association a place opposed by the upper wizards. A branch that the Ministry of Magic has to recognize. Become a department that is needed by the Kingdom of Sorrento and wizards. Become a place where Bach and other innovative wizards can settle down. I need to establish power in the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle world and increase my influence. I need to travel more and learn more about the secrets and puzzles of this world, and I also need to bring more fathers-in-law like Earl Crowley to my side to help me do great things. So that people like Bach who are full of passion will not be disappointed, do not have to despair, and see hope. While thinking, the car has gradually arrived at the City of England. The Magician Association. A core association of all adventurer guilds. A place that can solve problems that people cannot solve. A place that nobles and commoners admire. Lewis is very curious about this place, and is looking forward to it. Helen and the others are also like this. And they are having a good discussion. The City of England is divided into many districts, each of which is very large. The Magician Association is established in a special area in the City of England. It is called the Dirty Mud District. The Dirty Mud District is not poor, nor is it dirty. Instead, it is full of lights and wine. And there are many taverns and various strange markets. It can be said to be very lively. Of course, compared to the city center, the houses here are relatively low. And the people who hang out in this area are mostly mercenaries, sailors, or merchants with private licenses for sea plunder, and their many crew members. The reason why there are so many people of this kind is that it is close to the harbor. The muddy area is the first place that sailors like to stop at after entering the port, because of the various goods. There are many mud-legged people here. The ground is often covered with various mud. So although it is lively, it is also chaotic. There is mud and beggars everywhere. But it is also full of lights and wine. And it is very lively. People wearing Victorian double-breasted trench coats can be seen everywhere on the road. They carry short knives and guns. When many people lift up their trench coats, you can see the muskets on their waists, or the old-fashioned revolvers. There were even people who blatantly hung double-barreled shotguns on their horses, smoking cigars and riding horses, wandering on the streets. There were almost no police here. Lewis looked at the mixed place in front of him, and suddenly felt a little messy. Is this a red light district? Is this a no-man land? Look at those prostitutes who are not wearing underwear, lifting their skirts towards the old car, laughing. And those naked drunks rolling on the muddy road. Helen and Kate blushed. The Magician Association is here? Ah. The three magicians nodded. It good. It convenient to go anywhere here. It convenient to do anything. Fermi added seriously. Yeah. Lewis looked at the prostitutes and fell into deep thought. It quite convenient. Chapter 107. We magicians all work in the monastery. When Lewis drove the car, slowly passed through the bustling crowd, and arrived at the gate of the Magicians Association, Lewis found that the building where the association was stationed seemed to have been a Luna monastery. It was large, but also very dilapidated. It seemed that no one had repaired it for some time. Lewis also saw that on a balcony upstairs, a nun suddenly splashed out a basin of water and waved at Ron. There were also prostitutes walking back and forth in the window, dressed like nuns. They seemed to be real nuns. Well, the association has always lacked operating expenses, so the nuns rented some areas. Well, they really gave generous money. Ron coughed, a little embarrassed. Sir, those nuns originally belonged to this monastery. Bach stroked his beard and said, the moon god is also called the god of love. So some monasteries are a little special. Since the moon god priests left here, we couldn't drive them away. So everyone stayed. Usually they do some cleaning work in the association, and they do some part-time jobs. Lewis nodded woodenly. It turns out that the priests of some churches are still running this kind of business. By the way, Bishop John also said yesterday that some monasteries are also specialized in making wine. No wonder these magic lovers lack respect for Master John. Since the association moved here, the magicians have known these priests well enough. The priests and magicians know each other very well, and there is no mystery. It seems that magic lovers lack respect for the great wizards, and the people in other associations seem to be the same. Near the ruins of this church, many special buildings have been built. Some buildings are even connected to the church. They must be connected inside. These buildings, although they look a bit messy, should be guilds or clubs. There is even a gun club. Well, there seems to be a brothel. It seems that each adventurer guild can directly enter the building, come to the Magic Lovers Association, and walk back and forth inside. So strictly speaking, this should be a building complex. and the Magic Lovers Association is one of the cores of each guild. When parking, Lewis also saw a group of little yodels playing with revolvers and daggers. These yodels don't look as friendly as those in the academy. They all look a bit fierce. And all kinds of monsters seem to be afraid of these yodel cutthroats. When Fox saw them, he even ran away with his tail between his legs. Obviously, when no one knew much about magic, the yodel sharpshooters were the most feared and the most notorious. They even whistled at the old car. The sneaky look seemed to say, "Brothers, it's time to do something. How dare you drive a car like this here? I don't know what kind of car it is, but it looks like it's worth a lot of money." The people in the car also seemed to be quite rich. "No matter who you are, we will take off all the wheels and sell them for you today." Kate has never seen such a gangster before. Seeing this, she didn't dare to look over there. Even the real wizard Helen, who was in her arms, didn't dare to look over there. "Lewis, the yodels here are so scary." Helen pouted and said in a low voice with some fear. She called her thugs. But before Lewis could move, Lewis' little brother, the great wizard Bach, smiled disdainfully. When Lewis and others got off the car, Lewis saw Bach getting off the car, holding a book, and chanting a spell to the old car. But unfortunately, before he could show his real magic for the first time today, the people around him dispersed. This made Bach feel a little disappointed. Ron looked at the crows and vultures on the street, and suddenly sneered. And those who recognized them all ran away screaming, as if they had seen a ghost. Several scarred yodels, crouching down, were about to run. But when they saw Ron hooking his finger at them, they all wiped their sweat, lowered their heads, and came over to fawn on him. "Sir Ron, look here. I will definitely take care of this car for you. If anyone dares to remove a piece of paint, I will shoot his head." After saying that, the scarred yodel who was in the lead cursed at a group of idlers across the street. "You have no sense. Don't you see that the wheels of this car are dirty? Go to the car wash and find someone to clean this car from inside to outside." The crows and vultures on both sides of the street started to move with a grumble. When everyone saw Ron and his friends, they all looked flattering. No wonder Ron and his friends could survive in this place. Everyone was in awe of them. If Ron and a group of sharpshooters were to fight one-on-one, he might not win. But people were in awe of him, and in awe of his knowledge. Their knowledge was indeed awe-inspiring. Some of the mercenaries had seen those monsters that could not be killed by guns, and were even faster than bullets. Not to mention, Ron and other famous magicians always transport werewolves to the association every few days, and various strange corpses for dissection research. Some magicians are also rumored to be terrifying black wizards. If they look at them more, they are afraid of getting acne on their heads and pus on their feet. If there is a real agent here, he will definitely be arrested as a necromancer or a demon sorcerer. This person was called Cuddy, and he was directing several dragonborns to carry body bags to a small side door at the door that led directly to the semi-basement. Those dragonborns could carry 5 or 6 body bags each. But in front of this magician, they bowed and knelt cautiously. Even some people with guns around him avoided this necromancer. After seeing Ron, the magician's eyes lit up, and he came over enthusiastically. Lewis heard that this guy had just bought some ownerless bodies from a cold storage room in a cemetery. Some were rumored to be people who died after being bitten by werewolves and vampires. Lewis couldn't help but take a look at the body bags that were constantly moving. He didn't know anything about magic, but he dared to study this kind of stuff. He was really bold. After Mr. Magician chatted with Ron and others for a while, he said hello to Lewis and Kate in a friendly manner, and then left. Ron looked at his back, and said in a low voice with some embarrassment, "Mr. Cuddy likes necromancy very much. Although he has not mastered any necromancy, he has become more and more famous in the field of surgical medicine. He is also particularly good at dealing with wolfsbane and blood poison. There are also many court scholars or famous doctors who come to him for advice. So, except for magic, Cuddy knows everything." Ron used to be proud of talking about necromancy and magic. After all, he often claimed to know a little bit, and often held various versions of the Book of the Dead to study with Mr. Cuddy. Ron even wrote a book of the dead souls. So now that he had seen real magic, Ron seemed a little embarrassed. Ron could easily guess that he actually knew nothing about necromancy, and that all the books of the dead souls he had read were fake. It seemed that, including the one he wrote, was also fake. "Very good, Ron. I also like necromancy. I have read several books of the dead souls before. Lewis patted Ron on the shoulder and said, "Let's study it together when we have time." Ron and the others looked at each other in surprise, and then followed in ecstasy. "Sir, the first floor is the office hall, and the second floor is where the association official magicians often stay. It is very quiet, and there is also a library. There is also a basement here, which has a laboratory, a prison, and a morgue. Let's go to the first floor first." As he said this, Lewis held Helen and Kate back with one hand and walked into the hall. Chapter 108. Our priests at Holy Oak all have disciplines. After entering the door, Lewis discovered that this place is very large. Some areas are like auction houses, selling various things, and some areas are like taverns with bars and various seats. There are many bulletin boards, wanted posters, mission boards on the bar, but most of those notice boards are empty. There are also few people in the mission area. Most of them are girls or nuns who are resting during the day. They open their slit skirts one by one and lift them up from time to time, which makes Helen and Kate blush and curious. Obviously, most of those girls are prostitutes. I'm afraid that most of the adventurers who come here are not here for business. Some of them come here to sell things. After all, the scholars who play magic are all quite rich. Sir, more than a decade ago, there were a lot of people here, Ron said with some sighs, looking at the sparse tables. In those years, these tables were always filled with adventurers waiting in line. They sat in their seats, cleaning their guns, drinking, chatting, and patiently waiting for the magician to be hired by their team to solve their own difficulties, or follow your own team to explore archaeology. In that era, a team with a magician could be called an exploration team. A team without a magician could only be called a mercenary team. Whether it is overseas exploration, solving puzzles, translation, archaeology, magicians are needed. And magicians are often one of the core of the adventure team. They are wise men who guide their partners. They are also the eyes of the team. A team without scholars is like a boat without a pilot in a storm. It will be swallowed by the whirlpool at any time, or hit the reef. And people like Ron can use their wisdom to lead the team to overcome the seemingly insurmountable difficulties. Many things will become simpler because of magicians. In the past, many kings of small countries often sent people to ask magicians to solve various problems. In this era of great navigation, there are many strange things. The most famous one is the great magician Edward and his students more than 300 years ago. They went to find the Fountain of Youth with the Believe family. It is not known whether the Fountain of Youth has been found, nor what kind of legendary adventures they experienced, nor what kind of things they witnessed. But the Believe family is now famous. Obviously, Edward succeeded. Lewis has heard the name Edward from O'Sickeries. He is a very famous professor of defense against the dark arts at Holly Oak College. However, he is famous not because of his strength, but because he was born a Muggle. Moreover, he is a real scholar, the Grand Maester of Holly Oak, the first wild wizard to become a Grand Master of the Holy Oak, and his student is now a Dean of the Holy Oak Academy. But now there are no ordinary people entering the academy to teach students, and no ordinary people traveling around with their wizard companions. Everything has changed. Listening to Ron and other stories, Lewis couldn't help but think of something Harold had said to him. The era more than a decade ago was the era of the Witch Queen Francesco. At that time, the Ministry of Magic allowed some wizards to come to the public. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that, in that era, magic lovers could go to places like Holy Oak to study. They brought back a lot of precious knowledge, allowing each team with scholars to have a lamp of wisdom, and allowing ordinary people to use wisdom to overcome those insurmountable difficulties. But now, magic and knowledge have been taken back from this real world by wizards, and even completely destroyed. Many people left, they took many books with them, and then disappeared. More and more people left the association. This place has become a place for drinking, chatting and relaxing. Bach sighed. Now, there are many magicians like us in the guild, but there are not many who are as lucky as the three of us. Those people died in that legendary experience, and left behind a reputation as a liar. Only those of us who are lucky enough to survive can barely maintain the dignity of magicians. Bach and the other two looked at each other, sighed, and shook their heads. But in the past 2 months, it has become a little lively. Many people have joined our Magicians Association. Ron smiled and looked not far away, saying hello. Lewis looked over there, and saw a group of yodel people sitting in seats drinking tea. They were wearing gray windbreakers and gray felt hats. They were all mysterious. There were also a few people wiping a small stick in their hands coolly. They all looked fierce and aggressive. It seemed that, except for the two veterans, most of them had never seen real blood. And they were not as imposing and murderous as the Yodel sharpshooters outside. They were not as experienced and calm as Ron and his team. They definitely did not have the ability to deal with the Ghost Knight, Blood Demon and Wolf Demon. The 20 Ministry of Magic agents led by Hanahi were about the same. But the magician Cuddy, who was good at dealing with blood poison, wolf poison, and was extremely feared by the sharpshooters, was very reserved in front of this group of people, trying to please them in various ways, hoping to get a real spell from them. Obviously, people with real abilities lack tools, and people with endless treasures of tools lack real experience. In the end, both types of people become noobs. But it seems that the little Yodel people also have some respect for Cuddy. It seems that they have done things together before. It's just that because the current topic is too special, they all deliberately ignore Mr. Cuddy. Lewis seems to be an agent of the discipline department, Helen whispered. Lewis nodded and led everyone over. As he walked over, he heard the following conversation. Sir Cuddy, we really don't understand magic. Well, Sir Cuddy, we have rules in the Holy Oak. You know, it's not convenient for us. Ron and others who had just walked over looked at Lewis as if they had seen a ghost after hearing this. Damn. Why are you imitating my words? Lewis blinked and looked at the Yodel people in front of him. The Yodels also looked over at the same time. Both sides stared at each other for a long time, and suddenly they were a little confused. Why did he look familiar? Old boss? One of the youngest Yodels suddenly called out, Why are you here? Lewis suddenly remembered that he knew this young Yodel. They had been together in the Fox Lounge a while ago. He was the Yodel who danced on the long table at the beginning, and later led the foxes to ride tricycles. He is one of the most outstanding young Yodels of this generation. He is the one who can challenge Daniel normally, but he just can't beat him. However, among the outstanding young people, they can't just come to sensitive places like the Magician Association. If they are caught by the Discipline Department or the mysterious Pension Office, which is independent of various departments and manages everything, they will be punished. In serious cases, they may even be sent to the magic prison. So I think this little guy should be an intern in the Discipline Department. Sure enough, the 27 or 28-year-old Yodel inspector, after hearing his younger brother calling someone else the boss, hit him twice on the back of the head. Who are you calling the boss? Who are you calling the boss? Chapter 109 Boss. Who are you calling boss? After 2 slaps, the inspector frowned and looked at Lewis, Helen, and then looked at the Muggle wild wizards around Lewis. Seeing how close Lewis was to these wizards, the inspector's face changed immediately. This is a crime against the wind. Not to mention the crime against the wind, he even approaching us. Several detectives looked at each other. Some of them were already holding wands, preparing to cast Obliviate on the Muggles in the hall. The inspector even jumped onto the table, lifted his windbreaker with a bad look, and put his hands on his waist, revealing the bright magic shackles on his waist. He looked at Lewis and Helen and said, Are you students of the Holy Oak? How can you come here casually? Do you know that this is against wizard law? Against the rules of the Holy Court? Helen stuck out her tongue and said nothing. She had forgotten that she was also an agent. Lewis frowned, took a look inside the agent cloak, and sensed his work ID. Ministry of Magic, Department of Judgment, Jerry, White 67. No flower. This is a senior detective with a number, and he is an agent within the 100th. This is a senior detective, not to mention combat experience. He is definitely good, compared with Kevin, who has a backer. This little detective Jerry is a real talent. This detective, together with the 2 old hands in the team, can lead these 8 people to do something real. It is rumored that powerful wizards often appear among the Yodel people, and it seems that it is true. But unfortunately, Yodels in the Ministry of Magic seem to have no backers, so the positions of Yodel agents are generally low. The 2 most powerful veterans don't even get a number. It seems that the 2 veterans are most familiar with Cuddy. Maybe they have worked in the association before. Old ahem. The new generation of Yodel grabbed Inspector Jerry's sleeve and said, Boss, this is our friend, please be flexible, looking at Lewis and whispering, Salute quickly. It seems that the young Yodel has indeed entered the discipline department for internship. Lewis nodded, looked at the fierce little detective on the table, rummaged through his pockets, and threw his flower card with 3 of hearts printed on it on the table. Then he smiled. What a coincidence. I'm here for inspection today too. Several Yodel agents stretched their necks and looked at the card for a long time. They blinked fiercely. When Helen saw the card, she suddenly remembered that she was also an agent. Lewis seemed to be her boss. She put her hands on her hips and said loudly, "Why don't you call me boss?" Inspector Jerry and everyone else seemed to have realized what was happening. They quickly saluted Lewis and said in unison, "Old boss, let go upstairs," Lewis said, patting the inspector's head. The second floor is a relatively quiet place in the Magic Lovers Association. It looks a bit like a small salon, with many bookshelves, guest seats, many artworks, and various trophies collected by magicians. There are many magicians here, and they seem to be very familiar with Agent Jerry and his men. Lewis asked and found out that these little guys who were just pretending to be good are actually more familiar with the people of the Magicians Association than he is. Among the agents, there is an old veteran who used to be a member of the Magicians Association. He and Cotty, who was dressed like a necromancer, had handled major events together. They were comrades in arms who shared life and death. Among those specimens, there are 2 things that the veterans brought back with the magicians. Lewis vaguely understood that these agents were actually all reformists. Kate and Helen were very curious about these things, so Ron and others took them to visit them and explain the monsters. However, Ron and others found that Helen seemed to have seen these specimens. Although Helen could not beat these things, she knew almost all the monsters and knew a lot of rare and unpopular knowledge about monsters. Many magicians quickly took out their notebooks and pens and asked the little girl for advice. Helen almost laughed 3 times with her hands on her hips, and she was very happy to be a little teacher. Shaking her head, Lewis and the detective sat on the guest side, because they had to talk about some private matters. They cast a soundproofing spell to separate their table. The little Yodels enthusiastically served tea and water to the superiors, while flattering them and introducing themselves. After the introduction, Lewis was surprised to find that the little Yodel school bully was the younger brother of Inspector Jerry. Of course, even Inspector Jerry couldn't afford to offend Daniel from the Red Queen family. Usually, the relatives of the group were bullied by the Fox Cancers in the academy, but they had to endure it. When they heard their brother say that Lewis had always supported the little Yodels when he was in the academy, the relationship between them became closer. In the eyes of Inspector Jerry, his brother's words boss were really right. Although the newspaper was a bit nonsense, the detectives knew that 1 versus 40 plus was true. To say that the 8 people in their group couldn't handle those guys. It is said that in the eyes of many deans, this Mr. Lewis is already a quasi-university scholar and is qualified to be their teacher. At this age, he is almost the same age as His Majesty Francesco back then. After this identity was matched, when everyone poured tea for Lewis, they already treated him as a professor, which was completely different from when they first met. After discovering that Lewis was always smiling, the lively Yodel people also became lively. Almost all of them were released. The agents asked about Lewis' visit to England. Lewis mentioned a few things about Crawley Manor. The agents' eyes changed again. Although for some reason, the Ministry of Magic has never issued a notice for this matter, so few people know about this matter. But the old hands who have been in the Magicians Association have heard of the manor, and know that it is not a simple matter. It is something that Harold has not completely solved. Unexpectedly, this time Lewis, along with 3 magicians and several priests, was able to handle the situation. Many agents were confused. When someone poured tea for Lewis, they were already calling him boss. This was a real boss. Not only was his knowledge the same as that of His Majesty Francesco, who had just graduated, but he also did the same great things. After chatting for a while, Lewis felt that everyone had already started talking, and he asked directly what mission everyone was here to perform this time. It looks like he will stay in the Magician Association permanently. When this matter was mentioned, the little Yodels who were smiling just now suddenly looked at Inspector Jerry with a strange expression. It seemed that this matter was confidential. Nothing can't be said, Inspector Jerry said with his hands on his waist. But his eyes turned around. Not to mention that the confidentiality level of the mysterious pension office is very high, and there are several former super agents who were once Mysterious Hannah too, so Lewis can find out this matter by just asking his colleagues in the office. Therefore, why bother being a bad guy here? Being annoying. It better to just say it out loud. Maybe you have to ask for help during this period. So Inspector Jerry's words were very straightforward. But when he talked about this matter, his tone was a little serious. Sir, according to the proposal of the Magic Council, wizards are not allowed to join the magic hobby organizations of muggles. The proposal has never changed, but it a little special recently, because in this celebration of the King's birthday, there is a big event. As you guessed, this autumn is an eventful one. Everything started with Francesco's death. Lewis learned about the situation through Inspector Jerry's narration and the supplement of the storybook narration. Since Queen Francesco's death many years ago, the grieving king seemed to have gradually learned about the existence of wizards. He also learned that these people were the culprits. A war almost broke out between muggles and wizards, and many kingdoms and wizard principalities in the world were involved. However, things began to evolve in a strange direction. Chapter 110. A time for me, the magic god Louis VI, to show off my power. After the death of Queen Francesco, the king gradually learned about the existence of wizards. The flame of revenge burned in the heart of the great monarch of the United Kingdom of Sorrento, and he made preparations in a low-key manner. He planned to let those wizards taste the thunderous wrath of the United Kingdom of Sorrento. Gradually, various countries began to hold some special joint military exercises frequently, and the king's step-by-step actions indeed made the wizards feel a little frightened. At the same time, it also made the wizards' high-ranking officials feel extremely humiliated and angry. The same was true for the muggles. The destructive power of those wizards was amazing. Not only the decapitation operations, but also many military exercises not only failed to hit the target, but also often turned into friendly fire. Gradually, the nobles and high-ranking officials in the Muggle world also knew the existence of wizards. The civilians thought it was a military exercise of Sorrento and other countries, or a colonial war. But the leaders knew who their real enemy was this time. Muggles suddenly found that they seemed to be unable to deal with these elusive wizards. The support of the Holy Court alone was not enough. They were no match for the wizards. The wizards also found that the Muggles today were no longer the Muggles they once were. The overwhelming artillery fire in the military exercises, as long as they really entered a secret realm, the cost would be immeasurable. Things became more and more tense. But because of a new queen, who was not well known and had just been married, the dispute between wizards and muggles eventually began to develop in a weird direction. So a very interesting scene appeared. In the past 10 years, all the ministers who opposed the queen on the muggle side basically got some strange diseases or disappeared suddenly. On the wizard side, all those who were dissatisfied with Delphinia, their whereabouts and addresses were known by the muggle sharpshooters. Often, when the kingdom of Sorrento was in friction with other countries, the armies of both sides would accidentally break into the secret territories of wizards, who were dissatisfied with the Witch Queen. Or during the kingdom military exercises, artillery fire accidentally flattened a wizard secret territory. It was very accurate, as if someone was giving the coordinates on the spot. Obviously, Her Majesty Delphinia was acting as a double agent, and was constantly fanning the flames on both sides. The dispute grew bigger and bigger, and the wizards began to control other kingdoms, put pressure on Sorrento, and even went to war. Many kingdoms that had once participated in military exercises with Sorrento also stood on the opposite side of Sorrento. But since the kingdom of Sorrento no longer had opponents of the queen, the kingdom of Sorrento, which originally had a strong industrial base and was supported by the Witch Queen and some wizards, became extremely terrifying. This war eventually became the battle for the rise of the powerful Sorrento Empire. In this war, many wizard principalities that supported the Muggle kingdoms against Sorrento were also found by Sorrento. The Iron Torrent stepped into the territories of wizards one by one. The only one who survived was the Holy Oak that the king and ministers had always mistakenly believed to be the seminary. In the end, this war, under the mediation of the new Witch Queen and the high-level officials of the Magic Council, gradually subsided, and did not turn into a terrible world war. The conservative Magic Council finally did a good thing. The other wizards also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they often played with muggles, even with a loss rate of 1:100, they couldn't afford it. It takes more than 10 years to train a wizard, but a muggle can pose a threat to the wizard after a few months of training. And if they continue, it seems that they will have to fight a head-on battle. The muggles also breathed a sigh of relief. Those wizards are simply unstoppable super agents and super spies. Even with the help of the magicians, real wizards, the queen found, if they continue to do this, society and economy will collapse. Both wizards and muggles suffered considerable losses, but the new queen, who had been adding fuel to the fire and taking sides, got the biggest benefit. In the past 10 years, no one opposed her, whether on the wizard side or the muggle side. The rest were her supporters. She really secured her position and became the leader of both muggles and wizards. Even the red and white queens, who were once feared by the witch queen, are afraid of her and bowed down to her. The world today has been peaceful for many years, but Her Majesty Delphinia seems to be a person who doesn't like quiet. In the last military parade of the United Kingdom of Sorrento, the kingdom showed the latest weapons of their industrial age. The Witch Queen also specially arranged for some high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic to come and broaden their horizons. In just over a decade, the military strength of the Muggle Kingdom has changed dramatically. This left a deep impression on many conservative adults in the Ministry of Magic, and also stimulated the extreme wizards. No one wanted to fight, but the wizards wanted to respond a little bit. After all, the king was laughing too happily. Therefore, after the military parade, the wizards had been planning to turn things around and let those weak and ignorant muggles know that their iron puppets were actually useless. It also let the muggles know the horror of wizards. So, the wizards of the great families made a bet with the king. Hearing this, lines of narration appeared in front of Lewis. In this bet, the king promised that if the Ministry of Magic won, then the Capitol building in Sorrento would become the property of the Ministry of Magic, and the Ministry of Magic would move into the Capitol building. And the high-ranking officials of the kingdom would not interfere with anything that wizards did in the kingdom of Sorrento. The result is obvious. Once the wizards win, the regime of the Muggle kingdom will be controlled by wizards. The power of the muggles will be checked by wizards, or half of them will be castrated. If the wizards lose, the Ministry of Magic will send real wizards to the court to teach magic to the royal family. In addition, Muggle nobles will also be able to enter various colleges to study magic, and the kingdom will make up for its shortcomings. This is simply playing with the hair next to the lifeblood of both parties, and it is a big handful. In order to prevent this bet from turning into a war, the two sides decided to have a small fight. During the discussion, Mr. Archie of the Believe family also made a lot of efforts to gain benefits. He succeeded. The venue of the Olympics is the Stover Dragon Arena, which has the most complete facilities. And this arena branch in this British city will also openly show its truly magical side to the muggles in the future. Hearing this, a line of narration suddenly appeared in front of Lewis. But who would have thought that? In this bet, the person who wanted the muggles to lose the most was the Witch Queen, Her Majesty Delphinia. However, if the muggles really won, the king would be happy, and Comrade Shouta would have to be happy. What Lewis didn't know yet was that this would be a battle between the real and fake Gundams. And you decide? A. I bet on the muggles. Note, how can I be left out of this kind of thing? I, the magic lover and god of war Louis VI, it's time to go on stage. Goal, let the muggles see a satisfactory result in the end. Option 1, join the battle as a human. Drive the Son of Lant, defeat the thing that even the Queen of Witches is not sure it can handle. After all, the latest weapon Son of Lant made by the Muggle Yodel engineers, I don't know if it can really handle the Dragon Slayer Mr. Gundam. Option 2, help the muggles outsmart them, and try to prevent the wizards from sabotaging, so that the Son of Lant can exert its true power. Seeing this, Lewis frowned. What is this Son of Lant? The nickname of the latest tank? Anyway, it seems that the first solution is more straightforward. Lewis looked down and started to read the rewards. Success reward. 1. Random attribute plus 15. Note, this time it is related to the fate of the three wishers. 2. Court wizard position. Court grand scholar position *1. 3. Imperial teacher *1, who knows what they want to teach more. 4. Moon Templar reputation plus 1000. 5. Great inventor Mr. Lant reputation plus max. 6. Destroyer Lant Sun driving license *1. Failure consequences. 1. Killed by Gundam plus wizards *1. 2. Lant Sun exploded *1. 3. Ministry of Magic destroyed *1. 4. Extremists regain control of the Ministry of Magic *1. 5. World War I *1. 6. More terrible Witch Queen *1. Explanation. Although human society has developed to a very advanced level, it is enough to make the Holy Oak collapse. But wizards still have the terrifying ability of bugs to destroy the structure of human society. Therefore, once the war begins, the result is unpredictable. The Witch Queen who once stood on the side of the muggles. I don't know which side she will stand on this time. Maybe some of her ideas are much more terrifying than her husband. B. I bet on the wizard. Goal. Let the wizards see a satisfactory result in the end. Optional plan. Kill the terrible Dragon Slayer Gundam prepared by the wizards in advance. And fight for him while the wizards are confused. Then kill the Son of Lant. Success reward. 1. Random attribute plus 15. Note, this time it is related to the fate of the three wishers. 2. Director of the mysterious department of the Ministry of Magic * 13. Admiration of the Red Queen * 1. 4. Reputation of the Queen of Hearts family plus 1000. 5. Worship of the Gorin family plus max. 6. Attention of the real dragon. Failure may happen. 1. Being hammered to death by Gundam * 1. You failed to kill Gundam. 2. Being beaten into a pulp by a shell * 13. The crying of Osikris and others *. Lewis ignored those failure results, looked at the rewards of A and B, and said in his heart, I bet on muggles and wizards. Chapter 111. Hello. I'm fine. Everyone is fine. After reading the options, Lewis came back to his senses. This bet will be held at the Stoker Dragon Arena, and in order to prevent the muggles' small steel toys from causing any accidents, and to prevent the Queen of Witches from causing any trouble. So the agents of the Ministry of Magic will do something. Inspector Jerry Mission is one of them. The people of the Ministry of Magic need to sit in the most suitable position in the stands, so that they can use spells quietly during the competition. But the officials of the Ministry of Magic found that it was not easy to make a move in the seats where the nobles and ministers sat. Besides the ministers and nobles, the most qualified and prestigious people sitting in these good seats were the Muggle magicians. We came here this time to pave the way for the subsequent people. In the near future, many agents will temporarily join the Magicians Association. After the birthday party, everyone will leave. Lewis' face suddenly looked a little strange. The Queen of Magic definitely helped this matter. She hoped that the wizards would sabotage it. But the funny thing is that the wizards looked down on Ron, Bach and other magic lovers. But in the end, they had to borrow their noble status to make themselves eligible to sit in the stands. The masters of the Ministry of Magic think this is ironic. Sir, Jerry suddenly said with a pungent smile, according to the laws of Muggles, as long as you are certified by the Wizards Association, you are a magician. So even if the Witch Queen and the King knew that the people who came later were wizards, they could only watch. So the masters of the Ministry of Magic felt that the Wizard Association, which was established by the Muggles with great effort, was used by wizards. This was very ironic. So the masters of the Ministry of Magic laughed. It very ironic. Lewis took a sip of tea and shook his head. Many detectives couldn't help shaking their heads. Let's talk about something serious. Boss. Inspector Jerry suddenly put down his teacup and said solemnly, which side are you on? Jerry and his team came to pave the way for the Ministry of Magic officials, but asked you which side you were on. As you have heard, the reformists have always hoped that magic could return to its glory days during the last Witch Queen era. But this time, the reformists may not be able to do anything. After all, they are too few in number. Even if they try their best, they can't help the Muggles much. And they dare not openly confront the nobles. Doing something in private is probably meaningless. Therefore, they will not let the Muggles off this time. From the perspective of many reformists, losing might not be a bad thing. After all, making the Ministry of Magic capital the Ministry of Magic territory is a good thing. Reformists will surely be able to do more in the Muggle world. Of course, if this is the case, in the future, when everyone is active in England, they will be completely supervised by the Ministry of Magic. And in the Ministry of Magic in England, there probably won't be many places for reformists. After all, this time the Conservatives won a big victory. So this is not perfect. Jerry, I don't think it matters which side you stand on, Lewis said calmly after taking a sip of tea. Jerry and the others looked at each other. Sir, what do you mean? Jerry, it doesn't matter who wins or loses between the wizard and the king. Lewis put down his teacup and stood up. If the king wins, some people will indeed be able to enter the court. And some nobles will indeed enter the academy. But the royal family and nobles of the Muggles will learn. This will only create another group of wizard families. It will not promote real magic reform. The lower level wizards still cannot learn real magic knowledge. And if the kings lose, the Ministry of Magic will move into the capital, making it officially active in the Kingdom of Sorrento. But their job is to fully supervise the Kingdom of Sorrento and close the last entrance for civilian wizards to enter the Muggle world, completely eliminating the connection between wizards and the outside world. The Ministry of Magic will have more control over the Muggle world. And the interests and rights of the old magic nobles will become greater. And the class will become more unbreakable. Jerry and others suddenly looked a little lonely. Indeed, no matter who wins or loses, the reformists will suffer a heavy blow. Things will get worse. The obstacles to future reforms will become greater. Jerry, don't you want to stay in the Magicians' Association? Lewis said. Just like decades ago. Wizards used the Magicians' Association as a window to go out into the real world and see the world. Of course. Jerry was a little excited. Most of the reformists came from the heyday of the Magicians' Association. Many people used to be members of the Magicians' Association. If the reformists can reoccupy the Magicians' Association, there will be great things to do in the future. But the obstacles are too great. Jerry suddenly felt a little disappointed. It's not easy to restore the old bill. We have been pushing for this bill, but it has not been passed. Lewis drank his tea lightly, without saying much. He already had a plan in his mind. But Jerry was silent for a moment, and looked at Lewis with burning eyes. The man in front of him was definitely the best driver for the son of Lant. But sir, if you want to pass the bill in Parliament, it is possible. First, the Muggles must win. The Ministry of Magic will never agree to let Muggles enter the colleges. Therefore, this gamble will eventually return to the negotiation table. Therefore, as long as there is a group of big donors, the Ministry of Magic and the Kingdom of Sorrento can mediate between the two sides. Let both sides take a step back. And then the reformists can push the relevant bills of the Magicians' Association. And things will be done. Maybe you can really complete A plus B. Things are starting to develop in a weird direction. Lewis put down the teacup and said in his heart, Jerry, neither of them will win. But you are right. This matter will eventually be discussed at a negotiation table, and everyone will have to give in, to reach a result that will satisfy the king and the Ministry of Magic. And the Wizards Association will become a new branch. This will be good for you. Me and everyone. Lewis smiled. I will find some big lobbyists to be the middlemen between wizards and muggles. The most suitable lobbyists are undoubtedly the capitalists, who have businesses in both the wizard and muggle worlds. Lewis suddenly glanced out the window. There was a group of car washers outside the window, who were washing their old cars. 2 of them were wizards. As for the few yodel cutthroats, who were watching the cars, I don't know where they were taken. Those stinky guys, I think they must have received the news that I had dealt with the manor. And some people have long wanted to see me. Lewis glanced out the window again, and found that there were several taxis parked there. These taxis stay in the rich area every day. Ordinary people don't take taxes. The masters of the Magician Association do have enough money to take such taxes, but these retro guys don't like to take taxes. Besides, the street now is much cleaner than before. The cutthroats and mercenaries are basically gone. There are many men wearing black windbreakers on the street. Their arms are bulging, as if they are carrying Chicago typewriters. Italian-style group, the most notorious group in the world, running a variety of businesses such as lending, employment, competition, mercenary training, smuggling, etc. They are not only well known in the mercenary world, but also the several affiliated forces, which are also the mafia of this world. They straddle the wizard and muggle worlds, and are the professional black gloves in the hands of wizards and muggle leaders. Many people are terrified of their names. Jerry saw that Lewis had not spoken, and he could not help coughing. Ahem. Sir, what I just said. Is there something wrong? As far as Jerry knows, the recently freed flower card of the 3 of Hearts was taken away by a big donor. As for who can beat the thing in the arena, except the scary guy in the demon prison, it's the god of war Louis VI in front of him. Lewis didn't answer Jerry's words, but looked at his pocket watch. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Jerry, I dare say, my car must be broken. Jerry and others were a little confused, not knowing what Lewis meant. It seems that someone is planning to buy me a car. Lewis cursed in his heart. These goblins really deserve to be punished. Such a good car, you said you broke it for me? Hearing about buying a car. Jerry and others blinked their eyes. Let go. Let go to the car show. In the evening, let have dinner together. Lewis smiled, put away his pocket watch and walked towards Kate. Jerry and others were speechless. They looked at each other, and felt a little disappointed. It seems that the boss is not going to get involved in this trouble. Indeed, it is too difficult to change the motion of the Magic Council. Let's take it one step at a time. Jerry shook his head and followed Lewis. Kate saw Lewis and the others coming over, and stood up with a smile. She hugged Helen and said to Lewis, Lewis, I just called O'Sickeries. She will arrive tomorrow morning. I have booked a room and a restaurant at the Sorrento Royal Hotel. The food there is very good, and it is also close to the train station and the exhibition. After the exhibition, it's a good time to go there. At this point, Kate's face flushed slightly. O'Sickery's will be here tomorrow, and she may not have time to be intimate with Louis. We will definitely stay out tonight. That big hotel, the food is really good, at least that's what the housekeeper said. Helen couldn't help but brighten her eyes when she heard about eating. But the little Yodel people all opened their mouths slightly, looking at their boss. Eating, looking at cars at the exhibition. Boss, I know you are a freeloader, but you don't have to show off like this. Obviously, Jerry and the others have misunderstood. Louis rubbed his face. That's not what I meant. Chapter 112 Strange Pump Mecha Model. After Louis called Ron, the necromancer Cuddy and others, they all went downstairs. At the door, Jerry and several agents curiously used magic to check the classic car, and found that it was indeed broken. And he saw that. His boss didn't even look at the classic car, and went directly to the taxi. What a coincidence. Jerry looked at the taxis and thought, there are so few taxis now, and they usually don't go to the dirty mud area. Do you know where the auto show is? How do I get there? Louis leaned over the taxi window, and looked at the driver. He couldn't help but blink. Oh! She a beautiful dragon lady. Look at the little horn on her forehead. But the female dragon ladies, why are their tails different from those of lizards? It looks very small, and there is a small arrow on the top. After hearing Louis's question, the dragon lady nodded, and was about to get out of the car to open the door for the gentleman. But she found that the gentleman smiled and pinched his face, touched his horns, and then turned and left. Miss Longheart skipped a beat. The boss asked her to look at the photo. This gentleman must be Louis VI. If she didn't take Mr. Louis to the boss, she would be in trouble. She got out of the car and chased after him, shouting to invite Louis to get in the car. But at this time Louis had already led everyone into the door leading to the basement at the entrance of the association. Miss Dragon Girl was also stopped by the two Dragonborn guards at the door. She ran to the public telephone booth anxiously, and called her boss. She explained the situation. A rough voice came from the phone. Exhibition? Are you sure? Miss Dragon Girl, I'm sure, boss. That beardless conch. A loud curse came from the phone. Go tell your boss, that upright ape went to the exhibition. On the other side, after Louis entered the basement, he first cast a protective spell on the old car outside, so that the butler steward could drive it over intact tomorrow morning. Then he looked in the direction of the exhibition. He searched for a suitable alley. Is it too late, Louis? Kate said after glancing at the clock on the wall. Not too late. Not too late, Helen shouted. Ahem. It seems a bit late. Jerry said, the exhibition is at the other end of the city. When we get there, it will be closed. Boss, let go. Before he finished speaking, Jerry felt dizzy. Then the surrounding scene changed, and he found himself following everyone, and appeared in an empty alley near the auto show. Ron and others stared at Louis, their eyes full of excitement and curiosity. Jerry and others were even more confused. The Magician Association is more than 30 black corner alleys away from the auto show. Kevin told me a few days ago that the new agent Mr. Ross is very good at phantom aliens, and led more than a dozen of them through half a black corner alley. I was quite surprised after hearing this. Kevin, that loser, is not to mention that I can't do it myself. I can only lead 6 people at most. Many agents looked at Louis woodenly. And then, they remembered that Louis was a wizard. Let go. Louis patted Jerry's little head, and pinched Kate asked quietly. He took Helen and Kate away. After walking out of the alley, they saw the exhibition building opposite. The style of this building surprised Louis. It was only 3 stories high, but each floor was very tall. The whole building looked like a building composed of 3 rectangles of different sizes stacked on top of each other. At the top, there was a dome like a round shed. This made it look a little bit like an airport terminal with a dome, but it was much simpler than the terminal. At the entrance of the exhibition building, there is a small square with a yellow earth floor. There are many people, carriages, and even horses in the square. There are quite a lot of vintage cars here. And there are also many caravans. There are also people performing magic tricks or circuses near the caravans, which is very lively. After entering the exhibition hall, Louis found that there is actually only one hall here, but it is very wide and deep, and the whole hall is connected from top to bottom. and there are many big trees standing in the hall as a landscape. On both sides of the hall are small halls built with simple steel frames, all the way from the door to the innermost part. Its first floor is a series of small halls, and the second floor is a corridor. There are many items on display in each small hall, and the middle hall. And in the hall on the first floor, and the corridor on the second floor, there are many visitors. They are taking pictures of various items in the central hall. There is still more than an hour before closing, and there are relatively fewer people. But the service staff are still very dedicated. After strolling around, Lewis found that there was everything here. Clocks, statues, artworks, antiques. There were even models of ships. And a punk-style Gundam model that was 3 stories high and stood there like a big tree. It was the brightest thing in the entire venue. However, it seemed to be made of paper. And it was not completely pasted. It seemed that the model was originally intended to be 5 or 6 stories high. But it was found that it was too small, making the proportions a bit out of balance. So it was repasted. It became smaller. There were a lot of people watching around. There were also a few little yodel engineers explaining something very proudly. But because it was too far away, it was a little hard to hear. Lewis couldn't help but blink his eyes. This artwork is well done. People in this fantasy world really like to fantasize. Even the model of Gundam is placed here for fun. It makes it seem like there is such a thing. There were too many people. Lewis and others didn't squeeze in. Ron and Jerry suggested going upstairs, where the view was better. Lewis was too lazy to move. And the 2 ladies didn't want to go upstairs. So the 3 of them didn't go upstairs with them. In the crowd downstairs, they looked at the punk Gundam for a while. This paper model was quite strange. It was simple, but it had a paper crystal on its chest, which made it look a bit magical. It was high-end, but it had all kinds of small chimneys on it. The gun barrels on the back were also stuck in a mess, like steel bars in the ruins. The arms of the Gundam are even more exaggerated. One hand is a Vulcan-style rotary machine gun, which is probably as powerful as an anti-aircraft gun. The right arm is a thing that looks like a saw-like saw. There is also a small sign on it, which says pure gold. It means that this thing is forged with pure gold. And from the shape of the model, this saw-like shot. Moreover, on the punk Gundam, there are chains used to pull its body. It seems that when the punk Gundam flies, these chains must be shot into the ground first to prevent it from flying too high when the rocket engine is activated, and causing it to fall apart when it falls. It is really ugly. If this thing is real, it is impossible to drive it. If anyone is the driver, be careful. Shaking his head, Lewis felt a little speechless. Not to mention that this thing must be a fantasy, even if it is really invented. I am afraid it is not used to deceive people. But to be honest, if there is such a thing as a 5 or 6 story high behemoth, and there is a brave wizard who knows technology and is not afraid of death sitting inside, then maybe it can really be driven. What chain will be needed at that time? The rocket launcher will directly fire, and the big mecha and the big circular saw will fly together. I am afraid that it can avoid all anti-aircraft guns by making sharp turns at high speed and destroy the facilities on the ground. Or in an aerial fight, a biplane glider, or even a fire dragon can be sawed in two. From the structure of this punk mecha model, its armor is very terrifying, and ordinary artillery fire cannot penetrate it at all. So if it can really move, it will be more fierce than the Dragon Slayer Gundam. The only weakness is that this thing is afraid of magic. But if during forging, all parts of the punk mecha are enchanted, the magic resistance of that thing is higher than that of the Sea Devil Serpent robe. It is immune to spells below level 4. It can even cut a dragon with dragon breath. But the key is that this thing is not mature at first glance. Maybe it will fall apart while flying without anyone hitting it. After watching for a while, the 2 ladies lost interest. So Lewis took them away. He looked up at Jerry upstairs, and found that those guys were looking at him with shining eyes. Some young Yodel agents were whispering excitedly. They looked at the punk Gundam for a while, and then looked at Lewis. They were full of curiosity, full of expectation. There were too many people around. Lewis was too lazy to read their minds. What there to be curious about? These young Yodels really like these weird things. The Yodels in the academy usually like to make some weird steel puppets. Chapter 113: The Evil Spirits. After leaving the punk mecha, Helen and Kate took Lewis's arm and wandered inside. The 3 of them soon saw the exhibition area of classic cars at the end of the hall. The hosts here were mainly beautiful fox and dragon ladies, and a few little yodel engineers holding loudspeakers, standing on the big boxes to promote and explain those classic cars. These classic cars, the cheapest of which was only £285, were aimed at the rich and the middle class. Encouraged by the beautiful Miss Fox, some customers often paid for the reservation on the spot. The expensive ones ranged from several £1,000s to tens of thousands of pounds. One car was worth several houses. Those who were interested in such cars were all great nobles. Real nobles like Earl Crawley or Miss Kate Crawley did not lack a few houses. There were many of them in their towns. The number of houses was calculated in thousands. And a luxury car was not necessarily as valuable as a purebred horse in the stable. So there are many gentlemen and ladies here. Some ladies, who don't know much, are still asking people how many horses are needed to pull these cars. It seems that they don't understand what these cars are, and they just want to join in the trend and buy one to put on display. Soon Louis was attracted by a car. This car should be the treasure of the car exhibition area, and it is the same style as the car of Earl Crawley. There is an archangel in front of the car, but it is black with a white top. There were many noble heirs, all asking the waiters here. Seemingly many people wanted to make reservations. But the queue would take several years, and after hearing the price, some nobles, although they smiled on the surface, but they were secretly shocked in their hearts. Kate met some acquaintances here, all ladies and young ladies. It seemed that Kate had a wide network of contacts in the circle of ladies. And she was quite famous. She was a big star among the nobles. When many gentlemen and ladies learned that Helen was the cousin of Osicris, and the princess of a certain principality, their eyes lit up. Although no one has heard of the Principality of Erinda in France. This lady is very beautiful. And judging from the jewelry and temperament on her body, she is definitely not a princess of a small country. Several gentlemen wanted to kiss Kate and Helen hands, and then introduce themselves. Helen was a little confused at the time. Wizards don't like this. But before the kiss came up, Louis frowned and stretched out his hand to pull it apart. What the hell? A grown man, with rouge on his face, still want to kiss the hand? Bah! Louis wiped his pockets with both hands, could not help rolling his eyes, and Helen, who was a little shy, subconsciously took his arm. At this time, many nobles noticed the tall bodyguard next to the two ladies. Kate couldn't help but feel a little funny, and introduced, "This is my distant cousin Louis. He is from abroad, and the customs there are different from ours. He is currently a professor at the Holy Tree Academy, and is a colleague of Her Highness Osicris. By the way, he is also a magic enthusiast." After listening to this, many gentlemen and ladies smiled reservedly and nodded to Louis, who also nodded. But after quietly looking at this man in his early 20s, the gentlemen and ladies began to complain in their hearts. This must be the cousin that Kate family arranged for a future marriage. And he has nothing to do with priests and magicians. He looks more like a knight. Right? He seems to be from the side of Her Highness Helen or Her Highness Osicris. Otherwise, how could a little priest be so close to Princess Helen? I saw Kate holding his arm before. And he didn't introduce his last name. So he was probably a commoner. This was probably the knight of Her Majesty Osicris. And he looked really good. I don't know if this was the Earl's intention to arrange a marriage. After all, such a powerless son-in-law is more obedient. Some gentlemen couldn't help but feel a little sour in their hearts. But the ladies couldn't help fanning themselves, and looked at the handsome little knight with a smile. No one paid much attention to Louis. Kate took the opportunity to mention Her Royal Highness the Princess, who would be returning home tomorrow. The ladies were all very excited, and wanted to join in the fun. If they could become close friends with the princess, they would have more social capital in the future. Some ladies fanned themselves, saying that they would definitely hold a salon or party to have fun together. But when Kate mentioned inviting their father, many people changed the subject. The situation was still unclear, and except for those with deep interests, no one was planning to let their family get involved in this mess. Moreover, although Earl Crowley was once in the limelight, he has not been involved in government affairs for many years, and he is also in the mess of the 7th Fleet. It is still unclear whether he can stand up this time. So these ladies, descendants and small noble vassals, who said they came to attend the banquet to show their support, were actually just paving stones. Louis was not interested in these cheerleaders. He saw that the little yodels had come over and were asking questions around the waitress. So he smiled and stretched out his hand to call a dragon lady over, asking about the situation of the old car that looked like the Phantom. After seeing this, The group of gentlemen in the narration couldn't help but secretly curl their lips. "You are such a shameless gigolo." The little yodel's eyes lit up, secretly giving a thumbs up. "I don't know which gigolo the boss is going to eat today." Before Louis could ask more, the steward not far away suddenly reached out and called away all the staff nearby. He took the staff and hurriedly ran to the back door of the exhibition hall not far away and opened the door that was usually closed. Then more than 30 black vintage cars with big backs drove in slowly. Many gentlemen and ladies exclaimed in surprise, "Baron Angus, now we have a car. Everyone in the whole city of England who claims to order one this year can have one." A gentleman teased a noble who was pretending before. It was the first time he saw so many phantoms. "Don't talk nonsense, Benjamin." Angus took out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat. "Don't you see the people sitting in the car? It's stogged." Many people also discovered this problem. The staff waved flags in a hurry to guide them, signaling them to park in the parking spaces far away. But the cars didn't even look at them, and drove directly to the exhibition area. Some exhibition cars that were in the way were directly knocked away. Many nobles and wealthy people, seeing the people in the car, all avoided them, not daring to provoke these bullies. Soon, groups of tall and burly men got out of the cars, including humans, dragons, and even fox. After they came down, they began to clear the venue. These guys all wore tall hats and padded tailcoats, dressed like gentlemen or salesmen. But on their shirts, there were gleaming gun straps, and revolvers were hung on the straps. What was even more bizarre was that, after the detectives at the venue saw these people, they all nodded and bowed, helping to maintain order. Soon, a giant like a bulldozer drove in from the back. This giant had 6 wheels, and the smallest wheel in the front was taller than a person, and the big wheel in the back was more than 2 meters high. It has a flat top, without a shed. There are 2 chimneys on it, one large and one small. It farts constantly while moving, making a clacking sound, like a train. It can seat more than a dozen people. The dragon driver is at least 3.5 meters tall. If he stands up, an adult man might not even be as tall as his belt. The small arms look much thicker than a normal person's waist. And this dragonborn is a bit of a throwback. His chin is protruding forward like a shovel. He also has a big tail behind him, like a sledgehammer. The 7 or 8 dragon bodyguards sitting in the back of the car are also 2 or 3 meters tall. They are all ferocious. They look similar to this guy. Chapter 114 Small Dragon Archie Believe. Dragonborn are the descendants of the dragon race and humans in ancient times. But as the dragonborn and humans continue to multiply and intermarry, most of the dragonborn look almost the same as humans, such as Osicries of the Isolde family. And many dragonborn don't even know that there are dragons in this world. Some dragonborn who have reverted to their ancestors or have retained their ancient bloodline have a special look. And they are all extremely powerful and as agile as cats. Their magic resistance is also ridiculously high. Ordinary wizards can't deal with them. They have to be treated as elite monsters. If they are really caught in close range, one axe will cut them in half. This kind of powerful warriors can't be beaten by wizards. When piking with any wizard, there is a chance of a comeback. So even in the Holy Oak Academy, these stupid guys, usually no one wants to mess with them. Before the prank spell was cast, they were punched to the roof. But at this moment, these ferocious dragons are like little lambs, lowering their heads and accepting the scolding of the goblin in the passenger seat. The goblin is standing on the front of the car with his back to this side. He has a big back-combed hair like Chow Yun-Fat, and is smoking a cigar. When he turned his head with the cigar hanging, Kate and many gentlemen and ladies looked at the hideous scar across his eye, and their heads buzzed. This is Archie Believe. Why did he come here in person? The headquarters of the Stog group, isn't it about Dally? Many nobles and commoners, who have no dealings with this group, have no feelings in their hearts. When they heard this person, the first thing they thought of was the arena. But the nobles who had special deals with the dark world, they covered their faces and wanted to run away. This group of notorious villains, they are not here to fight. They can do anything. It doesn't matter if you are a noble, a commoner, or an official. It is rumored that, in the most chaotic era, a famous congressman was beaten to a pulp by a group of thugs who drove by with a Chicago typewriter in the city hall of a certain county. The murderer has been found now. It is rumored that they are just a group of foreign extremists who are against a bill of the congressman to oppress foreigners and take revenge. But those who knew the inside story all knew that those people were related to the Stoger group. The congressman's subordinates had seized Stoger's smuggled goods. Those who knew more inside information knew that this was actually the new queen warning to certain people through Stoker. The congressman had always been against her. Kate's face was also pale. She saw that the little back-haired man was looking at her, smiling. Father Seventh Fleet had been worried about the funds for its establishment. The Kingdom of Sorrento owed a large amount of arms fees to the Hammer of the God of War. The Ministry of Finance had the money but refused to approve it. Father had to borrow a large sum of money. But there was no money to fill the whole of the debt. Otherwise, the fleet could not be established. Could it be that they came specifically for me? Would they want to kidnap me? Let the family pay for the fleet. Kate suddenly felt a little scared, and a little angry. Since my father stepped down as governor, his power has been greatly reduced, and he has not been involved in government affairs for many years, so people are bullying him. But this is too big. Right? Kate suddenly felt relieved. It should be just to scare me. Along, that him. The little slick back hair suddenly pointed at Lewis and Kate. The hideous dragon man clenched his fists and jumped down with a grin. As he walked over, a certain old four-wheeled car was hit by his big tail that looked like a hammer, and it was dented and flipped over. The gentlemen around were so scared that they all moved away from Kate. Kate's mind suddenly buzzed, and she pulled Helen and the little yodel people behind her. She stretched out her finger with trembling hands, pointed at Archie and shouted angrily, "You are too arrogant. How dare you do this at the foot of the Capitol? Hey!" Before she finished her words, Kate saw Lewis throw his coat to her and walk over with his shirt sleeves rolled up. Lewis recognized this guy, the champion who scolded him in the newspaper. Kate felt dizzy and wanted to warn Lewis to be careful, but her face turned strange halfway through her words. Helen shouted excitedly, "Beat him to death. Lewis, tell him you are the champion. Come on. Boss." The little yodels also got excited. Mr. Aaron, who once killed a fire dragon in the wizard arena. If he could be dealt with by the boss, wouldn't it mean that the boss is the most suitable driver for the Son of Lant? And this big donor? The big donor who has a chance to convince the Witch Queen. Isn't he here? It turns out that the boss said he would treat him to a meal. It's him. The little yodels knew why Archie came today. He made a bet with the king, and now the rope is tied around his neck. If he loses, the money won't be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of gold galleons. It will be 3 years of sea trade. This almost cuts off Archie's biggest income. Sea trade and smuggling. It almost killed him. Louis VI. You beardless conch. Aaron lowered his head, looking at the little guy who was walking over, and said in a voice so loud that the windows of the cars in the exhibition area were shaking, "You don't deserve to be called." I said, "I'm a magician." Aaron's words were not finished yet, and the gentlemen and ladies watching from a distance saw that the guy who was half a head shorter than Aaron jumped up with flaming eyes and threw an uppercut, followed by a sound of bones breaking. And then, the huge dragon descended, like a rocket, went straight to the dome more than 20 meters high. There was a loud bang, and Aaron's head smashed the dome, and hung on the dome, swinging back and forth. There was a dead silence in the hall, and many gentlemen and ladies, with their mouths wide open, looked at the colleague of Her Highness O'Sickeries, Mr. Magic Knight Lewis. Several gentlemen with rouge on their faces seemed to be unable to bear such a stimulation, and fainted with a thud. But the ladies and young ladies were all red in the face, and they fanned themselves, looking straight at the man's triangle waist and buttocks. The little yodels were all wide-mouthed, feeling dizzy, as if they hadn't expected the boss to knock him out with just one punch. This was the champion of the Stoker Dragon Arena. He had defeated more than a dozen adventure groups with wizards. The dome cracked, Aaron fell down, he shook his head, stared at Lewis, warrior. Before he finished speaking, he passed out with a burp. He looked really tough. Aki saw Aaron being knocked unconscious on the dome by a punch, and then fell down again. He opened his mouth wide at first, looked up for a long time, then excitedly jumped onto the roof of the old car used as a guard of the museum, and shouted with his hands and feet dancing, "Louis VI, you are the best, my god of war. Except for Augusta, who counts flies at the bottom of the demon prison. You are the best." Before he finished speaking, he was slapped on the back of his head by Lewis, and the cigar in his mouth flew away. Then he was grabbed by the collar by Lewis. Chapter 115 Royal Hotel in England City. Seeing the boss being grabbed by the collar and pulled up, the dragon bodyguards around were dumbfounded, and tried to come up, and some hesitated to draw their guns. Seeing this scene, the gentlemen and ladies around squeaked and almost fainted with fright. Master Lewis Knight, Do you know who you are holding? Aki was also scared to death, and quickly waved his hand to stop it. What a joke, this is a human-shaped dragon that knows horror magic. If a fight really breaks out, everyone present today will be killed. Lewis's eyes were blazing with fire. This guy has secretly pitted me several times, and I haven't settled accounts with him for so many things, and he dared to take the initiative to come and cause trouble today. And when he thought of the newspaper before, Lewis became even angrier. Now he is famous in the wizarding world. He has worked hard to build up his personality for so long, and endured so much anger, but after a newspaper came, it was all ruined. Maybe Principal Oliver is also thinking, is it a bit of a waste of his talent to be a university scholar? This makes him feel a little desperate. Let's talk it over, Lewis. Let go have a meal first, it passed 5 o'clock. I've already booked a table at the Sorrento Royal Hotel, and we have your favorite magic lobster by the White Rock Lake. Archie rubbed his hands, and added flatteringly, and the magic cat mushroom pie that Miss Helen likes. I specially asked someone to bring it from the holy tree today. I don't like lobster. Lewis' eyes twitched. This damn guy, he's still thinking about the endorsement. But he put Archie down. You like it? Archie made a gesture of counting money, implying the endorsement fee, then waved his hand to the car door, making a gesture for you to get in the car. Hurry up and get in the car, my good friend Lewis, I have a little gift for you that you like. That big guy is much more interesting than these broken cars. You should have seen it at the exhibition today. Right? That our Ares Hammer project. You'd definitely like it. When you get the Wizard Cup. Drive it. You'd definitely be the brightest one. Lewis's eyes lit up. Although the goblins like to cheat, they are very honest when it comes to business. He couldn't help but look up at the flat-top bulldozer in front of him. Could it be even bigger than this thing? Lewis waved to Kate, Helen and others. At this time, Kate suddenly remembered that Lewis was introduced by KFC. Archie was a cousin of Believe. Helen also recognized this little goblin. He was a patient of Lewis. His butt and the eye that had been blind for 10 years were cured by Lewis. By the way, that day, Lewis also took out 7 or 8 bullets from his body. Mr. Slicked Hair looked at himself in the mirror that day, holding those bullets, and cried for a long time. He also said that his other eye had not shed tears for more than 10 years. It turns out that this crying little slick-back guy is usually so fierce. It seems that everyone is afraid of him. At this time, many Stogs took off their hats and made way for him. Kate and Helen looked at each other and were a little excited. They led 4 magicians and the little yodel people. Curiously and excitedly passed through the crowd and came to the front of the big locomotive. Several dragon bodyguards lay on the ground, or knelt on one knee, or bent their waists, forming a human-shaped staircase, so that everyone stepped on them and walked up. After being beaten, he was invited to dinner and given gifts. The nobles and ladies looked at this scene with their mouths wide open. Suddenly, they understood who this colleague of O'Sickery's was. A useless gigolo. This was a big supporter of the same level as Earl Crowley, and a big supporter of O'Sickery's. This big supporter looked really thick. I don't know what his background was. Maybe at the princess's welcoming banquet. His father should have attended in person. And maybe the banquet was not hosted by Crowley, but by the king and his daughter. It seemed that she was not an unknown little priest. The power behind him seems to be growing, but he may not be inferior to his 6-year-old son. How many years has the princess not returned? I wonder if she knows about her brother incident. When everyone arrived near the Sorrento Royal Hotel, it was already dark. This place is very close to the train station. Halfway through, Archie also gave instructions, and asked someone to drive Kate's classic car over, so that Lewis could pick up the princess tomorrow morning. This hotel is a bit old, and it used to be the residence of a certain earl. Later, because his family had no sons, he wanted to let distant relatives inherit the property. But the royal family colluded with the court to make trouble. The territory and title were taken back. After that, the manor where the conservative earl who disagreed with the construction of the railway station lived was also developed into a new district in the British city. And the location where the railway station was built was originally the horse farm of the earl. As for the Sorrento Royal Hotel, it is his luxurious manor castle. It is comparable to the castle of Earl Crowley. It is shorter, but wider. When passing by here, the whole street is a side of the castle, which looks very magnificent. Film festivals are often held here. Major stars and directors often come here for dinner. Nobles and wealthy businessmen from other places or abroad often stay here. Therefore, There are many vehicles parked in front of this gate. There is also a parking lot near a garden square in the hotel. When the car stopped in front of the door, there were many reporters around, and a red carpet was laid out. There were many beautiful actresses and elegant actors walking up the steps on the red carpet. Louis didn't want to be in the newspapers with the girls, so he asked the driver of the motorcade to go around and walk to the other side. I don't like watching movies. Archie smoked a cigar and said to Louis, because I am a legend myself. Louis rolled his eyes. Helen didn't understand. But Kate and the little Yodel couldn't help nodding. The famous director Trees once wanted to make a movie based on Mr. Archie. But the location was overturned by Archie Min. What he did was not suitable for making a movie. Maybe after his death, there will be a movie. But I like investing. Archie exhaled a puff of smoke, nodded slightly to Sir Bach and others. Magicians. It's time to promote these three gentlemen. They are all true legends. Louis's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Archie. From Archie's smiling face, he understood what the guy with the slick back hair meant. Reformist? Louis nodded, without saying much. But Archie saw what Louis meant, and he felt relieved, knowing that Louis would probably be able to help him this time. Maybe Louis also hoped to promote the bill of the Magic Parliament. Archie had guessed this from the moment he entered the Magic Lovers Association. Kate had booked several rooms in this hotel before, and Archie upgraded directly to the most upscale suite, and renewed it for another year, to facilitate Louis and the princess. They will settle down here in the future. The princess probably doesn't want to see her stepmother every day, but she has to come to this British city often. This hotel is just right for settling down. However, Archie hasn't said anything about this. Later, when Louis and the princess ask the front desk, they will know how thoughtful Archie is. After getting off the car, when everyone walked from the garden to the hotel lobby, Archie asked Louis whether he liked it more lively or quiet. Louis looked at Helen. He heard her thoughts. Let's find a place where we can see the City of England. It better to be a little popular, but not too close. Archie gave the order, and when everyone went upstairs, someone came to take them. Louis and others didn't wait for a minute. When everyone came to the bustling hall, they found that the best seat in the hall and many nearby seats were empty. Some seats still had unfinished meals, which were being nervously cleaned up by the waiters. As for the food, it was almost ready. There were several dragons standing near the seat. Mr. Aaron was there too. It looked like he had just had a cast on his arm and had something around his neck to fix his spine. He was looking up, directing his subordinates to carry some large photos and trophies near the seat. They looked like they were all things that Archie was going to show Louis. Aaron and his group should have just brought here. When Aaron saw Louis nod to him, he wanted to nod, but he couldn't, so he had to force a smile. You are quite strong. Louis patted Aaron's arm and said. Aaron suddenly felt his arm no longer hurt. He stared and said, You are a real warrior, Louis VI. You are the second strongest warrior I have ever seen. Louis, who was about to chat with Aaron, heard this. His face turned black, and he sat down directly. Chapter 116 Terrible Ambition. This guy is full of energy. Louis was a little surprised. Although he held back, he did not directly hit Aaron's head with all his strength, but used his strength to knock him to the roof. But he used a heavenly armor. Even if he held back, it was much heavier than the fire dragon blow. I thought this guy would have to lie down for a few weeks, but he was treated by the Wizards of Stog and was able to stand up. Just when he wanted to chat with this guy. After hearing Aaron's words, Louis's face darkened, and he turned around and sat down. Before the others sat down, the four magicians seemed to have met an acquaintance in a meeting hall in the distance. So they went there to apologize. When Helen, Kate, and the little Yodel sat down, they slowly started eating while chatting. Helen and the little Yodels looked at the sumptuous dinner with shining eyes. They seemed to think that the chef's skills were very good. After Louis picked the shrimp for Helen for a while, he started talking to Archie. Kate was taking care of this and that. Louis, my Aaron once beat a fire dragon to death. He then played the role of the fire dragon and defeated 14 adventure groups. Archie couldn't help but get excited. He jumped on the table and said to everyone, he won 15 championships. He is a legend in the dragon arena. At this point, Aki snapped his fingers, and the two pure white dragon girls quickly stood up a series of huge photos one by one. In the photo, Along was wearing a very cool blood-red armor, holding two huge battle axes. His body was full of swords and guns, stepping on a pile of corpses, and roaring to the sky. The eyes in the mask were like burning flames, incredibly red. It can be seen that there were many wizards in the pile of corpses. Adding up, there are more than 100 people. But no one can kill Mr. Aaron. Lewis nodded. He could see that the armor was definitely not ordinary. It was a rare treasure. Aaron wearing this armor was enough to make wizards like Harold Level twitch their eyelids, and unwilling to fight this kind of monster that was almost immune to magic. And for them, compared with Aaron wearing armor, the fire dragon that could not wear this kind of armor was easier to deal with. In the next few photos, everyone also saw the scene of Aaron versus fire dragon. In those photos, Aaron held 2 war hammers in his hands, flew towards the sky and confronted the huge dragon head of fire dragon. As a result, fire dragon was hammered to death. Helen blinked as she looked at the photo, and suddenly felt a little scared. She remembered the fire dragon that was eaten in the academy. This incident is still a mystery. According to the night watchman, many fire dragons in the dragon district were frightened at that time, Mr. Brock Hall dragon, and cursed him. He said that the ugly monster was almost as big as it. Mr. Brock Hall is more than 80 meters long. He is a real adult dragon, and can swallow a fire dragon in one gulp. That thing seemed to be able to say that the ferocious monster at that time, and was hit by several dragon breaths from Brock Hall. Although the monster was ultimately defeated by Mr. Brock Hall, and was driven away, the monster seemed to have only cried out in pain after being hit so many times, and was safe and sound. It also warned Mr. Brock Hall, said that he should not meddle in other people's business, or else he would kill him in the future. I heard that Mr. Brock Hall was furious that day. Until now, he still vowed to tear it to pieces, to protect the peace of the academy. However, he has never been able to find the big monster. Helen looked at the photo, blinking her eyes and falling into memories, but Kate was stunned. Is this an oil painting? That dragon, it painted like it. Why is it still moving? What kind of oil painting is this? Why is it still moving? Many magicians also came back at this time, looking at the photos in amazement. They have some knowledge. I know that more than a decade ago, many ancestors of the Magicians Association often dealt with such creatures. But the magicians disappeared. And these magical creatures also disappeared. I don't know if I can see these things and mermaids in my lifetime. Once on that sea, Aaron led the sailors and helped me repel a sea snake. If he led the wizards, he would be able to challenge a real dragon. Archie took a puff of cigar. A little disappointed, but this time, he probably has no hope of winning against his opponent. Sure enough, everything about belief is no small matter. A plus B, maybe it not that easy to choose. After all, he can't ride the Son of Lant. Archie sighed and said, and the Son of Lant may not be able to beat that thing. Lewis raised his eyebrows. What on earth is this Mr. Gundam? Mr. Gundam? Archie shook his head. A big guy that shouldn't have entered the arena to perform. Archie snapped his fingers, blocking the sound of the conversation between the two, so that no one else could hear it. Obviously, this goblin was also a wizard with a very high level of magic. He didn't even need spells or wands to cast spells. After looking around, Archie first told the whole story. I think, Mr. Jerry, I should have told you about the King birthday party. At the beginning, no one knew that the Ministry of Magic would be involved. At that time, Her Majesty Delphinia made a bet with me, saying that she would perform a show on the birthday of Her Majesty the King. Do you think I am afraid of her? The Muggle world will not release any magical creatures. My champion baby Aaron is invincible. Besides, in the end, I was fucking tricked. Archie cursed. This is a bet between the king and the Ministry of Magic. Not only did they find that terrifying two-headed Gron, but there were also hundreds of wizards secretly helping Gron cheat. So, the Witch Queen is betting on the wizards to win. And I am betting on the Muggles to win. This time, the Muggles are sure to lose. So many wizards helping the terrifying Dragon Slayer Gundam, let alone the Son of Lanter. Even if a giant dragon is put in this arena, it will be defeated. Lewis was a little confused when he heard this. Isn't this Delphinia a reformist? Why would she bet on the wizards to win? Bet on both sides. Archie said, no matter who wins, she will not lose. Lewis fell into deep thought. Maybe the Witch Queen is not a reformist, nor a conservative. And she is definitely not a simple bet on both sides. This is just a disguise for herself. Her real hope is to let the wizards win, so that some high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic enter the capital, enter the vision of Muggle society. Then when the time comes, she will catch them all in one fell swoop. Isn't she afraid of starting a war? What does she want to do? Why does she have such ambition and confidence? Is it because she has cooperated with a certain dragon clan? And what is the connection between this matter and the Red Queen mentioned in the storybook? According to the storybook, the Red Queen once killed the Dark Lord. That is, killed Francesco. The magic mirror was broken 6 times in total. Chapter 117, a capital group rich enough to rival a country. If the Red Queen had killed Francesco, and was also Francesco's enemy, then Delphinia had reason to fear her, and also had reason to want to kill her. Lewis suspected that the Red Queen was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. And this time after the Muggles lost, when the capital became the territory of wizards, the Red Queen might be responsible for managing the kingdom of Sorrento. If that the case, then after the Muggles lost, destroying the Ministry of Magic in the capital, then getting back some money in this regard, maybe it also profitable. But according to the prophecy in the storybook, this incident will definitely lead to a war between Muggles and wizards. Delphinia must have made some preparations, and may have made an agreement with some allies. She wants to start all over again. Let everything return to the original. And let her mother Francesco become the moon goddess 3,000 years ago. Then everything Anthony has done will be in vain. And Lewis also needs the Muggles to win, so that the king can win the bet. The bet that the king won is, wizards will enter the royal family, and Muggle nobles will be able to enter various colleges. This matter may not satisfy the king, because the wizards who enter the royal court may not be the proper wizards that the king imagines. Or the Ministry of Magic may simply bring in a group of wizards who are against the king, which will give him a headache, and the nobles may not learn anything in various colleges. The second-generation officials of the Ministry of Magic, such as Fox, have many ways to make these Muggle students pay the price. They may even be brainwashed. For the Ministry of Magic, allowing Muggles to enter the college is also a shame they cannot tolerate. So in the end, both sides must give in and return to the negotiation table. The king must have anticipated this possibility. And this is the time for the Belief family, the director of the Great Magic Prison Department, and the new senator of the Magic Parliament, Bull, to exert their energy. Under the mediation of Believe and Bull, both parties will reach a satisfactory result. On the king's side, the king can let his daughter select some people for him to enter the royal family and serve as court wizards. This is the bet after the Muggles win. The king will be very happy, because his goal has been achieved. Osikri's status will also rise, and the king will give up the noble's admission. This is the second best option. For the king, it doesn't matter. He hopes that only the royal family can do magic, and the Ministry of Magic will be satisfied with this result. In addition, the kingdom will allow the Ministry of Magic to set up a small branch in the City of England, and station agents in the Magicians' Association. Assist the Kingdom of Sorrento to solve various mysterious problems. This is a low-profile bet after the wizard wins. The Ministry of Magic and the kingdom will be satisfied. Lewis will also be satisfied. Take a look. These are all the rewards after A plus B. Lewis is following the prophecy of the storybook to push things forward. Since the storybook has predicted this possibility, it means that this result can be achieved. Lewis took a look at the rewards of A and B. Who would have thought that in this bet? The person who most wanted the Muggles to lose was the Witch Queen. But if the Muggles win, maybe the king will be happy, and the Witch Queen, Delphinia, will have to be happy. You decide. A. Success reward. 1. Random attribute plus 15. Note, this time it is related to the fate of the 3 wishers. 2. Court wizard position. Court scholar position *1. 3. Imperial teacher *1, who knows what they want to teach more. 4. Moon Templar reputation plus 1,000. 5. Great inventor Mr. Lamp reputation plus max. 6. Destroyer Lanson driving license *1. B. Success reward. 1. Random attribute plus 15. Note, this time it is related to the fate of the 3 wishers. 2. Director of the mysterious department of the Ministry of Magic *13. Admiration of the Red Queen *1. 4. Reputation of the Queen of Hearts family plus 1,000. 5. Worship of the Gorin family plus max. 6. Attention of the real dragon. Therefore, this time the Muggles must win. But Lewis didn't plan to tell Archie the truth. Otherwise this guy wouldn't help in the future. Moreover, Lewis also planned to use this matter to help Crowley solve the fleet problem. It not enough for Crowley to work alone, he had to find some help for Crowley. And the fleet matter was also very helpful to Osikris. Archie, I'm a wizard, and an agent of the Ministry of Magic. Lewis wiped his mouth with a napkin, looked at Archie and said, this Gundam is already difficult to deal with. You know, I have to face more than just it, and once I fight as a Muggle, I can't use magic. I might be beaten to death. Moreover, whether I win or lose, I will become the public enemy of wizards. I don't think the Dragon Slayer Gundam can beat you, huh? Well, I mean, this matter is easy to solve. Akabella said, I will find you a real big guy to deal with the two-headed Goron. It is called the Son of Lant. You drive it. This time it is absolutely safe. Speaking of this, Achi looked around carefully. The Hammer of the God of War is the largest investor in the Lant project. Without the technology of the magic crystal, without the secret support of the Yodel wizard, this thing can't move. Louis couldn't help blinking his eyes. These damn goblins, for money, dare to break any law. So don't worry. The Son of Lant is absolutely reliable. It's no problem for you to drive it to knock down the Goron. If you win, when the technology of this thing matures in the future, I will buy you one to play with. Louis was excited by this. However, what does this when the technology matures mean? Now the technology of this thing is not mature. Louis suddenly looked at Archie with that kind of eyes. You are not trying to trick me, are you? Before Louis asked more, Archie spoke again. As for your identity, you are the Knight of Her Majesty Osikris. You can be, and for this matter, I have a way to make some wizards support you. Archie told about his preparations. Basically, he thought the same as Louis. He planned to deal with it later. Many wizards were opposed to the Ministry of Magic moving into the capital. In the referendum of the Magic Council, this matter was only a few votes away. In addition, there is another real big shot who hopes that the Muggles will win. I won't reveal more. Anyway, if the Muggles really win, the Witch Queen will be happy, and will have to support you wholeheartedly. Archibald glanced at Louis meaningfully. After hearing his words, Louis's face looked a little strange. His Majesty Francesco. Is he really still alive? And Delphinia. Is she just her spokesperson? You won't have to worry, Louis, Archie said. We are tied together in this matter. If I am not sure, how can I dare to find a wizard to support the Muggles? The 4 queens and the 4 dukes will kill me. Archie, what bet did you make with the queen that made you so desperate? Louis raised his eyebrows and looked into Archie's eyes. In an instant, many of Archie's thoughts were heard by Louis silently. Is there any need to think about this? My several sea licenses in the kingdom of Sorrento are in the hands of the Witch Queen. If I lose my entire maritime trade fleet and smuggling group, I will have to work for the Witch Queen for 3 years for nothing. This is simply going to cost me my life. Don't even mention 3 years, it will cost me millions of pounds a year. This is not the most important thing. My business partner, the Black Dragon clan, is probably going to run out of food. The Witch Queen is very close to the Black Dragon now. If my maritime trade license is in her hands again, then my Black Dragon customers will have to go to the Witch Queen. After hearing Archie's voice, Louis almost fainted. With this whole caravan in a year, how many Crowley castles can you earn? And this is just Archie business. You are really rich enough to rival a country. There are 19 promising people in the Believe family. Although many of them are media tycoons like Wallace, they are not specifically responsible for making money. And some people in the Believe family are in charge of industries that have deficits every year. But this just shows that the Believe family is deliberately supporting such industries in order to increase their influence. It also shows that the Believe family capital group has become a capital crocodile across all walks of life. The business has even reached the Dragon clan. No wonder the Witch Queen has set her eyes on them. They are super fat sheep. Chapter 118, My Royal Smuggling Group. The Lift business is worth millions. No wonder, no matter whether it is Muggle or wizard nobles, politicians, and various kingdoms, they treat these big capitalists as guests of honor. They beg for loans, and beg to take them to do business and make money. And it seems that this big dragon customer is much more valuable than those millions in Archie's eyes. After all, the neutral dragon, no matter which side it leans on, the balance of that side will tilt. Therefore, whether from the business aspect or the power aspect, the clients of the Dragon clan are of great significance. Louis suddenly fell into deep thought again. Delphinia, hidden ally, is most likely the Black Dragon. No wonder she dared to plan to risk a Munich incident against the Ministry of Magic after the Muggles lost. This elementary school student is not very good, but her methods and ambitions are extraordinary. She is much more cruel than her adoptive mother. She is also very crazy. She is simply betting on the future of the whole world. It seems that Delphinia chose all the same as me, but she chose the opposite. The consequence of a B failure is what she wants to achieve. Louis looked at Archie and had something in mind. He must ruin this matter. He is determined to play with the dragon arena. This matter will make Archie bleed. He has indeed encountered a big trouble. If I don't help him, he will definitely be squeezed dry by Her Majesty Delphinia this time. But Archie didn't say that. This time, I made a big bet with the Witch Queen. It was more than 100,000 pounds. Archie said with a gloomy face, if this money is gone, my funding chain will be broken. This is almost killing me. Lewis, if you win, I will give you 20,000 pounds or a small castle. Lewis reached out and removed the soundproofing spell, and stood up and left. Grandpa. Grandpa. Don't leave. I give you another director? Plus the 4 of hearts. Archie flew behind Lewis, hugged his legs and cried. Seeing Kate and the little Yodels were dumbfounded. They had never heard of it before. The leaders of the Believe family begged you to talk business. The Ministry of Magic is planning to set up a new branch recently. I will make you the director of the Department of Mysteries, or upgrade the special office to an independent unit at the department level. Then you will be the deputy director. This power is much greater than the Department of Mysteries. You can control everything. Lewis is a power-hungry person, he just likes this. And he solved the big trouble of the Crowley family, he has this foundation. Although he has just been in the job for a short time. But if he spends a little money, smooths out the relationship, it won't be a problem to get this done. Trey should be promoted soon. It's just right to ask him for a favor. This matter will be perfect. When the time comes, with this guy Triff, Lewis will be responsible for the matter. Lewis will be very satisfied. I'm not satisfied at all. Lewis lifted Archie to the table. Kate, let go. Archie was dumbfounded when he saw this. Don't go, Lewis. Archie hugged her again. He looked at Kate, his eyes suddenly lit up, and cried and begged, please help me, I owe you a favor. In addition, I promise you, I will do another favor for Miss Kate. Her father favor. Seeing Lewis stopped, Archie jumped on the table, smoked a cigar, put his hands on his waist and said, "It that privateer fleet. I promise you after this, I will help the Crowley family to make it work. There is nothing in this maritime business that I..." Archie. Don't know? Miss Kate, your father, Crowley, will control a real fleet. Kate was shocked and looked at Lewis and Archie in disbelief. The Yodel people also opened their mouths wide, never thought that. It was originally Lewis begging Archie, but it turned out like this. But what shocked Kate even more was yet to come. Crowley can't control the fleet now. Archie, Lewis said, there is nothing in the fleet. Just a few old warships. Some weapons bought. And a lot of debts. Can you pay it back? Archie almost fainted when he heard this. You are too cruel. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't help you with the debt. Don't leave. Lewis, I have some ships. The guns and other things are ready. Seeing Lewis stop, Archie breathed a sigh of relief. This time at a big loss. Although my ships are a bit old, they are magically blessed, and are no worse than the second-tier privateering fleets of other countries. In addition to some of Crowley's original main steel battleships. We can go anywhere on the sea. But Lewis, let's make a deal first. After I leave the ship, if Earl Crowley is satisfied with it, then my smuggled goods. Ahem. The goods of the sea trade fleet. You have to help us share the profits. Although it will cost a lot in the early stage, it will lose money. But if it grows bigger in the future, it will be the Royal Smuggling Group. This is a win-win situation. Archie showed his frankness. Of course, Lewis, in addition to my support, the main battleships of this fleet may still lack some weapons. It is not easy to operate a fleet. So you have to do me another favor, the Ares Hammer Arms Trading Company, but he runs it. If the fleet wants to upgrade its weapons in the future, my cousin will help. Archie smoked a cigar. And he was still very confident at this time. How many small kingdoms' fleets and armies were supported by the hammer of the god of war in the beginning? The 7th fleet itself has some foundation. And the kingdom finances will also contribute. So the hammer of the god of war will not be asked to pay for it all. And it can't afford it. So this thing can be done. After the deal is done, if this fleet is completely controlled by Lewis, then everyone can make a lot of money together. Lewis stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Crowley now has connections and relationships. He has enough soft power. But he lacks hard power. As long as this fleet is built up, he will definitely be a stable leader in the kingdom in the future. Even if the king wants to take action against him in the future, he will have to think twice. The princess faction is more stable. After that, this fleet basically can be called Lewis' fleet. Archie helped him to invest in shares, And it is not a small share. After Crowley Company had its own investment, it was finally able to start. Louis patted Archie's head and went to the balcony. Seeing this, Archie finally felt relieved. He asked the 2 pure white dragon servants beside him, who were holding wine, to follow them to the balcony. He talked to Louis about the real things. Louis's plan to set up a branch of the Ministry of Magic, and the king, the things that the Magic Parliament was dealing with, etc. Things gradually became smoother. On the other side, Miss Kate was already feeling dizzy, reorganizing the 7th Fleet. What a favor! This is not just a huge deal worth millions of pounds. This is a big investment by Louis. And the investment is not just in warships, but also in many relationships, connections and channels. And the hammer of the god of war that specifically supports the fleet. Kate knew that. This matter meant a lot to her father. Even if he sold me, it wouldn't be worth this price. Looking at Louis's back talking to Archie on the balcony, Kate was worried about him, and a little excited. I felt a little disappointed. Just last night, Kate dreamed that she bought a car for Louis, and raised Louis. She was his big sister. As a result, within one day, things took a turn for the worse several times. And finally Kate found that. It seemed that she had embraced a super thigh. She raised Louis. And it was Master Louis who raised the whole family. Chapter 119 Who Lives Upstairs? That night, after Louis and Archie finished talking, Archie looked very strange. Is this a political investment for you? Louis, you are such a liar. Archie stared and said while smoking a cigar. You should thank me. Archie, I gave you a chance to use your money, which you have nowhere to spend, to buy things you can't buy. Louis put down his glass and patted Archie's head, looking at the brightly lit English city outside the balcony. After hearing Louis's words, Archie laughed. He stopped pretending. He drank his wine and slowly said to Louis, "That right, Louis. I believe this investment will be one of my most successful deals." It seems that Louis and Archie, these 2 guys, one is willing to cheat, and the other is willing to be cheated. Archie can see that, after this big thing is implemented, the pattern between wizards and muggles will change greatly. As a result, many great opportunities will be provided for Louis and Believe. Louis will also gain a firm foothold in both the Ministry of Magic and the Muggles. He does not want to work in the Ministry of Magic, nor does he want to work in the Muggles. Instead, he will reach the top of both sides step by step. This is the first step taken by Louis. The risk is huge, and the benefits are also terrifying. Archie likes such a partner, and has been looking for someone who can do such a big thing. Louis is undoubtedly such a person. Moreover, Louis also has important resources that others do not have, the inheritance of the Kingdom of Sorrento, and the inheritance of the Witch Queen. Perhaps his partner will become the unifier of the magic and muggle worlds in the future, and become a true king. Isn't this the golden investment that Believe and others have been looking for? This is worth a gamble. Aki looked at the night outside the balcony, and became more and more excited about the future. It was already midnight. Helen and the others had already returned to their rooms. The 2 white dragon servants were still here, but they were no longer holding wine, but several documents and agreements that had just been faxed from the hammer of the god of war. After taking a look, Louis asked Stuart in the distance to ask the magic mirror. Make sure there is no trap on it, but it is something very sincere. This made him nod his head, and he was a little scratching his head. The matter of the hammer of the god of war is probably more difficult to solve. Maybe it will involve some small kingdoms. But that a matter for later. Louis, what do you think of my 2 secretaries? They are also miserable people. They are from a great dragon family, and have a legitimate Garrick bloodline, white dragon lineage. But things don't go as planned. The last war forced many dragonborn to leave their homes. You know, those of us in this line of work, we will collect some talented orphans for training. After the group took them in, they were originally going to send them to the arena, preparing to train them to be wizard assassins. But after carrying out several missions, I felt that it was a bit of a waste of talent. The 2 young ladies are well educated and very clean. So last month I picked them out and kept them by my side, intending to present them to the kings of some small countries. Her Highness Osikris is coming, but she doesn't have a bodyguard to support her. The Crowley family may also need some wizards. The 2 dragon ladies are proficient in various firearms, and also understand magic. Know how to prevent, deal with gunmen, and know how to prevent, deal with wizards. Archie blinked. It up to you how to arrange it. The 2 maids were cautious and polite to Louis, with some trepidation in their hearts. They knew that once they followed this master, all their future interests would be tied to the master. Lewis looked at the two fair-skinned ladies, and couldn't help frowning and sighing solemnly. The life stories of the two ladies are really pitiful. After hearing what Lewis said, the two dragon ladies lowered their heads nervously. Lewis touched his chin. The Crowley Family Wizard Magician Association has plenty of people. In future cooperation, the Crowley family will definitely have a magic consultant. No matter who the Crowley family hires this time, they will hire a real magician. As for the bodyguards and secretaries, who are just for Osikris, she seems to need them. But this is not good. Right? Well, Lewis, I know they are not needed in a real fight. But such talents are in short supply everywhere. They are both good at literature and martial arts. Someone must help with paperwork. Right? Okay. Let Kate take care of the arrangements later. Lewis looked directly at the two dragon ladies, confirmed their thoughts, and left a nightmare mark and a small thought stamp. Such close people cannot have any evil thoughts. Seeing this scene, Archie couldn't help but laugh, knowing that Lewis accepted it. Do you have a name? The two girls shook their heads. Give them a name. The one with the jade gem on the left horn is called a Fae, and the one with the jade ring on the right horn and tail is called a Ewe. Lewis touched the horns of the two girls, and said with a smile, I knew you liked this. Archie laughed. Why else would you touch someone's horn in the daytime? However, these two ladies have some background. Lewis, if you accept them, if the Dragon Clan has any problems in the future, the Special Mystery Agency will have to help a little. I knew it. Lewis knocked Archie's head with the document, and took the three of them to Kate's suite. He asked Kate to read the agreement. Kate's eyes were a little complicated after reading it. This was something that could not be begged for. As long as my father signed, the initial cooperation between my father and Hammer of the God of War would be reached. It was also a memorandum. And on it, there was Kentucky Believe. Archie Believe as the guarantor. Guarantee that the above terms would be fulfilled. Now, let not talk about the fleet debt to the arms company. The arms company is now begging for additional investment in the fleet. Kate solemnly accepted the agreement. After discussing this matter, Archie explained the identities and some situations of the two dragon servants, magic servants. Kate was a little hesitant. This is a magician. Are they maids and bodyguards? She couldn't help but look at Lewis. Take it. You can arrange it. Archie smiled slightly, knowing that his flattery was in the right way. Kate knew her own position very well, and she was not jealous at all. Whether the two dragon ladies are left by Kate in the family, or Kate gives them to Osikris as bodyguards in her name, it is all right. Archie took off his hat, bowed slightly, and left. The two dragon servants looked at Kate timidly and bowed slightly. Kate blushed slightly, took Lewis's arm, and looked up at him. Kate, 4 people. We can still sleep. Master, do you want to take a bath first? Go and give me some foot washing water. Your Miss Kate is going to wash my feet. That night, maybe because the two Miss Dragons had just started work, they were eager to show off to their boss. Plus, Kate was particularly happy today. As a result, several people finally jumped and hugged Lewis, crying and shouting happily. The bed was almost stepped down. Director Triv in the room downstairs looked at the dust falling from the upstairs in a daze, and didn't sleep well all night. Who the hell is this? Chapter 120 Pickup. Early the next morning, before daybreak, Lewis, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly got up from the bed with a grumble, teleported back to his room with his clothes. The 3 ladies were confused. Just as Stuart reminded him in his dream, when Lewis returned to his suite, he found Helen, who was wearing pajamas, with her hands behind her back, looking for him for a long time. She was chatting with Stuart in the living room, when Lewis came out yawning while putting on his shirt. Helen said, "Hurry up and get ready." Lewis, "My sister said she would come by train at 7 o'clock. Yingling and Lilith will also come." "Oh." Lewis rubbed his eyes, glanced at the clock, and then couldn't help covering his face. "Helen, you came too early. It's only 4 o'clock. I'm happy. My sister will come today. I'm afraid you, a lazy guy, will sleep in again," Helen said as she walked out leisurely, preparing to go back to her room to change clothes. "Hurry up and wash up." This made Lewis feel a little guilty. He said he would play with Helen, but in the end, apart from doing business, he was cleaning the room with Osikri's best friend, as if he could see the guilt of his master. Stuart said flatteringly, "My lord, you did the right thing. After His Highness comes here today, you will not have time to accompany His Highness' best friends. They are all important supporters. Is this really okay? Steward? Of course. I asked the magic mirror for you. The great eunuch steward smiled and said to his master, in the future, you will meet 1 god, 2 emperors, 3 dragons, 4 dukes, 5 queens, and 72 nobles. When you change these people, you will be successful and change the world. You still have a long way to go. For this world, you have to continue to overcome difficulties. Well, Steward, I think you misunderstood what I just meant. Lewis patted Steward and said, I mean, it's not good to neglect Osikli's friends. After all, these are her supporters, and she can't handle them all by herself. Each of these supporters has their own goals and interests. She can't handle it at all. As a student of the teacher, I have to help the teacher share his worries. Steward's mouth twitched fiercely. It seems that I still underestimated the boss mind. Yingling said that if Osiklis wanted to return to the throne would need many people to carry it. So even if it was at any cost, it would be done at any means. But she would never have thought that because of the prince in the princess' imagination, all the people who helped the princess carry the throne would become women. Lewis finished washing up soon. After meeting Helen, they knocked on Kate's door and found no one in the room. After looking out the window, they found Kate talking with 2 dragon ladies in the parking lot downstairs. Kate changed into a new outfit today. A new wide-brimmed hat. And beautiful high heels, which made her look taller. She outshone all the female stars passing by. The 2 dragon ladies wore suits and felt hats on their heads. There was a pistol strap outside the shirt. She looked heroic. One of the dragon ladies was standing with her hands on her waist, revealing her shiny revolver, and her eyes were fierce. Occasionally, crew members passing by would look at her curiously. White dragon. This is so rare. She is wearing this outfit. Which crew is she from? As a result, the dragon lady turned around and glared at him, and scared him so much that he lowered his head and walked away. This is not a member of the crew at all. This is a real thug. Another dragon lady was standing on the flower bed with 1 foot, wearing a felt hat askew, smoking a cigar, and looking up and down at passers-by. Others were so scared that they dared not approach. Are these the 2 well-behaved kittens from last night? Lewis was a little speechless, thinking that he had recognized the wrong people. So cool. Helen's eyes suddenly lit up with stars, pointing downstairs outside the corridor window and said, Is that Mr. Archie bodyguard? I think I saw him last night. I really want to play with the 2 sisters. Well, Stover has a cooperation with Earl Crawley, and the 2 ladies may have been hired by Miss Kate from Stover. Lewis said with a strange look on his face. Is Kate planning to send them to Osikris? Archie will stay at the Royal Hotel these days, and many dragons and many vehicles will be here. Soon, the 2 dragon ladies drove out of the hotel in a bright gray Beetle-style vintage car, and seemed to be going to do business. Kate looked up and saw Lewis and the others looking out the window, and smiled and waved, indicating that the 2 should go downstairs and pick up Osikris together. What good friends they are. I don't know how long it has been since they last met. Lewis smiled. Oh, by the way, I just heard from Helen that Sakura Ling and Lilith will also come? By the way, sir? Stewart suddenly remembered something. Mr. Archie asked you to wait for him at the hotel today. He went to take care of the Son of Lant this morning. There will be a letter at noon at the latest. By then, I guess he will take you to take a look. Lewis nodded. He was also very curious about the Son of Lant. The birthday celebration is coming soon, so it's better to go and take a look first. Where are Bach and Jerry? Lewis asked as he went downstairs. Back to the association. By the way, boss, a temporary branch has been established in Black Corner Alley. Our people have also entered various departments of the Ministry of Magic. I heard last night that Eagle will also come today. He is on official business, and will go to the Wizards Association. I have already explained everything that should be explained to him. Yes. Currently, most of the 12 Dark Wizards are still in the temporary branch in Black Corner Alley. Kevin is trying to arrange new identities for them, and disperse them to various departments and locations of the Ministry of Magic. After a few words, Lewis had brought the 2 downstairs, and saw Kate next to the car. After getting in the car, Stuart sat in the co-pilot seat, and Helen and Kate chatted in the back seat. Soon they arrived at the train station. Lewis originally thought that the princess would be picked up by the royal family when she returned home. But there was no one. The scene seemed a little deserted. However, A group of reporters gathered at the door. Wallace's men were even more powerful than those of the intelligence agency. It made the scene quite lively. "Should we drive her away?" "Sir?" Stewart asked. "No. O'Sicries likes this," Lewis said. "I bet she will dress very low-key and walk in front of the camera." At about 7 o'clock, the three of them saw O'Sicries in the crowd at the train station. She was wearing a beige high-neck trench coat, flesh-colored high stockings under her skirt, leather boots on her feet, and sunglasses and a felt hat on her face. This outfit is relatively low-key. But now all big stars dress like this. And this beautiful princess is a bit conspicuous no matter how she dresses. In addition, she also pulled a large luggage cart full of luggage. Obviously she brought a lot of things. The passers-by around found that this lady was so strong, and were amazed. The reporters also came around. Lewis couldn't help blinking. "She has a storage bag." "Right. How many clothes and high heels does this mean? Have you moved your home here?" "But to be honest, I never noticed that she has such great strength." "Who would notice the strength of a wizard? It seems that her dragon bloodline is not fake. Maybe Wuwaqu ranking is not obtained just because of magic." "Humph. You have seen my strength. Don't think you are the only one who has strength." Lewis was a little speechless. It seems that because of the live broadcast of Hammer Shadow that Helen showed to O'Sicries a few days ago, O'Sicries is a little obsessed with it. She wants to get back a little bit of everything. She is really childish. O'Sicries and Kate haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years. They have changed a lot. O'Sicries felt a little strange at first, and didn't know what to say. But when Kate hugged her and wiped her tears, O'Sicries also wiped her tears. The feeling of childhood all came back all at once. Just when Lewis was sighing, he saw 2 people standing behind O'Sicries. Yingling and Lilith. Yingling was wearing a beige Peter Pan lapel top and a beige pin holder long skirt. She also had flesh-colored stockings on her legs. The black leather belt around her waist showed off her perfect curves. She wore a beautiful beige lady hat that looked like a small helmet on her head. She also wore beige leather gloves on her hands. She was smoking a cigarette and looking at Lewis coldly. Lilith and her sister were wearing similar clothes. The styles seemed a little different, but Lewis couldn't recognize them. But they were obviously the most fashionable outfits of this era. Unlike her sister, Lilith was secretly winking at Lewis. Chapter 121. Something is wrong with you. While O'Sicries was talking to Kate, on the other side, a tall and burly man in a black windbreaker, carrying a large suitcase, walked over from a distance and stopped beside Yingling. "That Lewis," Yingling whispered. She was going to introduce this young man to her master. The leader of the Grey Gloves, Iger, raised his head and glanced at the man Yingling had mentioned before. Her Highness O'Sicries had also mentioned him at the train station. His name was Lewis. And at this time, this man named Lewis was standing beside the princess. Eagle could not help but be stunned. They looked so similar. Soon, Eagle saw Stewart running towards the door again, and then his head buzzed, and cold sweat broke out on his head. Yingling did not know the relationship between the boss and Stewart, but Eagle did. "Look at Stewart, mean look, he must be the boss." "Sister, what wrong with you? You are not right. You didn't recognize the boss? How long have you not seen the boss?" "What wrong, Inspector Eagle?" Yingling asked calmly. "Ahem, the weather in this English city is really hot. It already autumn, and the temperature hasn't dropped yet." Eagle wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief, and said, "Director Yingling, I will go to the Magicians Association first." Eagle's current rank is not much lower than Yingling, but his tone is still very polite. "Okay, Mr. Eagle. We must work hard on the Ministry of Magic this time. Maybe later, I will also call you Director." Yingling was also very polite. She took a puff of cigarette and said, "Many people may come to the Magic Lovers Association recently. Although I don't know who they are. I can basically find out their details. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me directly." Unlike Ross, Eagle has a special identity and belongs to the Songjiang of the magic world. He cannot disguise himself as a warden. But he entered the Ministry of Magic in his own way and surrendered. For the Ministry of Magic, it is a great thing that the leader of the Grey Gloves rebels can now be recruited. That right. The world is peaceful now. The situation on the wizard side is also stable. And now everyone is united against the outside world. What the point of making trouble? But there are many people who secretly supported him. And there are also many people who are afraid of him. So no one dared to assign a position to this old man. So at the beginning, The Ministry of Magic planned to assign him to the mysterious pension office. If it were the old Igor, he would be happy about this. But now he has a headache. However, he is not in a hurry, because he knows that someone will come to him. For example, Her Majesty Delphinia. But what surprised him was that the one who came to him was the sickly and perverted vampire Red Queen. She once again extended an olive branch to Igor, asking him if he was willing to follow her. Igor said that he just wanted to have a retirement and get some insurance money. I want to be with Delphinia. Not you. The boss seems to be quite interested in the Witch Queen. I want to infiltrate the enemy. Spying for the boss. Red Queen gave a heartfelt persuasion to Igor about his attitude. She expressed the current situation of wizards and muggles, and Delphinia ambition. She hoped that this man who was very capable of causing trouble would take up his burden and continue to cause trouble. She also promised a lot of benefits and painted many blueprints for the future. After listening to these blueprints, Igor hesitated. In the past, Igor was absolutely unwilling to have anything to do with this perverted woman. But after listening to what the Red Queen said, Igor suddenly felt that it seemed more meaningful to be a spy for the Red Queen. In the end, Igor was persuaded and accepted the olive branch. The Red Queen was extremely happy that the Dark Lord, who had tried many times but failed to recruit someone, finally followed her. As for Igor, his strength was not that strong, just a little stronger than Ross. But he was a character like Song Jiang. He knew all the people who had been the Jack of Flower cards, and some of them had been his younger brothers. Therefore, the Red Queen felt very proud and made a big profit. Igor felt that it was not a loss. After all, the Red Queen had sucked the Dark Lord dry and seriously injured him. Actually, he killed him and broke a mirror. Being a spy under her, Igor was not losing points. The Red Queen did not give Igor a high position right away, but started as a superintendent. And this time, Igor came to make a pledge and let the wizard win. He is a big spy in Lewis's hands. Before leaving, Eagle glanced at his boss and found that he didn't even look at him, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. But a voice came over. Go, Eagle. After this birthday party, the Ministry of Magic may set up a branch here. You should do a good job this time. I will try to create opportunities so that you can take down this director, and the mysterious pension office will be under your command and will be against you. Playing double act, which is also convenient. When I am on a business trip, you could also manage this side of England City. However, you may encounter some competitors for the position of director. Lewis felt that it was very comfortable to let his younger brother be his superior. Igor was completely stunned, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, Master. No one can sit on this chief except me. He chatted with Yingling for a few more words, then lowered his felt hat and left through another exit. After Lewis sent Igor away, Osikris also finished chatting with Kate. Osikris introduced everyone. What surprised Lewis was that Yingling and Kate actually knew each other. Kate also called Yingling the Count, as if she saw Lewis' doubts. While Kate and Yingling were chatting, Osikris quietly explained to Lewis. In the era of King Isolde, there were some wizards who supported him to the top. So King Isolde canonized them. Most of them are foreigners. They are all open-minded among wizards, and they also have territories among ordinary people. Osikris whispered. They only appear during major events, and rarely show up in the world of ordinary people, but the great nobles all know these wizard families. These wizards have solved many disputes between wizards and the outside kingdoms, and they are the bond between ordinary people and wizards. This time, Osikris planned to give her father a shot of prevention. So she called Yingling here, and Osikris thought that with this serious official from the Ministry of Magic here, many things would be convenient during this event. Yingling was a person who loved to join in the fun, and Black Corner Alley was particularly peaceful now. So she, the director of the Black Corner Alley branch, was like Bull. And the most common thing she did on a daily basis were perming her hair, getting new nails, and playing cards. So she asked her aunt-in-law for a holiday from the higher authorities, and came here. Help Eagle, by the way. Yes, there is another person. Lewis, I will introduce him to you. Maybe you will work under him in the future. Hey! Hey! Where is Superintendent Eagle? Osikris felt a little regretful. She wanted to show off her connections to Lewis, but unexpectedly, Superintendent Eagle had to leave first. Lewis rolled his eyes secretly. I arranged this connection for you. At this time, the Flatterer steward had arranged a carriage, and took over everyone's luggage. There were too many luggages, and the car could not fit them. As the only two men, Louis also took over a lot of luggage. Arranged everyone to leave the station. When walking, Yingling's eyes were like a fox, scanning behind several people. She always felt that she smelled a familiar smell. And she felt that Kate was a little bit wrong. She had never seen such a rosy-faced pretty widow. Now when she walked, she felt that something was wrong. Something was wrong. Limping. And Yingling found that Kate seemed to take good care of Osikris, Louis and Helen. As a sister, it is normal to take care of everyone. But she felt something was wrong. Osikris' pretty boy. Something was wrong. He must have been having affairs outside these days. Yingling narrowed her peach blossom eyes. And when she looked at Louis, her eyes became more and more unfriendly. Soon everyone came to the street outside. In front of the car, Stuart arranged for the coachman to load the luggage, then took off his hat and said goodbye to everyone. Ladies, let's meet at the hotel later. Hey, is there anyone who wants to take a ride? This reminded Louis. Louis looked at the crowd and found that there were 5 people besides himself. The driver. One more person. As a result, Osikris wanted to chat with Kate. Helen wanted to take the express train. And Lilith came up and competed with Helen for the co-pilot seat. They all wanted to sit next to Louis. Yingling was smoking a pipe and did not express her opinion. Louis rubbed his forehead, looked at the reporters taking pictures not far away, and said, "Then get in the car and squeeze in. Ladies." Then he opened the back door, set Osikris and Kate out. Then he looked at Yingling, who was standing there without saying a word. But he saw that Yingling opened the co-pilot seat, pulled Lilith out, and then picked up Helen, who looked dazed. "Sister, Helen is so comfortable leaning on you." Helen started to swing around on Yingling's legs. "Stinky girl, stop touching me. You are almost as tall as your sister. Why are you only standing upright? Why don't you open your front?" Woo woo woo. Chapter 122. Whose thigh are you clinging to? After punishing the dishonest Helen, Yingling squinted her eyes and glanced at Louis, who was rocking the car in front of the car, and cursed in her heart. "Lilith, that damn girl, could she have hooked up with Louis? Why don't you be more careful? I told you to cling to someone. Whose thigh are you clinging to? You see? I won't break up the couple tonight." After cursing in her heart, Yingling leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes, but she always felt a familiar smell. It made her feel terrified. She couldn't help but sniff in the car for a long time with a strange look on her face. Louis had already started the car at this time. After getting into the driver's seat, he saw this vixen sniffing around in the car. And he couldn't help but feel a little weird. I didn't mess around in the car. What was she sniffing with her little dog nose? Seeing Yingling staring at him, Louis smiled secretly. He planned to see what she would do. But he didn't plan to point it out. He glanced at Osikris and others who were chatting happily behind the rearview mirror. And Lilith, who kept winking at him. And then started the car. Soon Yingling and Helen also joined the group chatting. Yingling was good at chatting. And after a few words, the atmosphere became lively. And the many awkward moments of the first meeting disappeared. Especially Kate from the Crowley family. Yingling took special care of her. And she seemed to want to make friends with this supporter of Osikris. She also teased Kate a few times, asking her if she wanted to marry Fox. She wanted to take the relationship to the next level. And also introduce some innovative wizards. Crowley would be a supporter of Osikris in the future. And nothing could happen to him. If I could join the wizard clan, many things would be very convenient. Kate declined, saying that she was a widow. Yingling frowned, and couldn't help looking at Louis again. Osikris was touched, it really thoughtful. It seems that Kate and her husband are in true love. If I can have such a sincere love in the future, it would be great. Her Royal Highness fantasized about the prince, who was loyal to her. Ahem. Teacher. Louis's eyes twitched fiercely. And he couldn't listen any more. Are you planning to return to the palace today? Or are you planning to stay for a while? Let go to the hotel first. And then return to the palace after a while. Soon everyone checked in at the hotel. And it was almost 8 o'clock. After putting down their luggage, Osikris, Yingling and others found that the environment was very good. And thought it was Kate who ordered it. They couldn't help but feel a warm feeling. It was really thoughtful. This suite is state guest level. When Osikris and others talked to Kate before, they knew that Kate had booked several rooms in the hotel. But they didn't know that Archie had upgraded and renewed the fee for 1 year. Helen was obviously having a good time yesterday. And forgot to report that Louis had beaten Aaron. So when everyone went to the restaurant, when they saw many fierce dragons eating breakfast in the restaurant, their faces looked a little strange. and many people saluted here. Did they recognize me? The musicians in the restaurant also looked a little strange. When will these big men from Stog leave? Do they regard this as their headquarters? During breakfast, Kate asked about Osikri's schedule. After learning that she had not made any plans, Kate thought about it and said, "That's perfect. I was discussing with my friends yesterday to hold a banquet for you. Today, there is an art salon and charity auction of the great painter Cerbero. They are probably going back. Many nobles will also attend. The Believe family is also present. Everyone is looking forward to seeing you." Osikri's eyes lit up. There are many powerful people in this English city, but the ones she can really make friends with now are the Believes. She couldn't help but glance at Louis and cough deliberately, seeing that Louis was only busy cutting steak for Helen. He didn't notice her. Osikris kicked Louis under the table again, meaning that she wanted Louis to go with her, to help her, and to introduce her to the people of the Believe family. But when Louis looked over, she pretended to talk to Kate about the salon. "I won't go. None of the clan leaders should have come recently. I don't know the people who went." Louis wiped his hands and said, "Just go and relax. Don't worry too much about those Believes. Those who went there today should be small fry." After hearing what Louis said, Osikris couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You just brag. As if everyone you don't know is a little bump." Louis couldn't help but frown when he found out that Osikris kicked him again. He found out that the foot was actually on his stool, and it was still teasing him. He couldn't help but open his mouth, and suddenly thought that it might be Kate. But he found that except for Yingling, who was smoking lightly and squinting at him, everyone else was busy. After touching it, he looked down again. It was flesh-colored stockings. Kate didn't wear this today. Osikris, Yingling, and Lilith all wore this color today. It couldn't be the first two. After listening to her inner voice, he found out that it was Lilith. Louis suddenly wiped the cold sweat. Lilith was pretending to eat obediently, and he didn't even notice it. "But I don't have time to accompany you today. It okay for you to go see the world?" Louis and Lilith exchanged glances, which Yingling caught. Her eyes narrowed again. Nonsense. It was just nonsense. It was a disgrace to Fox. My aunt asked you to learn something from me. How did you learn it? I am such a strong and independent person, with so many advantages. But I ended up teaching you to be such a jerk. Who taught you to be so flattering? Ah? She planned to teach this kid and her shameless sister a lesson in a while. Yingling suddenly smiled and said, "So, Mr. Louis, what are your plans for today?" "I don't like salons very much, nor do I like to interact with British nobles. I just want to join you in the fun and lend a hand." "Oh, I go to another salon." Louis pinched Lilith's feet and said. The corners of Yingling's mouth twitched fiercely, and she wanted to slap him. "Ahem, Louis." Osikris coughed and glanced at Louis, meaning how to talk to teacher Yingling. "She smoothed things over. Let teacher Yingling accompany you. She is familiar with England City, and there are quite a lot of people coming to the Ministry of Magic recently." "Well, then let go together." Louis sighed. He glanced at Yingling and saw how bored this guy was today. "No, how can we play if my sister follows us?" Louis found that Lilith kicked him several times and reached out to slap Lilith's foot. "Forget it. Let go and play with the big one and the little one. By the way, what on earth is the Son of Lant, a tank? Armored vehicle? Yingling hasn't seen it yet." "Right." Louis put several pieces of the cut food on Helen's plate. "Eat more, it's time to grow. Why do you treat me like a child? I'm not small anymore, I'm almost 1.7 meters tall." Helen was unhappy. Her mouth could be used as a clothes hanger. Seeing that her sister ignored her, she looked at Yingling across for help. This kid can't spit out ivory from a dog mouth. But Louis is right. Yingling suddenly glared at Helen, and rarely agreed with Louis. "Girls can't just grow vertically, you're almost like a pole." Chapter 123 Punk Alchemy Base. After dinner, many ladies went to help Osikris choose clothes. Louis sat on a sofa in the restaurant, listening to the music played by the performers not far away, idly waiting for the dragons to come over, so that Archie can find him directly. After listening to the music for a while, Louis always felt that the music played by the band was as unpleasant as grinding teeth. After the song ended, he couldn't help but walk over and politely asked if he could change to something more modern, preferably cheerful and fashionable. Afterwards, when asked by the band, Louis mentioned the names of several pieces of music. After hearing these names, the band suddenly widened their eyes. "Sir, this kind of low-class country bumpkin." Halfway through his words, the performer suddenly saw a tall dragon who had just passed by Louis rolled up his sleeves, revealed his little arms that were thicker than his legs, and came over with his eyes wide open and his palms raised. "Sir, this kind of golden classic country pub music, our band is the best at it." The Dragon Man turned away with satisfaction. The musicians wiped their sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Louis also wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. I was shocked. I thought that none of the records in Triff collection were serious. When he returned to the sofa, Louis saw that Lilith had come back first. She was looking at the mirror indifferently, putting on makeup. It seemed that she was not familiar with Louis at all. "Where is your sister?" "Still serving as an advisor to Her Highness O'Sikris," Lilith said lightly while putting on makeup. "Oh." Louis nodded. He glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He closed his eyes and listened to music. He thought to himself that it seemed that the music taste of this era was still similar to that of modern people. "Does Mr. Louis also understand music?" Lilith asked suddenly, and her language was full of unfamiliarity. Louis said, "Not really." "Then do you know any musical instruments?" "I recognize this." "Oh, Muggles' instruments seem to be different from ours." "I have a question. Can Mr. Louis help me answer it?" Lilith's tone suddenly became serious, pointing to the cello over there. Louis looked over there with some doubt. "Is the long, thick, black thing in that girl hand cooked?" Lilith pointed over there curiously, with an innocent look on her face. Louis blinked fiercely. I found Lilith pouting her lips, looking curious. She didn't look like she was pretending. "Hey, Miss Lilith, that a bow," Louis explained seriously. "Oh, it turns out it pulled left and right. I thought it was going to poke into the hole." Suddenly, Louis felt that he was caught, and he couldn't help but stare at Lilith with his eyes wide open, looking at her in broad daylight. "So, miss, put the long one in your mouth. It hurt so much, sister." Before Lilith could finish her words, she was suddenly hit hard on the head by a fan, and it hurt so much that tears came out of her eyes. She looked up and saw Yingling with flaming eyes. She was so scared that her neck shrank. Before Lilith could say anything more, her sister grabbed her hat off, pulled her ears, pulled her aside, and scolded her severely. Then she was hit with a small fan, and her tears were almost squeezed out. This scene amused Louis. After a while, the two sisters sat on the sofa opposite Louis. This time, Lilith didn't dare to be naughty at all, and sat upright like a lady. Yingling was smoking a cigarette, and squinted her eyes, and looked at Louis up and down. "If I don't see anything today, and find out that you deliberately used words to have an affair with my sister, I will break your legs." What a rubbish taste this kid has. He enjoys this kind of music. Yingling always felt something was wrong. Why did he look familiar? Yes, he looked familiar. I had seen him once in the office before. No, something was wrong. I felt something was wrong. Ahem. Louis couldn't stand it any longer. Why is Miss Yingling so idle lately? Yingling didn't say anything. "I was going to ask you something." Louis couldn't help laughing. Seeing the two sisters sitting like flight attendants, he looked at the two sisters' long legs, and found Yingling staring at him. Louis shook his head, and got up to go to the bathroom. As a result, as soon as Louis left, Yingling picked up Louis' coat from the sofa like stealing a chicken and sniffed it. Lilith was stunned. "Sister, what are you doing?" Lilith was a little anxious. "This is my man. Why are you sniffing his coat? Don't talk nonsense." Yingling frowned and sniffed for a while. "Why is there no smell?" Yingling rummaged through the pocket of Louis's coat, and found a handful of strange herbs. Qianlong? Clock-rain grass? What kind of plant is this? Specially used to dispel odors? Why did this brat put this stuff in his clothes? There must be something fishy. Is it him? At this time, a group of people came not far away. Yingling looked up and saw that it was Aki and a group of dragons. She coughed awkwardly and draped Louis's clothes over her legs. She sat on the sofa and smoked a pipe. She recognized Aki at a glance. But unlike her before, she stood very straight. And for some reason, she felt particularly confident today. No wonder there were so many dragons here. I didn't expect this kid to really go to work today. Archie also saw Yingling. This shrewd man's eyes turned, and he knew that Louis was going to take the two little foxes with him today. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this the newly appointed Director Yingling? Archie jumped onto the table and started to be polite. Branch Director. Just a small official. But this little fox named Yingling has a very mysterious background. Thinking of this, Aki couldn't help but take a look at the Louis jacket on Yingling's legs, and Louis, who was walking from the toilet not far away. Hack that big lizard. Yingling Backer is the faceless man. Why is he so close to Louis? Is she desperate? This is not right. Wasn't Louis the one who cleaned up the Black Corner alley? This pervert, who sees one after another, must be the one supporting Fox behind the scenes. This beardless conk, you actually hid this kind of thing from me. You are not a good brother. Archie's thoughts only lasted for a moment, and he kept saying polite words. I'm a bit regretful that I couldn't personally attend the opening ceremony of the Black Corner Alley branch. I didn't expect that we would gather here today. I hope you can take care of the business of Black Corner Alley in the future. Mr. Archie. You are really polite. You are giving me face by sending someone to give me a gift. Yingling said lightly. She glanced at Aaron with a brace on his neck, and her eyelids couldn't help twitching. She looked at Louis, who was walking not far away with the same look. Miss Catalina. How are you doing recently? Archie continued to be polite while smoking a cigar. Thanks to you. My aunt is doing well recently. After a few polite words, Louis on the other side also came over. Let go. Ladies. Archie made a gesture of invitation and took Louis and others to the hotel. After a long detour, they finally came to the semi-basement downstairs. This was where the servants of the original castle stayed for a long time. In a sense, the current waiters are actually servants. Most of them serve the royal industries for life. But here, Louis found that some of them were wizards. And they were slightly polite to Archie. They are from my cousin Milo White Rock Lakeside Hotel. Catering. Entertainment industry. Archie said, there is a magic fireplace here. Here, the dragon bodyguards all stopped. Only Louis and the other 4 walked inside under the guidance of the waiter, wizard. Halfway, Archie stopped in a room and called the alchemy workshop. But no one answered. Damn, I guess they are all in a meeting. It okay, Lant gave me the coordinates. We will go there quietly later. Then, everyone came to a kitchen. The Yodel chefs looked back and ignored them, and one of them took the initiative to remove the barbecue grill on the fireplace where meat was being grilled. Aki approached Louis mysteriously and said to Louis, everything has been arranged, but this matter cannot be spread randomly. Otherwise, if the king finds out, it will be difficult to deal with. Let go quietly. Later in the game, I will arrange an identity for you, so that you can play anonymously. That perfect. It saves trouble. I don't like to be in the limelight. Everyone looked at Louis with that kind of eyes. Really? Louis's eyes were full of disappointment. Everyone entered the fireplace, and with the help of the magic powder, the scene in front of everyone changed. The kitchen also became a hall full of various pump machines and stoves. In this hall, there was a handsome middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, fiddling with a few things on the table. A few men in night uniforms were standing nearby, serving him carefully. Seeing this middle-aged man, Aki's mind buzzed. Fuck him. Big lizard. It all over now. Chapter 124 Your Majesty, look at my big muscles. When Archie saw this man, his head buzzed. Damn it, what a coincidence. No wonder no one answered the phone just now. He is blocking us here on purpose. He was caught in the act. At this time, Louis had just walked out of the fireplace. He saw a beautiful child, who looked like a porcelain doll playing on a table in the distance. This child was too conspicuous, more conspicuous than those adults, because he was wearing a dragon toy costume. The child saw Louis and his group of people, and suddenly came out of the fireplace. He was stunned, and fell off the table. The maids who were dozing nearby woke up suddenly, but it was too late. Louis took a half step forward and hugged the child. He was more than 10 meters away from the child, but the distance of more than 10 meters seemed to be only within this half step. Everyone in the hall seemed not to notice this. Only Yingling and the maids saw it. They looked like they had seen a ghost and grew up. Yingling didn't even feel any magical fluctuations just now. The whole process was silent, just like a ghost. If there was a nightmare here, he would swear to heaven that this was his colleague. What kind of magic is this? No. 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 This is a trick of the nightmare. It must be a trick of the nightmare. Louis and the child, one big and one small, stared at each other for a long time, looking at the child's eyes rolling around. Louis couldn't help laughing. He performed a few magic tricks, and then he took out something from a distance. In the kitchen of the Royal Hotel more than 20 kilometers away, a handful of the milk candies that had just been made were missing, and they were still warm. After the trick, the child ate the candy happily, and Louis was happy too. He looked at the child and thought he should be 5 or 6 years old, but he looked like 3 or 4 years old, and seemed to develop slower than normal human children. There were 2 small horns on his head, What made Louis feel particularly strange was that the child made him feel very familiar at first sight. A little like Helen. And a little like Osiris. Louis couldn't help but reach out and touch the handle quietly. The little boy and Louis looked at each other and laughed. I felt that this boy looked like one of my brothers-in-law. It was true. At this time, the nearby nanny finally recovered and rushed over to catch the child, thanking him repeatedly. As a result, the child burst into tears as soon as he caught the child. Louis looked up at the nobles and knights sitting over there. These knights all had a strength of 20 plus. Given an axe, they could split the mountain monster in half from top to bottom. Their strength is not much weaker than Aaron. They also wear rune-carved mithril armor, which is almost immune to magic. They have cold weapons and guns on their waists. And their willpower is also very high, and their aura is also very sharp. They either walk out of a mountain of corpses, or have undergone special training. They are the kind of true warriors who can break all doubts with a rage. They are the kind of warriors that wizards are most worried about, and are almost impossible to control. If you get close to them, you will die. If they are also placed in the arena, they can also defeat some adventure groups with wizards like Aaron, or lead a group of people to challenge the dragon. These 5 or 6 people together can cut Aaron to pieces. At this time, the knights noticed Louis. They were slightly stunned, as if they had seen a ghost, and they didn't know when this guy ran from the fireplace to not far from them. If they hadn't heard about this group of people today, everyone would have opened fire. The knights all looked like they had seen a ghost, but the middle-aged man sitting at the table, but nodded to Louis lightly. Louis smiled and looked at the beautiful woman sitting at the table, and responded to this beautiful lady with a gentleman noble salute. Then his eyes suddenly moved slightly. The unknown person? Is there anyone in this world who knows how to turn himself into the unknown person? Great, he is also cruel to himself. Louis was slightly surprised. The unknown person, when a person named gradually disappears from the world, no targeted spell will be effective against him, and he will also have a way to make himself impossible to be predicted, perceived, and locked. In that legend, the unknown person and the faceless person are the same thing. When Louis saw the situation of this person, the narration also appeared. Unnamed person. Magic? Louis actually mistook this person for a woman. Maybe because he looks a bit like Osiris? So he looks too handsome? But in fact, it seems that this is not the case, because this person has sharp features and looks very masculine. After the middle-aged man looked at Louis, he also frowned slightly, seemingly a little surprised. At this time, Archie had already trotted to the middle-aged man, wanting to kneel down, but after seeing the man gesture, he stood up again. Yingling and Ling blinked their eyes, seemingly they didn't know this person. They were also very puzzled by Archie's behavior. A muddle with no magic power. Why should we be afraid of him? What a coincidence. Aki wiped his sweat and said, "How come you have time to come here today?" The man didn't answer Archie's words, but just put down the things in his hand and looked at Louis, who was walking over. "Are you the ace pilot that little Archie found?" The nameless one looked at Louis, raised his beautiful eyebrows, and said softly, "It really good. You find that you seem to have met the real party, eh? You decide? Eh? You are too kind. Boldly accept the compliment. Completion reward. Failure in the party A invitation demonstration. You don't even know what the Son of Lant is now. *1. Sorrento prison bed *4. Devil prison black prison bed *4. Missed the opportunity of the true and false Gundam battle *1. Random attribute +1. B. Indicate that you are not an ace pilot. Completion reward. Sorrento prison bed *4. Devil prison black prison bed *4. Missed the chance of the true and false Gundam battle *1. Random attribute +1. C. Show her your big muscles. Completion reward. Random attribute +1. Experience +50. Louis took off his felt hat, saluted slightly, said, "You are too kind, magic +1. But? Louis changed the subject. "I just came here to test drive today. I haven't seen this thing yet, so I came here to try it out. If it goes well, I will drive it on the field later." Magic +1. The nameless one eyebrows slightly raised, and asked, "What if it doesn't go well?" "Then I won't drive it," Louis said, bending his arms and raising his fists. The muscles on his arms almost tore his shirt. Magic +1. Experience +50. The nameless one was slightly stunned, and then nodded lightly. She couldn't help but think of Augusta again. Young people nowadays are really getting more and more amazing. "Your Majesty Yig, do you think this will work?" Aki said cautiously. We can't let those aristocratic wizards from big families run wild. Right? Okay. Aki was overjoyed, and quickly pulled Louis and others to show respect, then stepped back and slowly left. When they turned the corner, Aki breathed a sigh of relief. Lilith suddenly asked her sister in a low voice with some curiosity, "Who is that person?" "Ig. He is the king of muggles." Yingling lighted a cigarette calmly. "No wonder he looks a bit like Osikris." In Yingling's eyes, this man is nothing like Francesco. He is also very masculine. But she doesn't understand why Archie is afraid of this king. Archie is a Stoker, a member of the Dragon clan. He is recognized by the dragon. Archie feeds and manages a dragon clan. The Stoker clan. The former Stokers called him Stoker Ancestor. And the current Stokers call Archie Boss. And this boss is the one he had negotiated down by hanging his head on his belt. There are probably few people in this world that can scare Archie. Stoker was one, Louis was one, and today Muggle King seems to be one too. But in front of these three people, Archie was trembling, talking about business. Even if he met the master, he would dare to talk about business and tell the master, "The two of us will definitely make a fortune." "Louis, now we can play bigger." Archie put down his handkerchief, somewhat excited. "Our business, the matter of the Son of Land, has now changed from smuggling, done secretly, to tax-free business with royal permission, blatantly. I said, the two of us together will definitely make a fortune." "Yeah." Louis touched his chin and said yeah. It's strange, the random attribute actually added to the magic power. Needless to say, in the future, we have to get closer to each other. Among the three people, only when it affects your destiny, will you add magic to me, which means that among the three people, you are the most serious. "Hey! My eldest mother-in-law is here, then my young mother-in-law, wouldn't she be here today too?" Louis became interested. This must be asked for good, otherwise it would be so impolite of us. Chapter 125 Queen. Please don't do this. I am in such a dilemma. Soon, everyone came to a hall. The layout of this hall is a bit like an opera house. But it is filled with various equipment, parts, and even array crystals. Louis also smelled a faint salty and wet smell. This place should be close to the sea. He glanced at the gate at the far end. Behind the gate should be a sea cliff. In front of the gate, there is a huge curtain, which covers a huge object. It looks like a 5 or 6-story building. There are many large and small workstations around the curtain, mechanical parts, and huge mechanical arms. A cold and beautiful woman in a high-collared black robe is standing coldly in front of the huge curtain, looking at the thing. You think, this person's temperament is a bit like Disney Poison Queen. Maybe this beautiful woman has also asked the magic mirror, who is the most beautiful in the world. You are a little curious, but this woman doesn't seem to be in a particularly good mood, you decide. A. Get involved in the matter between Archie and her, and learn her identity from Archie. Archie will introduce you, although it is not necessary, after all. She heard the conversation between you and the king just now, and already knows who you are. Completion reward. Woman killing intention towards you +10, random attribute +1. B. Bow with Yingling and others, and show a flattering smile. She knows you have obtained Yai's permission, and dare not embarrass you. Completion reward. Woman killing intention towards you +10. C. Turn a blind eye. Completion reward, none. At this time, when Yingling saw the woman, she almost fainted. The cigarette, but was dropped in shock. Louis walked to the side of the woman. She looked up at the big curtain. It seemed that with Louis there, Archie was full of confidence, and ran over in 2 or 3 steps with great pride, and jumped onto the mechanical arm on a workstation next to Louis, and took out a cigar, and lit it for Louis. Then Archie was slightly polite to the woman, and then took 2 puffs of the cigar, and laughed. What a coincidence. You don't have to worry about the driver, I found the most suitable ace driver. His Majesty Yaij also agreed. The woman glanced at Louis coldly, and then left. The woman killing intention towards you +10. Seeing the woman passing by, Yingling hurriedly pulled Lilith to bow and greet. Louis looked at the woman who passed by him, took the cigar handed over by Archie, after taking a puff, looked at the woman and asked, "Who is this pretty girl?" The woman killing intention +max. You see, the woman back stiffened slightly, but her steps did not stop, still maintaining her aloof style. This is the second time she has killing intentions towards you. When you were tested last time, she was also present. A little ant with magic power barely enough to play a flower card, dared to stir up this muddy water, really asking for death. But she likes people who are bold and daring. The more arrogant and daring they are, the more fun it is to torture them in the end. In Her Majesty Delphinia, Aki said, as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Swiftness +1. Louis suddenly realized that he didn't recognize her because of her clothes. Louis touched his chin, and his face looked a little strange. How did IG and Delphinia have a child? The child looked so much like IG. And looked so much like Osikris, it must be IG's own child. He is definitely Osiklis' biological brother. As for the dragon horns, when His Majesty IG was young, he probably had dragon horns. When Osiklis was young, she probably also had dragon horns. So it is certain that this child is IG's biological son. Could it be that Her Majesty Delphinia really married IG for a while, and then was replaced by her mother-in-law? But Louis couldn't help but look at Her Majesty Delphinia, who had already left in the distance. As an old witch doctor, Louis is still somewhat confident in his eyesight. This Majesty Delphinia doesn't look like she has given birth to a child, but rather like a baby. However, he may make a misjudgment. After all, witch doctors are different from Western and Chinese medicine. They must pay attention to observation, questioning, smelling and touching. Just looking is definitely not enough. Go ask Yig. Is this child born by you and another Yig? Ask her. It was actually your husband who died. And this child is your posthumous child? Ask her, after you disguised yourself as IG, you found out you were pregnant, and you were stunned. But fortunately, your adopted daughter took the blame for you, so everyone thought the child was from IG and Her Majesty Delphinia. If you ask this, people will definitely say you were mentally ill. Why don't you ask Delphinia? Ask her, are you married to your stepmother? They will definitely say I am mentally ill. So the look and ask, ask, smell, and touch are definitely not going to work. Then all that was left was to touch and smell. This was my mother-in-law. It was a bit rude to treat her like this. But as a wizard, turning the unknown into the known, and continuing to explore in depth, was my duty. The old witch Dr. Louis sighed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Maybe it was because the king came to inspect today, so the place outside was cleared. So there was no one here just now. While chatting, Louis stood in front of a big table, looking at the world map, and suddenly froze. Is this the World of Warcraft map? Is this the World of Warcraft map? Louis suddenly pointed to the continent in the north, and said, is there a Lich King here? Aki and Yingling looked at each other in confusion, and shook their heads woodenly. Louis looked at Yingling, and Lilith Little Ears. There seemed to be no vixen in World of Warcraft. He lay down on the map and looked at it again, and found that it was just a little similar, but in fact, the difference was quite large, and it was not the continent in World of Warcraft. Louis couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Aki suddenly remembered something, jumped on the table, pointed to a continent in the mysterious sea between two continents and said, remember Louis, you are from Panda Continent, the land of clouds. The wizards there are very special, the planes are also very special, the foreigners are also very special. It seems that everyone knows magic. In short, it's very mysterious. Few people have been there. So I got you a resume of the land of clouds. Just remember that you are very powerful. Talk less and keep a sense of mystery. Not long after, when Archie finished smoking a cigar, the Yodel and the Goblin engineers came back. In addition to these engineers, there were some humans and Yodel people wearing tights and glass hoods under their arms. They should be the ace pilots. It was very lively for a while. What surprised Louis was that many engineers were actually wizards, and everyone knew each other's identities. According to Archie, many old engineers were once members of the Hammer of the God of War, and had studied in some wizard academies. Many of the technologies of the Sons of Lant came from magic. Of course, if a wizard heard this, he would be confused. How come we don't know that we have technology? Obviously, these Yodel and Goblin engineers applied the magic knowledge they learned to engineering. Soon Louis met the great engineer Mr. Lant. He wore a big pair of goggles, and was dressed like a punk. After seeing Louis, he took out a stack of documents, and said a lot of things excitedly. Did you really fly planes for more than 20 years in that mysterious cloud country? You must be my ace pilot. It seems that Archie not only praised Louis, a foreigner, but also made up a very impressive resume for him. An ace pilot. This file was the one in Lant's hand. There was a photo of Louis on it. His resume also said he was a prince and had participated in some war. But all the official seals were complete. It looked real. Louis took a look, and then looked at Archie woodenly. Archie blinked, meaning I made it up. Louis was speechless. These goblins' ability to forge things was really extraordinary. Lant was a little excited. But the many candidate pilots of Lant's son were full of indignation. When he heard Archie bragging, the ace pilot couldn't help but spit on the ground. What's so great about it? We've been flying planes for more than 20 years. Okay. Chapter 126. The Yodel people planned to bump into a car. Amid the noise, some engineers had already opened the door at the back and could see that this was indeed a coast, and there were many wooden boat targets in the distance. They were all huge ships, and they seemed to be several invincible warships that were gradually eliminated. The sea breeze blew in violently, and the curtain on the Son of Lant rustled. Many engineers operated those huge mechanical arms on various control consoles, and the mechanical arms reached out and pulled down the curtain on the Son of Lant. When this big guy appeared in front of Lewis, he was stunned. Isn't this the punk Gundam that he saw at the exhibition? It a little bigger than the model. Opposite the Son of Lant, there seems to be a portrait of an enemy. It a cute version of a two-headed super fat man, who looks very ugly. On one head of the fat man, there is a small braid, and on the other head, there is a big horn. Standing there, it looks like a 6 or 7-story building. It's the size of a big cube, and its tonnage is probably more than twice that of a dragon of the same size. No wonder it called the Dragon Slayer. If all the buffs are added together, it will be like the Hulk. Right? It will definitely knock the dragon out with one blow. It can break all tricks with one force. But Lewis feels that this thing doesn't look like a Goron. It should have the blood of a Goron and a dragon. Could this thing be a hybrid? This should be the Dragon Slayer Gundam. So, this will be a battle between the real and fake Gundam. Bah! Don't insult my Gundam. They are not Gundam. Is there any Gundam that ugly? Huh? Is Gundam a hybrid? Huh? Looking at the huge monster as tall as a building, Lilith and Yingling eyes were full of stars. So handsome. So exciting. What a handsome ass. Lewis rolled his eyes fiercely. At this time, many engineers had already climbed onto the Gundam to debug the Son of Lant, and several ace pilots glanced at Lewis and went up to assist in debugging. Lant suddenly slapped his forehead and quickly gave Lewis a memory crystal in his arms. Lewis contemplated the crystal and found that these memories were all about the various materials of the Son of Lant and the various test conditions after it was manufactured. It belongs to the manufacturer top secret file. He was surprised to find that some of the designs of this Son of Lant were similar to Harold Puppet. Lewis digested these memories here, and Mr. Lant, an engineer from Yodel, excitedly pulled Lewis to talk about his masterpiece. He shouted for the driver and engineers to demonstrate it. I am really looking forward to it, Your Excellency Lewis. The Son of Lant is a super weapon made to deal with the fallen angels. It is very special, and you need to resonate with it to operate it perfectly. Lant shouted excitedly. In order to select the most suitable ace pilot, we have also specially established a great project. The Yodel completion plan. Don't insult my EVA. We have repeatedly investigated your resume before. You are the most suitable pilot. The eyes of several engineers around him also lit up. Aki, who was smoking a cigar on the side, could not help but smile triumphantly. This resume was modified by me with Lewis File at the Holy Oak Academy according to the content of the completion plan. If it is not suitable, there must be something fishy. At this time, a magic array suddenly appeared on the huge array crystal on the chest of the Son of Lant. Then a magic beam shot out from the magic array, and a Yodel ace pilot opened his arms, closed his eyes, was sucked into the crystal by the beam, gradually merged with the Son of Lant. Then, a thing that looked like a game controller rose up in the crystal. The Yodel ace pilot solemnly grasped the game controller, and raised an OK gesture to the crowd below. Lewis was stunned. You told me this is the completion plan? The completion plan is to use a game controller. What on earth are you completing? So cool. Lilith and Yingling eyes sparkled. What a cool ass. Before Lewis could complain, many engineers below were already waving flags. Yodel ace pilot received the signal, stretched his little neck, looked at the scene outside the cockpit, and clicked on the game controller. This super EVA from another world finally started. There was a burst of crackling noises, and steam came out of the chimney on the back of the Son of Lant, and the gaps all over his body. Lewis blinked his eyes fiercely. So, this crystal array is used to boil water? However, no matter what the power is, this 6-story high thing, once it moves, is like a mobile building with white smoke, which is really impressive. Lewis looked forward to it. Soon, the driver adjusted this huge Gundam. And then, this mecha like a building. Like an old man with polio. Walked around with crutches. Perfect. The engineer shouted excitedly. The ace driver put down the game controller, wiped the sweat off his head, and raised an OK sign. Lewis's eyes almost popped out. Is that all? What on earth did you complete? An old man? Complete an old man? Can this thing play? Is it going to duel? Is it going to make a scene? And scare the Goran silly? If I take 2 more steps, I'm afraid it will fall to the ground and can't get up. Okay. And what did I just see? The driver was using the Vulcan cannon as a walking stick. Right? He was using that as a walking stick. Right? After walking 2 laps, the big guy gradually changed from polio to walking like an old man with crutches. This made the engineers very excited. Lewis rubbed his face. Think about it in a positive way. No matter what, it can be considered walking, right? It seemed that the next stage of testing was underway, and the little yodel driver pressed the handle frantically again, and then the son of Lance stuck out his butt and stretched out the gun barrels on his back. The gun barrels were in a mess, like steel bars in the ruins, which made Lewis's eyes twitch. He couldn't help asking Archie, "Aren't you afraid that the gunfire will hit the stands during the game?" "Don't worry, Lewis." Archie puffed on a cigar and said leisurely, "It won't hit the stands. My Dragon Arena has a maze magic array. The Royal Knights have used a large number of artillery and howitzers to test my arena before. There is no problem with the cannonballs. Not to mention the cannonballs. Even if it is a giant dragon 12 or 13 stories high, once it flies in, it can't fly out. You can show your skills." "But, Mr. Lant?" Lewis looked at the great engineer. "In this era, I mean, cannonballs have been invented now. Right? Why use this kind of retro cannon and iron bullets? At least install a howitzer or a rifle cannon." Structural problem. Structural problem. Lance sighed and said, however, "These cannons are not powered by gunpowder now, but by lightning." "Lightning?" As he spoke, the great engineer Lant waved his hand, and the ground crew waved the flag. The ace pilot received the order, made an OK gesture, stretched his little head, and started clicking the game controller. Then, the cannon behind Lance's son changed its position, aiming at the ship target on the sea in the distance. Immediately, a scene that stunned Lewis appeared. On the barrels of those cannons, there were arcs of electricity flashing. In a few breaths, many gun barrels fired more than a dozen iron bullets at the ship target on the sea in the distance. Fuck. Electromagnetic gun. This thing works. No wonder it uses cannons and iron bullets instead of rifle guns and shells. This alone is amazing enough. Lewis stretched out his hand, wanting to slap himself hard for his complaints just now. These yodel engineers are simply geniuses. The Sorrento Empire now has steam-powered ironclad warships and steam airships. And those ship targets are old and obsolete huge tower warships. Although their decks and sides have no steel armor, they cannot be sunk by dozens of shots. But if it is this kind of artillery fire, then it is really hard to say. This is a bit too scary. If this shot is fired at the dragon, wouldn't the dragon roll its eyes? However, shouldn't the shells fired by the electromagnetic gun carry terrifying kinetic energy and be so fast? But why do those gun barrels have to shoot upward? And the shells will have a parabola. I saw that the dozen shells slowly drew several parabolas, then fell on the ship and hit one. It seemed that not only was it fired from above, but it was also aimed by a machine. And the power seemed to be about the same as that of a smoothbore cannon. Lewis blinked fiercely. More than a dozen shells were fired, this time 5 or 6 hit. It seemed that it was indeed aimed by a machine. The ship target was hit, and some small wood chips flew out. It was indeed a smoothbore cannon. Yodel engineer shouted excitedly. Yingling and Lilith's eyes sparkled. So cool. What the hell is so cool? Lewis' face was almost distorted. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "It's time for you to show your skills, my ace pilot." Aki suddenly jumped over, extended 2 fingers with a serious look, and fiddled with them flexibly. Many engineers, after seeing this scene, also looked at Lewis with a serious look, extended their fingers. "Lewis? Chapter 127, that right, you are the last piece of the puzzle." Archie said, "It's time for you to show your skills, my ace pilot." The great engineer Rant also looked at Lewis with expectation, and his assistant also brought up a set of clothes and a glass helmet that looked like a big can. Lewis's mouth twitched. "Do I have to wear this?" Several ace pilots nearby crossed their arms, looking over proudly. A little yodel even scratched his crotch. He didn't even wear clothes. What the hell are you doing? Of course. The engineer screamed, that cool. Okay. Lewis looked at the ugly pump tights and the ugly pump diving glass helmet with a tangled face. It seems that a helmet must be worn. Huh? I guess there is something special in the cockpit. Sighing, Lewis picked up the helmet. Just when he was about to put on this stupid helmet, he saw the ace pilot in the Son of Lant. Took off the helmet and wiped his sweat. It was too hot. Obviously, this thing can be left alone, and clothes are not required. But as Yodel and the goblin said, this is cool. Fuck you. Lewis reached out and threw the broken helmet to the ground. Then, amid the noisy screams and cries of the engineers, he pushed away several engineers who insisted on putting on the helmet for him, reached out his hand, and waved to the Son of Lant, and then the Son of Lant turned around several times with an extremely flexible movement. Then he began to dance with his hands and feet, making the little Yodel pilot inside dizzy. After he got used to the dizziness, the driver found that there was another Lewis beside him. Resonance. He resonated with the Son of Lant. The engineer shouted, he can merge with the Son of Lant. Many ace pilots were also stunned. Could it be that he is the missing piece of the puzzle for the human body completion plan? Hurry up and combine. Hurry up and combine. Just wait and see. Finish your sister. Don't insult my EVA again. Lewis cursed loudly, and then, in the stunned eyes of the pilot beside him, he stretched out his hand to pull the game controller off the pilot finger, and threw it on the ground. When you get on the mecha in the future, you are not allowed to wear tight clothes, and you are not allowed to close your eyes and raise your arms horizontally. Do you hear me? Also, you are not allowed to scratch your penis. Under Lewis' ferocious eyes, the little Yodel pilot nodded in fear, and then the pilot saw that on the crystal array of the Son of Lant, suddenly, 17 or 18 magic arrays appeared. Lewis followed the information in the memory crystal, reached out to adjust the magic circles, and then changed some runes. He changed all the magic supply of the Son of Lant. After that, he called out 2 energy magic circles that specifically supply magic, and put his hands in them, and then a narration appeared in front of Lewis. You resonate with the Son of Lant. You merged with the Son of Lant. Your magic value increased by 500 plus. Lewis. Magic, 570 plus. Mana, 5700 plus. With so much magic, can bricks fly? What the hell are you using a propeller for? Lewis moved his fingers and operated the big doll. A strong wave of magic power rippled across the crystal array, and then a burst of electricity suddenly flashed around the body of the Son of Lant, and the huge punk mecha slowly rose from the ground. Then, the current suddenly increased, and the Son of Lant was like being shot out by an invisible electromagnetic cannon, and rushed to the sky above the sea. Looking at the big guy, it finally flew into the clouds at a speed close to that of a biplane glider, and the engineers were all shocked. What is this? Is this the Son of Lant? And why is there no black smoke and steam coming out of the chimney? Many Yodels, the little goblin wizards, were also confused, and now Yingling, who has the highest magic level, also stretched her neck. What kind of magic is this? Fuck that big lizard. I said this thing, he is the only wizard in the world who can open it. Aki held a cigarette in his mouth, pointed at the Son of Lant, who was leaving in the sky, and shouted, What are you still standing there for? Turn on the air defense facilities on the base. Fire at it. Stop talking nonsense. Fire now. He is invincible now. Lewis continued to use magnetic fields to accelerate this big guy, and finally broke through the sound barrier with a bang, and rushed into the clouds. The powerful propulsion made the Yodel driver suddenly stick to the seat, with a confused look on his face. He remembered that this thing could only fly a few dozen meters high. But before he could say anything, he saw that all the guns on the coastline were aimed at this side, and there were flames shooting towards this side. He was so scared that he quickly picked up the handle from the ground and wanted to press the button with the word protective spell. But before he stood up, he saw that the Son of Lant, under Lewis' control, made several sharp turns without slowing down. The trajectory was like a drop of water, and he dodged all the bullets in an instant. Then he suddenly rushed to the sea level at a very high speed and flew on the sea. He flew towards the target ships. At this moment, colorful bubbles suddenly rose from the sea around the ship target and flew towards the Son of Lant. Looking at the bubbles, Lewis blinked fiercely and suddenly understood why the wizards were so shocked after the military parade. Muggles use machines to perform magic. These Yodel engineers are geniuses. He did not stop, and dodged the many colorful bubbles in a blink of an eye. He raised the gun barrel and fired dozens of shells at the ship target. All of them hit the target. And in a blink of an eye, he sank a ship target in the distance. But before he fired the second batch of shells at the second ship target, he found that the barrels behind him had become hot. One barrel even exploded. Lewis was suspended in the air far away from the second ship target, swaying left and right to avoid the water bullets, while raising the arm of the Son of Land. And then the Vulcan gun quickly rotated, emitting a long tongue of fire. In the barrage of bullets, the wood on the second ship target kept flying into the sky. And soon, it was riddled with holes. The deck was no longer in its original state. Even the sails were blown away. The big circular saw on the Son of Land arm suddenly spun rapidly in a burst of electricity, dodging the bubbles around the ship target at a strange angle, and shot at the ship target in the blink of an eye, cutting it in half. When the circular saw passed through the ship target, the fine gold circular saw was already burning red, and the ship was also on fire. If it was a fire dragon, it would probably be broken into two sections at this time. Then, the circular saw flew back in a strange acute triangle trajectory, and was caught by the Son of Land. The Yodel driver raised his head woodenly, looking at Lewis. Is this the Son of Land? No. Lewis picked up the cigar, took a puff, and said, it called EVA. Yingling smoked the pipe, looking at the replay of the battle in the crystal ball in Archie's hand, and couldn't help twitching twice. Cool. Lilith's eyes were full of stars, and she screamed madly, Ace Pilot. At this time, Lewis had already flown the Son of Land back to the base. Yodel and the goblin shouted excitedly. The huge mecha landed with a bang, and with the sound of its joints opening, a large amount of steam came out. For a moment, the base was filled with clouds and mist, and the huge Son of Land seemed to be standing on the top of the clouds. Immediately, various parts of it fell apart with a sound of clattering. The arms and mini gun barrels on the back actually fell off. I beat the wizard. 1/3. You seem to have killed the Son of Land in another way. Lewis was dumbfounded. It over now. Lewis. Oh Lewis, why do you like to show off so much? Just say you shouldn't drive this thing. Just say this thing is a scam. Now it's a scam. Right? How much does it cost? Lewis grabbed the collar of the little Yodel driver and shuttled back to the ground. Hey, can this thing be repaired? Lewis looked at the chief engineer Lant with some embarrassment. Reassured, Yodel engineers took a small notebook, while recording data calmly, said lightly, it always falls apart. Always falls apart? What does always fall apart mean? This thing won't really always fall apart. Right? How can I be at ease? I'm the driver. Hey, don't worry it, okay? Lewis. The chief engineer Lant comforted him. Don't worry, it didn't catch fire today. It will be fixed soon. Lewis looked up at the broken Son of Lant, and opened his mouth wide. Fire? Fire? This is really a scam. That right? Lewis. Our ace pilot. The engineers all gave a thumbs up and said, you are the last piece of the puzzle of our great plan. Chapter 128. I'm such an annoying person. It seems that many engineers know magic. With their cooperation, the repair progress is very fast. With Lewis's help, most of the repairs can be completed today. While the engineers were repairing the mecha, Lewis looked at a huge chain sea anchor in the hull, which didn't seem to be used for ships. After asking Archie, Lewis learned that these Ares hammers were customized by the Sea Kings, and he didn't know what they were going to be used for on the seabed. Lewis wanted to change the big circular saw to this. Can it be changed? Using an electric saw is a bit too bloody, Lewis said. Looking at the sea anchor, the engineers widened their eyes, dumbfounded. Isn't this thing more bloody? And it as big as a small rockery. Don't even mention hitting people. When you throw it out, you will also pull the armor away with it. Right? Mr. Lewis, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The big engineer said hesitantly, after hanging it, there may be many problems. It will be fine. Lewis reached out and grabbed, and then the space in front of him fluctuated, and the sea anchor that looked like the rockery in the community suddenly appeared in front of him. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, Lewis reached out and pulled the chain hard, and found that it did not break. After a careful look, he found that the chain was made of elements such as magic iron and titan iron, and it was estimated that even a dragon could not break it. He then covered his mouth and made a blowing motion, and then, the sea anchor, just like a balloon, became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a strong wind surged in the hull, as if all the air around was sucked away, and the shape of the thing slowly changed into a six-sided meteor hammer. Soon, the thing looked like a house, and finally it slowly floated in the air. It seemed to have no weight. But when this big thing lightly hit the dome, it smashed a statue on the dome. It seemed to have no weight, but its mass and inertia were very large. Much bigger than before. Lewis reached out and wrote a few words on the big meteor hammer, 1000T. Yingling and others opened their mouths wide, looking at Lewis with such eyes. Fake. Lewis smiled and said, I just wrote it casually. It full of air. Yingling and Lilith nodded woodenly. It must be fake. It should be an illusion. I didn't expect this kid to be so good at illusion. But Archie looked at the big meteor hammer, and his mouth twitched fiercely. It won't be a problem. Lewis patted Lant's little head and said, Do it, I believe you. The engineers finally followed Lewis' improvement suggestions. Lewis nodded with satisfaction. Such a good big brick, the material is so good, it would be a pity not to use it. Aki suddenly pulled Lewis, indicating that he recorded the video today, and planned to show it to the king. Lewis nodded in agreement. Iger. Your Majesty should be able to open it at this level. Archie left first that morning. While the engineers were repairing the Son of Lant, Lewis used the energy of the crystal to add a lot of buffs to the various parts of the Son of Lant, to prevent it from falling apart again during his own competition. Especially the big meteor hammer, if it is not buffed properly, it will easily break the Son of Lant apart with a swing. Although the material of the Son of Lant is not suitable for enchantment. But Lewis felt that after he enchanted it forcefully, the effect would last for a few days. By then, this big guy will be strong enough. At least it should be no problem to swing the big meteor hammer. By then, as long as you pay a little attention and don't play too hard, you will be fine. After finishing the work, it was almost evening. Everyone had a meal here. They drank tea and discussed for a while. After the matter was almost discussed, Lewis called Yingling, who had been smoking and watching indifferently, and brought Lilith. They were ready to go back to the hotel. It might be because the king caught him using the magic fireplace today. So the king ordered his men to dismantle the fireplace. It is not a good thing to let wizards come to such a place. But Archie had prepared a car. So they drove towards the hotel. Unlike Kate Carr, Archie Carr had 4 seats facing each other in the back. Lewis and Yingling sat facing each other. On the way, Yingling, who had been silent all the time, suddenly opened her mouth. Lewis, are you really going to join this dispute? In her opinion, Lewis was just trying to help Osicris, but this matter was a bit too big. What wrong with that? Lewis knew that Yingling was a know-it-all. She knew a lot about all kinds of intelligence information. So he knew that Yingling was saying something with a hidden meaning. Lewis. Yingling narrowed her eyes and said, This matter, essentially, is the dispute between Her Majesty Delphinia and the Red Queen. If you get involved, the Witch Queen may not appreciate it, but it will definitely anger the Red Queen. I'm not afraid of offending people. Lewis looked at Yingling with a smile and said, I'm a very annoying person. Otherwise I would be annoying to everyone. Yingling shook her head, feeling that she couldn't understand this guy anymore. She heard from Archie that Lewis seemed to want to bring the mysterious nursing home to the British city and turn it into an independent department-level unit. Then he would be the director. But is it necessary to make such a big deal? This matter will definitely offend the Red Queen. Thinking of the Red Queen, Yingling was a little scared. There are rumors that she had seriously injured the Dark Lord, actually killed him once. The mirror was broken. Maybe after this matter, I have to ask the master for help. Otherwise, the little knight of Osicris will be in trouble. At that time, Osicris will lose an important thigh. But why should the master help a strange little wizard? Even I haven't seen the master for a long time. He won't forgive me. Thinking of this, Yingling quietly wiped her tears and sniffed. A faint familiar smell entered Yingling's nose again. But when she sniffed carefully, she felt that the smell disappeared, pulling the blanket covering her body. Yingling looked a little strange. She always felt that something was wrong. When she returned to the hotel, Lewis saw Stuart at the door. Stuart went with the princess today, and it seemed that Osicris was back too. Her Highness is now in her suite, drinking tea and chatting with the magicians. Stuart smiled flatteringly. You don't know. Today, those nobles, after seeing these magicians, were dumbfounded. Originally, many nobles of the Queen faction were indifferent to your Highness. As a result, many people changed their attitude today, and hoped to get to know the magicians through your Highness. Lewis nodded. Today, he asked Bach to call all the famous magicians in the association. Many magicians are famous and powerful, so this scene must have been well received. At the end, His Highness even went on stage and gave a speech. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance and wrote a speech. Stuart couldn't help but smile proudly. It seemed that the old eunuch was also happy to see the young lady in the limelight. Louis nodded, knowing that Stuart had been busy and worked hard today. Just when he wanted to praise it, he saw Yingling always looking at him with a sly look. So he didn't say much. It'd been fun to see Yingling bickering with him these past 2 days. He wanted to play for a while longer. By the way, sir, there's one more important thing, Stuart said. The waiter told me that Earl Crawley called you a few times today. If you're free, please call back. Got it. Miss Yingling. Miss Lilith, you go with Sir Stuart first. After that, Louis bowed slightly, said goodbye, and went back to his room to make a phone call. Sister, I'm going back to my room to change clothes. Lilith rolled her eyes, and was about to leave. As soon as she took a step, her sister grabbed her by the tail. Go get me a pipe. In 3 minutes. If I don't see you in the prince's suite, I will pluck your hair. Lilith was so scared that her ears drooped. And she went obediently. Yingling looked at Stuart for a few times. She didn't know that Stuart was also one of her own. So she had never paid attention to Stuart before. But today she felt something was wrong. Boar was from the master side. Stuart and Boar had a very good relationship. So could the two of them also have a relationship with the master? Yingling's eyes rolled, and she started to cheat. Have you done everything the master asked you to do recently? Yingling tapped her pipe, and said lightly. Chapter 129 I Can Ride a Horse. Well, thanks to you. Not bad. Stuart, who had just held his head high, quickly bowed and said carefully. I knew that the master would explain the situation to Yingling in the next 2 days. It seems that when he went out today, he explained the matter. Yingling smoked lightly and said, Tell me about it. Stuart's face suddenly became strange. The cunning old man suddenly felt something was wrong. Well, you should ask Her Highness Osikris, Stuart said with a smile. Yingling nodded and said no more. Hi, it turns out that the master that Stuart was talking about was Osikris. Dream-eating snake, I was almost deceived by this treacherous little girl. On the other side, Louis had already called Crowley. After chatting for a while, Louis learned that Crowley was busy with the hammer of the god of war today. It seemed that it involved a mysterious incident in a small kingdom. That place is called Silent Harbor, and it involves a legend of an evil god, and the matter is no less serious than that of Earl Crowley. Crowley knew that Louis seemed to be planning to join in the celebration recently, and help the Stoggs with some things, so he didn't mention this matter to Louis, for fear of distracting him. He called today mainly for another matter. By the way, Louis, Crowley said on the other end of the phone, the day after tomorrow is the birthday celebration of His Majesty the King, but today Archie told me that your passport and other information have not been processed yet. Well, you are an illegal resident. I have already handled some things for you. But your resume and file are a bit special. So we have to go to St. Anthony Cathedral in Dunling District tomorrow. Hearing this, Louis understood what Crowley meant. It might be a bit embarrassing for an illegal resident to attend this celebration, especially during this period. It is easy to be criticized by others. An illegal resident does not sound good. So Crowley plans to give Louis a nice title. Although he has no real power, it is still very prestigious. Louis doesn't seem to care about real power, he cares about influence, so Crowley thinks this is a good idea. That about it, Louis, I'd pick you up tomorrow. Okay, Lord Crowley, Louis said. Just call me Crowley, Louis. Don't be so distant. Brother Crowley on the other end of the phone was a little unhappy. Ahem. Louis' face was a little embarrassed. Okay. Brother Crowley. The Earl was happy now. There is one more thing. Louis, I heard some special news today. The Prince of a mysterious kingdom will attend the King's birthday party the day after tomorrow. I guess this may be arranged by the Witch Queen. She may have persuaded His Majesty to arrange a blind date for the princess. At present, I don't know the specific situation of the delegation. It seems that it has been kept secret, but I can be sure that they will arrive at the port tomorrow. According to Crowley, when he visited the king this afternoon, the king's attitude towards summoning Louis suddenly changed. It seemed that he was not in a hurry. This made Crowley feel a little uneasy. Crowley said a lot on the phone. After Louis analyzed it, he suddenly realized something. He guessed that the prince of the mysterious kingdom was probably from the Black Dragon clan. The storybook once mentioned the Black Dragon's sister, so it was very likely them. Moreover, they may have some secret collusion with Delphinia, which Francesco probably didn't know at this time. After showing the king the impact of driving the Gundam today, Delphina was afraid that she would do something bad. So she planned to make some small troubles. Maybe on the day of the competition, the dragon will show up. Once the dragon shows up to participate in the duel, it means that a certain dragon is very likely to be a black dragon, and it will stand on the side of the Mongols. This is really too much. So as long as the dragon comes on the field, even if Francesco is a little unhappy, he will acquiesce to his daughter's little action in the end. Isn't this stealing our limelight? What does it mean? You want me to practice driving for nothing? You also want me not to attend the banquet? You wish. Louis felt a little unhappy. At the end of the call, Crowley told Louis that he would pick him up tomorrow morning. We will arrange a good identity and title for you. I will pick you up tomorrow morning, go to the temple, get Yuji, get the visit record. Well, the prince of the mysterious kingdom may also go to the temple tomorrow to handle the entry procedures. I will stagger the time. Please don't make this public for now. Understood, Mr. Crowley. After hanging up the phone, Louis's face turned strange. He had no identity in the Muggle world. So Crowley was planning to give him an identity of the son of a duke or a prince of some kingdom. But wouldn't he be afraid of being exposed? Would Crowley be planning to conduct a team scam in front of the king? Shaking his head, Louis went to Osikri's. When Stuart opened the door, Louis entered the room and found that the living room of the suite was very lively. A dozen magicians were talking there. Helen, Lilith and their sisters were drinking tea and discussing the paintings of the great painter Barrow. As for Osikris, she was putting on a poker face, looking like a princess. There were outsiders here. She must have been pretending all day. She seemed to be a little excited about today's salon and charity auction. Osikris was talking about her own success today with a stern face. When she saw Louis coming, she raised her head slightly and raised her voice a little. Obviously, she didn't know that her two mothers wanted to sell her out. Otherwise, her face would have turned pale with fear. Louis laughed secretly, before Osikris could talk about her success. A dozen magicians on the other side saw Louis coming and ran over cautiously, shook hands with him, and introduced themselves. The respect, admiration and trepidation were exactly the same as when many dignitaries shook hands with them today. Louis also respected these magicians with legendary stories, and chatted with them enthusiastically like friends. Osikris next to him curled her lips, a little sour. How come you don't know what's good? I'm his teacher. Why do you only flatter my students, but act so arrogant in front of me? Isn't it just that he is better than me? By the way, Mr. Louis, Bach said, tomorrow, Your Highness, I plan to go and participate, looking at his companions and asking, what is the name of that duke? Forget it, the autumn hunt held by a certain duke. We will also participate. The magicians talked about hunting. As for hunting, the ladies seemed to have been talking for a while. When the magician mentioned it, Sakura Ling looked disgusted. However, Lilith was interested, interrupted and said that he was very talented in riding horses, and he would be able to do it with practice, and then secretly kicked Louis with his foot, which meant that he would practice tonight. Ling laughed secretly. You silly girl. You will know what we hunt tomorrow. In autumn. Nobles like fox hunting. Louis, are you going? Helen was looking forward to it. She had never participated in hunting before. Louis glanced at Osikris, who was ready to go out tomorrow, and felt a little funny. Osikris looked a little bit like a child who left home and was angry with her parents. But after you came back, you didn't even go to the palace to pay your respects. Whether from the perspective of the parents, or from the perspective of the king and queen, the daughter/princess is wrong. Not only did you come back secretly, but you also attended various banquets in a high-profile manner and privately won over the nobles. If this rumor spreads, the nobles will definitely think that there is discord within the royal family, which is not good to hear. I guess Osikris must be a little helpless, afraid that if she goes home directly, she will not be able to come out. However, today is the first day you come back, so it's okay if you don't say hello to your parents. Go play tomorrow. But there will be a story. Maybe the king is waiting for you at the hunting party. Louis guessed that the king might bring the queen to the party tomorrow to break the rumors of discord within the royal family and restore the dignity of the royal family. Then bring the naughty daughter Osikris back to the court. But Louis thought that this was a good thing. First of all, Osikris' high-profile appearance in the past 2 days would let the ministers know that the princess is back. The king will not be able to secretly send the princess to the Black Dragon. Secondly, If the king attends tomorrow, it will be supporting Osicles to some extent, telling the ministers and nobles that, in my heart, Igor Francesco, I still love my daughter very much. In the eyes of the ministers and nobles, this means that the princess has status, so it will help improve Osicles' reputation. Now most of the nobles think that the king does not treat his daughter as a daughter, which is not good. Of course, the main reason is that Louis really wants to see how Osicles was spanked after being tricked back to the palace by her mother. Just stay at home. It been a long time since she went home. It time for her to stay at home for a few days. This child is really pitiful. He always thought his mother was dead. I think Francesco misses you so much. Well, your stepmother probably misses you too. Do they usually show affection? Louis couldn't help but become curious. I call Osicles tomorrow night, and we know. Hee hee. Chapter 130 Sister. Are you here to steal my man? I won't go tomorrow. After making up his mind, Louis said, I am still an illegal resident, so I won't show my face. I have to register my hookup with the count tomorrow. Osicles was a little disappointed, and without Louis, she felt a little insecure, but she had an expression of it doesn't matter whether you are here or not. The ladies soon started chatting again. Louis chatted with the magicians for a while. Recently, the magicians have been studying magic scrolls. The books Louis gave them contain this knowledge, and some people have already made some. After checking their results, Louis made some suggestions. Then he asked about their plans for tomorrow. Because the Duke plans to provide some funds to the Magicians Association, some magicians will go hunting tomorrow, and they just talked about the funds. The rest of the people planned to stay in the hotel to study things, waiting for the celebration, and went to participate with Louis. Louis nodded, left them some homework, then checked the time, and went back to his room to take a shower and go to bed. Not long after, Lilith yawned and told her sister that she was going back to her room to sleep. But she sneaked out as soon as she went out. Yingling pretended not to see it, first chatted with Osicles with a smile, then she found an excuse, and went to Lilith's room with gritted teeth. As expected, she found no one there. And there was a pile of messy clothes on the bed, and small stockings of various colors. There were also some rabbit ears, cat ears, and so on. Yingling almost fainted from anger. She operated directly to Louis's suite, and after looking around, she found that Louis seemed to be taking a shower in the bathroom. Who is it? Why didn't you knock? Louis asked while touching the soap, closing his eyes. In the living room, Lilith's voice sounded, guess. Then, a piece of music sounded. Damn girl. How can you sneak into someone's room, like this, and take the initiative to offer yourself to him? Yingling was furious. She walked into the living room and found Lilith, who was wearing a cheongsam, sticking her butt out and fiddling with the record player. The fox and rabbit ears on her head were swaying. She was so happy. Hey, you've washed so quickly. I'm going hunting tomorrow, but I haven't learned how to ride a horse yet. Can you teach me today? Lilith said as she turned around. But she saw her sister with her hands on her hips, looking at her with spitting fire in her eyes. Lilith was so scared that the hair on her tail stood up. Yingling grabbed Lilith's ears, covered Lilith's head, and slapped her hard with a small fan. After a few hits, Lilith cried in pain, but the elder sister glared at her, and the younger sister shrugged her tears back. After beating up her younger sister, Yingling sat on the sofa in a rage, crossed her legs, and took a long time to calm down. Seeing her younger sister still crying on the sofa, Yingling's face was full of anger, and she became even angrier. You still have the nerve to cry. You have no shame. You have brought disgrace upon the family. If you were an ordinary girl, it would be fine. But you are a noble. How can you marry? Be someone's concubine? Thinking of this, Yingling became even angrier. Louis seemed to be a prince from the Cloud Country, who did not believe in monogamy. The Fox family also originated from the Cloud Country, and they have not practiced monogamy since ancient times. Yingling in-law was just a concubine. But Lilith was a noble. She was the eldest son. Can you be someone's concubine? How far has your relationship developed? Seeing that her sister was just pretending to cry, Yingling didn't answer, and slapped her sister on the butt with a fan. Didn't you say Didn't you also cling to the thigh of the faceless man? When she heard her sister mention the master, Yingling's hair exploded, and she slapped her again. Before she had a relationship with Louis, Yingling pretended to be powerful everywhere, but now that they really had a relationship, she was afraid that others would know. Who is sucking up to someone? Who is sucking up to someone? Don't hit me. Don't hit me hard, It said that the faceless man is the thousand-faced lantern-carrying death god Bull. How could I have any relationship with this half-dead ghost? Don't pull his ears. Ah. We deliberately spread lies to attract Harold. I have never sucked up to anyone. I have relied on my ability and means to get to where I am today. The spokesperson is also that old ghost Bolster. Ling scolded while beating her. But Lilith was very naughty. While being beaten, she kept saying, "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It's just what you taught me. You said, if you encounter a particularly thick thigh, you should hug it upwards. I just want to hug Lewis's thigh. He has a thick thigh. I want to be his concubine. Whoa, it hurts. Stop beating me, stop beating me." Seeing that her sister was so confident, and used her own words to confront her, Ling was so angry that she felt like the moon goddess was born, and the god of law ascended to heaven. She grabbed her sister's ears, and beat her with a small fan again. Lilith lay on the sofa, crying so hard that her ears were drooping. After cleaning up, Ling panted a few times, and her chest was shaking. She seemed to be a little tired. She sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and inhaled her pipe. She felt a little upset today, and she became even more angry when she saw the record still playing. What a rubbish music. She stood up and turned off the record player. Then she stared at the record and was stunned. After picking it up and looking at it, Ling shook her head. The music was indeed similar, but it was not. Where did you find this broken record? Ling glared and turned to ask her sister. Lilith wiped her eyes and pointed to the luggage next to the sofa. Ling looked down and found that it was Louis' suitcase. By the way, Louis had stayed in the hotel for 2 days. But today was the first time he went back to the room to pack his luggage. After Lilith came over today, she saw that the suitcase was open. So she flipped through it, making a mess inside. Now, Ling couldn't help but flip through it. A familiar fragrance faintly penetrated Ling's nose. Ling's heart was involuntarily flustered, picked up a shirt, tilted her nose, and smelled it carefully. Lilith secretly looked up. This girl is not like Helen, who was scared when her sister said that. She is not an ordinary skin. She was beaten by Louis in the office before, and her buttocks were swollen, and she didn't have many golden beans in her eyes. So the so-called crying was just pretending. At this time, she saw her sister actually sniffing Louis's shirt, and she was so angry that she jumped up from the sofa. "Sister, what are you doing? Why do you always sniff Louis's clothes?" Lilith reached out and rushed over to grab Louis's shirt back. Get lost. As a result, her sister glared at her, and Lilith was so scared that she shrank on the sofa and became obedient. In this world, besides Louis, she was afraid of her sister. Ling picked up the shirt and sniffed it again. Her face became more and more strange, and her whole body trembled unnaturally. After rummaging through the luggage again, a bunch of messy things were turned out, and a strange scroll appeared in front of Ling. After picking it up and looking at it, Ling found that the scene in the scroll seemed to be a secret place, and Mr. Ross, who was on vacation at home these 2 days, was feeding chickens there. The chickens had grown bigger than dogs, and there was a biggest rooster, which was almost like an ostrich. There were a few people around chatting, drinking and playing cards. Suddenly, Stuart looked up. Ling's mind clicked suddenly, and a flash of lightning flashed. She knelt on the sofa in a daze. A pink record suddenly fell from the suitcase to the ground. Ling picked up the record woodenly, looked at it, and trembled as she crawled to the record player and played the music. "Sister, this music is even worse than the one just now." Lilith was speechless. Isn't this the music she played in the Red Fox Den before? Sister said this music is particularly vulgar. He even scolded himself for it. Is he that rubbish? There was a sound of footsteps from a distance. Lilith looked up and found it was Louis. This time, Lilith really cried and begged for comfort. "It's over, my sister is here to break up the couple. I can't be your concubine, our relationship ends here today." But when Louis came over, he smiled and touched his sister's ear. Lilith was shocked. "Louis, you are looking for death. My sister will kill you." "It sounds nice." Ling wagged her tail, raised her head in a flattering manner, pouting her lips, and saying coquettishly, "Louis is the most classy." Lilith dropped her jaw in shock. "Sister, what are you doing? Who of us is shameless?" "Ha! You came here in the middle of the night, and gave me a beating, and you took great pains to tell me off. The result is to steal my man?" Chapter 131. Who is this again? What are you two doing here at night? You didn't even knock on the door. Louis wiped his hair and sat on the sofa opposite and asked. He guessed that Yingling had guessed it, so he stopped pretending. Lilith shook her head woodenly, then pointed at her sister woodenly, and then she saw her sister crawling over, like a little fox, rubbing her face on Louis's legs. I'm here today. I encountered a very difficult question today. I have to ask it. Yingling pouted and said to Louis, I need to test you. Okay, ask any questions you have. Louis said while wiping his hair, feeling that he should talk to Yingling about some things. Yingling touched her lips with her fingers, recalling. What kind of instrument is it? Long, thick. I want to put it in my mouth. Louis was stunned, and so was Lilith. Sister. Ah! You are here to steal my man. Lilith jumped up in anger, but she didn't dare to step forward. She stomped her feet and cursed in her heart, crying, and almost fainted. This is the joke I prepared during the day. Sister. What are you doing here? You are stealing my jokes. Don't talk nonsense. Yingling turned around and cursed. From today on, this is your brother-in-law. Sister, brother-in-law? Lilith opened her mouth, pointed at Louis, pointed at herself. You really are here to steal my man. Right? Sister. You are too bullying. Don't be so mean to your sister. Well, no, she is disrespectful. She deserves to be punished. After that, Yingling was too busy to speak. Looking at this couple, Lilith almost fainted on the sofa. It seemed that Louis couldn't stand it anymore. He glared at Yingling, pushed her aside, and went over there to help Lilith up. What are you doing? I'm so worried. Yingling is too unreasonable. Go back quickly. Feeling that Louis helped her up, Lilith wiped her tears and saw her sister wiping her mouth, while looking at her with a smug look on her face. Lilith was so angry that she pushed Louis away and said, Don't touch me. Go talk to my sister. How can you talk to your brother-in-law? Yingling cursed and came up to slap Lilith. Get out. No. Lilith wiped her tears, looked at Louis and said, Brother-in-law, I also know how to play musical instruments. This brother-in-law almost made Yingling mad. That night, the two sisters finally performed music. Two shameless little foxes. Each one was more proficient in playing musical instruments than the other. She also has a special sense of music. She also tells various jokes one after another. This is considered to be a great experience for Louis. It seems that after hearing her sister always calling Louis brother-in-law, Yingling started to get angry with her sister and called Louis brother-in-law. The dispute between the sisters naturally ended with the sister victory. However, after Lilith burst into tears, Yingling was beaten by her brother-in-law. Finally, the sister and Louis coaxed Lilith to practice riding a horse, so as to prepare for tomorrow hunting, which was considered to have finally coaxed the sister. After a few performances, Louis sent the two sisters back to their room. It was late at night, and there were neighbors on both sides. It would be bad if they woke people up. The performance was a bit tiring, although Yingling was exhausted. She looked happy after putting on her clothes and going out. She couldn't help but look up at Louis all the time. It turned out that her master was really a living person, not a monster that ran out of a dream. She was no longer as scared as before. Only the younger sister had a sad face. After returning to bed, she rubbed her red buttocks from her sister's slapping and fell asleep. However, her sister pulled her ears and warned her fiercely that no one should know about her relationship with Lilith and her brother-in-law. She also forbade anyone to know about her sister's relationship with Louis. After hearing what her sister said, Lilith still didn't take it seriously. What's the big deal? We are just a couple. After being scolded by her sister, she became honest. Yingling thought a lot that night. She actually didn't care about other women knowing about her relationship with her master, including Osikles. This little girl still didn't see the situation clearly, and was clinging to Louis's thigh. When the time is right, she will talk to the little girl. This big backer is big enough, and can still rely on many people. Anyway, I don't care. But although I don't care, I can't be too public. On the one hand, it's not good to let others know that I have a relationship with the princess lover in the future. On the other hand, although the rumors about the faceless man had been covered up by Fox and Bull setting a trap for Harold, if he got too close to the master, it would still be easy for some people with ulterior motives to make too many associations. In order to avoid being exposed one day, Yingling had already thought of a story. She and Louis met through Lilith. After causing trouble in the office that day, she originally planned to teach this kid a lesson at night, but was easily defeated. After seeing the strength of this powerful warrior, She believed that Louis VI was a brave man who could defeat the Dark Lord, the Faceless Man, and followed him. As for who the Faceless Man was, it was naturally just a story made up by Bowl. Otherwise, she would not dare to be with Louis. The reason why she never revealed their relationship was that she was afraid that others would say that her sister had stolen her brother-in-law, or that Osikri's female minister shared a night with her. So I still have to pretend that I have a bad relationship with Louis or even go against him. Thinking of this, Yingling's face turned red, and she was a little scared. She suddenly realized that she had been trying to kill herself and teasing the big boss some time ago. Now that she knew the situation, she was still deliberately going against him. Will the master peel her skin off? The next morning, after Louis got up and washed up, he went to the restaurant to eat. I found that except Yingling, everyone was wearing hunting clothes and discussing hunting. Although Yingling looked a little tired, she seemed to have gotten up early. It seemed that she had finished her meal and was smoking a cigarette to refresh herself. When she saw Louis coming over, she didn't even look at him, as if she was not familiar with him at all. Lilith secretly flirted with Louis, but after being glared at by Yingling, she became completely obedient. The little fox couldn't help but think of her sister's words. If she dared to do it again, she would pluck out all her hair. She ate her meal obediently, not daring to anger her sister. It seems like it has been a long time since I went hunting. Osikris was also a little excited. They chatted a lot at the table. Sister Yingling, you really didn't forget me. Lilith, are you really going? Of course I am going. Your Highness, I can't wait. After saying that, Lilith looked at Helen provocatively. The two of them have made a bet to see who has more prey today. Helen smiled evilly. Today is fox hunting, Lilith. This fool doesn't know yet. Osikris looked at Yingling, and Yingling said, let her go. I won't go today. After that, Yingling yawned. Louis coughed and said, I have to go out with Earl Crawley today. Miss Yingling, do you have time? I don't understand. Before he finished speaking, Louis saw Yingling rolled her eyes and went to chat with Kate, which almost made him angry. Osikris saw Louis being embarrassed and almost laughed out loud. She gave a helpless expression and chatted with her sisters. After the episode, Osikris and Kate talked about the situation of many nobles. After hearing about hunting, Louis felt that it seemed interesting, but he had to help Xiao Ao with work today, so he had to give up. But Louis still chatted with everyone for a while. I'm also good at riding horses and archery. Louis wiped the corner of his mouth and said seriously, Kate. Yingling face flushed. Lilith smiled secretly. Helen blinked her eyes, not understanding what was going on. After Osikris blinked her eyes, her face also turned slightly red. She secretly spat. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Everyone continued to chat happily, no longer paying attention to Louis. And Louis also chatted with several magicians around him. Suddenly, he felt a foot on his chair, and it was teasing him. And the foot was trembling, seemingly very hesitant and nervous. I am a coward, but I want to flirt. Louis looked up with a strange expression. Everyone was chatting and eating. Lilith saw that he was looking at her, and blinked in confusion. Not knowing why, Yingling was smoking a cigarette, and rolled her eyes at him. She looked like she didn't want to pay attention to him. Louis looked at the people opposite him with a strange expression. Who was it? Osikris, who was opposite Louis, blushed slightly when she saw Louis gaze, and then pretended not to see it, and continued to eat with her head down. Louis scratched his hair, and leaned back in his chair. Impossible. Chapter 132. Our mysterious nursing home also has a legacy. Louis, like he was drawing a trump card, lifted the tablecloth and took a nervous look. Flesh-colored stockings. Today, it seemed that Yingling was the only one wearing a skirt. He touched it and found that the foot was shaking with fear. After listening to the voices of the audience, he found that it was Yingling next to Osikris. Louis raised his head woodenly and saw Yingling still pretending. He slapped the foot down. This vixen really needs to be punished. The other day, Yingling was so scared of Louis. Last night, she called him brother-in-law, brother-in-law. She started to act naughty today. She is getting bolder and bolder. After breakfast, Earl Crawley came over. Osikris looked a little serious. Speaking of which, her family has always been very close to the Crawley family. They were once in-laws, and they are distant relatives. And her father and Earl Crawley are distant cousins who grew up together. So strictly speaking, I still have to call him uncle. Osikris knew that, although she and Kate were childhood friends, they had not been in touch for a long time. Especially the nobles, they were the most powerful. They were not really friends. But because Louis was very close to the Crawley family, the relationship between her and the Crawley family was restored. Not only did Kate and she get along better recently, they found the feeling of being sisters when they were young. Even Kate's father also supported her. O'Sicries had always found it difficult to get the support of this powerful earl. So she was a little excited. But on the surface, she still had to maintain the royal demeanor. Therefore, during the conversation, she was gentle and elegant, and had a sense of stability and generosity. Crowley actually came to see the princess today. And during the conversation, the princess' conversation was also very insightful and thoughtful. He could see that this princess, who had been in the seminary for a long time, was quite knowledgeable. She was completely different from many princesses of princely families, foolish ladies, and noble ladies of noble families. This made Crowley very satisfied, and he felt that he had not supported the wrong person. After chatting for a while, O'Sicries introduced Count Sakura Bell to Crowley. Crowley had heard of this mysterious fox family. Did Louis invite the wizard for the princess? It seems that the Holy Oak Academy is not a seminary, but a mysterious academy. Louis heard Crowley's voice. And now he can be sure that the leaders of the nobles know the existence of wizards. I just don't know about the Holy Oak. This should be after the conflict between wizards and muggles became more and more serious. Francesco cast a spell on the name of the Holy Oak, weakening its presence in the eyes of muggles. The purpose may be to prevent his alma mater from being affected by the war. Louis didn't tell Crowley much about wizards, but Crowley will gradually understand many things as he cooperates with Stog and Ham of War. After chatting for a while, Crowley also felt that it was enough, so he ended the topic, after another slight courtesy, said straight to the point, "Your Highness, I need to borrow your knight today." "You're welcome, Lord Crawley," O'Sicries said with a smile. She looked at Louis, nodded slightly and said, "Sir Louis, go with Lord Crawley." Louis nodded slightly. Then he looked at Yingling, who was smoking a pipe beside him. He planned to ask Yingling about the dragon clan on the way, so he brought Yingling with him today. When going downstairs, Yingling chatted with Lord Crawley for a few words. She looked like a countess, very graceful. After a few conversations, everyone came to the garden in front of the lobby. Crowley said he was going to make a phone call. Louis asked Yingling about the dragon clan. From Yingling, Louis learned that there were 5 major groups of dragons. They were once one of the strongest forces in the world. They called themselves the guardian dragons of the world. But in fact they did a lot of evil. But after Anthony killed the moon god, the dragons were scared. After the rise of wizards, the few dragons also began to fear wizards. Even now, dragons are extremely afraid of wizards. So they will not use their real bodies to do random things around the world like before. Fire dragons are actually dragons, but they are not descendants of the 5 guardian dragons. Therefore, they have low intelligence and do not understand magic, and they cannot transform. The descendants of the guardian dragons are not only extremely intelligent, but also have powerful magic. They all claim to be descendants of the world guardian dragon Gallic. These descendants of Gallic have noble blood and memory inheritance. Each one has a name. Compared to them, ordinary dragons, fire dragons, are like primitive people. Many larger fire dragons have bodies as long as 5 or 6 stories. But the Garrick dragons are generally larger. They can often grow to 8 or 9 stories high. The very few older Garrick dragons are often nearly 100 meters long. Mr. Brock Hall of the Holy Oak Academy is a 20-story tall guy. He can cover a building by climbing on it and spreading his wings. The famous dragon Stog is more than 140 meters long. It is as long as a tall building. When its wings are spread, it can cover a castle. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the wing of death. These dragons have their own territories, or dragon kingdoms. They are served by the Dragonborn. Unlike their fire dragons that never grow up, they are often captured by wizards. Isolde is a human with the blood of the Gallic dragon. Isolde is of dragon blood. Then why don't muggles know that there are dragons in the world? Yingling looked at Earl Crawley in front of the telephone at the lobby counter, and the people coming and going around, took a light puff of cigarette, acted as if talking business, and said, "Sir, there are several branches of dragons, all of which live in seclusion overseas. When they occasionally come to the human world, they will show themselves as descendants of dragons." Yingling continued, "And the Isolde family has not married a dragon for thousands of years. Or in other words, in these thousands of years, only King Isolde has been recognized by the dragon and became a dragon rider. As for King Isolde descendants, They have nothing to do with the dragons. At most, they have married dragon wizards. However, since Francesco's death, Her Majesty Delphinia has established contact with the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon is the most active of the 5 major dragon clans, and it is also the most ambitious dragon. When they are active in the Muggle world, they often call themselves Nefarians. Their appearance after transformation is not much different from that of Dragonborn. So Muggles have always believed that Nefarians are just the royal family of a mysterious overseas kingdom established by Dragonborn. In addition, during the war between Muggles and Wizards, the Black Dragon lineage once helped Sorrento as Nefarians. After talking for a while, Lewis understood these backgrounds. At this time, Earl Crowley had also returned, and the 3 of them came to the door of the hotel. Lewis discovered that there was a carriage pulled by 6 horses parked in front of the door. The style of the carriage was a bit strange. Very old. It didn't look like the modern style that Crowley liked. It seems to be a Ting car? Ling hesitated. Crowley smiled awkwardly, opened the door, and invited Lewis and Count Ling to get in. As a result, after Lewis got in the car, he looked up and saw Bishop John sitting on the seat opposite with a smile. Lewis was a little confused. Crowley got in the car, closed the door and coughed awkwardly, said, "Today I will arrange a role for you, but I still need the help of Moon Court. Bishop John did not let me mention this matter before, because he was afraid you would not come." "Sir John?" Lewis was about to get out of the car. "I am the pastor of Holy Oak. You can't always think about poaching people. We have rules for this. I can't go to Moon Court for baptism. Otherwise, how can I stay in the Wizard Circle in the future? Ahem, stay in Holy Oak." John didn't say much. He just laughed, then took out a letter. Lewis opened the envelope with a strange look on his face, and saw that it was a letter written by Principal Oliver, assistant on behalf of the principal. The content above was probably to assign Lewis to visit St. Anthony Cathedral to promote exchanges between the 2 sides. Ling stretched her head to look at the letter, then rubbed her forehead and was a little speechless. The people of the mysterious nursing home were baptized in the Moon Court, which can be regarded as a legacy. Lewis? Chapter 133. This Black Dragon sister is not small. Lewis put down the letter, and asked with a strange look, "Mr. Earl, the identity you arranged for me, is this it?" "No. No. No." Crowley said, "You misunderstood, Brother Lewis, this baptism is just a matter of convenience." As he said, Mr. Crowley took out a resume, and said with a strange look, "This is what Mr. Archie gave me. His Majesty Iger must have seen your resume, but there is no seal of the Moon Court on it. After overseas countries come to the mainland, they must first be certified and go through the procedures at the Moon Court. The Kingdom of Clouds also often has dealings with the Moon Court. So this time, I have to ask the Moon Court for a small favor. Help notarize your identity as the Prince of the Kingdom of Clouds. Then get your passport." Lewis covered his face. Archie. This son of a bitch. He had to make up stories for himself, and he left a mess. Hee, young friend, don't be nervous. We have already arranged this matter." Bishop John interrupted with a smile. "I talked to the bishop of the church yesterday, and told you about coming here to apply for a new passport today. But he insisted that you come in person, well, and by the way, canonize a Knight of Right. I think this is a good idea." Lewis's eyes twitched, and said, "You know, I am a magic lover. And as a priest of the Holy Tree, it would be inappropriate to be canonized in the Moon Court. My Lord Bishop, I am a prince of the Cloud Kingdom. Look at the Holy Oak seal on this resume. This is our Holy Oak file. This time I will go to the church to apply for a passport. No need to be canonized." Bishop John stared and said, "No, no." "Ahem." Crowley said, "Lewis, St. Oak and Moon Court are all one family. Bishop John has already discussed this matter with several of your bishops. This can be regarded as promoting exchanges between the 2 sides. Just go through the process. Then the bishop will handle the procedures for you in the Kingdom of Clouds." After saying that, Crowley also winked at Lewis, which meant to say, "Little brother, what the matter with your resume? Archie told me, you should know it in your heart. We still have to ask Uding to clean up this matter. You just have to be the head of the church reluctantly. Although it is just a title, it is very prestigious. If you wear this title, I will take you wherever I go in the future, and we will both be proud. My friend, this is a great thing." Bishop John persuaded again. "As this lady said, it is customary for the priests of your Holy Oak to come to Uding for baptism. I remember that. You had a priest who made movies, who once represented the Holy Icon Tree. and came to us for baptism. After returning, I heard that he was promoted. This is a rare resume. Louis looked at Ing Ling in disbelief. Ing Ling mouth twitched, nodded, and leaned into Louis's ear and said, "Okay, sir. Although this kind of title will make wizards laugh, but every year the Ministry of Magic actually forces some colleges to send wizards to the Moon Court to learn magic. Many senior agents of the Department of Mysteries also have the title of the Moon Court on their heads, to facilitate their travels in various countries." Louis suddenly remembered the manual. If you meet a priest who knows magic, then there is no doubt that he is probably a wizard. Hey, people are under the eaves. Louis sighed. I'd just be a church master reluctantly. People are under the eaves. Crowley's eyes twitched violently. Look at Bishop John. He is so happy, as if he stole a chicken. My little brother. He is really promising. Crowley shook his head. After arriving at the entrance of the church, Bishop John acted mysterious, as if he was afraid that others would see Louis coming, and specifically told the driver to go directly to the backyard of the church. The resume that Mr. Archie made looks real. Bishop John stroked his beard and said, "The seal of the Holy Oak is also real. This matter, Louis, you know?" The implicit meaning of his words was that this time, arranging your identity as the Prince of the Kingdom of Clouds was a secret operation. It would be bad if someone found out. Louis and Yingling read the file over and over again, and looked at each other with strange expressions. In Yingling's impression, Louis was a foreign prince. Many of the files in front of them seemed to be real, and some of them seemed to be files from the principal office. "Sir, I see. Except for the part about masturbation that Archie made up. The rest seemed to be real." Louis looked at the files and fell into deep thought. During the conversation, the carriage had unknowingly driven into the backyard of the cathedral. This was a small garden with a small river in it. It looked like this cathedral was unusually large, including a church, a monastery, a temple for knights, and various office areas. The carriage did not stop and headed deeper into the cathedral. When passing the door of a certain building, Louis saw a group of Dragonborn at the door. These Dragonborn all looked similar to Aaron. They were just not as tall and ferocious as Aaron, but they were about the same height as Archie's 5 Dragonborn bodyguards, who were nearly 3 meters tall. 2 of the Dragonborns looked very special. They were a man and a woman. The man was 2.2 meters tall, and the woman was 1.9 meters tall. When wearing iron combat boots, they were taller than Louis. Both of them were very handsome, and on their cheeks under their eyes, there were dark golden marks like tear marks. They had several horns on their heads, and 2 of them were particularly thick, and they were intertwined with other small horns on the top of their heads. It was hung with all kinds of decorations. Louis remembered that, when he was in the southern area of Holy Oak, he had seen a few Dragonborns like this. But those Dragonborns did not have dark golden tear marks. As if she saw Louis gaze, the beautiful dragon woman looked at Louis with a somewhat unfriendly expression. It seemed that she felt that a human looking directly at her was something that made her very uncomfortable. Louis used the knowledge he knew to see her real name. Then the storybook sorted out all the information he had seen. Real name, Duna Valadra. Saint, Garrick. Age, youth. Body length, 16 floors. Bloodline, noble pure-blooded Garrick. This black dragon sister is not small. Louis calculated his current body length, and it seemed to be more than 20 floors. But if it was entangled, it would be about 10 floors. If we compare them, the tonnage of the two is about the same. Louis smiled and waved at the beautiful dragon woman. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, with some murderous intent in her eyes, and the man's expression was also a little unfriendly. Female, disgusting male reptile. But the little fox is pretty. But she is still the most beautiful. Male, lowly ants. These reptiles are everywhere. Yakura Ling pupils suddenly shrank slightly, and she whispered, "Black Dragon Clan." Black Dragon? No. No. No, that a Nifa person. Earl Crowley said, "The one wearing armor is Prince Zeke of Nifa, and the tall woman is Princess Annabelle of Nifa." Louis nodded, knowing that these are their human names. Annabella is homophonic with the Black Pearl in dragon language. It sounds much better than Brock Hall. Deadwood, ancient golden oak fruit. Crowley closed the curtains and looked at Louis with slightly serious eyes. "Louis, the delegation from the mysterious kingdom that I mentioned to you yesterday is them. They came here this time, intending to form a marriage alliance with Sorrento." Marriage alliance? Yingling eyes widened. With whom? With Osikris? Yes. It actually not the first time they have come. Crowley shook his head and closed the curtains. Chapter 134 Pandaman Li Ming. My Lord Earl. Louis asked curiously. I heard the princess say that many years ago, His Majesty had planned to marry her to a dragon. To a foreign country. Are they these Nifa people? Indeed. Crowley sighed, with a strange look on his face. What nonsense. Brother Louis. Earl Yingling. Wait here for a moment. I will go down with the bishop to ask Bishop Alwyn where they are. After that, Crowley and Bishop John got off the bus. Louis blinked, still thinking about Earl Crowley nonsense, and looked at Yingling, the know-it-all tour guide he had specially found. Yingling was also a little confused. She didn't understand what this nonsense meant. She rolled her eyes and guessed, My lord. The status of dragonborn in Muggle society is very low. Unlike the dragonborn nobles in the Holy Oak who have ornaments on their horns. The dragonborn in Muggle society don't know that there are magic and wizards in the world. And they don't even know that there are dragons in the world. Most of them came from the slave-hunting movement during the Age of Exploration. And the dragon slaves captured by humans were all dragons from primitive tribes. Therefore, they did not have a unified country, and had not received any education. They were mistakenly believed to be mentally retarded. They could only do rough work. Therefore, their social status was very low. Yingling said, in the eyes of the Solon people, they are African chiefs. How can the only princess of the great British Empire marry an African chief? Yingling felt that she was getting more and more right the more she spoke. And she couldn't help but fan her fan with joy. She said, so in the eyes of the ministers, the marriage is just a joke? After that, Yingling softly leaned into Louis's arms, pouted her lips, and acted coquettishly. Louis pushed her away. But his face was a little weird. Those Nifa people outside the window. They must be people from the civilized world. Right? They must be foreign nobles. They look different from all dragons. There is no mottled scales on their skin. They are noble, gentle and elegant. The nobles have rich backgrounds and amazing wealth. Look at the costumes of the Nifa people and their dragon guards. Compared with them, the human nobles are just like country people. Moreover, the Nifa people have helped Sorrento fight in the war and know magic. So it stands to reason that this mysterious Nifa kingdom, in the eyes of the nobles, is an ally that should be flattered and won over. But why is it that when Delphinia and Iger proposed marriage several times, some ministers thought that this was nonsense? That Prince Nafa is also tall and handsome. Isn't he? Louis slapped away Yingling's hand that was stretched into his arms, and said in a strange way. Yingling came over again, and started to touch her in a coquettish way. Not as tall as you. Hee, my friend. Bishop John suddenly opened the door, and saw Louis with an embarrassed look on his face, and Count Yingling who was in a daze in the car, and blinked hard. He smiled meaningfully at Louis and glanced at him, and then closed the door. Louis pushed Yingling away, rubbed his forehead, and pulled Yingling out of the car. At this time, Brother Crowley also came back. He and Bishop John took Louis and walked towards the garden. It seemed that the matter had been settled. Bishop John smiled and said to Louis, my friend, she is just a princess of Nifa. How can she compare with you? Your identity is more mysterious and more noble. Louis was a little confused by these words. At this time, everyone suddenly bypassed a building, and the scenery in front of them suddenly became clear. Louis found with a dull look on his face that the painting style here was somewhat similar to the ancient style of the Celestial Empire. Although there were some differences. There was a bamboo forest and many small pavilions. There were also many lotus flowers on the lakeside. A great wizard, Bishop, wearing a big red robe was chatting with a group of wizards, priests, under a bamboo that was thicker than a big tree not far away. Some young priests were holding altars, holy water and other items. But what confused Louis was that many priests were holding cameras, lighting boards and background boards like ID cards. We really need to get some documents here. Bishop John stroked his beard, pointed to a small blackboard on the background board and said with a smile, that place is where you write your origins. You will need to summon the dragon later to write it for you. Don't worry. It has been arranged. God, dragon? Louis was a little dumbfounded. At this time, the cardinal not far away saw Louis coming, and his eyes were cold, and he was holding a big staff, and he came over with the priests. The cardinal name was Alvin. He was a little excited today. This extradition was a great achievement. From now on, he would be the extradited person of this paladin. John was really smart. He gave this young master the identity of a foreign prince. This time, he had another diplomatic achievement. It just to take care of the monk, which is a bit expensive. Bishop John introduced them to everyone, and after some greetings, Louis learned that he was going to be baptized here. At the same time, he was also here to process his identity as the Prince of the Cloud Kingdom. It seems that these guys have already colluded. They are all their own people around. And this kind of thing of arranging foreign nobles for others is probably not the first time they have done it, so everyone's discussion is a bit blatant. Humph. A sly and mean dog. A cold snort suddenly came from not far away. Louis looked over there and found that on a rock under the big bamboo, there was a guy wearing a monk robe, covered in hair, with dark circles under his eyes. Sitting cross-legged. Cloud Country, Yunming Prefecture, Panda Missionary Li Ming. Bear Panda? It Panda Monk Li Ming. Missionary from Cloud Country. It okay, he my good friend. We discussed it. Bishop Alwyn said in a low voice with some embarrassment, then he quickly called the priests, and walked over with a large gourd of fine wine. Several priests quickly served the fine wine. After a round of flattery, the panda monk glanced at Louis, and snorted coldly. But he started to eat and drink. Apparently, the wine and meat were still very delicious. Soon, Louis heard him say a sentence in the dialect of ancient Nanjing, or Jianghuai. Studying abroad without a passport, what a mess, little jerk, you are an illegal immigrant at first glance, I dare not apply for a passport in Yunhua, and you are a prince. You are a grandma. One stroke of carving. Louis looked confused. This is the official language of the Cloud Country. Mr. Li Ming is saying hello to you. Bishop Alwyn stroked his beard and laughed softly. Relax? Relieved? My friend. The Cloud Country is tens of thousands of miles away. And there are dozens of vassal states. Many princes are subject to one emperor. And there are tens of thousands of descendants. So there are many people with royal blood. In addition, there is almost no communication between the two places. So even if someone who claims to be of royal blood from the Cloud Country comes here by boat occasionally, the royal families of various countries cannot tell them apart. But you think can know. Bishop Alwyn's words were somewhat meaningful. That meant, we will help you cheat. Louis and Yingling looked at each other, both a little curious. How do you know your identity and bloodline? My friend. You said you don't know? Bishop John laughed and showed off his knowledge leisurely. Our missionaries in the Moon Court have visited the Cloud Country, and taken the sacred water of the Dragon River in the Cloud Country, and the holy soil on the Lust Plateau. Bishop John pointed to the lake, the soil on the ground, and the large lotus and bamboo, specially used to grow these magic medicines. Ahem. Holy trees and flowers. Louis opened his mouth and looked at the bamboo. This is bamboo. Right? It bamboo. Right? But this soil and water have other uses. Bishop Alwyn said mysteriously. What are they? Louis blinked. The people of the Cloud Country are all descendants of the dragon. And all have dragon blood. And all the blood of the people of the Cloud Country, after being integrated into this water, and this soil, will react. So as long as the picture appears, it means that you are a descendant of the dragon. There are 12 auspicious signs in total, and there are 12 states in the Cloud Country. Each auspicious sign represents a member of the royal family of a state. Louis blinked his eyes. You must be making it up. This sounds like the 12 zodiac signs. Right? It sounds like the 12 zodiac signs. Right? You have a royal bloodline. Anyone who comes here is a royal family. Chapter 135. Take a photo with the dragon. After listening to the bishop's opinions, Louis looked a little strange. The culture of the Cloud Country seems to be a little similar to that of the Celestial Empire. But he is not from the Cloud Country, he is from the Celestial Empire. What if I can't trigger the 12 auspicious signs? Crowley and Yingling quickly winked at Louis. Why are you so straightforward? The two bishops laughed, as if it doesn't matter. You will definitely trigger the auspicious signs. All the money has been stuffed in. You and I know what happened today. Don't worry, my friend. It is well documented that there are hundreds of thousands of people with royal blood in the Cloud Country. It doesn't matter if there are more or less people. Don't worry, my friend. Mr. Li Ming will summon the dragon later, and help you identify the wrong part of your blood relationship through face reading. He will help you correct it. As soon as he finished speaking, the two bishops were slapped in the face. After eating and drinking, Mr. Li Ming closed his eyes and began to meditate. A priest ran over from Li Ming in a panic and whispered to the bishop. Mr. Li Ming said that the time is not good now. Let come back in the afternoon. This made the two bishops a little embarrassed. Obviously, the person who decided whether your prince file was true or false did not think that you were a student from the Cloud Country. You should decide. A. Li Ming is a native of the Cloud Country. Since studying in England, he has been a little uncomfortable. If you are his friendly Hua, please make a brief speech. Comfort him, and let him find the feeling of learning foreign languages in his hometown, within 100 words. Completion reward. Cloud Country Passport *1, photo of Shillong *1, random attribute +1, experience +100. B. The money the bishop stuffed in may not be enough, and Mr. Li Ming is a little dissatisfied. You can take out some more. Quietly stuff it in his pocket, and ask him to make a good zodiac sign for you. Completion reward. Cloud Country Passport *1, empty wallet *1. Looking at the narration in front of him, Louis suddenly fell into deep thought. The zodiac is indeed the 12 Chinese zodiac signs. Right? Also, that A is for reading comprehension. Right? It is reading comprehension. Right? You seem to have misunderstood something. Please don't mess around. Louis walked forward, standing in front of Li Ming with a solemn face, and performed a very solemn British noble salute. Li Ming was stunned, and also performed a very solemn British noble salute. The two stared at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Louis spoke a passage of Sorrento common language with an ancient Nanjing accent. Louis smiled and waved. You still beat the oil saw? Li Ming smiled and waved. No, I admire you. 3 grams of oil. My oil? Louis smiled and waved. No, 3 grams of oil. After that, the two of them stared at each other for a long time. Li Ming smiled and waved. Nice to meet you. Louis smiled and waved. Nice to meet you. Agility +1. Experience +100. Obviously, the people of Cloud Country in this world learn foreign languages. After Louis finished speaking, Panda Warrior Monk Li Ming sat up with a serious face. He picked up a small bamboo stick, came to the small blackboard, looked at Louis, and wrote on it in a mysterious way. The two bishops couldn't help but open their mouths slightly, looking at Louis. Is he really an international student from the Cloud Country? Louis also opened his mouth slightly, because he saw that Panda Warrior Monk, while looking at him, wrote a line of crooked seal characters on the blackboard where the passport was taken. You are the heir of the royal family. The dragon. Louis was confused. Isn't this a bit too casual? This is too casual. Isn't it? You guys deliberately pulled me here today to tease me. Right? Is this passport okay? Oh, this is Mr. Li Ming unique face reading technique. It can tell what kind of auspicious sign you are. The cardinal smiled and explained. He wrote the ancient secret code of the Cloud Country. These secret codes will change according to the face and blood of the person. Very mysterious. Are you trying to fool a fool? Are you trying to fool a foreigner? Look at this. Big brother. He has written a lot of typos. Is this what Li Ming deliberately made up to cheat people out of money? Halfway through, Mr. Li Ming seemed to have forgotten the words. He scratched his butt, looked back at the illiterate people here, and casually replaced those words with a few strokes. He was too lazy to write the typos. Before Louis could say anything, Li Ming suddenly threw the chalk into the sky, and then pretended to perform a magic dance on the ground over there. Suddenly, Louis felt a burst of powerful magic waves erupting from Li Ming's body, and Li Ming's whole body lit up. Louis's pupils suddenly shrank. What is he doing? Summoning the dragon. Many bishops and priests said mysteriously. Don't worry, my friend, Bishop John said with a smile, as if to say that this is a formal passport issued by Yuding. How can it be treated as a joke? Just stay here and watch. Bishop Alwyn also smiled. My friend, Mr. Li Ming, I'm very smart. Look, the dragon has come out. I take a photo with you right away. Louis looked over there in doubt, and saw the panda monk was sneaking around with his back to everyone, taking out a piece of talisman paper from his arms, and then throwing it into the sky. The talisman paper turned into a small paper dragon, and flew up in the sky. Many priests and bishops, Sakura Ling Crowley, and others were all surprised. Obviously, this is the dragon. Get ready to take a group photo. Fuck you. I don't want this. I don't want this kind of shit on my passport photo. The priests quickly picked up the camera, prepared to give Louis the ID card, and signaled Louis to get in position to take the photo. I haven't even shed blood yet. Louis shouted in his heart. I won't do it. If I take this passport photo out, I'm a royal family member. Who would believe it? It's disgusting. I drip blood in a while. If no auspicious signs appeared, I would find a reason to leave. This reminded many priests. Everyone looked at the panda monk in surprise. The monk was slightly stunned and found that he seemed to have missed a link. Ahem. The monk put his hands together and said solemnly, Donor. The mind is effective. Hiccup. Don't be too rigid. You pick up a handful of yellow soil. Throw it to the lakeside. And then show a little respect. The dragon will sense your breath. And then he will possess me and help you verify your identity. The bishops stroked their beards and looked at each other. They all thought it made sense. The panda man winked, fellow countrymen. Stop ruining our show. Hurry up and leave. It really is fake. The corners of Louis's mouth twitched. He looked at the lotus flowers by the lake and sighed in his heart. He didn't plan to apply for a shitty passport. But when he saw these lotus flowers and bamboos, he couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic in his heart. He planned to pay his respects and then leave. Even if it is to pay respect to his distant hometown. After sighing for a while, Louis touched the yellow soil on the ground and sprinkled it on the lakeside filled with the water of Shenlong River, and then straightened his clothes and bowed solemnly. Seeing Louis' solemnity, the bishop, the priests, Yingling and Crowley couldn't help but sigh a little. This is also considered to be thousands of miles away. The panda monk also put his hands together, a little disappointed. Then, everyone saw that in the lakeside, a 5-clawed golden dragon flew out. A thunderclap sounded in the sky. And in the stunned eyes of everyone, the huge golden dragon wandered in the sky, and then turned into a human form and fell to the ground. It turned out to be a little dragon girl with dragon horns, deer horns, and wearing ancient silk. Louis, Yingling, and Crowley opened their mouths wide, looking at Li Ming and the bishops. Is this true? Li Ming and the bishops. This is the first time we meet. Okay. Louis's eyes. Then why did I trigger the dragon? I'm a fake. Li Ming and the bishops. You ask us, who should we ask? Little dragon girl was ethereal. After coming down, she put her hands behind her back and glanced at everyone. A strange little dragon girl, human form, who came to take a look while traveling abroad. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 45.5 kilograms. Strength, 94. Agility, 45. Magic, 104. Obviously, in human form, her three-dimensional data is very different from her real body. But it's still very good. Louis was speechless. The proportions of these three measurements seemed to be quite good. After looking around, Xiaolongnu's eyes first fell on Yingling. Then she stretched her waist and said something that sounded a bit like Jianghuai Mandarin and Nanjing dialect. Asking, a fox spirit? Yingling shook her head woodenly. Foreigner. Xiaolongnu shook her head and then looked at Louis, a Yun countryman. Relatives? Louis, got it. Xiaolongnu nodded, picked up a small bamboo stick on the ground, and then, while looking at Louis's face, wrote a line of golden ancient seal characters on the small board used for taking photos. Louis was dumbfounded. He looked at the panda man Li Ming. This face-reading technique is real. The panda man Li Ming rolled his eyes. How could it be fake? This is my passport. Do you think I am teasing you? But these dragon gods usually don't come abroad. Could this guy really be from the royal family? Before everyone could react, the words had already been written. You are the royal family. The dragon. And the heir of the dragon, Lu Yi, born in the primordial energy of heaven and earth, nephew of the crooked-mouthed dragon king, studied abroad at a young age, already, several typos, many years, she seemed to have forgotten many words at the end, just wrote a few strokes, same character as Li Ming. You are too casual. After Xiaolongnu wrote, she clapped her hands, pulled Louis, who looked expressionless, to the passport background board, and then stuffed the small sign into his arms, and took a group photo together. The priests quickly took their cameras and started taking photos. Xiaolongnu stood beside Louis, who looked expressionless, making a V sign, holding her chin with both hands, pouting her lips, and posing several times in a row. Group photo of Shenlong *12. After finishing, Xiaolongnu went to the photographer to look at the photos for a while, and picked out a few good ones for them to use for the passport. After the priests looked at it for a while, they calmly took the documents and left to go through the formalities. Only Louis was left there with a messy face and holding a small sign. Xiaolongnu came to Louis with her hands behind her back, looked at him curiously, patted Louis on the shoulder and said with a smile, Relative? Louis pointed at his nose with a confused look on his face and asked, I am. What does this birth of heaven and earth vitality mean? He almost asked a question just now. In this world, there is also a cheap crooked-mouthed Dragon King uncle? You ask me. Who should I ask? After Xiao Longnu finished speaking, she thought, could it be that he jumped out of a stone? Did he make my uncle, who was greedy for merit and guarded the heavenly monument all day, become a relative? But this kid looks like he is bloodline. A Sea King. So long, so thick, and so big. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Longnu suddenly asked, how is the old Dragon King doing recently? Louis looked at Xiao Longnu woodenly, nodded, and shook his head. Xiao Longnu frowned. You are crazy. After saying that, she turned into a golden dragon, flew up into the sky and disappeared. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky. Louis looked at the sky woodenly, and then at the wooden sign, and fell into deep thought, and did not say a word for a long time. There were a few big characters on the wooden sign. Louis read them out. King of the Sea of Kowloon? I am Kowloon, King of the Sea? Aw, no. No, there seems to be another word. King of the Sea of Kowloon. King of the Sea of Kowloon? King of the Sea? Isn't that too ugly? Who is the King of the Sea? Can this passport be rephotographed? She wrote it wrong. I am the King of the Sea of Kowloon, not the King of the Sea of Kowloon. This difference is a bit big. Chapter 136, This is not something from the mortal world. After Louis was baptized in front of the moon god statue in the church, Bishop Alwyn ordered the monks to go to the library to find information about the Cloud Kingdom. Afterwards, many priests and bishops took Louis to the office of Cardinal Alwyn, and had tea and chatted for a while. Originally, Louis thought that he would be given a set of armor or something after the baptism, but in the end, he only got a few sets of night clothes with badges, cloaks, a ring representing the Night of Power, and a small booklet like a passport, and a copy of the Holy Book of Dawn. Perhaps because Louis was very interested in the big red shield hanging on the wall of the bishop office. Bishop Alwyn gave him the shield with the emblem, as well as a handsome antique sword. Earl Crowley was very jealous of this sword. Bishop Alwyn treasured these two antiques. But he gave them away now? He didn't get anything at the beginning. As an honorary Templar Knight, it was already very good to get so many things. Mr. Crowley only had a small book and the Holy Book of the Dawn at the beginning. Of course, even the Templar Knights in service usually provide their own armor. After drinking tea and chatting for a while, Louis's passport was also delivered. When he received this small book, the wax with the seal on it was still steaming. The things written on it were also very awesome. Cloud Country, Louis. Title Prince, King of the Sea in Zhuangzi. Fiefdom, Cloud Country. Under the rule of the King of the North Sea. Zhuangzi Tahiti. Name of the United Kingdom of Sorrento, Louis. Title, None. Title, Knight of the Moon Court Honor Paladin. Originally, the title was actually the Sea King, which is what Xiaolongnu wrote. However, Louis quietly changed it while Li Ming and the priests were not paying attention, and removed the word in the photo. So it became Jiolongzhenhai Wang. When the panda man Li Ming saw these words, he was a little confused and said, Jiolong Town. Sea King? Louis's face turned black at that time. You are the Jiolong Town. Sea King. And your whole family is. Panda man Li Ming suddenly realized that it was Jiolong, the Sea King. But he said, this combination is not right. It seems that there is no such thing as the King of the Sea of Kowloon Town generally. The ground is added in front. Louis strongly said that. Xiaolongnu must have written it wrong, so the two discussed it. When translating, it was translated into the King of the Sea of Kowloon State. So this strange title, from the King of the Sea of Kowloon Town, it became the Prince of the Kingdom of Clouds at this time. Louis saw the new passport and smiled. At this time, several old monks came over with some old and moldy books. It seemed that the library of St. Anthony Cathedral had a very complete collection of books, and there were indeed materials about the Cloud Country. Although these materials were brought back by a missionary who traveled to the Cloud Country more than 100 years ago, it seemed that the contents were recorded in great detail. When the book was placed on the table, some people wore glasses, some wiped their eyes, and all lay down and read it curiously. As the old monk searched, everyone was surprised to find that there was something about the King of the North Sea in the Cloud Country. The data on the territory was a bit scary. Are you sure you remember the things in this book correctly? Bishop Alwyn stroked his monocular, frightened, and couldn't help asking again. Absolutely correct. I checked a lot of information. The old monk said, the territory of the King of the North Sea is 70 million square kilometers. 77.7, 70 million square kilometers? Crowley's voice was out of tune. Bishop Alwyn, Bishop John, Yingling, Crowley and others all stared at Lewis in amazement. This is the real prince. Lewis was also a little confused. This is almost as big as the Indian Ocean. Right? Where is the location? Where is it exactly? Ahem. Lewis almost let the cat out of the bag. Where is the location? Crowley asked excitedly. The old monk solemnly opened a large map and drew a location on the map with his finger. It was a mysterious sea that had not yet been explored. Crowley looked carefully and found that the area was very close to a colony where he had been governor. It was in the vast ocean below Sanzhou Prefecture. Lewis also stared and found that from a geographical point of view, the geographical location of the North Sea Kingdom seemed to be somewhat similar to the Indian Ocean, with many continents around it. There were also many islands. Crowley's voice trembled a little. I have led a fleet to explore that sea area many times and encountered many strange small islands. But it seems that, in the deeper part of the sea, there is a supercontinent. A supercontinent bordering the Cloud Country and ruled by the Prince of the North Sea of the Cloud Country. Everyone started to discuss excitedly. Lewis asked the monk in a low voice with a dull face, according to the existing records, is there any land in that area besides the ocean? Yes, there is land. According to the existing records, that sea area borders the Cloud Country. There are many islands, large islands plus all the small islands, reefs. About 200,000 square kilometers? The old monk said hesitantly. Lewis nodded woodenly. At this time, everyone started discussing Lewis's fiefdom. Tahiti and Julongzu, which sounded quite like that. What does Tahiti and Julongzu mean when translated? Bishop John asked in confusion. How can this be equivalent to a large colony? Not sure. The old monk frowned and said, Prince Shanghai and Julongzu could be a state? States, in a mysterious and huge place like the Cloud Country, a vassal state alone is 70 million square kilometers, so a state in the vassal state must be terrifyingly large. Right? It is rumored that the king of the Cloud Country can marry in wives. So there are many princes. But the North Sea king has such a large territory, it won't be small no matter how it is divided. Right? And if this North Sea king can give his nephew a territory, then he must love this nephew more than an ordinary youngest son. Right? Divide a state of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Isn't that too much? Arrange a few dozen wives. Let them be child brides for nephews. And then have a marriage to strengthen the relationship. Isn't that too much? But no matter how hard everyone looked, they couldn't find this Jiulong state. Lewis, where is your fiefdom? Crowley asked with fiery eyes, translated. What place name is it? Well, I studied abroad when I was old enough to understand. And I don't remember many things. Ahem, really? Lewis lied. Hey my lords, there seems to be a place called Tahiti here, close to the sea, an inlet. An old monk used a magnifying glass to search for a long time. Area. 2.36 square kilometers? No. No, it should be a translation problem. This should not be Tahiti. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Yes, it must be wrong. How could it be such a small place of 2.36 square kilometers? Fishing village? What kind of prince is this? The village chief of the fishing village? It must be wrong. Lewis nodded woodenly. I understand. It may not be the villages found by these people. It is not the village chief. It is probably the temples in Tahiti. This is not something from the world of the living. Chapter 137. My uncle is an ancient god. It seems that our cheap crooked-mouthed dragon king uncle is not in charge of human affairs. He is in charge of matters in the water. His territory is all water. But I guess there are some things on land. As for this North Sea king, I guess he is the title given to the dragon king by the emperor of the Cloud Country. Usually, the people of the North Sea offer him some incense when they have nothing to do. The land should be more than 200,000 square kilometers. After all, his name should be quite resounding. But the king of the Sea of Nine Dragons is not a title in the mortal world. This is a title in heaven. In the sea. Forget it. Anyway, this is a title recognized by the Cloud Country, a title given to the dragon kings. Foreigners can't tell what's going on. So I am a prince, the king of the Sea of Nine Dragons, the prince of the Sea of Nine Dragons. Everyone had lunch at noon, and Alvin called all the executive bishops, the vice bishops, the chief priests, the leaders of the Knights Templar, etc. of the cathedral. Everyone was so enthusiastic, toasting in various ways, wanting to make friends with this distinguished prince. This is the prince sent to our moon court by the king of the Sea of the Cloud Country. This is the first time that a prince from the Cloud Country has come to our St. Anthony Cathedral. The relationship must be so good that he accepted the title of our paladin. This promotes friendly exchanges between the two sides. This is a great contribution to the Moon Court. Moreover, this prince is now considered a member of our St. Anthony Cathedral. The paladin of St. Anthony Cathedral. It a great honor. Another thing, in the future, our yachting fleet will go to the North Sea Kingdom, Julongzu and Tahiti for maritime trade, then they will definitely open the door to convenience. Right? It's just that I heard that there are a lot of sea monsters and sea gods there. There seems to be a very powerful deep-sea ancient god in the Cloud Kingdom. He calls him the Dragon King. It a golden dragon with 9 heads, its body is like an island. And the 9-headed sea lizard, in front of it, is like a cub. Tsunamis, and the like usually occur, which is just the power of others. It is said that the sea monsters, 5-clawed dragons, etc. in the sea all listen to him, who is the leader of the North Sea Dragon clan. That sea is his territory, and there are all kinds of terrifying sea monsters, and countless evil gods in the territory. This makes it impossible for any fleet to pass through. So the two sides have never had any contact. After hearing these words, Lewis understood a little. It seems that the definition of ancient gods in this world is the level of the crooked-mouthed dragon. I don't know what level our cheap crooked-mouthed dragon king is among the many ancient gods. But anyway, his nominal territory seems to be quite large. I just don't know how much of it is actually ruled by him. However, looking at it this way, our 9-dragon sea king, although he doesn't have any actual fiefdom, seems to be more powerful than a prince. According to the high priest, there are quite a few sea trade fleets in Yachting. They live by the sea. Although the Cloud Country has no contact with this side, this does not hinder our relationship. I may ask you for help at any time. If you encounter sea monsters or other troubles in the North Sea, as a friendly friend, the Prince of Zhenhai and Julongzu should be able to ask the King of the North Sea to send troops to help. Right? Hearing these questions, Lewis grinned, but did not dare to say anything. We probably cannot invite the soldiers from the mortal world. After all, our title is not from the mortal world. I guess the people on the old Dragon King's side were not soldiers from the mortal world. They were probably the deep-sea monsters you mentioned, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and sea monsters that specialized in pulling ships into the seabed. Anyway, this lunch was a very lively one. Many people came to chat and toast. At the end, Cardinal Alwyn was drunk and patted Lewis on the shoulder, calling him a brother. And when the lunch was about to end, almost everyone had met Lewis. Although Lewis didn't remember everyone, these people all remembered the Prince of the Cloud Country, the King of the Sea of 9 Dragons. Ahem, their estate in the middle, so read it separately. Lewis burped drunkenly, and said emphatically, not the King of 9 Dragons, the King of the Sea. I understand, my friend. Bishop Alwyn said drunkenly. The drunkards remembered the title of King of the Sea of 9 Dragons, that Lewis had emphasized more than 80 times at the banquet. Well, King of the Kowloon Sea. When they left, they took Crowley car. Yingling sat in the front, Crowley and Lewis sat in the back. When Bishop Alwyn led many priests and knights to send Lewis to the car, the old man was still drunk and held Lewis's hand, and said a lot of things. It was a mess of drunken talk. But Crowley, who was sitting next to Lewis, remembered these few words. This St. Anthony Cathedral will be your second home in the future. My mother family, is that the word? Lewis, you don't need to say more. I know, the kings and princes of your Cloud Country often marry concubines. If you marry a princess in the future, you must come back to our St. Anthony Cathedral. I will officiate for you. I will be your witness. Lewis couldn't listen any more. Well, your excellency the bishop, I have no plans to get married in the next few years. Let date first, be pen pals or something, there's no rush. When Earl Crowley heard these drunken words, he sobered up immediately. Oh my God, it really is true. The Kingdom of Clouds is the same as the Fox clan and the Dragonborn. Nobles can marry many legal wives in a formal way, and they all have a name. And he is a prince, the King of Kowloon Sea. His wife is not a wife, but a princess. It won't hinder him from building a relationship with the princess. Our daughter is worried about this matter. It's okay to contact the King of Kowloon Sea more often. Maybe she can get a princess in the future. I have to let my daughter spend more time with the princess in the future. It would be best if she could be a pen pal with Lewis. What the point of worshipping a target? Crowley's heart was moved. On the way to send Lewis back to the hotel, He did not let Louis call him brother. He let Louis call him uncle. When mentioning what Bishop Alwyn had just said, the Earl also said, "Although you are not in a hurry to get married, but we have to get along with pen pals. When I have time, I will pick some ladies for you." Louis didn't know why his father-in-law didn't let him call him brother. He was drunk, and didn't understand the key point for a while, but felt that Brother Crowley and himself suddenly became estranged. This made Louis a little depressed. So he hurriedly said, "We were getting along well, how come we became estranged? Ladies and other girls, we should introduce them to each other, we shouldn't delay our relationship. Right? It doesn't matter if the girl is a relative of yours, we should just talk about our own things." The drunk Crowley thought that it was normal for a niece to marry her uncle. At this point, Crowley finally came to his senses, and called him brother enthusiastically. He also said that he would talk to Kate, and ask her to call Louis uncle. Louis sobered up immediately. He wiped the cold sweat off his face. How could he be on equal terms with his father-in-law? This is not good. Right? Chapter 138. Is this how the royal family punishes the princess? When getting off the car, Crowley was almost sober. He talked to Louis about the celebration tomorrow. The celebration will be held at the Stoke Sports Arena near the coast. From Crowley's description, the celebration will be similar to the Olympics, and people from all over the world will come to participate. It is a celebration during the day, and a banquet at night. Politicians from all over the world will come to celebrate the king's birthday. Crowley said meaningfully. In addition, there may be some wizard principalities that Miss Yingling should be familiar with. Louis nodded, without saying much. The Stog Sports Arena should be the Stog Dragon Arena. But Crowley and other nobles don't seem to know about things like the two-headed Gorgon. They just know that there will be some simple military exercises that day. And the fleet, airship, and the Son of Lamp will show up. Besides that, there may be some magical creatures, Crowley said with a smile. Louis and Yingling looked at each other. Their faces were a little strange. It seems that the nobles are still unclear about the bet. But tomorrow, they will see how magical that magical creature is. And it is estimated that the Witch Queen intends to let Prince Nifa appear tomorrow. But this matter is not hers to decide. After discussing the time for tomorrow, Louis and Yingling returned to the hotel. It seemed that it was the film festival. There were a lot of people coming and going on the red carpet of the hotel. And there were reporters everywhere. There were also a lot of people in the hall. Louis and Yingling looked curiously for a while, and then went back. They passed by the great director Triv, who was preparing for the filming of Silent Harbor. The two rested in Louis's room for an afternoon. After dinner in the evening, Louis gave Yingling a tutoring in the room. Serious tutoring. And the magicians also came to ask questions. Looking at the large rolls of magic scrolls that everyone brought out, Yingling blinked her eyes. What are these? Louis also blinked. He knew that, because of the relationship between Iger and Yingling, the Magician Association already had a secret channel to purchase various magic materials. But the materials of these magic scrolls are valuable. After taking a look, he found that everyone did a good job. Louis nodded with satisfaction. Try your necromancy, Mr. Cuddy. Cuddy took out one of the 7 or 8 scrolls of various kinds. After a spell, the scroll ignited without wind. A magic circle appeared in the air, and a little skeleton was summoned. The little skeleton looked a little weak, but behind it, it seemed to have a pair of bony wings. Just as a group of people were curious, they saw the little skeleton lying on the ground and spitting out a few blue sparks. Yingling opened her mouth wide. Bone dragon? Is this a bone dragon? It is quite small, but is this a bone dragon? This is an ancient summoning technique. There are only a few people in the entire Holy Oak who can do it. Shame on you. The magician Cuddy said, This scroll, I made 5 or 6 mistakes, this one is finally successful. Yingling couldn't help but blink her eyes. 20% summoning success rate? This must be fake. 2% is about right. Next time, don't rush to make a finished scroll, lay the foundation first. Louis looked at his student with such eyes. This guy Cuddy had spent at least 800 gold galleons today. Yingling raised her head woodenly, and looked at Louis. With such a terrifying success rate, he still hasn't laid a good foundation? If this guy opens a shop in Black Corner Alley now, he will definitely make money. Several magicians took turns to demonstrate their masterpieces. Yingling looked at the flashing magic circles, and was stunned. When she looked at the group of magicians again, her eyes were a little dull. Many deans of ordinary wizard academies in wizard principalities may not have such a level. Yingling couldn't help but look at everyone teacher Louis again, and little stars appeared in her eyes. As expected, the master is the best. After watching the demonstration, Louis told Yingling and everyone something. Not long after, the several magicians who participated in the hunt today also came back. Everyone started to discuss noisily. It seemed that the situation today was very good. Not only did the princess show her great face, but the whole royal family was also in harmony. The studious queen also took the opportunity to ask Bach and others some questions about space geometry. But it sounds like the queen was very happy today, and she kept looking at Osikris with that look. Maybe she didn't expect Ron and others to get together with Osikris. These so-called magicians do have a lot of knowledge in those useless miscellaneous studies. But Osikris wouldn't think that they really have magic skills, and count on them. Right? What the use of a magician who can't cast spells? This is just a fool and a fool together. She almost laughed herself out. Obviously, this witch who often asks magicians for advice doesn't know how to respect teachers at all. She always treats those magicians who teach her everything as clowns. She even lets them go to Crowley Manor to see the joke. Why didn't Osikris come back? Yingling was a little puzzled. Oh! Today the king and queen also attended the hunting banquet. The scene was really spectacular. Bach clapped his whip and said, "In the evening, the princess and the others will go back to the palace with His Majesty the King. Miss Kate and the others were also invited." Yingling blinked her eyes, a little confused. Why didn't they use the crystal ball to inform her? Louis laughed after hearing this. Go ahead, you have to be in the spotlight. Sorrento has only one princess with direct royal blood. After Osikris came back these 2 days, she didn't go back to the royal family first, but made friends with the nobles everywhere. Such behavior simply shows that there is discord within the royal family. This is a blatant smear campaign against the royal family. This is a blatant provision of material and dirt for reporters. Her mother must be aggrieved and angry. Adding to this, the stepmother said so. It would be strange if she didn't deal with her tonight. From what the magician said, Osikris was very happy. After seeing her father come to support her today, she was very happy. She even deliberately bullied the stepmother a few times. Louis was already very happy. He calculated the time. It was estimated that Osikris had been tricked back home by the aunt and stepmother. Seeing that the magicians were still discussing hunting and magic with Yingling, he went to the study, picked up a mirror, and summoned the magic mirror. After thinking about it, Louis felt something was wrong. If he laughed out loud, his mother-in-law would notice it, which would be embarrassing. He rummaged through his sleeves, took out a few small bags, picked out some magic powder, crushed a small piece of magic crystal, and then chanted a spell. Immediately, various magics flew into the air without wind, forming a magic circle behind the mirror. Then, the mirror merged into the void, and the void began to fluctuate like the surface of water. Louis recited a spell and Osicle's name again, and then it was as if a window opened in the air in front of him. And across the window, there was a hall in the palace. Looking at the scene, it seemed that all of them were Osicle's aunts and uncles. Except for the king. There were no male relatives. Family gathering? Osicle seemed to have quarreled with her real mother. She lost her temper and smashed a lot of things, which made Francesco tremble all over. Delphinia called a group of burly dragon maidens with big horns, like a female demon. Look at this situation, it seems that there will be a big show today. Fuck this situation, how does the royal family usually teach the princess a lesson? What is that maid coming here for? Why did she press me down, lift up my skirt, and even take off my pantyhose? Why did this stepmother pick up a board? Spanking? Is this true or false? Louis was no longer sleepy. Chapter 139 Your Majesty, I will let you be arrogant for 2 days. It seems that the hall is quite lively. There are several big and strong dragon nuns, and many noble ladies and little girls. Most of the noble ladies look very old, and many of them are fat. They are not beautiful at all, but many of them are actually princesses. These people are either aunts or distant relatives, as well as Francesco, and relatives from the Delphinia family. Some people were obviously dressed like they were from foreign countries or other principalities. They belonged to foreign royal families that had married Isolde, so they were all of high status and were foreign old princesses. Some of them seemed to be IG stepmothers. Osikli's grandfather seemed to have married many princesses, but it was difficult for Isolde family to give birth to offspring, so none of these princesses had children. Instead, IG biological mother, a palace maid, gave birth to IG, the illegitimate son of the old king. As for the young princesses, most of them are foreign princesses. and are considered relatives of the Isolde family. Some are collateral relatives of the royal family of their own country. Some are still princesses according to the law, and some are no longer princesses. Their fathers are no longer princes, but can only be considered earls, or even lower lords. Kate, Lilith, and Helen are all here, although Helen does not know anyone from the Isolde family. She is Francesco's niece, and is also the legitimate princess of the principality, so her status seems to be very high, and she stands on the side of her aunt and aunt princess, and she stood very close to the front. The aunts and uncles were all very careful with the little princess. At this time, Helen was shrinking in Kate's arms with a face full of fear. The always naughty Lilith was also very quiet today, standing quietly on the other side of Kate. It seemed that, because Osicris came back today, the relatives came to join in the fun. Everyone was originally having a tea party at home, but it seemed that because of something, the originally harmonious scene turned into this. The king was scolding the princess. Or rather, they were quarreling. The father and daughter voices were getting louder and louder. Francesco's voice was out of tune several times, and he almost spoke like a woman. But no one around was paying attention to this at this time. They were all trembling with fear. As for Delphinia, she stood there with a poker face and watched coldly. She looked like a queen. During the quarrel, Osicles suddenly picked up a big vase. The vase was big enough, and there were flowers and water in it. But Osicles picked it up with one hand and threw it hard at Delphinia's feet. In an instant, the vase was shattered, and the water and flowers inside were smashed to pieces, splashing everywhere. How outrageous! The king was so angry that he trembled all over. He stood up from his seat and pointed at Osicles and said, "Delphinia, let the maids discipline your daughter. She is not my mother. You killed my mother a long time ago." These words seemed to hit Francesco's chest with a heavy hammer. Her face turned pale, and she waved her sleeves and left. For a moment, everyone in the room seemed to have forgotten something. It seems that things are not as Xiao said. Louis couldn't help but touch his chin. How did the king die? It seems that the wizards didn't know that the king was dead. And now Francesco is completely opposed to the wizards, and has become a little extreme. Is it because of revenge for the king? Before Louis thought more, there were only some women and dragon nuns left in the house. Some of those nuns seemed to be Xiao nurses when he was a child, and some were etiquette ladies in the palace. Judging from the terrifying magic and vigorous vitality in them, give them an axe, and they can chop the dragon. Louis suspected that these 4 maids might be the true confidants of the witch queen Francesco. Osicris, you are so rude today. This is not like a princess at all. Apologize to Her Majesty Delphinia. At this time, the maids were scolding Xiao, just like scolding their daughter, but now Xiao seemed to have a princess temper, which made the maids angry. The maid named Hathaway had fire coming out of her nose. Xiao Dai had been watching coldly, without saying a word, but seeing Xiao throwing a tantrum, the maids seemed to have lost their patience, and rolled up their sleeves to press Osicles onto a bench. Helen seemed to be used to this kind of scene, recalling the memory of being beaten, and she covered her face and almost cried in fear. Even Kate and Lilith covered their faces in fear. Obviously, these 3 people had also been beaten by the maids at home. What this for? Louis blinked, not quite understanding what this was for. Before Louis could guess, he saw the maids pressing Osicris on the table, lifting her skirt. It looked like they were going to spank her. Louis's eyes widened fiercely, never expected such a scene to happen. But it seemed that when the royal family punished the princess, they would spank her behind closed doors. If the mistake was minor, they would find a scapegoat to be spanked, but it seemed that they would not find a scapegoat today. Osicris seemed to be so strong that any one of the dragon maidens could probably hold down the mountain monster with one hand. As a result, Osicris got angry, and the maidens almost failed to hold her down. Moreover, the princess seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Sparks were coming out of her nose, and 2 small horns were gradually emerging from her head. At this moment, Delphinia, who had been watching coldly, silently recited a spell. Then the changes in Osicris gradually faded, and her strength became weaker and weaker. She struggled and was held down by the maidens, and she cursed loudly. A dragonborn maid stuffed a towel into the princess' mouth. The princess could only whimper and curse, but she still looked back at her stepmother angrily. Then Louis saw that a big and strong maid took out a ruler, and then lifted Osicles' skirt to her back, took off the princess' pantyhose, and pulled it to her calf. The snow-white mountain mist appeared in front of Louis's eyes, and Louis' head suddenly felt dizzy. He touched his nose, and found that he was bleeding. "Little auntie, we're leaving," Helen said to Delphinia fearfully. "Stand here and watch." After saying that, Delphinia reached out and snatched the ruler from the naughty hand. Then, she touched her crown, which had a dirty flower on it. After looking at it, the witch's eyes were filled with rage. She raised the ruler, and whipped the princess' buttocks hard. Amid the crisp sound of pa-pa-pa, Osicris, whose mouth was blocked, whimpered and cursed in pain, and her high heels flew off. But her mouth was blocked, so she couldn't curse. But Louis and Delphinia saw what Osicles wanted to say from her angry and stubborn eyes. "I will kill you sooner or later." It seems that in Osicles' heart, her mother's death must be related to Delphinia. Otherwise, how could her mother die? Seeing this look, Delphinia's eyes revealed a very complicated look. Louis scratched his face, feeling a little embarrassed. He wondered if he should turn off the screen. He definitely couldn't intervene in this matter. After all, it was someone else's family matter. It was her sister and Nani who beat her. Well, Teacher Xiaoyou. It's not that I'm not loyal enough. It's embarrassing for me to help now. However, it seems that elder sister Delphinia has been blamed for many years. It seems that she is not innocent. But as long as Francesco does not intend to show his true colors, Delphinia will probably have to take the blame for her mother. After the beating, Osicles was in so much pain that she was crying. But she did not complain at all. Instead, Delphinia was sweating from exhaustion, looking at Osicles with tears in her eyes. Still looking at her viciously, Delphinia laughed coldly, leaned over Osicles' ear, and told her something very insidious. "Your father and I already had a child. Not long after you left, you had a younger brother. Your father was afraid that you would be sad, so he didn't let you meet. I show you later. Be good. I've arranged a blind date for you." And your father agreed. "You won't be able to stay at home for long. The future of Sorrento has nothing to do with you. Don't get lost in this vortex. Go to Dragon Nest and stay there honestly." Osicris showed an unbelievable look. She looked at her stepmother and found that she didn't seem to be lying. Suddenly, my head was buzzing, and my psychological defenses were completely broken. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer, and they flowed down. From what Xiao Dai said, I had a feeling that she wanted to start a war. So on the one hand, she hoped that her sister would stay away from here and avoid the vortex. And on the other hand, she also hoped to use her sister to win over the main black dragon. I don't know whether I should say that you feel sorry for your sister, or that you are cheating on your sister. Your sister doesn't want to marry a dragon. She made a wish to the Book of Destiny to be my concubine. No matter what kind of dragon it is, you can't steal it. Seeing that little Ao finally cried out loud, Delphinia finally felt relieved. She patted Osicris' red buttocks, put down her skirt, and walked away with the maids and the little princesses who were already crying in fear, while Osicris cried and cursed, leaving behind bursts of arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha. Fuck, Osicris was ignorant and should be punished, but this little stepmother was indeed a little too arrogant. Chapter 140, I will beat you all together. The following story is like the story in Qiangyao novel. Helen, the little swallow, and Lilith, the little maid, helped Sister Ziwei up, hugged each other, and cried to each other. Xing, Gij, and Kate were moved to tears by the narration. The lines spoken by these literary young women were so sensational that Louis could not help but pick up a handkerchief to wipe his eyes. Just when Louis was watching with great enthusiasm, a sneaky voice sounded from behind the sofa again. Louis turned around and saw that it was Yingling, whose eyes were full of gossip, covering her mouth with a small fan, looking at this side with foxy eyebrows and eyes. Her eyes were tearful, and it was obvious that she had been watching for a while. Louis was a little embarrassed, and quickly removed the mirror in front of him. Have you finished talking? Louis asked. Yes, Mr. Bach and the others have some questions to ask you. Yingling sat across from Louis's table with a smile. But I guess you may be paying attention to the princess affairs, so I asked them to wait in the living room. Oh, Master, you seem to be a little irritated recently. Yingling blinked, looking like she didn't understand anything. Ahem. It dry. Louis wiped his nose, and threw the paper into the trash can. The crystal ball suddenly lit up. Helen's voice came over. Louis, why is it so dark there? Yingling quickly hid behind the sofa, choosing an angle that the crystal ball couldn't reach, intending to listen secretly. Seeing this gossipy vixen, Louis shook his head and lifted the curtain, looking at Helen's appearance in the picture. Louis couldn't help laughing. She didn't listen to the old man's words, and had to go out and have fun, letting her mother and foster sister clean up. Right. Ahem, but I didn't seem to stop him intentionally. Did you have fun playing with your sister today, Helen? Very happy. Helen pouted her lips and rubbed her eyes. I was very happy. But my sister got beaten when she got home. She was spanked by Her Majesty Delphinia. On the other side of the crystal ball, there was a faint sound of sobbing. Osikri should be next to her. After listening to Helen's next narration, Louis almost laughed out loud. He really said everything. He didn't give his sister any face at all. Ossicles was quite happy when she got home. But she got spanked first. And it was in front of Kate, Lilith, and a group of maids. This is really insulting. Ossicles is a very proud person. Francesco is really wicked. In order to punish his disobedient child, he not only made Ossicles embarrassed in front of his friends and sisters, but also let Ossicles' most annoying stepmother spank her. Francesco must be having a headache. Delphinia is also very depressed. It seems that Helen has said too much, and Osikles can't stand it anymore. What are you talking about? Do you have to spread all these scandals? Louis. Can you come tomorrow? Osikles appeared in the picture. Her eyes were red, and her face was pale with fear. Seeing Louis touching his chin and not speaking, Osikles couldn't help biting her lip and said, please. Although she didn't want to ask Louis from the bottom of her heart. It was no longer a matter of face. Anyway, it was just her, Helen and Louis. So it was okay. Yingling blinked her eyes. She really didn't expect that her master was in such a position when he was at home. As if she was thinking of a sad thing. Osikles couldn't help crying again. The little stepmother and father meant to lock her up at home after her birthday tomorrow. She was also not allowed to interact with people in the academy. This is the end. Without my help, Louis is a student. How can he come tomorrow? Break in? What should I do after I break in? Will Louis be wanted by both the Ministry of Magic and Muggles? Louis had such a good future in the Ministry of Magic. I have ruined him. Louis, let run away. Helen said seriously, come to my house, I will support you. No, Helen. Your father won't agree. Osikres cried. It okay. You two are living in my bedroom secretly. My bed is very big. The two sisters started to argue. Louis fell into deep thought. Looking at the two sisters arguing in the crystal ball, Sakura Ling almost laughed out loud. Osikres usually looks serious, always pretending to be serious with herself, and often telling her all kinds of truths. Is this the result at home? She couldn't help coughing, and sat down next to Louis gently, and smiled at the crystal ball for a while, and fanned herself and stretched her head, and asked with a smile, how big is the bed? Can we add one more person? Osikres blinked her eyes, looked carefully at the other side of the crystal ball, then she couldn't help but tremble. Her face turned red and white. It's so big. Helen gestured. You're really my good sister. Yingling smiled. It's worth loving you. Hey, stop it. Louis couldn't stand it anymore. I will go with Earl Yingling, the magician, Earl Crowley, Bishop Alwyn, and Believe tomorrow. Obviously. No matter what method Louis used. Whether it was the temple, the driver, or the prince, he could walk in through the main gate. But in Osikles' heart, she still regarded Louis as her student. Suddenly, Osikles remembered that she had actually been clinging to her student. His reputation in Sorrento was much higher than hers. To attend a banquet or a celebration. What was the point of breaking in? With a clatter, the crystal ball opposite was covered by the curtain. That day, they could not continue the conversation. Louis and Yingling looked at each other and shook their heads. Louis called the magicians over and finished the magic class just now. After that, the magicians agreed with Louis on the time for tomorrow and left. After Louis returned to the study, he sorted out the recent events and thought about it secretly in his heart. It seems that Delphinia should be planning to let Prince Nifa show up at the celebration tomorrow morning, steal her limelight, and then arrange a blind date in the evening. You be so happy. Thinking of how Madame Xiao Dai laughed arrogantly today, Louis couldn't help but get even angrier. Louis rage +5. I beat your dragon and your fake Gundam together tomorrow. Early the next morning, when Yingling was fixing Louis' shirt collar, Aki came with Aaron and knocked on the door. Louis glanced at the time and found that it was only a little after 7 o'clock. He thought about going to have breakfast together later, but when he opened the door, he found Aaron smiling and holding a small basket, which contained a bunch of things that looked like buns. It seems that Aki instructed the kitchen to prepare meals according to the Cloud Country. In the corridor stood a row of burly dragons wearing suits and top hats. The stars who were going to attend the film festival at the other end of the corridor did not dare to pass by this side, and looked at this side with such eyes. Louis blinked. It's so early. Are you leaving now? We are late, let's hurry up. Aki quickly raised his hand and grabbed Louis' finger. He pulled him to leave. When we went downstairs, there was an extended pure black classic car with a sofa in the back parked at the entrance of the hotel lobby, and Ayu and Faye were standing next to the car. Various vehicles have also parked outside the hotel lobby. These vehicles, except for Stog, there are also many from Yuding. A priest is sticking various small flags on the front of the cars, as if to welcome foreign guests. This fraud group has enough hard power. The Earl and Bishop Alwyn seem to have arrived a long time ago, and many Templar knights seem to have come here to join in the fun today. I am chatting with the magicians downstairs, waiting for Louis to come down. The stars and nobles who came to attend the film festival today had no place to park, and they were all blocked at the hotel entrance. Looking inside, there were many guests from various countries these days, and I didn't know who they were here to pick up. When Louis walked out of the lobby, the large group of people at the door took off their hats and bowed politely, which made Louis's steps a little dazed. Ling, who was holding Louis's arm, also had a red face and walked a little unsteadily. Is this a bit like the treatment of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? Louis blinked his eyes and looked at Archie. Today you are representing the dragons of the Cloud Kingdom to attend the celebration, so it must be done in a grand manner. Archie smoked a cigar, put his hands on his waist and said, We, Stoker, are also dragons. This is very appropriate. That guy. Put the flag on the front of the car. After saying that, Archie jumped down the steps, squeezed out Ayu, and opened the back door for Louis and Yingling. After entering the door, Louis and Yingling sat on the sofa. The Earl, Alvin and Bishop John saw Louis get on the car and came over. After chatting, Louis learned that the opening ceremony of the celebration would be at 6 in the morning. It was almost 8 o'clock now, and the king was probably in place. The Red Queen and the people from the Ministry of Magic must have been in place as well. Chapter 141 The Red Queen Fingers and the White Queen Toilet Paper. The Stog Sports Arena in England City is built on a hillside in the Cape district of the city. A few kilometers away is the largest seaport in England City. The residential and commercial areas around the arena are very prosperous. There are many buildings nearby, and the houses are dense and tall. But compared with this arena, those buildings are just small bumps. When approaching the arena, Louis saw many huge airships floating in the sky, and the biplane flew by. The cheers from the venue also spread outside, sounding very lively, as if the celebration had already begun. When Louis and others entered the stands, they saw that the seats in the entire venue were already filled with people. It was like a tsunami, as if the competition had already started. It was similar to the Olympics, but there were also knights' armor group fights, horseback shooting, and horseback spear duels. Louis could see that some areas in the maze had been messed up by the wizards. Things in the stadium could not hit the stands, but spells could be cast into them from the stands. Louis looked around for the wizards. Many people from the kingdom came to attend the celebration today, so the people in the audience were dressed in different styles. Many of them were probably wizards from noble families. Their outfits were a bit out of place. They looked a bit medieval. They were particularly eye-catching. But the most eye-catching was the stand area directly opposite the king's stand. There were probably people from the wizard principality sitting there. There were a lot of them, and the people on the stage were all dressed very fashionably, all wearing those Victorian double-breasted trench coats. Very in tune with the times. But the weird thing is, there is a large area of people, all holding parasols. They all stand there coldly like wood. Blood Clan? Louis's eyes light up slightly. There are 12 thrones. According to Ling, the order of the positions has nothing to do with strength, but is arranged according to the family age. Louis was attracted by a red throne at first sight, because of the woman wearing a crown and a bright red dress. It should be the Red Queen that Ling mentioned. Her family should be very old. She was very close to the center, and she was biting her fingers, looking at Delphinia on the opposite royal stand with an extremely perverted and eager expression. That look seemed to be admiration, but that beautiful face was extremely ferocious. I don't know what kind of expression Delphinia in the distance had at this time, but it seems that the more powerful wizards in this world are not normal except Yiger. There is another stand that is also very conspicuous. The throne is pure white, and it seems that the family is older than the Red Queen. But the Queen did not seem to come. There was only a paper man placed on the throne. And the seats in the stand area were all filled with paper men. And these paper men seemed to move. The wizard seemed reluctant to get close to those strange paper men. And those wizards, who sat close to the paper men, kept wiping their cold sweats. It was indeed a bit scary to watch from a distance. Looking closely, the paper figures seemed to be real people, who were turned into this appearance, and would only turn back into human form after the game was over. And these paper figures themselves did not know their own situation. They often talked to nearby wizards, making the wizards of the Ministry of Magic tremble with fear, and all pretended not to see or hear anything. And once someone accidentally agreed, that person would find woodenly that he was slowly turning into a paper figure. The Ministry of Magic previously required that muggles not sit near wizard seats. Yingling eyelids twitched and she said, "The White Queen satisfied the proposal of the senior officials. It is said that the Red Queen is a little special. But it seems that this White Queen is more special than the Red Queen. The 12 great families seem to be quite capable." Lewis paid close attention and found that, in addition to the White Throne, many thrones were empty. There were only 5 or 6 people who came. The attitudes of the queens who did not come were very subtle. The Ministry of Magic is just a wizard government that serves the noble families. The top leaders are rotated by people supported by the 12 great families. And in the past 8 years, it is the turn of people supported by the Red Queen family to govern. So this bet between the Ministry of Magic and the King is actually a bet between the Red Queen and Delphinia. The most relevant beneficiary is the Red Queen. The interests of other families are less. This makes many wizards have a subtle attitude towards this bet. For example, the White Queen, she belongs to the Hermit faction. The entire wizard principality is very old and mysterious. She rarely participates in disputes in the outside world and rarely shows up. So I didn't come this time. There are some others, who don't even care about the Ministry of Magic moving into the capital, which is equivalent to letting wizards show their faces in the Muggle world. They are extremely conservative. So if the Red Queen wins, the Ministry of Magic moves into the capital, and when another family comes to power every 8 years, the Ministry of Magic will withdraw. However, originally this matter concerns the hair next to the lifeblood of wizards and Muggles. Wizards are still very concerned, so some leaders of the QK family came to watch the fun. But because Delphinia also cut off the fire from the Red Queen behind the scenes, she reached some agreements with some big families, so that even if they came this time, they would keep a spectator attitude in the king bet. Therefore, Sakura Ling had said before that this bet was actually a bet between Delphinia and the Red Queen. However, even if only a small number of people came, the number of noble wizards was not small. This time, they seem to have occupied many seats in the name of various countries. Add to that the agents who sneaked in as magicians, the number is really not small, occupying 1/5 of the seats in the entire conference. They have occupied many other people's seats. Comparatively speaking, the Ministry of Magic still has some rules. After all, they borrowed the identities of other magicians and entered the stands with tickets. But these wizard principalities, the nobles of big families, are different. They all entered without tickets. The people who were originally in the seats were driven away by their spells. They are arrogant and domineering, and they don't take the various legal clauses and bills of the Ministry of Magic and the Magic Parliament seriously at all. In the eyes of these noble wizards, Muggles are like ants. No wonder. They once followed Anthony to kill gods. But the former brave men now seem to have become dragons. This way, Lewis. Earl Crowley waved his hand, and Lewis hurriedly followed. There were bursts of artillery roars, which were hollow bullets and salutes fired by the warships in the harbor. Lewis looked outside the field and found that standing here, he could overlook the buildings near the harbor. And he could also see various huge ships and sails connected to each other outside the harbor. It seems that fleets from many countries have come today. It seems that the top leaders know that today means something. The warships are lined up in rows on the sea in the distance. There are tall and majestic multi-masted invincible warships. There are narrow and huge 5-masted ships. There are also low-steam ironclad warships with huge 3-masted sails and smoking chimneys. Chapter 142 Dam. The wooden-hulled ship is still being manufactured and has not been completely replaced. But it is also spectacular. Several hideous and strange behemoths suddenly pass by on the sea. They are larger than those multi-masted giant wooden ships. There are no sails on them. The gun barrels are like steel bars. There are also many gun towers and many prismatic crystals standing on the deck like cannons. There are dense spells engraved around the crystals. There are many small crystals floating nearby. This should be Sorrento's latest battleship. Near these battleships, there are many small boats. Those small boats are very small. Each of them is prismatic. And they are not sailing on the sea, but floating on the sea around the battleships. Each small boat is surrounded by crystals. Suddenly, thousands of cannons sounded, and the crystal array on the battleships shone with magical brilliance. It illuminated a large area of clouds in the sky red. A group of flying birds were suddenly caught by the red light, and fell down. The great restraint array of the Holy Oak? Louis' face looked a little strange. It seems that the Muggles have made a lot of things with the wizard stuff. No wonder the wizards were furious during the last parade. Damn! What the hell? These things are not very effective against dragons. But they are very useful for wizards flying in the sky. Of course, they are more useful for ships. After shooting up, the people in the ship will be unable to move. They can be captured directly. According to Earl Crowley, there will be a weapons display today, including the Son of Lant. Archie quietly pointed to a huge door in the venue to Louis. Louis looked there and found that there was only a white paper man inside, and it could move, like a clown. What going on? Louis looked at Archie woodenly, and found that Archie didn't seem to know either. Louis suddenly understood. It seems that the wizard should have transported the big guy, the Son of Lant, away without anyone noticing. And he also changed into this funny thing, deliberately disgusting. Louis moved his fingers, and sensed the location of the Son of Lant. He had been transported thousands of kilometers away. He didn't care too much. The Son of Lant had his spell on him. Even if he was transported 20,000 kilometers away, as long as he was still in the warp point of this space-time dimension, he was still very close. I go over first, Louis, Crowley whispered, and then left with Cardinal Alwyn. Louis looked up and found that he and his party had arrived at the stand where the king was. This was a large stand that was raised separately in the venue. At this time, the nobles and kings were not sitting in the seats, but standing in front of the railings of the stand, with their backs to Louis. There were several people around the king, who seemed to be princes from allied countries, who came to congratulate, and they attended on behalf of the king. There were also several groups of people standing on both sides of the stand, people from various countries. There were also many priests wearing great wizard robes. They all surrounded Bishop Alwyn and were talking to the king and others. It seems that in addition to Alwyn, cardinals from other regions also came with some people today. But what made Louis feel a little strange was that the people of the Moon Court did not seem to have as much power and status as he imagined, and their positions were slightly marginal. Only a few nobles were close to the priests of the Moon Court. These priests, and this small group of noble ministers were Crowley friends. Those who supported the princess not to marry outside the family were just a handful of people. Louis suddenly remembered the attitude of the common people in the dirty mud zone towards the Moon Court monks. And it seems that the Moon Court army was established by the kingdom of Sorrento. Damn! A weakling alliance? And it seems that Crowley is the leader of this group of weaklings. The only big boss who can show off. But this former big boss, who has not returned to the political arena, can only be ranked in the middle and lower ranks among the real upper-level officials of the court today. After all, his fleet has not been established yet. Louis couldn't help but take a look at the priests behind him, the dragon warrior leader, the backbone, the dragon wizard leader, the backbone, and the small leaders of the magicians, who accounted for more than half of Crowley group. Damn! Looking at it this way, now that I have joined this Weak Chicken Alliance, I am also the leader of this group of Weak Chicken Alliance. I was counting on you to support the scene, but it turns out that you are all cheerleaders. The people of the Moon Court seem not very popular. On the king's stand, the most respected by the nobles are the court wizards. However, the magic power of these court wizards is very high. They seem to be real wizards related to the Witch Queen. Aingling whispered the names of these wizards in Louis's ear. Some of them are wizards from the Francesco family and the Isolda family. Before Francesco married Iger, the wizards of the Isolda family had nothing to do with the Sorrento royal family. But now they are all back. Some of them are people who once followed Francesco, and some of them are former members of the Priory who once followed the Dark Lord, and after the Dark Lord died, have not been exposed. At present, they all obey Delphinia, but it seems that they also respect the king very much. Although they all think she is a Muggle, the monarch of Sorrento is still very unusual. These wizards, who are qualified to stand beside the Witch Queen, are all well-known and great wizards. Each of them had powerful magic. If Harold were here, he would also fall down if he was beaten by this group of wizards. However, the way these wizards dressed was a bit funny. Many of them wore rough collars that looked like big plates. Their faces were powdered, And their legs were wearing the same colorful stockings that Ron and his friends always wore before. It was a typical wild wizard outfit. In fact, these well-known wizards usually didn't dress like this. Wizards who were in the Muggle circle were very fashionable. So when they're in the wizarding world, they either wear a top hat and jacket plus a cane, or at least a big button windbreaker plus long boots, or a solemn wizard robe. The worst dress is like that of the Archmage John, who is a real Archmage. But because the most famous magicians on the Muggle side all wear this kind of silly stuff from more than 100 years ago, in order to cooperate with Ron and others, in order to fit in, when they come to the court, they will wear this kind of old-time clothing with a tangled look on their faces. The socks and clothes look colorful, as if the weirder they are, the more they fit in. Lewis couldn't help but glance at Ron and the others around him. The magicians couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Now that everyone knows that wizards don't dress like that, they have changed their aesthetic preferences. Today, everyone is wearing a double-breasted trench coat and high leather boots. Their hair is tied into ponytails. They all look heroic. No one wears colorful stockings. Several wizards turned their heads and took a look. They couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Damn! Why aren't you wearing wild wizard silly suits today? Lewis, Ron and others rolled their eyes. Which serious wizard dresses like you? Seeing the contemptuous eyes of many magicians, the group of wizard bosses choked slightly, and almost fell backwards in anger. Chapter 143. Hey? I always feel like something is wrong? The magicians went to chat with the court wizards and the grand scholars. Lewis did not go over, but looked at the nobles and ministers. Most of the ministers and nobles of Sorrento were wearing double-breasted large-buttoned windbreakers with exquisite patterns and high leather boots. The overall look was neat and tidy. Some people were still holding long telescopes, looking at the seaside. This is the more old-fashioned and orthodox aristocratic clothing in Sorrento. The people from the engineering academy all wear black top hats, shirts, waistcoats, and walking sticks. Some people also wear punk leather jackets or tights. Lewis ignored those embarrassing guys. But to be honest, the leather jackets and tights are not eye-catching. The foreign nobles and ministers are the ones who attract attention. They are all colorful, their socks are also colorful, and many of them have rouge on their faces. The ruff collar is a standard fashion item. Originally, these clothes are suitable for this era, but in Sorrento, they are a bit special. Like wild wizards. Lewis even saw some nobles dressed in medieval clothes. I don't know which countries they are from. As for the noble ladies in Sorrento, they seem to be more fashionable than the little nobles he had seen at the auto show before, but they are all tight-fitting, with a bit of a gothic feel. And the foreign noble ladies all wore floor-length skirts that supported their big buttocks. Each of them looked like an old hen with her buttocks sticking out, and their faces were covered with powder when they spoke. Lewis couldn't help but feel a chill. Ling blew out a puff of smoke lightly and glanced at Lewis. There was a sentence written on her face. You are not as good as me. Right? Lewis pinched her, but Bishop John suddenly coughed. Lewis looked at the bishop in surprise, and the bishop motioned him to look behind him. Lewis followed Bishop John's gaze and looked behind him. Behind him were seats. In the middle was the king throne. The left side of the king throne was empty. That should be the witch queen's seat. On the right seat, Osicris was sitting. She was wearing a princess crown, and Kate was beside her. They were originally playing chess, but now they were holding chess pieces, and they were stunned, looking at Lewis with eyes that seemed to say, "What the matter, little brother?" Helen and Lilith were squatting on the other side, teasing a child. They didn't notice this side. The child didn't seem to be happy to pay attention to these two naughty kids, who always wanted to dress him up as a little girl. When he saw Lewis coming, he rushed over crying, "Uncle, woo-wah." The little prince ran over crying for help, making Helen and Lilith pout, looking at Lewis with unfriendly eyes. "What the matter? You came up to grab our toys?" "Hey." Lewis picked up the child and kicked him. "My dear nieces, did you sleep well last night?" Crowley brother Lewis said to his nieces with a smile. Osicris and Kate swayed slightly, and almost fainted from anger. The two looked at each other. "That guy is too arrogant." "Wait. Hey!" Osicris blinked, looked at her sister Kate, who shared the same hatred with her, and felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. Kate gave Osicris a dry gesture, and Osicris nodded solemnly. "Let's work together." When the fleet fired the salute, the motorboat and glider passed through the sky with ribbons, and the king and others applauded, and then returned to their seats. Crowley followed the king to the throne and introduced Louis to the king. Princes, ministers, foreign guests and nobles from various countries stood nearby and did not return to their seats. They all looked at Louis, Archie and the magicians in the center with curiosity and scrutiny. The court wizards narrowed their eyes slightly. This student of Osicries. Everyone has seen him in the previous assessment. Her Majesty Delphina Affairs. You dare to mess with it as a flower card wizard? He is a little famous in the academy. And he really takes himself seriously. Young people nowadays are really ignorant. But those cardinals and priests were all smiling. There were also many great knights, who patted their chests to greet Louis. As for the Witch Queen, it seemed that she never looked at Louis from beginning to end, and did not take him seriously at all. Most of her attention was focused on the thrones across the stands. Or she was always playing with the Red Queen. The Red Queen was sitting on the throne with her chin on her hand, looking excited. She was looking at the Witch Queen, and waving her fingers in the direction of the arena. She seemed to be controlling the contestants in the arena. It looked like she was playing chess. Delphina was also doing the same thing, seemingly fighting with the Red Queen. But she was completely crushed and lost her composure, which made the Red Queen very confused. It seemed that the Witch Queen's strength was always fluctuating. The Red Queen suddenly lost interest. She looked around for new toys. Louis didn't pay attention to them. His attention was on the dragons at the side. Prince Nypha and Princess Nypha were both wearing armor and standing near the host king. Prince Nypha Chico stood near the king. He seemed to have heard something from the Witch Queen. He was looking Louis up and down, his eyes full of disdain. Princess Nypha Annabelle stood on the side of Osicries. After a careful look, Louis found that the princess had a heroic look between her eyebrows. She was over 1.9 meters tall, and after putting on the armor, she really looked like a woman who was as brave as a man. She was like a Valkyrie. She was standing next to Osicries, and she and Osicries squinted their eyes and looked at Louis. Her face was full of murderous intent, as if Louis had robbed her man. This made Louis speechless. He smiled and nodded to the Black Dragon Princess. The princess' heroic eyebrows were slightly raised, and the murderous intent became even stronger. It was as if Louis was provoking her. What the matter? What going on? She a pretty girl, but she seems to have some brain problems. Princess Annabelle started chatting with Osicries deliberately. While looking at Louis, she touched Osicries' hand. Osicries seemed to be angry at this time. She wanted to pull her hand back with a red face, but she let Princess Annabelle grab her hand deliberately. She also raised her head and looked at Louis. Princess Annabelle looked at Louis with a smug look on her face. Seems like she has a good relationship with Osicries? Louis blinked, a little confused. Suddenly he thought of something, and nodded in understanding. So, Osicries is telling me that this is also her best friend? Can we all be good friends? Her Highness is so nice to me. Her friends are all beautiful, and have their own personalities. I like making friends the most. Louis temporarily put aside the Black Dragon Princess, who wanted to be good friends with him, and squinted his eyes at Prince Chico of Nypha. The moment their eyes met, the two Longoutians smiled crookedly, and both of them were full of disdain. Louis, you still want to snatch people from me? Are you worthy of being Longoutian? Chico, you still want to snatch people from my sister? Are you worthy of being called a dragon? Hey! Hey! Louis always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. On the other side, Igor nodded repeatedly in a daze during Crowley narration, as if he had just matched Louis with Osicries' students. Student, colleague, demon slayer, ace pilot, king of the Kowloon Sea. Everyone has a different description of this young man. When I first saw him, his temperament was very special, making me feel familiar, but it turned out to be a stranger? Huh? Yit couldn't help but look at Louis. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Chapter 144. The sky is high and the earth is thick. Seeing Louis nod to him slightly, Francesco smiled gently, and motioned Crowley to introduce him to everyone in public. Crowley repeated what he just said in public. He said a lot of nonsense. To sum it up, Louis studied abroad at the Holy Oak Seminary many years ago, is now a Grand Secretary, nonsense, Knight of the Moon Court Temple. He is also a classmate and good friend of Princess Osicries. After traveling to the kingdom of Sorrento, he was asked by the princess to come to the Crowley family and solve the demonic problem of the Crowley family. According to the culture of the people of the Cloud Country, they don't like to be too ostentatious. So Crowley didn't know his identity as a prince before. When Crowley and Louis visited St. Anthony Cathedral yesterday and talked about theology with Bishop Alwyn, They were surprised to find that this person was a distinguished prince of the Cloud Country, the king of Jiulongjianhai. It sounds like that. Lewis looked at everyone happily. The background of this story was discussed by him and Earl Crowley. It was 70% true and 30% false, with no flaws. He found that. Iger was looking at him in doubt, but those ministers looked at Crowley with the same eyes. What going on? Lewis felt something was wrong. Is it the royal family of the Cloud Kingdom again? Sent to the king to show off by the stupid nobles again? Crowley, you are really good. You must have been stupid at home, making such a big joke in such a big celebration. Lewis? Crowley, who had not been out for many years, was a little confused. The bishop and others coughed awkwardly. Looking at the awkward expressions of the bishop and others, Lewis's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly he had a bad feeling. The royal blood of the 12 zodiac signs of the Cloud Kingdom. Sure enough, it is everywhere. I said that if you count up, they are all descendants of the royal family. Okay. Also, the Moon Court has such a small business. Wouldn't it be famous all over the country? Wouldn't it be that everyone from the Cloud Kingdom came to give money, and these guys just issued a certificate? Uosicles looked at Lewis with a pale face, with an unbelievable look in her eyes. Big brother, is this scam group playing too big? This bullshit will be exposed soon. Sure enough, Osicles saw that the court wizard over there had already whispered with the ministers. The words were full of mockery. Julongzu, is there such a place? A silk stockings court wizard pretended to think for a moment, and then asked knowingly with a smile on his face. Everyone, I have been to the Kingdom of Clouds. Another silk stockings court wizard smiled, and said to the people around him, there is no such place. There is no so-called king of the North Sea. That Lewis is the princess student. He is a trainee priest who just graduated from the Holy Oak Seminary this year. Oh, by the way, he is indeed an exchange student from a foreign country. Oh, I was wondering why he looked familiar. Prince Nifa suddenly laughed, looked at Lewis meaningfully, and said, we met at the Foreign Affairs office yesterday. I guess he was here to handle the formalities. Bishop John went to pick him up specially, in a hidden carriage. Everyone was shocked, and many nobles and ministers looked very strange. Prince Nifa came here for the first time yesterday, so he went through the formalities in the Moon Court. You have been in Sorrento for 6 years. Why did you go there just now? This is obviously another person who went to the Moon Court to get a fake certificate, and he was bumped into by the real prince? Isn't this too funny? The big red wizard Arwen coughed and said awkwardly, this time at real. Many priests also coughed awkwardly. They really didn't charge any money this time. They even paid for it. Some noble ladies couldn't help but cover their mouths with their fans. Looking at Crowley with an ugly face, the princess and Lewis laughed out loud. Your Highness Osicles. Delphinia glanced at Lewis, and suddenly smiled. Such a talented person, why didn't you introduce him to us before? Osicles pursed her lips, and her face was a little pale. Talent? This was obviously a mockery. Led by the Witch Queen. Ministers, noble ladies, and court wizards burst into laughter. For a moment, the surroundings were in chaos. Even the nobles behind Crowley looked at Crowley in surprise. Crowley was so angry that he trembled all over and wanted to say something. At this moment, many princes and ministers saw the man who called himself the King of the Nine Dragons Sea, and sneered. The laughter was so out of place and so harsh. It really funny. The nobles are fine, but they have never been out of the house. As a result, this learned bachelor is so ignorant and dares to brag. Lewis suddenly patted his sleeves, smiled and bowed to the Witch Queen, then looked at the group of court wizards and said, I have seen the monks on the western continent for a long time. In the Holy Oak Academy, I saw your half-baked and broken level, but you can't blame them. After all, I heard that you people like to burn books. At least, the bachelors of the Holy Oak are quite humble. I know I can't do it. Lewis pointed at the court wizards with livid faces and said, but you muggles, not only are you ignorant and inexperienced, you are also extremely arrogant. You are just a bunch of frogs in the well, which is really laughable. I can teach a few apprentices, and I can be your teacher. After saying this, many magicians held their heads high. But the group of old court wizards were so angry that they almost died. Even Osicles was so angry. These words were too infuriating. You have to bring everyone with you when you open a map cannon? The Witch Queen was trembling all over. Her chest was shaking, and she almost lost her composure on the spot. Her magic was rampaging. She stretched out her trembling hand and pointed at the dragon guards, who specialized in dealing with wizards. wanting to say something. Drag this kid to me. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. Oh, by the way, there are also this green, white, blue, oh yes, gray machine family. Louis patted his forehead suddenly, looked at the Prince of Nifa, and sneered. A few 30 or 50-meter long little lizards dare to call themselves dragons in front of me? Drag him away. Drag him away. The Witch Queen could no longer hold back and stood up and roared. But at this moment the king, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Don't be rude. Iger suddenly stretched out his hand to interrupt the Witch Queen words. She looked at Louis with a serious expression. Others didn't know the king of the North Sea, but how could she not know? He was a god-level boss, like the moon goddess. The king attitude made the many ministers and nobles who had been watching the excitement a little confused, and the faces of the Witch Queen and the court wizards were even more ugly. Everyone came from the wizard circle. Who doesn't know that this is Osikri's student? There are rumors in the Holy Oak that this is a foreign prince. But for more than 6 years, he has been silent. And he doesn't even have an entourage. Even if he really has royal blood, he is the kind of royal descendant of the Cloud Kingdom that is everywhere. He also teaches us magic. He is so ignorant. Seeing His Majesty quietly looking at Louis, everyone was angry and didn't say anything. At this time, the king and Louis both moved their eyes slightly and looked at the stadium from a distance. At the same time, there was a sudden exclamation and commotion from all the stands in the venue. Francesco suddenly stood up and walked towards the stands. At this time, many nobles and wizards reacted, and they followed His Majesty figure and came to the stands. Everyone saw that at this time. In the stadium, a man wearing a big windbreaker, holding a parasol, and wearing a felt hat had appeared at some point. He was standing in the center of the stadium. At his feet, there was a small suitcase. In the suitcase, a huge monster was slowly crawling out. Francesco's face looked a little ugly. The original time was not like this. But to let the monster come out when the Son of Lander performed. In this way, there would be no ordinary people on the field. And no innocent people would be hurt. But the noble wizards did not take Sorrento seriously at all. Because they were bored. They put the things out in advance. As for the lives of hundreds of muggles in the field, they were just a group of ants. Chapter 145. Then the question is, seeing that thing crawling out, Osikris couldn't help but cover her mouth and screamed. She heard about the gambling fight from Lilith, but she didn't expect that the noble wizards would ignore the lives of so many civilians. Osikris suddenly felt a deep anger from the bottom of her heart. The Black Dragon Princess grabbed Osikris' hand, seemingly wanting to pat her hand to comfort her, but Osikris quickly pulled her hand away. Prince Nafa on the other side smiled, shook his head, walked down from his seat, pushed Louis, who was blocking his way, and looked towards the stadium. Immediately, the prince smiled faintly, and couldn't wait any longer. He didn't even look at the king, but bowed to the Witch Queen and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to serve you. Wait a moment. Your Highness seek. Delphinia smiled slightly, looked at Louis. Our Mr. Archie. We have invited an ace driver today. Yige suddenly glared at Delphinia. It already this time. You are still playing here? Don't you see so many people below? Delphinia's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to say anything. She just looked at Louis with great resentment. It seemed that she had taken all the grudges against Louis. The prince also looked at Louis with a smile, and then looked at the Witch Queen flatteringly. Your Majesty. Don't be angry, wait a minute. I will tear that big toy and that Gorin apart together. Delphinia couldn't help but happily respond to the prince with a wink. Yige didn't pay attention to these. He was looking at the audience with a grim face. On the huge stadium, there was a giant monster as tall as 7 or 8 stories, wreaking havoc. It was as excited as a fat monkey, waving a huge stick and beating the ants under its feet. Many shooters who participated in the shooting kept shooting at the big guy. But the skin of the big guy was probably more than 1 meter thick, and much stronger than cowhide. Not to mention the thick fat and strong muscles. So the wizards on the opposite stand didn't even bother to use spells, because these bullets were just tickling. What worse, suddenly, the athletes and knights on the field seemed to be possessed at this moment, standing there staring at the sky, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save people. The cold voice rang in Delphinia's heart. Delphinia shuddered all over, explained. Mother, there are thousands of wizards on the opposite side. That psychopath, Red Queen, also took action. She is deliberately playing with me. The mother shook her head secretly. Excessive use of magic power will break her disguise. But there is nothing she can do now. She returned to the throne, leaned on the chair and fell asleep. Then, Delphinia suddenly closed her eyes, and her temperament changed slightly. She became arrogant and fierce. There is a person who enters another person's body in front of you. The Black Queen suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes were pure black. She recited a series of spells, and began to fight with the Red Queen and many wizards. The bored Red Queen suddenly stood up, biting her fingers, and her face showed a sickly flush. On this side, Francesco secretly manipulated his daughter's body to deal with those wizards. On the other side, the nobles looked at the monster that suddenly appeared on the field and were dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? How did that big guy crawl out of such a small box? Quickly notify the logistics personnel. Activate the Son of Lant. And bring in the mechanized troops to delay time. Crowley and other generals issued orders in a roar. And the messengers ran around, looking at the monster that suddenly appeared. Many generals felt their scalps tingling. They were not afraid of this monster, and they believed that their soldiers had the courage to face it. However, the wizard's ability to place large objects anywhere at any time was frightening. If this monster appeared in the city center, the arsenal, the palace, or suddenly appeared in the logistics base, the headquarters, or the interior of the fortress on the battlefield, the consequences are devastating. Wizards, think of a way quickly. Delay time. Someone shouted. The court wizards were sweating profusely, and they raised their wands to cast spells on the big guy, trying to buy some time for the escapees. But the Dragon Slayer Gundam had obviously taken a potion, and its magic resistance was incredibly high. Let alone the wizard spell. Even if a dragon was breathing fire at it, it could still hit the dragon head with its dragon breath. Even if a spell occasionally took effect, the wizards on the opposite stand would easily remove it. At this moment, the body of the Dragon Slayer Gundam suddenly stiffened slowly, with a tendency to petrify. Then, in just a few seconds, it was unable to move. It seemed to be Francesco power. Suddenly, the wizards looked angrily at Delphinia on the royal stand. And then, they all stretched out their wands to point at the Dragon Slayer Gundam. For a moment, the entire stand was full of upright wands, and the scene was spectacular. Countless spells were cast on the Dragon Slayer Gundam. The petrification spell was gradually being lifted, and countless buffs were also cast on the Dragon Slayer Gundam by the wizards. It almost became a monster immune to magic. However, the petrification effect suddenly became stronger. It was not until the Red Queen took action that the stones on the Dragon Slayer Gundam began to fall off slowly. The court wizards looked at the Witch Queen Delphinia with their scalps flaring, and found that she was squinting her eyes and chanting spells. Sweat continued to flow from her head. Suddenly she stretched out her hand towards the crystal array not far away, and the magic power in the array continued to flow into her body. The court wizards shook their heads and sighed. As expected of Her Majesty the Witch Queen, she could handle so many people alone. But the number of people on the opposite side was hundreds of times more than this side, and the Witch Queen could not hold on for long. Even if it was a god, it could not hold on for long under the power of so many wizards. The crowd below was doomed. Only a small number of wizards on the opposite side took action now. I can't waste magic power on my side anymore. Otherwise, there will be no magic to help Prince Nifa in a while. The court wizards looked at each other, shook their heads, and stopped. Delphinia also sighed secretly, and planned to stop. The stands were dead silent, and the morale was extremely low. At this time, the voice that had been talking loudly suddenly became extremely harsh. The court wizards couldn't help but look at Bach and others woodenly. They found that, at some point, a small blackboard had been erected here. At this time, Teacher Lewis had just finished speaking, and this person was drinking tea in front of the blackboard. The magicians below were talking loudly with their heads held high, looking down on everyone. According to my theory, the banishment should be more effective against demons, Bach said lightly, while sorting out a pile of scrolls in front of him. I still stick to my point of view. The reason why Bach magic just now has such an effect is because of the real name. True names allow some creatures to inherit the heritage of their ancestors. But the weakness is also fatal. Once the true name is mastered, it can directly hit its origin. Another magician talked loudly. Look at how serious they are. A court wizard almost laughed out loud. The look he gave the magicians was like looking at idiots. This scene made some nobles a little stunned. It seems that among magicians, there are still two schools? Ignorant fools. Princess Nifa smiled disdainfully, and said coldly, The so-called real name is just a tradition. There is no such thing. The reason why the dragons are unwilling to reveal their real names is because they think that it is an insult for their names to be known by lower creatures. The court wizards laughed loudly. They were showing off their skills in front of the dragons. It was really funny. The magicians glanced at the wizards and Princess Nifa, and their eyes were like looking at fools. Then he turned his head and continued the discussion. He ignored those guys. So I think, no matter what kind of creature it is, just like Mr. Gundam, as long as others know its true name, it will be vulnerable. It has nothing to do with the species of the creature. But if it comes from an alien plane and has just crossed over, the effect will be better. So here comes the question. Crossing the secret realm. Is it considered crossing an alien plane? And why is the magic just now particularly effective for Mr. Gundam? Teacher Lewis picked up the blackboard eraser and erased the many runes and strange formulas written on the small blackboard held by a magician. This is left as homework, and we will discuss it later. Bach, it's your turn. Come and calculate Mr. Gundam's real name. Ron, Mr. Gundam is about to break free. Write the real name you just calculated on the magic scroll and try it out. Oh! Amid the laughter of the court wizards, Ron spread out his magic scroll. Chapter 146, Who is the Muggle? Below the stadium. Just now, because of the petrification spell, the people on the stadium got a temporary respite. At this time, the stadium was in chaos. The first to run to the exit were the Sorrento Knights with horses. But when they stood at the exit and were about to go out, seeing those athletes and cheerleaders, who could only be beaten to death in despair and helplessness in the rampage of the monster, the Sorrento Knights hesitated for a moment, and finally roared with red eyes, "Raise the flag, raise the spear," and charged towards the building like monster. This scene made the wizards in the stands laugh like crazy. And the Nifa dragons here also slightly raised their mouth corners. Smiling? Ridiculous ants. Always wanting to challenge the gods, who cannot fight the gods. Seeing that the big stick was about to sweep all the knights into meat paste, Prince Nifa showed a cruel smile. But the strange thing was that at this moment, the body of the Dragon Slayer Gundam suddenly became like smoke. The big stick also passed through the knights' bodies like smoke. The wind was howling, the knights' flags were fluttering in the wind, the bodies and horses swept by the stick were unscathed. When they rode through the body of the Dragon Slayer Gundam, the knights also passed through the body of this big monster. It was as if this thing was made of smoke. The Dragon Slayer Gundam blinked, feeling very puzzled. It looked at its big stick, hit its head, and then a bump appeared on its head. It kicked up in pain. This scene was too weird. The stands opposite, which had just been so noisy, gradually quieted down, and the wizards on the opposite stand stretched their necks, opened their mouths wide, and looked like they had seen a ghost. What nonsense! There were thousands of protective spells on the Gundam. How could magic be fully effective on it? The court wizards also looked like they had seen a ghost, blinking their eyes fiercely. Princess Nifa and the prince stretched their heads like stupid geese and stood there in a daze. Everyone was stunned. Not bad. Ron. Lewis nodded, signaling his next student to take the test. The court wizards were in a dead silence. They watched another magician walk towards the blackboard indifferently, as if it was just a small ordinary test. Francesco, who possessed his daughter, suddenly shrank his pupils and looked at Lewis with such eyes. Then, she took the opportunity to recite a spell. Then, she waved her hand, and all the knights and athletes in the stadium below suddenly disappeared. And on the ordinary chessboard in front of her, a group of densely packed little wooden figures suddenly appeared. Francesco breathed a sigh of relief, returned to his body, and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, the king's stand was extremely quiet, and the voices that had been talking for a long time seemed particularly harsh. So, the dragons are now far worse than they were 3,000 years ago. They don't even know what their real names are now. A magician said, "Inheritance has many benefits, but no inheritance can pass on all knowledge in magic. If you are ignorant, you will slowly lose many things and gradually turn into a beast." The magicians discussed among themselves. What a joke, what a joke. The Princess Annabelle of Nifa suddenly stood up, grabbed the horns on her head and shouted, "This is impossible. Impossible." Nifa Prince Chico looked at Lewis with trembling body, and suddenly remembered the words, "A few little lizards, how dare you call yourself a dragon in front of me?" At this time, the court wizard saw Woodley, the wild wizard who had just written something on the blackboard had come down from the blackboard. Then the wild wizard spread out a scroll, and wrote a series of Gundam real names on it. Then, the Dragon Slayer Gundam on the field. who had just been released and exiled by many noble wizards, turned into nothingness again. The wizards on the opposite stand grabbed their hair frantically, and were in a panic. Francesco looked at Louis with such eyes, and Delphinia, who had just woken up, and many court wizards, also looked over here as if they had seen a ghost. Many nobles who were watching the excitement applauded, and the applause was like slapping those court wizards in the face, very crisp and loud. It turned out that what people said was true. These court wizards are half-baked, and they dare to brag. They also said that the real name is meaningless, and that the dragon race is so and so, and that the monster is completely immune to magic and cannot be subdued. What nonsense! They are indeed a group of witch doctors, who are delaying things and are mysteriously confident. It seems that this foreign prince, who came here is really the magic prince of the Cloud Kingdom. It is really rude to listen to the misleading words of this group of witch doctors just now. The spectators are eating melons here. But Princess Nifa and the dragon wizards are almost going crazy. Stop discussing. Don't discuss in such a bland tone. Princess Annabelle of Nifa said loudly, seemingly about to collapse. Stop discussing in such a bland tone. The magicians glanced at her as if she were a fool, ignoring her, and then the next magician picked up the chalk and started to deduce on the blackboard. Francesco looked at Louis with that look again. The guy in front of him must be the son of an ancient god. At this time, the banishment spell had been lifted by the opposite stand, and the Dragon Slayer Gundam angrily rushed to the stand on this side, trying to climb up. This scene frightened the nobles, and the court wizards were also shocked. I don't know what magic the Red Queen used. The Dragon Slayer Gundam can actually ignore the maze magic array at this time. It is now completely immune to magic. Seeing that the Dragon Slayer Gundam has already rushed over, the noble wizards on the opposite side laughed loudly, and a gentle voice suddenly resounded on the king's stand. If you don't send someone down, your subjects will all die, ah ha ha ha. Just then, the Dragon Slayer Gundam that rushed over was exiled again. The laughter stopped abruptly just halfway through. The wizards on the opposite stand all stood up and grabbed their hair as if they were going crazy. For a long time, the figure standing up on the opposite stand rose and fell, like a wave, so spectacular. A beam of angry blood suddenly hit the Dragon Slayer Gundam body. In an instant, all its blood vessels became distorted, and its body swelled up. The body of the Dragon Slayer Gundam first turned from gray to red, and then, under the blessing of various spell buffs, this guy turned green. All the fat turned into muscle, and barbs grew on its back, horns grew on its head, and a tail with bone spurs grew on its back. The banishment was thus released, but the Dragon Slayer Gundam seemed to have gone mad, and no longer obeyed the Red Queen orders. It went crazy in the venue. It tore its body apart and roared loudly. But the strange thing was that, it seemed to be because of the effect of the real name and the scroll, the Dragon Slayer Gundam at this time could not even walk near the stands. At this time, a dozen or so strangely shaped steam tanks had already rushed over from outside the field. They rushed out of a gate. These big guys looked very similar to Archie Giant. They just had a bunch of wheels and tracks underneath. They had heavy machine guns on their heads and gun barrels. Although the gun barrels were small, they were real howitzers. After the steam tanks came in, they started firing at the behemoth, and the heavy machine guns also sprayed out flames. But after all the artillery fire hit the vicinity of the Dragon Slayer Gundam, a light appeared. It seemed to be the protective spell that the wizards had cast on the Dragon Slayer Gundam. When the tanks fired the second volley, what came out of the barrel was not a shell, but fireworks. The Dragon Slayer Gundam roared and spoke a paragraph of dragon language. Then, this big guy, who was originally a little slow in movement, jumped up with an extremely agile posture like a two-headed Hulk, flew hundreds of meters to the tank, and then rushed to a steam tank at a very fast speed. One kick sent a steam tank flying into the sky. Francesco reached out and grabbed it quickly. A few more wooden figures appeared on the chessboard. It seemed that the drivers of the tanks were saved. She knew that the current Dragon Slayer Gundam could not be dealt with by a dozen tanks. Sure enough, not long after, the steam tanks were either kicked into the sky like footballs or hit like baseballs. Seeing this scene, the court wizards were sweating. The Dragon Slayer Gundam is now completely invincible. This should be a trump card hidden by the Red Queen. Everyone looked at Prince Nifa, signaling him to go down quickly. But Prince Nifa, who originally wanted to fight, was already scared. Is this a Goron? You call this a two-headed Goron? What kind of bullshit magic are these wizards from the Red Queen family using? What made that big guy like this? With such agile posture and such strength, He must have beaten the dragon to death. If I had known that the Red Queen had such preparations, I would have asked for a fight. You are setting a trap for the dragon. Just as Prince Nifa was sweating, he saw that the two-headed Hulk who was having fun was suddenly exiled again. The prince and the court wizards grabbed their hair and looked at the magicians as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Even after this, they can still exile? Are the protective magics on the opposite stand fake? The wizards on the opposite stand all stood up one by one, pulling their hair and yelling with unbelievable looks on their faces. All of a sudden, everyone in the stand stood up. It was a spectacular sight. Impossible. Impossible. How could this happen? Princess Nifa looked down like a goose, as if she was going crazy. A few wild wizards with incomplete magic power. How is this possible? How is this possible? Prince Nifa's eyes were blank. Delphinia's eyelids also twitched. The court wizards all looked at Louis and the magicians like geese. The magicians glanced at those guys. Their eyes were arrogant and looked down on everyone, as if they were looking at a group of fools who were too lazy to care. Many court wizards saw a few words on the faces of the magicians. You don't understand magic at all. You are just a group of ignorant and mysteriously confident muggles. Some court wizards felt dizzy, while more wizards had dull eyes and dull faces. Teacher, this is the third time. The effect is getting weaker and weaker. The magician in charge of grading suddenly said to Louis. Well, it almost done. Her Majesty the Queen of Witches has just decided on the candidates. Let not mess around anymore. Today match. Several thousand people on both sides are eagerly waiting. Look! The other side all stood up anxiously and looked over here. His Highness Chico, the Prince of Nafa who just asked for a fight, has also been waiting for a long time. After saying that, Louis looked at the blank-eyed Prince Chico of Nafa with an expressionless face, pointed his finger down, and said, Your Highness, I'm sorry to waste your time. We've finished the class. You can get busy. Chapter 147 Climb. Dragon. Sword. After Louis finished speaking, Prince Nifa seemed not to hear him, and continued to chat with the people around him. He looked like he was indifferent, but he just didn't listen, and he just couldn't go down. Louis blinked his eyes in confusion, and looked at the Witch Queen. Your Majesty? The Witch Queen didn't look at Louis, but her heart was full of anger. What are you so crazy about? She coughed, and signaled Prince Nifa to come on stage, but Prince Nifa seemed to be deaf. The man who was chatting with him saw the Witch Queen looking at him coldly, and turned away. But Prince Nifa grabbed another person and continued talking. The scene was very awkward for a while, and the Witch Queen's face was very ugly. At this time, there were sudden exclamations from the stands in the venue. Louis glanced at the Dragon Slayer Gundam below, which was going crazy everywhere. At this time, it was under the control of the wizards, and was madly crashing towards a stand, threatening the muggles in the stands, wanting to see the ants running around, and also wanting to make the Sauron people look bad in front of other countries. Some wizards in the stands even quietly destroyed the maze spells on the stands. Seemingly today humiliation made the noble wizards extremely angry, making some wizards want to pull down a group of muggles and perform a blood sacrifice. The audience didn't know what happened, but after seeing the big guy angrily hitting this side, they were scared out of their wits. If they didn't all believe in the spell cast by the magicians on the stadium, actually the maze magic array set up by the Stogs, and believed that the Seraph, son of Lant, that the Mechanical Institute and the magicians had been promoting would definitely be able to deal with this monster. I'm afraid even the people from the Magicians Association on the stands would not be able to maintain order now. And there would be a stampede. Many court wizards looked at the black dragons, as if asking why you didn't take action. But Prince Nifa had long been frightened by the mad two-headed Hulk, pretending to be not a dragon. The Witch Queen was secretly delighted. Thanks to the idiot in front of her, you can make a fuss today. As long as no one comes on stage, no matter what magic is used to solve the monster, the muggles will lose. This time, no need to compete. No need for His Highness Chico to pretend to lose. Well, he seems to lose even if he doesn't act. It seems that we must bombard here today to solve the monster. The group of idiot wizards in the stands opposite don't know the true meaning of the magic cannons on those battleships. All the coordinates in the maze magic array are in the hands of the captain. Even if the Red Queen doesn't die in the bombardment, her wizards will suffer heavy casualties. At this time, there was a sudden uproar in the stands. It seemed that a few brave Yodel pilots had just run from the backstage to the warehouse and opened the door to the Son of Lant. They planned to drive the Son of Lant to defeat the thing. But when the door opened, a paper clown Gundam came out crookedly. This made everyone dumbfounded. There were deafening laughter from the stands opposite, and the heads of state looked at the nobles of Sorrento with strange expressions. That so-called latest weapon. Wouldn't it be just a model to fool people? Then let the magicians use illusions to deceive everyone. Aki and the great engineer Lant were also dumbfounded. Amid the laughter, the king's face was very ugly, and the generals were shaking with anger. The people on the stands of Sorrento looked at the monster that kept hitting the stands below, and the paper model, and showed despair. Maybe there is no seraphim at all. The last glimmer of hope has been shattered. I hope that the terrible demon will not return to the city to wreak havoc. The general sighed secretly, and issued the latest instructions, asking people in the surrounding residential areas to evacuate quickly. Perhaps the kingdom had to send the fleet to bombard this place, which would definitely affect the nearby residential areas. The people opened seats under the command of the Magician Association and the Knights, and gradually evacuated. Some residents whose homes were nearby heard that their homes were going to be destroyed, and they couldn't help but cover their faces and cry helplessly and desperately. Many people couldn't help but look back at the model of the seraph again and again, hoping that it could move, hoping that it was just a layer of paper on the surface. The originally clear sky gradually became gloomy, and it began to drizzle. The crisp sound of a pocket watch switching on and off brought the king back to his senses. He looked at Louis, and found that Louis had been blessed by the holy oak. Within 30 minutes, his magic power was almost infinite. Louis bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, the ace pilot has applied for battle." Iger was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. She couldn't help but look at Louis with a complicated expression. She knew that her daughter Knight was a quasi-god level creature with strong personal strength, and now he should be ready to fight in melee. But now, no matter who goes down, they will not only face the Dragon Slayer Gundam, but thousands of super wizards and a Red Queen who killed her. Today 12 great families are much more terrifying than 3,000 years ago, even without the god of magic leading them. This lineup can make the moon god turn around and leave. Today, she and her wizards will indeed take action, but the number gap is a bit large. She doesn't want Louis to take the risk of going on stage and being the MT. This young man still has more things to do. Osikris was also looking at Louis with worry. She knew that, if someone had to step on the stage for today's duel, then only Louis was worthy of this important task. But Louis had a bright future. If Louis took the stage today, he would offend all the wizards. And she didn't want Louis to take risks. He was a foreigner, the prince of the Cloud Kingdom. He had nothing to do with Sorrento, and he didn't need to risk his life for Sorrento. But Osikris looked at the people who were slowly evacuating in despair and crying, and at the countless residential buildings around the venue. Osikris closed her eyes in pain. The expressions of many nobles, generals, and wizards were different. After listening to Louis's words, ace pilot applying to go to war, they looked at the paper model with a strange expression, and then looked at Louis with a fool eyes. If you say you use some strange magic to deal with it, we might believe it. But now you tell us, you want to drive that paper model? Are you kidding us? The Witch Queen couldn't help but sneer, and said, "Our ace pilot seems to be a little short-sighted." Ig suddenly looked at Osikris, the daughter of Louis, who was sitting next to him, looking at him with complicated eyes. Ig heard his daughter's voice. Ig suddenly stood up, handed the sword of his father to his daughter Osikris, and said, "Daughter, Louis is your knight, it's up to you to decide." Osikris opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but at this moment, she suddenly saw the anger in Louis's eyes. She also saw herself in Louis's eyes. "He is my knight." The princess of Sorrento drew her sword, handed it to her knight, and said some declarations loudly. In the princess' declaration, the people around were infected by a tragic atmosphere. They all looked at the knight with complicated expressions. Even the court wizards had a bleak look in their eyes. Unexpectedly, the black dragon finally dared not to play because of his fear of death. And it was this annoying boy who stepped forward. "Don't worry. We will do our best to save your life." The knight took the sword. Osikris' heart twitched, and she closed her wet eyes. If Louis died because of her today, she would die with him. Osikris tightly grasped the magic wand in her hand. Seeing Louis bow slightly and walk to the stands, the great engineer Lant and Archie both burst into tears. If Lant's son did not play, what would be the point? When Louis came to the stands, stepped on the railing, raised his sword, and Iger sighed secretly. The wizards had already won, because no matter what, The Son of Lant in the hearts of the people of Sorrento would become a shame, and the crystallization of magic and steam promoted by the kingdom of Sorrento, the magic civilization and future, would also become a laughing stock in the eyes of the people of those countries. Come out, warriors of Sorrento. Climb. Dragon. Sword. The knight raised his sword. A golden beam of light suddenly pierced through the gloomy clouds, forming beams of light. It shone on the stalled dragon arena, and landed on the paper model in the warehouse door. At this moment, thousands of eyes focused on the Son of Lant, and in the spotlight, it slowly rose into the air. Towards the king's stand, it opened its arms. In an instant, a beam of light shone on the Son of Lant, making everyone look away. When the light faded, the Son of Lant, shining with metallic luster under the sunlight, thousands of people cheered, and the wizards in the stands dropped their jaws. Mom! Mom! A child holding a balloon pointed at the Son of Lant in the sky amid the deafening noise around him. In the hand of the Son of Lant, there was a huge black balloon floating with 1000T written on it. The child shouted, "Does the Son of Lant like balloons too?" The mother shook her head woodenly. She saw that the hammer had already started to spin, and amidst the fierce sound of whirring, a terrifying whirlwind had already appeared in the sky. Then, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed on the body of the Son of Lant, and then, under the power of the violent lightning, the Son of Lant, like an arrow, pulled the terrifying big meteor hammer, and began to accelerate continuously in the sky of the stadium, and made circular motion. The kinetic energy of the meteor hammer became more and more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the gravity-free Son of Lant and the meteor hammer had already broken through the sonic boom. The Dragon Slayer Gundam, with his mouth wide open, stared blankly at the terrifying tornado that was gradually blowing up in the sky due to the flight of the Son of Lant and the giant hammer, and was directly shocked. Osikris and others blinked fiercely. "What are you doing? Isn't it a sad story? You said you would fight for 300 rounds, die bravely, and never come back? I was crying so sadly. And you suddenly took out such a big thing?" Chapter 148, Because I Really Like You. Looking at the Gundam with wheels and a big meteor hammer in the sky, the wizards blinked their eyes fiercely. Is this thing not made of paper? Is it real? What going on? Didn't those idiots in the Ministry of Magic say that the broken robot had been moved away? Damn it! There must be a traitor. Damn muggles, what magic did they steal? How could it fly so fast? The Red Queen started to curse. What are you still standing there for? Take down that stupid puppet and tear it into pieces. Idiot! What are you still standing there for? The king also shouted at the court wizards. These two roars made many wizards on both sides come back to their senses. The noble wizards were furious, and raised their wands to the sky. The court wizards also hurriedly stretched out their arms. For a moment, the light of magic almost illuminated the sky, and the two forces pulled the Son of Lant. A beam of blood and the power of the magic mirror flew towards the Son of Lant from the stands on both sides. The material of the Son of Lant itself had a high resistance to magic. Lewis had a hard time casting a spell on it. In addition, Lewis had previously consumed the power of many array crystals in the base, and cast many spells on the Son of Lant, making its magic resistance level exceed that of the dragon. Now, Francesco magic mirror power, and the various protective spells of the court wizards were cast on the Son of Lant, which made most of the noble wizards helpless against the Son of Lant. Only the magic of a few people such as the Red Queen could penetrate the Son of Lant. But under the interference of Lewis, Francesco and others, none of them worked. After failing to hit the target, the wizards changed their mind. They began to burn their magic power, and use their powerful telekinesis to drag the Son of Lant. With so many people, even a 10,000-ton battleship would probably be pulled into the sky. But after the wizards tried this, a strange scene appeared. The noble wizards, who tried to control the Son of Lant, suddenly felt a buzzing in their heads, as if they had suddenly grabbed a speeding high-speed train with their hands. They suddenly felt that the mental power they had used to lock the Son of Lant was instantly torn in half by the terrifying steel behemoth flying at high speed. Those wizards with weaker willpower spit out blood instantly and fell to the ground. Those wizards with strong willpower also turned pale. Dozens of people fell down in the stands instantly. Seeing this scene, Red Queen eyelids twitched wildly. What kind of monster is this? Before she finished speaking, there was a violent sound of electricity in the sky, and the speed of the Son of Lant suddenly increased a lot, exceeding Mach 8. Hundreds of wizards instantly vomited blood and fell to the ground. At this time, the Son of Lant was no longer in circular motion. It began to fly in a straight line. But the strange thing was that it did not fly out of the stadium, but kept flying from one end of the stadium to the other, and suddenly appeared from one end and flew to the other side in an instant. In this continuous acceleration, its speed was getting faster and faster, and in the friction with the air, it had already started a fire. Like a fire meteor. The wizards were all stunned. Everyone suddenly realized that this wild horse that had broken free from its reins could no longer be controlled. Have you ever heard of a palm technique that falls from the sky? A voice suddenly sounded from the broadcasters in all directions of the stadium. There were waves of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. The noble wizards, who had just laughed so hard, could no longer laugh. They looked at the fire meteor in the sky, and the air currents that were constantly sweeping up the stadium due to the speed of the fire meteor, and all of them turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Damn son of Lant, this is a meteor. This madman. This is going to die together with the Dragon Slayer Gundam. Luckily I didn't go on the field, otherwise there would be a pile of scum on the ground. This can't be fought. What the hell is there to fight? At this speed, the Dragon Slayer Gundam will be blown into scum. The eyes of the people in the royal stands were twitching wildly. Prince Nifa, who had previously clamored to go on the field, grabbed his hair. His eyes were full of bloodshot. Even the corners of the Witch Queen mouth twitched. Only the magicians were still talking, telling the worried Osikris and others about the palm technique that fell from the sky, and the principle of why Lewis would not perish together. The Witch Queen and the court wizards secretly stretched their necks to listen, but they were confused and could not understand. At this moment, on the entire field, there was only the violent two-headed green Gron, still roaring and raging stupidly on the ground, as if he had not yet understood the situation. Looking at the stupid giant, who didn't even know how to escape, the pupils of the Red Queen eyes suddenly stood up, and she grabbed the Dragon Slayer Gundam with both hands. Immediately, the huge monster began to melt slowly, and turned into pus and blood, and began to drill into the ground. Red Queen knew that after this magic, the Dragon Slayer Gundam would definitely die. But the Son of Lant would die first after hitting the ground. So she would definitely win. In this state of Goron, swords, guns, and artillery could not hurt it at all. But she looked at the huge monster in the sky that was accelerating faster and faster, and her heart could not help but beat wildly. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and condense the barrier. The wizards suddenly woke up and stood up, gritting their teeth and raising their wands. They poured out their magic power frantically, and built a protective barrier around the Dragon Slayer Gundam. At this moment, the fire meteor in the sky suddenly flew into the sky without any deceleration, and then suddenly fell down rapidly. The audience screamed in uproar, as if they were worried about the pilot. Many people were already covering their faces, unable to bear to watch any longer, and some were already shedding tears. Our ace pilot, in order to get rid of this big devil, had to die with it. In a split second, the Son of Lant, which was diving downward, suddenly made another sharp turn and flew into the sky. But the meteor hammer in his hand seemed to be thrown out fiercely by it. The audience did not understand the principle, and thought that the Son of Lant, under the superb driving of the ace driver, made a dive and pull up. And they all shouted with red faces. For a while, the cheers on the field were deafening. And the next moment, the earth-shaking roar drowned out all the sounds. Last second, amid the cheers of the audience, the Son of Lant suddenly rose from the ground, and the huge meteor hammer that he had thrown down fiercely slammed hard on the protective barrier at supersonic speed. In an instant, the heads of the thousands of wizards who maintained the barrier buzzed, and they all lay on the ground, with white foam coming out of their mouths. A shattering explosion was heard. The barrier was instantly shattered, and the flaming meteor hammer hit the ground. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and the sound drowned out the cheers of the audience, and then there was a tremor of the earth. Dust rose up, forming a miniature gray mushroom cloud and a strong shock wave in the air. The shock wave blew up an amazing gust of wind. For a moment, it seemed that a hurricane with a sandstorm blew up in the center of the stadium. The gust of wind swept the dust and blew towards the stands. The maze magic array vibrated, blocking the dust and the gust of wind. Red Queen felt a sweetness in her chest and almost vomited blood. She looked at the stadium in disbelief. The Dragon Slayer Gundam was gone. It is gone in the true sense. Or it is everywhere now. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing the scene on the field. On the ground of the field, a terrifying meteorite crater has appeared. The area of the meteorite crater covers most of the field, and the pit is full of red-hot stones. Whatever Dragon Slayer Gundam, whatever pus and blood, there is no residue left, already blown everywhere with the dust. The stands were silent. Some of the audience suddenly shouted excitedly, pointing to the sky. Everyone gradually looked up. They saw a huge burning monster, suspended in the air. At this moment, under the sunshine, the raging flames on the mecha were blown back by the strong wind. Just like the burning wings of the seraph. The people cheered, and the mountains roared. Only in the wizard stand, there was a dead silence. My little baby has turned into ashes. Feeling the faint blood in the air, a sickly blush suddenly appeared on the pretty face of the Red Queen. She suddenly looked at the burning behemoth in the sky, bit her finger fiercely, and it bled. A strange smile appeared on her face. Her beautiful face was twisted and hideous. She was trembling all over, and her toes and her high heels were tense. She didn't want the capital that the Witch Queen loved the most. She wanted this thing. She wanted the driver. She wanted to cut off his hands and feet bit by bit, and then leave the bleeding human stick in her blood pool, torturing him constantly before going to bed every night, and then let him tell her stories, tell her about his pain. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to sleep. Because she really liked him too much. He was really interesting. Chapter 149 almost became the dungeon boss. The banquet tonight has already started for a while, but in the corridors of the palace, there are still scattered people passing by occasionally. Some ladies are still dressing up. Louis was holding up his pants in the bathroom, while looking in the mirror. He was not wearing a suit today, but a windbreaker with big buttons, pants below the knees and long boots. He couldn't help but glance at the great engineer Mr. Lanner next to him. He was wearing the kind of aristocratic clothing with a rough collar that looked like a big plate on his shoulders, which looked particularly funny. But the Yodel seemed to particularly like wearing this in some formal occasions. After washing his hands, Louis came out of the toilet and said to Mr. Lant, the great engineer who followed him closely, "Okay. I will find some materials to help you upgrade the Son of Lant. You guys can fix it first. It okay. Those stupid wizards don't know that the Son of Lant has been broken like this." "Yeah." The great engineer Lant, who came to make trouble, rubbed his red eyes, sniffed and nodded, then it a deal. "Don't forget that my female companion is waiting for me. I go over first." "Okay." Looking at Mr. Lant walking into the banquet hall with small steps, Louis rubbed his face. These engineers 2 days ago swore to others that I was the last piece of the puzzle of Yodel fraud plan, and they wanted to make me a partner. As a result, today they came to fraud me. Shaking his head, Louis looked at his pocket watch, went to a side hall of the banquet venue, and waited at the door. My dancing partner was still dressing up. It really a long time. In boredom, Louis checked the rewards. 15 random attributes *2, A plus B, I have already got it. It exactly plus 10 for all attributes. The sense of existence also suddenly soared to 2,000. In addition, the reputation of the Templar Knights and the Mechanical Academy was obtained, but not plus 1,000, but max. The worship of the Gorin clan plus max was also obtained. And the reputation of the Kingdom of Sorrento also increased by 1,500, directly from indifference to respect. The driver license of the destroyer Lantson was originally in hand, but now it has turned gray because Lant stole it. I have to help make the great engineer Lant happy, or else he won't let me drive his Gundam anymore. It's time to upgrade it. This kind of heavy armor has too many flaws. Its immunity to witchcraft, curse and other weird magic is almost zero. If I don't drive it myself, I will forcibly cast some protective spells. Any flower wizard can easily kill the driver inside. However, Louis thinks this equipment with plus 500 magic power still has a lot of potential. So Louis plans to help Lant. Lant mentioned something about an archaeological team, and Archie seems to know about it. It seems to be a troublesome matter related to Michelin Believe, the fat boss of the Hammer of the God of War. We will solve it together when the time comes. Secondly, Director of the Mysterious Department branch of the Ministry of Magic *1 has changed and has become Director of the Independent Mysterious Pension Department of the Ministry of Magic *1 being implemented. Archie should be implementing this matter. Finally, there is also Red Queen Family Reputation plus 1,000, and Red Queen Admiration *1, which was originally Admiration. Louis was a little strange. If it was said that Gorin would worship him, Louis could understand. Those simple-minded guys worship the strong. After he killed the Dragon Slayer Gundam, it was a great deterrent to the Gorin family. But what is the matter with this Red Queen and the Red Queen family? Louis scratched his head, a little confused. This Red Queen is the Red Queen family. Right? Are they vampires? Why would they increase reputation? Also, why would the Red Queen have such feelings towards me? Could it be that the prophecy in the storybook was wrong? There is no reason. A rumbling sound in his stomach interrupted Louis' thoughts. He rubbed his stomach. When he heard the occasional yodel passing by, discussing the feast for today's banquet, Louis couldn't help but feel a little hungrier. I didn't eat breakfast, lunch or dinner. Now I feel a little exhausted. It mainly because I consumed too much energy. Although the Son of Lant did not explode today, the magic power was in chaos. The flames were burning magic power. Because he was in a state of fusion with it. It was like burning gasoline, pouring into his blood vessels. The fire was really big. When he put out the fire and got out, his body was burned beyond recognition. In addition, he was cursed by a lot of curses. So he consumed a lot of energy when recovering his flesh and blood and suppressing the curses. Today, my magic power was exhausted. In addition, I didn't eat, so I have a little hypoglycemia now. Looking at the pocket watch again, Louis suddenly saw a fire on his arm. His eyebrows raised slightly. He had carved many spells on his body before. When he first met Stuart, helped Stuart to break the curse, and then dreamed of the dream-eating snake. These spells can make his magic resistance extremely high, and also make him immune to many curses. But just now, he discovered that a part of the spell on his body was quietly destroyed by some hidden power. Louis turned and walked into an empty house next to him. He stretched out his hand, and tore off a large piece of skin from his arm. The muscles inside were full of various spells, which were burning fiercely, and looked like charcoal. Louis's mouth twitched, and he repaired the spell. Soon, he removed the curse left in his body by the Red Queen. But at this moment, he felt weak all over, and a little dizzy. A feeling of hunger came from his stomach, and Louis sat on the sofa with his head covered, and he felt stars in his eyes. Damn. My mother always said that we can't go without breakfast. And I said I would go after breakfast. And those buns are useless. In the dizziness, Louis felt his stomach rumbling. And he was afraid that he could eat a dragon now. The fire on his body burned again. And Louis was so hungry that he couldn't move. Am I going to run away with the corpse? Stuart, hurry up and get over here. I'm out of blood and mana. In the dizzy state, Louis felt Stuart's shadow wrapped around several people, flew out of the mirror, and was busy around him. Louis opened his eyes and saw. It was Stuart, Ross and Eagle, who looked confused, and several magicians. After checking the situation, everyone was a little confused. Ross commanded the magicians to tear open the flesh on several burning parts of the boss body, and saw that the flesh was like burning charcoal. It was covered with various spells and red blood. It is indeed the curse of the Red Queen. The porcelain doll old man Ross stroked his beard and said, but a large part of it has been suppressed by the boss. Now the remaining ones are nothing. These flames should be the magic power left in the boss by the Son of Lant. They are still burning. Let put out the fire first and apply these magic potions. After speaking, Ross took out a box of ointment, while directing everyone to repair the spells, while using various potions to apply on the boss body. Louis gradually sobered up. But he still had flashes of light in his head and felt weak. So he lay on the sofa and took a rest. However, some of what these guys said was not wrong. The Red Queen was very good. No wonder Francesco was killed by her. Francesco's knowledge was indeed far from the level of the Forbidden Grand Master. But with her magic power, her strength was still very high, and she could compete with the ancient gods head-on. The 12 great wizards still have something. It is no wonder that eating has been suppressed until now. The dragons are also very afraid of wizards. Both forces should have god-level things. But these bosses are very honest. It seems that the things that Anthony handed over to the 12 great families at that time were still passed down. Although many of those books were burned, the noble wizards still kept those that they thought were useful. This book burning was probably because I have it. And you don't? They may have left the magic books. Although it is a bit like throwing away watermelons to pick up sesame seeds. These things are still precious. We should try to find these magic books slowly. Magicians are now in need of textbooks. If the world wants to restore magic, it also needs these books. Just like the Chinois dictionary. I do know all the words. But I can't compile a Chinois dictionary by myself to serve as a reference book for everyone. Many wizards worked hard, and Louis' injuries gradually healed. However, many wizards saw that the boss was still lying on the sofa, covering his head and unable to get up. He looked dizzy and didn't even want to talk. What going on? Ross looked serious and took out his newly made potion. Leeks. He took a small spoonful and put it into the boss' mouth. After a while, the boss recovered a little. Everyone looked at the boss licking his tongue on the sofa, looked at each other, and understood what was going on. Hypoglycemia. Everyone looked a little strange. TSK, thousands of elite noble wizards, countless rare items, 3 rare treasures, plus a red queen and an empty meat shield, and so many curses against the magic mirror, witchcraft and buffs for the meat shield. If there is a learned scholar who studies gods, then it is a lineup of killing gods. As a result, the boss was beaten to death. Although there is the protection of the Son of Lant, and Her Majesty Delphinia and others withstood part of the power, but the boss is a bit too exaggerated. After all, there are so many more people on the opposite side than here. It is worthy of being the world boss. If the Red Queen did not bring so many brothers today, and the boss was singled out, I am afraid she would be pinned there. Chapter 150. I must carry this staff with me. After Lewis drank the potion, he finally felt his hunger gradually eased. I played a little too much today, and was almost burned to death by the 500 plus mana of the Son of Lant. Now the remaining mana is still burning me. But these thousands of wizards are really ruthless. If I hadn't had some help behind me today, I might have been treated as a dungeon boss, and beaten to death. Since I came to this world, I have died 426 times in total. And I killed myself. I have never been killed by others. If I am beaten to death by that group of people today, it will break the record. There is strength in numbers. This kind of 1v1 thing should not be done. Lewis thinks that the correct routine should be younger brother versus younger brother, and then crush the boss. Anthony at the beginning also carefully pulled together all the wizards in the world before piking with the moon goddess. Otherwise, the countless angels, flying out of the kingdom of God like wasps, would be a headache for everyone. Slowly opening his eyes, Lewis saw Ross and others stroking their beards, discussing something with Iger, who was wearing the uniform of the Magicians Association. It seemed that they were talking about the Magicians Association, to stop the war from destroying everything and to change the world in a gentle way. The main key point is still the magicians. They are the hope of the future. After this incident, the reformists will be able to join the magician group, and this small group of wizards will also be able to integrate into society. When civilian wizards gradually integrated into society, the so-called doomsday battle between muggles and wizards naturally collapsed. I didn't come here to be the boss, but to unite the world. As the dry body gradually filled up, the scene in front of Lewis gradually became clear. He sat cross-legged on the sofa and drank Ross' potion. What is this? Lewis was a little curious. It tastes good, and it seems to be very filling. Sir, this is a new potion I created recently using leeks and other magic potions. 1 spoonful can make several chickens lively. Ross stroked his beard and said with a smile, well, but you ate a little too much. The efficacy of this new potion of leeks may have some side effects. Lewis's mouth twitched. Either the leeks in this world are a little special, or Ross has grown leeks into something else. Not long after, Lewis felt the magic power in his body filling up. He stretched out his fingers, drew a few runes, and filled the spells on his body. Immediately, the fire burning in his body was completely extinguished under the suppression of the spells. After a rest, Lewis chatted with a few people for a while, and then drove them all away. Looking at the time, Lewis remembered the banquet, and quickly got up, and went to the ladies' dressing room. After waiting for a while, he found that he didn't recognize her, and his heart skipped a beat. Damn it. I've delayed things. Lewis pushed the door open and took a look, and found that the person inside was still changing clothes. He was confused. Lewis, why did you sneak into someone's room again? Helen pointed at Lewis with her hands on her waist, and said angrily. Oh, Sicries, who was changing clothes, saw Lewis peeking at the door, and her face turned pale. It's so ungentlemanly. Get out quickly. There were no outsiders. Lewis glanced at Kate, Yingling and others who were laughing secretly, coughed awkwardly, and closed the door. This was too slow. After a while, Kate, Yingling, and a group of maids came out. When they saw Lewis waiting at the door, they couldn't help laughing secretly. Yingling winked at Lewis, took Kate's arm, and said, Then we go first. Yes. Lewis nodded, patted her and Kate's buttocks, and watched them leave. Today, I have to support Sicries, so I have to appear at the banquet with her. After a while, Helen and Lilith came out arm in arm. The 2 girls stood at the door, and chatted with Louis for a while, and then went to the venue to play pitching pots. After a while, the door opened, and a hand held his arm. Louis looked back and saw O'Sickeries in an evening dress, looking up at him. What was rare was that after she saw his gaze today, she did not pretend to avoid it, but looked at him boldly. But her pretty face was slightly red, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Louis heard the thumping of the prince's heart, who was pretending to be calm, and seemed to be very nervous. He was a little amused, and almost patted her, but subconsciously to comfort the pony. When the hand was stretched out, Louis finally reacted. Ahem. Louis coughed, bowed slightly, and walked towards the banquet hall with O'Sickeries. On the way, O'Sickeries' heart was beating a little. Even at this moment, when she looked at Louis, she was still a little excited. She couldn't help but look up at her tall and handsome knight. When the people were in despair, he stood on the high platform, raised his sword and summoned the sun, awakening the hope in people's hearts. Amid the cheers of the people, he floated in the sky, gradually overlapped with the close person beside him. In O'Sickeries' eyes, she couldn't help but reveal a strange look. Maybe there has never been a prince. Her own prince is right beside her. But when Louis looked back at her, she was tangled again. Her hand loosened a little. Louis already had a crush on someone. She couldn't destroy her feelings. That was her best friend. Louis suddenly stopped, and O'Sickeries raised her head in surprise. She saw that Louis' face looked a little strange. What wrong? Louis? Teacher O'Sickeries asked with concern. Ahem. Louis lifted his hips and waist, pulled his pants, and said, It okay. I drank some magic potion today, and it seems to have some side effects. Louis felt a swelling somewhere on his body. Side effects? O'Sickeries' face turned pale with fear. She didn't quite understand what was going on today, but the scene was so spectacular. And when Louis walked out of the Son of Lant, his whole body was burning like a fire demon. Thinking of this, O'Sickeries saw that Louis's eyes were a little red, and he was always hunched over. This made Teacher O'Sickeries very worried, and she said she had to see what was wrong with her student. It okay, I just have a stomachache, I'm going to the bathroom. Louis quickly dodged, bent over and went to the bathroom, put the things in the right place, and put them in his pants, and then he felt a little better. It's just a little hard to walk, and my knees always hit each other. Since eating that dragon, storybooks have become more and more frivolous. Now my strength, body length and other data are getting bigger and bigger. It okay at ordinary times, but in this kind of formal occasion, it will cause great trouble to people. What kind of magic potion is this? The leeks, bamboos, and lotuses in this world, are they all special? I am so confused. It seems that in addition to the fact that Ross grows them very well, the leeks in this world are also a little special. Louis wiped off his sweat. Seeing that Teacher O'Sickeries was still a little worried, Louis said that he would hold the banquet first, and then treat the disease in the evening. After some persuasion, Louis finally persuaded her to leave. It seemed that Louis's clothes were a little messy. Teacher O'Sickeries looked at Louis with some reproach, and sorted out Louis's tie and clothes. She even helped him pull his shirt into his pants. This made Louis a little embarrassed. Just when he was a little embarrassed, he suddenly felt a cold little hand grabbing him. He couldn't help but tremble all over. Louis? Why do you bring a wand to the party? O'Sickeries frowned, looked at Louis's knees, and asked, Why is your wand so thick? Don't put it in your pants. Take it out quickly, and put it here with me. No, teacher. I must carry this magic wand with me. Louis took the teacher's hand away seriously, and then covered his pants with his windbreaker. Teacher O'Sickeries was a little unhappy. Her students were becoming more and more disobedient. Although he was quite capable, I was his teacher and had taught him for 6 years. The reason why he was so good, wasn't it because I taught him well? Well, Aunt Stia might have participated a little bit, but the main reason was that I had a good foundation. Anyway, the strict Teacher O'Sickeries felt that she had to have a good talk with Louis tonight. She couldn't just ignore criticism because he did something wrong. It is the teacher's duty to help students find problems in time. So she had to have a good talk with him tonight. She should criticize him when necessary. Well, she also helped him check his illness. I don't know what kind of potion Louis, a half-baked guy, was preparing. He probably had a stomachache. She is quite accomplished in potion science. The designated medicine will cure the disease.